Chapter 1. Logan. Martin Horn. Yes, sir. I am your direct superior, James Harriet. Follow me. Understood. James Harriet led him to the exterior of a tent and turned to him, saying, Step inside. Consider yourself fortunate. Brother, there are no combat missions at present, and you have time to train. Gather your belongings, and when the meal bell rings, join the others for dinner. Afterward, return here for afternoon training. Yes, sir. I'll relax a bit. Off you go. Upon entering the tent, Martin found it empty, save for around 10 iron-framed bunk beds, each accompanied by personal toiletries beneath .2 stools were placed beside each bed, and apart from that, the tent held no clutter. He selected an unoccupied bed and tossed his bedding onto it. After arranging his basin and water jug, he climbed onto the bed, contemplating his current situation while tidying up. Martin was a time traveler, having once been an orphan, so his sudden arrival here posed no emotional burden. The issue arose when he abruptly came to his senses, only to discover himself aboard a troop transport truck. Following that, he changed vehicles and arrived at this location. Equipped with a military uniform, a set of bedding, daily toiletries, and a rifle, he remained vigilant as people came and went, not daring to let his mind wander. Martin Horn was born in 1835. Now, it was the year 1863, amidst the turmoil of the American Civil War. The original occupant of this body was a passionate youth whose parents perished in the conflict, prompting him to enlist in the army with unwavering resolve. The background was straightforward, yet the memory contained a troubling detail. This world harbored monsters. Though Martin had never encountered them in his life, he was unwavering in his belief. Congratulations to the host for awakening the ability replication system and receiving the novice gift package. The golden finger has arrived. System, could you provide a brief introduction? Hello, system? All right, this system lacks intelligence. Surely there is a personal panel. Martin Horn abilities, ability replication. It was a simple declaration, only possessing the ability to replicate. The system offered no further explanation, but judging by its name, it likely allowed him to copy the abilities of others. He would find out soon enough. What about the novice gift package? Novice gift package opened successfully obtained the ability of magnetic field control, capable of operating at the atomic level. At that moment, as the notification concluded, Martin suddenly sensed a sensation previously unknown to him. It felt as though everything surrounding him was enveloped by an unseen force indiscernible to the eye, yet palpable. This must be the magnetic field, Martin mused. This sensation extended even to objects outside the tent, reaching approximately 100 meters, with the perception weakening the farther away he focused. Open personal panel. Martin Horn. Abilities, ability replication, magnetic field control. The mere addition of magnetic field control amplified his capabilities exponentially. It was said that the impoverished relied on mutation, though he was not mutated, the effect was undeniably similar. Martin meticulously attuned himself to the surrounding magnetic field, directing his gaze towards the mat and the cup on the ground. As his thoughts flowed, they gradually levitated into the air, albeit somewhat unsteadily, perhaps due to his recent application of this newfound ability. Focusing his mind, he enhanced his control, and soon enough he managed to stabilize their ascent. After indulging in this amusement, Martin decided to experiment with a non-metallic object, specifically his blanket. The blanket, being heavier than the mat and the cup, required a bit more effort to manipulate. However, it was only a marginal increase in difficulty, as he could still influence the blanket's movements with his thoughts. How convenient, he mused, admiring the neatly folded blanket at the head of his bed. Through his tests, he discovered that he could control objects imbued with a magnetic field, though the heavier they were, the more challenging the task became. The precise limits of his capabilities remained untested for now, but he would explore them in due course. It seems my ability resembles that of Magneto, Martin contemplated, though I dare say I possess a bit more strength. Sitting at the edge of his bed, he redirected his focus to the cup he had previously experimented with, applying a gradual force. As he concentrated, the cup began to transform. Initially, it appeared to be compressed by some invisible force. Then it slowly morphed into a lump of iron, eventually becoming a smooth metallic sphere. The process took longer than anticipated, attributed to his inexperience. Restoring the iron ball back to its original cup form proved significantly more challenging, as it demanded meticulous attention to detail. Upon completion, he examined his war kit was acceptable, albeit somewhat unsightly. As for the glaze on the cup, he could manipulate it, yet he currently lacked the finesse to adhere it to the surface effectively. According to earlier descriptions, Martin could control down to the atomic level, suggesting that he should be capable of achieving this task. His inability to do so at present remained a matter of inexperience. It seems I must practice diligently moving forward. Through his tests, Martin realized he could manipulate nearly any material, though the strength of the magnetic field varied. For instance, the magnetic field of the blanket was weaker than that of the metal cup, making it easier to control the iron than fabric of similar size. Additionally, he had to consider his current limits, but after this session of practice, he found himself more adept at wielding this power. Gathering some iron from nearby metallic objects, he crafted a metal disc the size of a coin to practice his magnetic control, believing that over time, he would see significant improvement. Moreover, in emergencies, he could utilize this ability to create tools or even weapons. After dining, everyone was afforded a brief respite, and soon the tent was filled with all the members. After introductions, they each took time to relax, and in the afternoon, Martin joined the troops for training. His previous training benefited him greatly in this body. While he could not claim to be the best, he was certainly not the worst. At the very least, his captain, James Herritt, seemed quite pleased with Martin's performance. As he observed the captain more closely, Martin found him increasingly familiar, resembling the Wolverine, known for extending the adamantium claws from his hands. However, recalling that Wolverine's name was Logan left him uncertain. Although his magnetic field was more potent than that of others, it could not be definitively concluded that he was Wolverine, unless, after the evening training concluded, Martin retrieved a cigarette, seizing the opportunity to touch his hand while lighting it. "Thank you that there's no need, sir," Martin replied with a smile, then seated himself beside. Copyable abilities, healing factor, bone claws. I choose the healing factor. Martin Horn abilities, ability replication, magnetic field control, healing factor. Chapter 2. The letter A self-healing factor has caused Martin's abilities to double in strength. While the growth potential of this self-healing factor may not be the highest, its defensive capabilities render it nearly invincible. Much like Deadpool's regenerative abilities, which stem from Wolverine, Martin's powers will become even more formidable through practice and various techniques, particularly his control over magnetic fields. Wolverine's might is epitomized by his fearless attitude towards death. When it comes to destructive power, he is rather insignificant without adamantium. Nevertheless, his charismatic personality endears him to many. A few days later, Martin's unit is set to enter the battlefield. The distant rumble of explosions and gunfire can be heard, and they must advance on foot. This squad of about a dozen men essentially functions as a suicide squad, primarily due to their captain's immortality, which has afforded him considerable experience, thus earning him the leadership role. Enemies ahead. Be cautious, rat-a-tat-tat, take cover. Take cover as Logan shouts instructions while firing at the enemy. Martin feels a sense of bewilderment. It is all too sudden. He had anticipated encountering such chaos only upon reaching the battlefield. Yet, here it is. And there is no time for hesitation. Observing Martin's stunned reaction, Logan yanks him down just as a bullet strikes Martin's arm, eliciting genuine pain. "Where are you hit?" Logan inquires, continuing to fire. "I'm fine." Martin grits his teeth, picking up his weapon to retaliate as his wound begins to heal. Logan glances at him, but chooses to focus on repelling the enemy for the time being. After half an hour, under Logan's leadership, the squad eliminates all adversaries, albeit at the cost of 5 of their own. As they rest amidst the aftermath, Martin gazes at the surrounding limbs and severed arms, feeling a wave of nausea. "Damn it, our intel was flawed," Logan curses. Originally, their mission was to infiltrate behind enemy lines and destroy an ammunition depot, yet they had been intercepted along the way. After a brief moment of anger, Logan approaches Martin and grips his arm. The fabric of Martin's shirt bears a distinct bullet hole and bloodstains. But when he rolls up the sleeve, there are no signs of injury. Logan glances at Martin, choosing silence as he seems to regard Martin as one of his own. Although Logan keeps Martin's secret, their differences eventually come to light. Subsequently, both must adopt various aliases, along with Logan's brother, Sabretooth. For many ensuing years, the three of them would partake in World War I and World War II until the latter's conclusion. During the Second World War, Martin encountered the Captain America, adorned in a Stars and Stripes uniform, wielding his shield on stage. Time swiftly progressed to 1962. After the conclusion of World War II, Martin parted ways with Logan and the others, yet maintained contact with Logan. The years of conflict had rendered Martin's heart numb. Countless comrades perished by his side, and despite his earnest efforts to save them, he could not prevent all casualties. What sustains him is the memory of his past life, attempting to participate as an observer. However, the results are negligible. After all, one is not made of stone or wood. It is not that he yearns for battle, but rather that in such widespread warfare, where nearly the entire nation is conscripted, there is no sanctuary to be found. Thanks to his regenerative factor, Martin is, in essence, impervious to death. Over the course of a century, only the delicate forms of women have captured his affection. The balance in his bank account, while not rivaling that of the colossal fortunes, surpasses the wealth of 70% of the global populace. In recent years, Martin has nurtured his wounded psyche and now operates as an independent assassin. In the absence of assignments, he is a distinguished member of New York's elite when duty calls. He transforms into a merciless reaper, driven by remuneration. Martin Horn, abilities, ability duplication, magnetic field control. Regenerative factor. A portion of his prowess stems from the replication of the saber-toothed tiger's regenerative factor, honed over nearly a century of practice. With the enhancement of his magnetic field control, he has become adept at manipulating it, encountering little adversity in his daily life and work. For instance, he can effortlessly replicate Magneto's techniques, sensing magnetic fields up to a range of approximately 20 kilometers, albeit with diminishing strength at greater distances. While he currently lacks the ability to alter the structure of materials, he can modify smaller material forms. As he drove his multi-million-dollar sports car to the entrance of an upscale bar, the vehicle was modestly priced, merely the cost of a target's life, if not less. "Welcome," the doorman greeted, assisting Martin with the door. After handing over the keys and a tip, Martin adjusted his attire, donned a smile, and toyed with a metallic coin that had been his companion for many years as he entered amidst the enthusiastic welcomes of the staff. This establishment is among New York's finer bars, boasting a pleasant atmosphere. However, Martin's sole motivation for visiting is the high caliber of women present. "Mr. Horn," the bartender acknowledged, promptly serving Martin his customary drink. "Thank you." Holding his glass, Martin's gaze began to wander across the hall. The venue was filled with voluptuous, blonde-haired, blue-eyed beauties. Unlike the women in roadside taverns, these ladies were adorned in exquisite and alluring evening gowns. His attention fixated on a stunning woman in a black evening dress, who stood out among the many. "Hello, allow me to introduce myself. I am Martin Hall. I have been captivated by your beauty from afar." "Thank you. I am Lisa." The following morning, Martin awoke in a luxurious hotel room near the bar, instinctively clenching and unclenching his hands. "Ugh, I am so tired." "It's all right, you may continue to sleep," came the reply. After rising and indulging in the comforting softness of the sheets once more, he made his way to the bathroom to freshen up. Leaving behind the appropriate payment, he turned and departed. Upon returning home, he discovered an elegantly styled envelope at his doorstep, devoid of any writing. Settling onto the sofa, he opened the letter. "Dear Mr. Martin Horn, as a fellow of your kind, I sincerely invite you to join us on the evening of the 28th of this month in Las Vegas. Please be sure to come. I assure you, you will not be disappointed." Chapter 3. The Black King and the White Queen. It is an invitation from a place known as the Hellfire Club, signed by the White Queen. They are hosting a banquet in Las Vegas at the end of the month, inviting Martin to attend, essentially extending an invitation for him to join the Hellfire Club. Although Martin is cautious in his actions, he is undoubtedly affiliated with some prominent organizations. He never imagined he could become entirely invisible. Upon reflection, he finds himself with nothing pressing to do, and he recalls the club, whose members are either affluent or distinguished, alongside a multitude of mutants. Not to mention, he could certainly acquire additional abilities, enhancing his own prowess. While Martin currently holds an unparalleled status among ordinary individuals, he recognizes his vulnerabilities, such as mental intrusion. If memory serves him correctly, the White Queen, Emma, possesses this very ability. It has been a long time, and the specifics elude him. His recollection of Emma is primarily from his previous life, where he had seen her in films. She was not only strikingly beautiful but also adorned in a rather alluring manner. With her golden hair and azure eyes, she possessed an exquisite figure. Often clad in nothing more than a seductive white lingerie set paired with white garter stockings, who could resist such allure? Moreover, his combat capabilities, reliant solely on self-training, were advancing too slowly. However, if he could replicate robust abilities, the growth would be exponential and immensely beneficial to him. Logan has also been frequenting the club recently, and they have corresponded. Thus, he decided to proceed. "Good day, sir. May I see your invitation?" At the entrance of the Hellfire Club in Las Vegas, Martin was halted. "Here you go," he replied, handing over the letter he had received. "No problem. Please enter, sir. Welcome to the Hellfire Club." With a casual acknowledgement, Martin stepped inside. This truly is a paradise for men. The interior is lavishly adorned, bustling with a throng of people. Beautiful women, clad only in lingerie and stockings, weave through the crowd, and occasionally one might spot someone disappearing with one of them into an unknown space. Upon entering, Martin enveloped his head in a magnetic field, utilizing it to shield energy transmission, thereby concealing his secrets from prying eyes. "Hello, sir. Would you like some company?" A young woman in red lingerie approached him with a coy inquiry. "Certainly, men always seek the company of women," Martin replied with a smile, embracing her while slyly taking liberties, handing her the letter in his other hand. "Please take me to the one who wrote this." Ignoring Martin's breach of her defenses, the woman glanced at the letter and promptly responded, "Of course, please follow me." As they embraced, they traversed several corridors and doors until the cacophony of the hall faded into silence, arriving at the threshold of a room. "We have arrived, sir. You may enter on your own." She returned the letter, her cheeks flushed as she spoke in a soft tone. Aren't you coming in with me? Martin asked with a mischievous grin, applying slight pressure with his hand. I can accompany you once you emerge. She tantalizingly whispered in his ear before gracefully slipping from his grasp. Very well, goodbye. After she departed, Martin straightened his attire and knocked gently on the door. Knock, knock. As soon as his hand was lowered, the door silently swung open. Martin stepped inside, discovering what appeared to be a reception room, occupied by a handsome man and a beautiful woman. You must be Mr. Horn. Both rose from the sofa with smiles illuminating their faces upon seeing Martin's entrance. Yes. May I inquire how to address you? Martin asked, his gaze involuntarily drawn to Ms. Emma. She was indeed the White Queen, as her attire suggested, a white half-cup corset, a white mini-skirt, white thigh-high boots, and alabaster skin, complemented by a cascade of golden hair. Beyond her expected appearance, she radiated an almost ethereal glow. I am Sebastian Shaw, and this is Emma Frost, Sebastian introduced, extending his hand. Hello. And also Martin glanced at Emma. I apologize, madam, your beauty is overwhelming. Please forgive my rudeness. Haha, everyone who meets Emma reacts the same way. Don't take it to heart, Martin. I hope you won't mind me calling you that. Sebastian remarked. Of course, of course. After responding, Martin gestured to shake Emma's hand. Please, have a seat, Mr. Horn, Emma invited. Thank you. What is the nature of your relationship? Friends. The answer elicited an even brighter smile from Martin. In the brief moment before sitting, Martin glanced at his own information. As anticipated, his energy levels surged significantly. The ability of energy control allowed him to absorb any accessible energy, such as kinetic or thermal energy, only to release it at will. Not to mention, if someone were to shoot at him, the bullet would lose its momentum the moment it made contact with him. This capability was formidable. Essentially, it could neutralize all energy-related attacks. However, he pondered whether jumping from a multi-story building would be fatal. Logically, it should not be, as he could absorb gravity, yet it was not worth testing. Telepathy needed no elaboration. As for the diamond form, it enabled him to transform his entire body or parts thereof into an indestructible diamond state. Moreover, he could impose this diamond form upon others. This ability possessed another extraordinarily powerful function. It could negate others' telepathy. Notably, Emma was the first to provide him with two beneficial abilities. Although Logan and Sabretooth also had two powers, their bone claws were significantly weaker without adamantium. Furthermore, adamantium suppressed the healing factor. And since Martin had no intention of seeking punishment, he did not replicate those abilities. Once seated, Martin retrieved a cigarette, offering it to the pair, who declined. After lighting it, he remarked, I apologize, Mr. Shaw, to speak candidly, to my understanding. Joining the Hellfire Club requires certain conditions. Members must either be wealthy or hold high positions. I am perplexed as to why I received an invitation. Haha. Then I shall speak plainly. Martin, we have been observing you. We are of the same kind. The Hellfire Club was not merely established for them, but primarily serves those like us, Sebastian remarked, his face perpetually adorned with a smile. What do you mean? He gestured towards Emma, as she slightly turned her head. Martin felt an intrusive force penetrating his thoughts. Chapter 4. Teleportation. Martin employed his newly acquired abilities to thwart this mental intrusion. Emma incredulously intensified her efforts. Wait, madam. It is quite impolite to invade someone's thoughts without permission, Martin said, gazing at Emma's exquisite visage. However, I forgive you. Beautiful ladies always possess certain privileges. I had thought your power was limited to mental manipulation, Emma expressed in astonishment. Sebastian looked at her, eager to clarify. I cannot breach his mind. He possesses the same ability, he stated. You have truly surprised me, Martin. All right, now I comprehend your intentions. Mental control, telepathy, do you possess any other abilities? Emma inquired with curiosity. Of course, allow me to correct you. My powers extend beyond mere metal, Martin replied, and abruptly, Emma, sitting opposite him with her legs elegantly crossed, levitated into the air. Wow, be careful, ha ha ha. Emma, momentarily startled, laughed as she reveled in the sensation of floating without support. Once Martin gently lowered her, she smiled and said, that was quite amusing. Thank you. Is there more? Emma asked with keen interest, while Sebastian watched expectantly, both of them collecting information in their own right. Coincidentally, Martin also needed to showcase his prowess. Indeed, he said, and with a mere thought, transformed into a diamond form, his entire being composed of shimmering diamond from head to toe. This spectacle astonished both onlookers. I have never encountered anyone with abilities akin to mine, Emma exclaimed. And she too adopted a similar form. Wow. The two diamond figures gazed at each other with an unspoken connection. It was merely a sensation. Yet in their diamond forms, their eyes sparkled like precious gems. Even in her diamond state, Emma's physique remained strikingly appealing. Is there more? Martin chuckled. Surely, this is sufficient. Is it not? After reverting to his normal state, Sebastian remarked, Martin, you are precisely the person we need. Likewise, you require us. To the outside world. We are deemed monsters. We must unite to carve out a space for our kind. We are not monsters. We are evolution, a natural selection process. And we can dictate the fate of this world. Together, we shall forge an era devoid of war and discrimination. The future belongs to us. Henceforth, you and any mutant shall never feel inferior or fearful due to your differences, nor shall you need to hide. Join us. We are your kind. The proposition was undeniably alluring, yet Martin found his interest solely in women. Moreover, he was not a mutant. If I were to join, what would be required of me? Martin inquired. Together, let us forge a new world, Sebastian exclaimed with enthusiasm. No, 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 I abhor war. For nearly a century, I have been embroiled in countless conflicts, and I am utterly weary of it. Sebastian and Emma exchanged glances, gaining new insights from Martin's words. Martin revealed his age, from the Civil War to the First and Second World Wars. I regret that I cannot be of assistance to you. Of course, I shall not hinder your endeavors. While I cannot claim to be without adversaries in this world, I can live quite safely, so I apologize for lacking your ambitious spirit. Oh, what a pity, Martin, Sebastian remarked. Well, you should know that I am a killer. If you have any objectives, as long as you offer payment, I can assist you in achieving them. As for everything else, let us leave it aside. Very well. Sebastian was about to continue when suddenly a figure appeared before them, a man clad entirely in red, with what seemed to be a brand upon his body. Martin, allow me to introduce this individual. He is Azazel, and you may refer to him as the Red Devil. Sebastian seized the opportunity of the introduction to interrupt Red Devil's speech. Greetings. Hello. The Red Devil was not one to exude warmth, yet the situation was quite unexpected, and he found himself shaking hands with Martin before he could fully comprehend. Copyable ability. Teleportation, another remarkable skill. Teleportation has a vast range, but can only be utilized to places one has previously visited. Nonetheless, it is quite suitable for travel. Lacking in offensive power but excelling in mobility, which Martin generally does not require during combat. Well, it appears you have matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave. Indeed, Martin. Should you come to a decision, feel free to reach out to us, Sebastian stated as Emma handed over a business card. Enjoy your evening out. And here is my personal number, Emma said elegantly, drawing near, accompanied by a waft of fragrance. Thank you. I shall remember it well. Until we meet again, Martin replied. After Martin departed, Sebastian remarked, I need him to join us, yet it seems he is only interested in you, Emma. Very well. Since the host had spoken, Martin was in no rush to leave. After all, returning to his current residence would leave him idle. The hall featured private rooms with entrances concealed by curtains. However, Martin preferred not to engage in activities in such environments, as he merely disliked being observed. There was no urgency to depart tonight. He would simply be arranged a room here. Whether or not the room was under surveillance was of little consequence, as he would be alone. All of this was under the watchful eye of Emma, who observed through the monitor. 2 hours. Emma mused with narrowed eyes, her red lips parting softly as she spoke. The following morning, Martin groggily stumbled into the restroom, only fully awakening once he turned on the tap and relieved himself. Wake up, it's time for breakfast. No. I'm exhausted. The soundproofing here was unexpectedly good. He had not anticipated that breakfast would be provided. Yet it made sense, considering the members were not lacking in funds. Although Martin was not officially part of the gathering, he was nonetheless regarded as a guest. Chapter 5. Rolling. The two young women needed a few days of respite, leaving him to dine alone. After spending several days in Las Vegas, Martin ventured to a quaint tavern on the outskirts of the city, where he found Logan seated at the bar, indulging in a cigar. How are you, Logan? Martin inquired as he settled beside him, signaling to the bartender for a drink. I couldn't be better, Logan replied with a smile, his lips pursed. All I have to do is work each day, and then find a place to enjoy a drink. There are no days better than this. Haha, Martin chuckled, pleased to see Logan reveling in his current circumstances. They shared a profound bond. What work are you doing now? Soldier, Army, Logan replied, taking a sip of his drink and casting a sidelong glance at Martin. What else could people like us do? A killer? At least I'm free. Yes, blissfully free every day. Ha ha, I can only say I'm quite content. As they conversed, two young men entered. Excuse me, I'm Eric Lesher. I'm Charles Xavier. They introduced themselves, and before they could finish, Logan interjected, get lost. Ha. Martin nearly choked on his drink. Perhaps it was Logan's brusque dismissal, coupled with Martin's unrestrained laughter, that drew the aspiring Professor Charles's attention to him. Cease your probing, or this will pierce your throat, Martin warned, his smile fading as a coin in his hand transformed into a blade, pressing against Charles's neck. My apologies, sir, Charles quickly responded. He had only felt such a sense of failure with Emma, and the manner in which they both blocked mental exploration was strikingly similar. This made him question their relationship. Could it be that Emma had acquired the ability to shapeshift? Little did he know that some individuals possessed multiple abilities. Emma was indeed one of the rare mutants endowed with 2 powers. Eric attempted to wrest the blade away but was unsuccessful. He was still quite young. While Martin had wielded this ability for nearly a century. I am not an impersonation of Emma. I merely know her, Martin stated. Perhaps you should learn to temper your curiosity, and also, probing into others' thoughts without permission is quite impolite. Martin retracted the blade, reverting it back to a coin. And conveyed to Charles's mind, this was not mere probing, it was a countermeasure. Besides, it is not every day that one gets to impress a future renowned professor and Magneto. You may leave now, Martin said, rising and placing a hand on each of their shoulders, turning them toward the exit. As he felt his modestly increasing strength, Martin felt a tinge of regret. They were still too young and lacked the development of their abilities, otherwise they could be even stronger. However, he mused, it was satisfactory enough. One mustn't be overly greedy. In the future, he might encounter a few more mutants, and with rigorous training, their various powers could be further enhanced. TSK, TSK. All the ladies of the world shall belong to me. Before bidding farewell to the 2, Martin hesitated, contemplating whether to meet a few mutants he knew. Yet, upon reflection, they were merely young and lacked significant combat prowess. Combined, they likely wouldn't even measure up to a fraction of what a classroom and Magneto could offer. Raven possesses remarkable shape-shifting abilities, yet Martin finds himself reluctant to pursue this talent. Do you know them? Logan inquired. No, but they belong to the same ilk as us. Logan seemed indifferent to such matters. I feel no connection to him, Charles remarked. Him? Did you see? He can manipulate metal while I am utterly powerless. Moreover, he just communicated with me within my mind. I cannot fathom it. I have scanned all the mutants, yet I have never encountered him before. Have we given up? I am uncertain. They are incapable of even communicating. Perhaps we should wait for him and attempt once more. The mutants they typically encountered possessed only a single formidable ability, and while a few might wield 2 or more, those were merely auxiliary powers. Martin, however, was the first to manifest multiple offensive abilities simultaneously. His assistants would significantly bolster their combat prowess. Unfortunately, they waited until Logan emerged, but Martin did not. After a while, Eric, unable to remain patient, returned to the tavern, only to discover that Martin had already departed. A brief inquiry with the bartender revealed that he had left long ago. Charles and Eric exchanged glances of disappointment before turning to leave. After bidding Logan farewell, Martin seized the opportunity to teleport directly to his car while on his way to the restroom. Such is the nature of humanity when one lacks teleportation abilities. The journey seems inconsequential. Yet once one possesses such a power, even the slightest distance feels burdensome. Had he not planned to dine shortly thereafter, and with his vehicle conveniently parked nearby, Martin would have considered simply returning to the hotel. Later that evening, as Martin returned to his room with a stunning woman, he was greeted with an unexpected surprise upon opening the door. The presence of another startled the woman. It's all right, do not be alarmed, Martin reassured her, revealing a stash of money. My dear, it appears our chance for enjoyment this evening has vanished. Allow me to treat you to dinner, and we shall reschedule. Given that her company was ultimately for monetary gain, this arrangement saved time and energy, sparing him the need for verbal persuasion, something the woman found preferable. Yet, she felt a tinge of regret, for she had developed a fondness for this handsome man, especially admiring his gesture of generosity. After sharing a brief moment of intimacy, Martin observed the alluring woman reclining on his sofa, shaking his head in resigned amusement. Emma, what a delightful surprise. Perhaps you might consider compensating me with a splendid evening. He poured himself a glass of wine, also filling Emma's empty glass. Emma was dressed more conservatively tonight, likely due to her outing. Clad in a pristine white glossy jacket paired with matching white trousers and knee-high white boots, all tailored to accentuate her exquisite figure. Martin settled beside her, holding his glass, his gaze unabashedly appraising her. I did not know you had an interest in such company. Such company? To me, any woman willing to keep me company is a good woman. Whether it involves expenditure or the duration of our time together matters not to me. What can be resolved with money is never a true dilemma. The challenge lies in finding what money cannot procure. Perhaps what you seek is not merely wealth, but rather the essence of oneself. Emma slightly lowered the zipper of her top, revealing the scenery beneath. Apologies, but I offer my talents, not my body. A verbal rejection does not preclude the appreciation of beauty, does it? Chapter 6. My principles no. It is not a matter of selling one's body, Emma said as she maneuvered closer to Martin, her fingers gliding from his chest to his face, smiling as she remarked, as you said, it is merely companionship. Naturally, should she encounter any issues or dangers during this prolonged companionship, one would hope you would not turn a blind eye, would you? Martin was not a passive individual. It was you who initiated this. After speaking, Emma boldly seated herself upon Martin's lap, who instinctively embraced her. No. Emma would not yield without receiving what she desired, transforming directly into her diamond form. Oh, are you eager to test whose resolve is stronger? Come forth. I am prepared. Martin teased her, also shifting into his diamond state. The clash of diamonds resonated with a glassy crackle. As she attempted to break free, it proved futile. Emma quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I apologize. Could you please let me go? Her strength paled in comparison to Martin's, rendering her attempts to escape ineffective. Emma was no stranger to employing such tactics, though in the past, she typically relied on her mental control abilities to mislead others into believing something had transpired. However, this strategy bore no fruit with Martin. I require a sincere apology. A kiss, is that acceptable? Upon returning to her human form, Emma expressed her apology through action. Of course. However, I have previously stated that I dislike passivity. A lengthy kiss left Emma feeling discomfort, not in her mouth, but rather. Diamonds are indeed the hardest substance in existence. Wait, I have business to discuss with you. Emma seized the opportunity to interject. Very well, speak. Could you let me down? Absolutely not. Emma shot Martin a playful glare, twirling her hair and adjusting herself into a more comfortable position. Since you are unwilling to collaborate with us, I would like to employ you. Very well, who is the target? Martin inquired as he allowed Emma's legs to feel the warmth of his hands. Me. Continue. Martin remained unfazed by her cryptic demeanor, pondering that it was far more enjoyable to take action than to think. Are you not curious as to why I am the target? Not particularly, to me. Aside from a select few, anyone can be a target if there is payment involved. Emma grasped Martin's hand. Am I not one of those select individuals? At this moment. No. Sighing, Emma observed his shamelessness and continued, I do not wish for you to end my life, but rather to save it. To be blunt, our adversaries are currently recruiting, and we find ourselves short-handed. There is a task that I must undertake alone in the coming days, and I may encounter peril. Then why proceed? Why not allow Sebastian to rescue you? Because I cannot refuse. To gain something, one must be willing to pay a price. As for Sebastian, for him, anyone can be sacrificed as long as it serves his purpose. Very well. What say you? Will you accept? What is the reward? Me. For how long? Until my next commission, Emma said with a radiant smile. Martin, feeling her gentle demeanor at that moment, replied, all right, while I might feel at a disadvantage with others. With you. A deal? A deal, but payment must be made up front. No, I have plans tonight. Can we postpone until next time? Emma said while evading. After a brief contest of wills, Martin had to relent, as her defenses were rather formidable, and he was unwilling to resort to force. Emma stood up, straightened her clothes, and said, what just transpired is the deposit. The balance is due once I finish my tasks. Martin nodded. Are you truly not considering joining the Hellfire Club? That way, we could always be together, and you could find me anytime you wished, Emma inquired with a smile. Let us discuss that after this matter is settled. All right. Kiss. Goodbye. Farewell. If one were to assess where the most mutants congregate, it would invariably be among these two factions. Compared to men, Martin preferred engaging with women, particularly alluring ones like Emma. As for the notion of exploitation, who in this world isn't utilizing someone else? And who can truly escape being used? It ultimately depends on what one can gain. Martin saw the opportunity to enhance his power. Oh, and to have a captivating lover. Ding dong. Martin was stirred from his slumber by the doorbell. Having spent the previous night alone, his sleep quality was rather poor, leaving him somewhat irritable. Give me a reason not to send you away, Martin said in a low voice, gazing at the two handsome men outside. Apologies for the intrusion, sir. We met yesterday. Yes, I am aware, Martin replied, blocking the doorway as he scrutinized them. Martin shook his head. Now fully awake, he turned and said, come in. I'll freshen up. Thank you. Once he emerged from the bathroom, he found the two seated on the sofa. He joined them, tossed a bottle into the air, poured drinks for all three, and lit a cigarette. I'm not particularly fond of dealing with men, so let us get straight to the point. I'm listening. Sebastian Shaw, as a mutant, is plotting to incite a war between the two nations. As Charles spoke, Martin observed Eric. Noticing that he didn't exhibit much reaction to the matter, only a slight change in demeanor when Sebastian was mentioned. After Charles concluded, Martin remarked, what does that have to do with me? If he succeeds, the plight of mutants will only worsen. Then why don't you join him? Perhaps creating a world solely for mutants would be better for us, Martin inquired. Sir, we should coexist peacefully with ordinary humans. We are part of humanity, Charles replied solemnly. Indeed, you are correct. Taking a sip of his drink, Martin continued. However, since you were able to track me down here, you must know what I do. I shall not align myself with either side. Speaking of which, at least they promise me wealth, pleasure, and power. What can you offer me? Ideals? We will employ you, Charles said hesitantly, as Eric interjected. That's more like it. Painting me a picture is futile, Martin remarked, appreciating Eric's candor. Now that we've broached the topic of business, let me outline my terms. First, should my objectives conflict, I shall adhere to the order of employment, save for exceptional circumstances where personal relationships may influence my decisions. Second, irrespective of what I may know, I shall refrain from disclosing any information unrelated to the task at hand, as it is a matter of professional integrity. Third, I do not accept ambiguous assignments, for they tend to be rather troublesome. Thus, should you wish to engage my services, please present a clear set of objectives. Chapter 7. Angel Salvador. Now, let us discuss the nature of your request for my services, as well as the compensation involved. Upon concluding his statement, Martin smiled at the two individuals before him. Please prevent Sebastian from proceeding. Prevent him from doing what? Eating? Using the restroom? There is still time, he retorted. I have mentioned before, I have no affinity for convoluted tasks. The two men were momentarily taken aback by Martin's inquiry, as they had intended for him to thwart Sebastian's attempts to incite discord between the two nations, yet Martin remained unresponsive. After a moment of contemplation, Charles spoke. We will inevitably cross paths with him. At that juncture, we would require you to intervene, irrespective of the action required. May I eliminate him? Martin inquired. Absolutely not, Eric replied emphatically. Martin scratched his head. What of the time frame? We are still investigating. If feasible, you may remain with us, and once a timeline is established, you may act directly. Well, that is acceptable. Considering the likelihood of numerous mutants in their vicinity, Martin acquiesced. However, given the uncertainty of timing and his specific actions, an increase in remuneration would be necessary. Charles has ample funds. No problem, both Charles and Eric responded with a smile. Upon reaching an agreement, Martin changed into a different outfit and followed them to a building. To be candid, had it not been for work, I would never wish to visit such a place, Martin remarked, observing the institutional insignia upon the entrance. We need to collaborate with them, Charles stated. It is you who requires us, not the other way around. Very well, regardless, follow us. The trio entered a small independent building within, where armed guards were positioned around them. Peaceful coexistence? Why is it only this building that enjoys such protection? Martin queried. They are safeguarding those within, was the response. Do you truly believe that? Upon entering the spacious lobby on the first floor, 6 young individuals were already seated, and they rose politely upon the trio's arrival. Allow me to introduce, this is Martin Horn, a rather formidable mutant compatriot. Following the introduction of Martin, the others were presented in turn. This is Raven, my sister. Greetings. Copyable ability. Shapeshifting. This is Armando, whom everyone calls Darwin. Copyable ability. Environmental adaptation. This is Hank McCoy, a scientist. Copyable ability. Beastly senses. Physical enhancement. This is Salvador. Copyable ability. Flight. Corrosive saliva. This is Sean Cassidy. Copyable ability. Sonic amplification. This is Alex Summers, whose abilities are quite destructive. Copyable ability. Energy shockwaves. It is a pleasure to meet you all, Martin greeted them with a smile. Certainly, I am elated, absolutely thrilled. I have acquired 8 extraordinary abilities, with my combat power soaring to over 120,000, a remarkable increase. The primary enhancement stems from Alex's energy shockwaves. The energy manipulation I obtained from Sebastian is already the most formidable among mutants, and the energy shockwaves allow for the continuous absorption of energy from the environment. When utilized in tandem, they become virtually invincible. In any realm, the most potent force invariably lies in the application of energy, and these two are perfectly aligned with that principle. The other abilities are also quite advantageous, serving as auxiliary powers that greatly facilitate daily life. For instance, shapeshifting and flight. Shapeshifting speaks for itself. At the very least, should one inadvertently enter the wrong restroom, there is no fear of being discovered, a light jest indeed. As for flight, while it can currently be achieved through magnetic field control, it requires concentration. However, with the mastery of this ability, it becomes as instinctive as breathing. The sole regret is that these individuals are still young, their powers not fully developed. Martin will have to gradually hone his skills over time. After introducing everyone, we exchanged a few words before Charles and his companion departed to continue their search for clues and Sebastian's whereabouts. Perhaps due to their lack of encounters with peers in their daily lives, this group of youths was filled with excitement, joyfully recounting their past experiences and present feelings. Meanwhile, as Martin conversed, his gaze drifted to the outside world. The figures clad in black suits, scattered about, resembled spectators observing monkeys at a zoo, keenly observing the group. Children, how about I perform a little show for you? Martin proposed. The others turned to him, following his gaze to the window. This game is called teasing ants. No sooner had the words left his lips than the guards outside, along with a few curious onlookers, approximately 7 or 8 in total, dropped their weapons uncontrollably and began to engage in mutual combat, exchanging punches. What the hell? I can't control my body. Ah, what are you doing? Ignoring the chaos outside, Martin inquired. Is it fun? Quite fun, Salvador responded, while the others exchanged glances, bewildered. Can you control them? Just like with Charles? Raven asked. Before Martin could respond, Hank interjected. Let them be. They are merely curious. Having worked in government, Hank, though uncomfortable with being observed, did not wish to harm them. Martin cast a glance at him and nodded. Very well. With a mere thought. The metallic statue in the courtyard disassembled, coalescing into large iron cages in the center. Each individual was confined within a cage, their mouths sealed, and their bodies secured against the bars. Once accomplished, Martin turned to Hank and said, "All right, I have forgiven them." I must admit, this scene was quite satisfying, at least. The lovely Salvador seemed to think so. "It's too stuffy here. I wish to go out for a drink. Would anyone like to join me? My treat." "I'll accompany you." Salvador raised her hand, feeling that Martin's style resonated with her tastes. "Perhaps we shouldn't venture out," Raven remarked. "Charles has instructed us to wait for news here. I am not their subordinate. I am merely employed by them." After Martin spoke, he turned to Salvador and said, "Well, it seems it is just the two of us." As he stood, he extended his hand towards her, and Salvador smiled as she placed her hand in his palm. As they walked hand in hand to the door, Martin glanced back and said, "Oh, if Charles or the others wish to reach me, have them call. Otherwise, please do not disturb me. Our purpose here has been fulfilled. They can find me when it is time for work." It was fortuitous that he had no excuse to leave, yet someone had come to escort him away. Upon exiting the room, Salvador inquired, "Where to?" "Let us find a bar," Martin suggested. "I do not wish to go to a bar. I spent my days there just to make a living. If possible, let us seek a quieter place." Chapter 8. Urgency. "How about my place?" Martin tentatively proposed. "I genuinely do not know of any quiet spots." "Haha. Do you have alcohol in your room?" "Plenty. What are we waiting for? Let us go." "Wait." As Salvador looked at him in confusion, Martin embraced her, and in an instant, they arrived in his hotel room. In truth, as long as there is physical contact, they can move together. However, why not embrace when they have the opportunity? "Wow, you can teleport," Salvador exclaimed, marveling at their surroundings. Martin released her, took her hand, and led her to the sofa, pouring drinks for both as he explained, "I can only teleport to places I have either visited or am familiar with in structure." Salvador accepted her glass. Her curiosity piqued as she asked, "What happens if you have never been there?" "In a completely unknown location, it is impossible to teleport. If I know the place but not its structure, I might end up inside a wall or find myself suspended in midair upon arrival. Situations like that. That is quite a convenient ability." "Indeed. What is your ability?" Salvador chuckled, setting down her glass, and slowly began to unzip her jacket. Isn't that a bit hasty?" Martin teased. "Pfft. Haha. What do you mean? I am demonstrating my ability." "Oh, my apologies." After a brief apology, he gazed at her expectantly, his eyes locked on the space beneath her jacket, uncertain of what exactly he anticipated. Once Salvador removed her jacket, she wore only her undergarment. She then turned her back to Martin and continued to unfasten her clasp. On her back was a tattoo resembling dragonfly wings, two extending gradually from her back to her waist, with two rising towards her shoulders. Suddenly, the tattoo animated, detaching from Salvador's body, transforming into two pairs of genuine dragonfly wings, transparent in nature. "Wow, they are exquisitely beautiful. But that is not all," Salvador stated, as the wings fluttered and began to ascend. After circling the living room, they landed beside Martin. "What do you think?" "They are stunning." "I meant my ability," Salvador replied with a smile. "Well, quite impressive and practical," Martin earnestly stated as he raised his gaze to meet her eyes. "I possess another ability as well. My saliva is corrosive." Pausing for a moment, he gazed at her and remarked, "It's manageable." Martin appeared to exhale in relief. "Then I shall be at ease. Now, let us hear your story." Salvador shot Martin a sidelong glance, remaining shirtless as he settled onto the sofa. "All right, but may I pose a question?" Certainly. Your back clasp is clearly undone. How does it still remain in place? Is it merely because it is oversized?" Martin inquired curiously, pointing to a certain spot. "You will find out in due time," Salvador retorted, a hint of irritation in his tone. All right, I was merely curious." "Indeed, your curiosity is innocent." Devoid of any lascivious intent, Salvador jested as Martin inadvertently laid bare his true nature, which Salvador found endearing rather than off-putting. Rising, Martin shed his coat and shirt. "Well, is that not a tad hasty?" Salvador teased, echoing his earlier words. "Haha." Martin turned away, presenting his back to Salvador. In truth, he was uncertain about the nature of his own flight abilities, as he had yet to put them to use since acquiring them. But he assumed they would be comparable to hers. Salvador, observing the tattoo on Martin's back, inquired with surprise, "Do not tell me you possess abilities akin to mine." He noticed that Martin's sorrowful tattoo resembled his own, though hers depicted a pair of angelic wings. Activating his flight capability, the wings manifested from his back. Martin glanced around. Relieved, he certainly did not wish for his wings to resemble those of an insect. Though beautiful, they suited a girl much better than a man of his stature. A pair of black swan wings unfurled from Martin's back, resembling those of a fallen angel. They felt as natural as his own limbs, easily maneuverable. With a powerful flap, Martin soared into the air. He possessed ample experience in flight, previously controlling his body through the manipulation of his magnetic field, but now it was instinctive. After completing a circuit, he gracefully descended beside Salvador. What do you think? Salvador marveled, caressing Martin's wings. They are truly magnificent. Thank you. But I find yours even more exquisite, with its myriad of glimmers. After exchanging compliments, Salvador continued. Well, you possess my goodness. You have 4 abilities: telekinesis, metal manipulation, teleportation, and flight, just like mine. Summarizing, he eagerly asked, is there anything else? Perhaps my saliva is corrosive too? Martin replied with a playful smile. Really? Would you care to test it? How would we do that? Like this. Martin embraced Salvador, kissing her while his wings instinctively enveloped her. After exchanging kisses for half a minute, Martin released her, still holding her close, and inquired, did you feel it? Phew. No. Let us try again. After a considerable duration, the two nestled together on the sofa. Salvador sighed. I never imagined I would encounter someone like myself, let alone someone as extraordinary as you. How did you come to possess such an array of abilities? Perhaps I have even more astonishing traits, which you have yet to discover. Salvador leaned against Martin's chest. Her voice filled with emotion. Then allow me to witness them. Certainly. Wait. I relish the sensation of being enveloped by soft wings. Well, having experienced the softness, it is now time for... The shrill sound of the telephone rang. Martin opened his eyes, soothing Salvador, who was also startled awake by the ringing, and then answered the phone on his bedside table. This is Martin. Speak your mind. It was Charles's voice. Mr. Horn. We have a lead. You may return. Understood. After hanging up, Martin gently patted Salvador, who was partially exposed. My dear, it's time to wake. What is it? Salvador asked, struggling to open her eyes in a daze. Martin kissed her forehead and replied, Charles has summoned us back. There seems to be a clue. All right, but since you can teleport me back, could I perhaps catch a bit more sleep? Very well. Martin rose, gazing at her as she drifted back to slumber, a tender smile gracing his lips. He then gently lifted her, and together they made their way to the bathroom. Chapter 9, the manner there, he washed them both, cleansing their faces and brushing their teeth. His gentle touch did not disturb Salvador's repose. After returning her to bed, Martin ordered breakfast. By the time it arrived, approximately half an hour had elapsed since Charles's call. Hey, darling, it's time to rise. All right. Salvador opened her eyes. Her complexion and demeanor significantly improved. The regenerative abilities of mutants surpass those of ordinary humans. Breakfast is here. Let us get dressed and eat. Okay. Just let me freshen up. Haha. Don't you feel as though you've already been refreshed? Salvador touched her body and then realized the minty taste lingering in her mouth. Did you wash me? I felt nothing at all. I wanted you to sleep a little longer. Oh, my dear, are you this gentle with every woman? Salvador asked, touched. Ha ha ha. Isn't that expected? Besides, you are the only one at present. He then urged, come on, rise. It has been quite a while, and time is of the essence. All right, a kiss first. Kiss. After nearly 20 minutes, they finished their meal intimately and dressed. Are you ready? Martin asked, extending his arms. Yes. Salvador embraced him in his embrace. Let us go. As the words left his lips, they were instantaneously transported to the base from the previous night. Wow. The sudden appearance of the two startled those unaware of their presence. In addition to Charles and Eric, there were 2 others, a stout man and a woman, both donned in attire suggesting they were staff members. What an extraordinary ability, the stout man remarked with a smile, a hint of envy gleaming in his eyes. His demeanor suggested an affinity for mutants. Call me Oliver, he introduced himself as he approached Martin. Martin Horn. A pleasure to meet you. Thank you. The pleasure is mutual. To be honest, I have always believed in the existence of superpowers in this world, and now I have the opportunity to meet so many individuals with extraordinary abilities and collaborate with them. Indeed, if fortune favors you, perhaps one day you shall acquire your own superpower. Haha, I certainly hope so. After the two made each other's acquaintance, the other woman introduced herself. I am Moira McTaggart. A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Horn. Hello, likewise, he replied. The woman bore a somewhat serious demeanor, and in contrast to Oliver, Martin found himself drawn more to the latter. Indeed, engaging with men could be pleasant at times. It ultimately depended on which individual resonated better with him. Noticing that everyone was acquainted, Charles remarked, we have received word that Shaw and his associates are heading to the Bear, and we must intervene. Martin nodded in agreement. All right. Following this, there was the customary rousing speech, along with reminders regarding conduct, such as refraining from causing harm to others. Seated on the sofa with arms crossed, Martin let the words flow in one ear and out the other. After all, his sole responsibility was to restrain Sebastian Shaw. The rest was none of his concern. He had no desire to meddle in American affairs. Ultimately, it was decided that Charles, Eric, Moira, and Martin would undertake the mission, with additional soldiers to assist them. The other young individuals wished to participate but were turned away by Charles under the pretext of their youth and lack of proficiency. One of the benefits of working for the relevant authorities was the convenience of travel. They possessed their own clandestine air routes. After a day of preparation, by the following morning, they had reached their destination. Martin was oblivious to the specifics of their location and indifferent, only aware that they had arrived at the bear. As it was blanketed in ice and snow, the military truck traversed a narrow forest path, accompanied by soldiers whose origins were unknown to him, masquerading as bear soldiers. Ahead, a checkpoint awaited, and they had not been forewarned. Moira opened a small window in the rear compartment and spoke. "The sentry has sighted our vehicle. He signals us to halt." The military dog began to whine, having caught scent of the presence within. At the request of the sentry, the driver opened the rear door. Charles utilized his abilities to obscure the identities of those inside the compartment from the soldiers' view. Within the compartment, the occupants, particularly the ordinary soldiers, aimed their weapons at the inspecting sentry. Fortunately, amidst the collective anxiety, the driver closed the compartment door, and shortly thereafter, they felt the vehicle resume its journey. "Thanks to you, Charles," Eric praised, patting him on the leg. "Each of our abilities has its strengths." Time seemed to stretch, and eventually, the vehicle came to a stop. Martin followed Charles and the others to a hillside, beneath which lay an estate. Soldiers were dispatched to maintain a perimeter, leaving only 3 superpowered individuals and Moira at the original location. "Just wait, they will appear shortly," Charles assured. The group concealed themselves, while Charles and Eric took turns observing the opposite side with binoculars. Martin sensed a significant magnetic field, having yet to explore its limits. But he was acutely aware of every movement within a radius of roughly 20 kilometers. Typically, he refrained from employing this ability, as crowded areas caused the magnetic field to become chaotic. However, in this setting, the sparse environment allowed for precise observation through his control of the magnetic field. After a serene half-hour wait, Martin was the first to perceive the approach of a vehicle towards the estate. Most notably, he sensed a familiar aura emanating from one of its occupants. "Hello, my dear." Emma suddenly felt a voice resonating in her mind. Though she could not immediately identify its source, the term "my dear" made it evident that it was Martin. "Are you following me for protection?" Emma replied with a smile in her mind. "Yes, just go about your business and do not expose me." "No problem." As they conversed, the car came to a halt at the entrance and Emma alighted. "Wow, my dear, I adore your outfit. It's quite alluring." From the outside, Emma was draped in a white fur cloak, adorned with a distinctive white fur hat reminiscent of a polar bear, and her slender calves were encased in white boots. "Thank you. Should I wear this when I come to see you next time?" "Absolutely." The cloak and boots will suffice for now." "Well, you are something." During their exchange, an elderly military officer emerged from the estate. As Emma approached, she addressed the officer. "I apologize, Mr. Shaw. But due to Mr. Shaw's indisposition, I have come in his stead. However, I believe our private conversation would be more beneficial." Chapter 10. You are a scoundrel. After their exchange, the officer wrapped an arm around Emma and led her inside. "I do not appreciate your closeness with him." "What? Are you jealous?" "It's merely a gesture of courtesy." Attend to your matters. I will keep an eye on you, so do not worry." "Thank you." Once Emma finished her conversation, Martin redirected his focus to Charles and the others. With Sebastian absent, a rift emerged among them. Charles and Moira believed that, in Sebastian's absence, they need not take action to avoid alarming the enemy, while Eric insisted that Emma must know Sebastian's whereabouts, and they should capture her first. Amidst their dispute, Eric seized the moment when the others were distracted and dashed downstairs. Charles, feeling helpless, opted to leave Moira behind and followed suit. "Aren't you coming?" Moira inquired, gazing at Martin. "No, my objective is Sebastian." Through Emma's perspective, Martin observed their interaction until Emma suddenly shed her outer garments, revealing only her undergarments. Do not worry, he can only look." It was not that Emma harbored romantic feelings for Martin. Rather, she needed his assistance. When Charles and the others burst in to confront their target, they found Emma seated on the sofa, clad in her undergarments, idly munching on cookies, while the elderly officer stood before an empty space. Bang! The door swung open, and Emma turned to face the newcomers. "Do not worry, I will protect you," Martin reassured her. "You had better arrive in time. My mission is to rescue you, and you have yet to be captured. I'll raise the stakes." "No. During the mission, changes are not permitted." "Scoundrel." Upon seeing the officer, Charles immediately recognized Emma's ploy and used his ability to render the officer unconscious. As Charles struggled to maintain his composure, Emma transformed into her diamond form and addressed Charles and his companion. "When I take this form, you cannot discern anything." Transformed into a diamond form, Emma felt invulnerable to any harm and resolved to charge forward. Yet, after merely 2 strides, she was seized by Charles and Eric. Eric manipulated the metallic bed frame to bind Emma, a metal rod coiling tightly around her neck. "Martin, they intend to kill me." The diamond form could thwart mind reading. But Emma was targeted by Charles, not Martin. Fear not, they will not take your life. For now, consider yourself a token of retribution for me. Luring others as your punishment. Damn it, I can't breathe. Help me. As the iron rod constricted further, despite her diamond form, Emma found herself powerless against Eric, whose strength surpassed her own. The diamond form merely altered her exterior. Her neck remained vulnerable. After all, if she could still move her limbs while in diamond form, it would be a different story. Martin controlled the rod to avoid inflicting harm on Emma but did not fully release it. You are a cad. Your task remains unfinished. I am not yet yours. What kind of punishment is this? Emma cursed in her mind. Now that I've been captured, you can do your job, can't you? The timing is mine to dictate. Come now. Emma will undoubtedly seek out Sebastian. How will the game continue from here? Ignoring Emma's tirade, they observed the unfolding scene. Under Charles's admonition, Eric relinquished the rod from around Emma's neck. Emma could only revert to her human form, tacitly allowing Charles to delve into her memories. As a side note to retaliate against Martin, she remarked, "You claim to dislike others witnessing my attire. Now there are two more to behold. Rest assured, they can only look. You are truly a bounder." Charles and his companion regarded Emma's furious countenance, mistakenly attributing her ire to her capture. Through Emma's memories, Charles became privy to Sebastian's plans. Both Emma and Martin had effectively concealed their affairs from Charles, who likely had not contemplated this angle, instead fixating on Sebastian's scheme. This situation escalated, as the bear intended to deploy bombs in Cuba. After conferring with Eric, Charles addressed Emma, "We must take you with us for interrogation. Let us see if they possess the capability." Charles and his companion pulled Emma to her feet, preparing to escort her away. "Wait, let me don my clothing. Some do not appreciate me being seen in this manner." After she dressed, the two men restrained Emma as they proceeded to exit. "Cad, is it not possible now?" "No." Charles, now momentarily unoccupied, sensed a familiar energy, recalling where he had encountered it before, in the tavern, with Martin. Outside, all had been subdued, and they escorted Emma to stand before Martin and Moira. Once in the vehicle, Emma and Martin sat across from one another, their gazes locked in a tense standoff. The sole distinction lay in Martin's amusement at Emma's anger, while she simmered at his inaction. "You are truly exquisite. Damn it, Sebastian will not succeed. I believe it would be prudent for you to remain where they have positioned you. When the opportune moment arises, I shall come to your rescue." Do you truly think they are capable of thwarting me? Charles has employed me for the express purpose of halting Sebastian. I doubt you possess the capability to achieve that. You shall witness my prowess. Martin chuckled lightly, gesturing to the others that all was well, and resumed his conversation with Emma. "My dear, given your ambition, I trust you would not be content to remain under Shah's dominion. Once we eliminate him, you shall be free. The Hellfire Club will be yours. If you have the ability to rescue me, yet you allow me to be confined by those wretches. Very well. What do you propose? Join me. Do not forget, once I rescue you and our transaction is complete, you shall belong to me. You are quite the strategist." No, do not misunderstand. I harbor no interest in the Hellfire Club, only in you. Just remember, do not dangle my fate before me. Should I fulfill my obligations and you have a change of heart, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. I shall not. After a brief silence, Emma smiled slightly. "I hope your bravado is not unfounded. I await the day I become the mistress of Hellfire. Trust me. Oh, and thank you for considering my feelings just now." The person I referred to was not you. Among the group, Charles had been observing the two, and he was now certain that there was something amiss between Martin and Emma. He worried that Martin might attempt to rescue Emma, which could jeopardize their subsequent plans. Chapter 11. Mystique Raven, what are you discussing? Charles finally decided to interject. Martin and Emma's flirtation was interrupted by Charles. "We were merely conversing about personal matters." Emma nodded in agreement, provocatively glancing at the others. "Oh, Emma, please do not create trouble for me." Emma smiled silently, while the others began to regard Martin with suspicion. "Do not be concerned. I am a man of professional integrity. I shall fulfill my promises to you," Martin stated. "What will you do next? Rescue her?" Charles inquired. No, that is my concern. You need only focus on your own tasks and inform me when it is time to act. At the very least. I have not impeded your endeavors today, have I? I had thought you were all allies." Emma continued to stoke the flames with a smile. "My dear, I have told you, it is merely business. I am not allied with them." And of course he turned to Charles. "I am not affiliated with Sebastian either. I simply work for remuneration." Upon finishing, he pointed to his head and addressed Charles. "If you doubt me, I can permit you to access my memories. Do not worry. This time it is by my consent." Charles did not hesitate. Typically, one would refrain from such actions, yet he activated his ability without reservation. Enough. Martin expelled Charles's consciousness from his mind. You need only know what is necessary. Martin, momentarily distracted, almost allowed Charles to access other information. He successfully shielded his communication with Emma, but inadvertently neglected recent events. "Little brat, Will you never learn to respect others? He remarked, delivering a mild reprimand. Charles was particularly vexed by Martin's incessant probing into the thoughts and memories of others. With a pained cry, he clutched his head. What are you doing? Eric's inquiry was met with the tense stares of others, all pointing their weapons at Martin. I'm fine. Charles raised his hands in a gesture of calm. Then turned to Martin, expressing, my apologies. You need not apologize. I welcome your attempts again, provided you wish to avoid turning your mind into a muddled mess. Despite facing repercussions for his recklessness, Charles was at least assured that Martin was not an adversary he needed to fear. Among the group, only Emma sat quietly to one side, observing the scene with amusement. Anger, after all, comes and goes swiftly, especially for someone of her age who has mastered the art of maintaining composure. What could possibly be more significant than admiring a beautiful woman? Noticing Martin's gaze, Emma smiled and adjusted her posture, elegantly showcasing her long, slender legs before him. After the plane landed, the group escorted Emma to another base. Following the handover, she was taken away. Do not worry, I will find you. It won't take long. You better keep your word. Aren't you concerned about my safety here? Haha. I'll take my revenge on your behalf. Their silent exchange did not disturb the others, who were preoccupied with another matter. Shortly after their transfer, they were informed that the base where Salvador was stationed had been attacked by Sebastian and his men. Darwin was dead, and Salvador, unable to bear the discrimination, had chosen to align with Sebastian. Alarmed, they hastened to the site. Upon arrival, they were met with devastation. After confirming the safety of the remaining individuals and expressing a modicum of sorrow for the deceased Darwin, they shifted their focus to future matters. Shah has his own team. We require one as well, Eric asserted, addressing the younger individuals present. They are still children, Charles contended, deeming it inappropriate. They were children once, Eric countered. With Eric's persuasion and the backing of others, Charles hesitated for a moment before conceding. However, he felt their skills were not yet refined and required training. Charles reflected on his estate, a sprawling manor with ample space. That afternoon, they arrived at the location he had mentioned. Once everyone was settled, Charles convened with Hank and Eric to discuss training. As for Martin, he too would temporarily reside there, as the timing of their next move remained uncertain. Drawing from his previous experience with Salvador, Charles preferred to keep Martin close, lest he become unreachable when needed. Martin, uninterested in training, wandered about, admiring the aged castle. Is this your room? Martin asked as he strolled near the dormitory, spotting Raven seated in a chair at the entrance. A question once posed was, if your girlfriend were a character from the Marvel series, who would you choose? There were numerous answers, predominantly featuring Black Widow, Scarlet Witch, and of course, Raven. Though her true form was blue and her skin adorned with many protrusions, these were trivial concerns, because possessing her would grant one access to all the women in the world. After all, she can transform into anyone, ensuring a perfect likeness inside and out. Furthermore, what is wrong with having curves? Her figure is indeed quite splendid. Upon gazing at her face for an extended period, one might even find it rather beautiful. She cannot alter her clothing through transformation. Instead, she utilizes her abilities to conjure garments, which means that typically, you understand, those contours are quite pronounced. Regardless of the angle, Raven looked up to see Martin and smiled, saying, "Hello, Martin. Please come in." "Thank you," Martin replied as he entered, surveying the room, adding, "This castle is truly remarkable." "Indeed, one becomes accustomed to it," she remarked. "What are you doing sitting here alone? Everyone else should be tidying up." "I didn't want to disturb them," she explained. "By the way, you seem to be quite efficient at cleaning." "Quick." Martin chuckled, and with a subtle thought, the unmade sheets on Raven's bed levitated and arranged themselves neatly. "What a convenient ability," Martin exclaimed as he sat in the chair opposite her. "Oh, by the way, I still don't know much about your powers." "Yes, you weren't present when we showcased them," she replied. "Have you all demonstrated your abilities?" "Well, last night, the 6 of us were there, including Darwin." Mentioning the demise of kindred spirits made Raven a bit melancholic, and she instinctively lowered her gaze. It is only natural to feel sorrow over the loss of comrades and friends. "Huh, it seems you have experienced quite a lot," Martin observed. "Of course. I suppose I haven't given you a thorough introduction about myself. Neither have they." Martin smiled, saying, "Let me share a little secret with you." "All right," Raven said, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Chapter 12. A little secret. I was born in 1835 and have witnessed numerous wars, those few renowned ones. Well, Raven, born in the 1930s, now in her 20s, found herself in the presence of the oldest person she had ever met, with a full century separating them. I despise war, for I have lost many friends and comrades. It took a long time for me to recover after the wars ended. Throughout those lengthy years, I watched my friends and the girl I loved age gradually until death claimed them. Martin smiled, saying, "As I experienced more losses, I gradually became accustomed to it. What matters is to cherish the time spent together." "I always thought we were contemporaries," Raven mused. It's merely a matter of abilities. In the future, you will encounter individuals as extraordinary as, or even more so than I. Really? She asked, intrigued. Yes, truly. I know 2 individuals who are even 2 years my senior. We recently enjoyed drinks together. Wow, ha ha ha, how marvelous. All right, the moment for consolation has arrived, Martin stated. Okay, thank you. This is a little secret. Of course, it was not. Martin was merely teasing the young girl, trying to lift her spirits. I assure you. Raven pretended to zip her lips. You are a delightful young girl, although I am aware of your age. Seeing you before me and hearing you call me a young girl still feels peculiar. I do not often express such sentiments, but only when truly astonished. The last time someone was addressed in this manner must have been decades ago. And what about the previous occasion? Charles Martin candidly remarked. I am aware that you are siblings, yet he has offended me on 2 occasions. The first was when we first met, and he attempted to delve into my thoughts without my consent. The second time, although I had acquiesced, he overstepped his bounds. Raven expressed her regrets. I apologize on his behalf. No, there is no need for that. I comprehend him well, and I have already imposed a minor reprimand and forgiven him. When individuals possess certain capabilities, they are invariably inclined to utilize them. I was the same in my youth. However, I was exceedingly cautious and rarely conducted experiments on others. You must understand, in the previous decades, those like us were deemed monsters. We still are, perhaps. But it depends on your perspective. When one possesses sufficient strength to ensure their own protection, they can choose whether to conceal their abilities. If one is indifferent to others' perceptions, it is inconsequential, if one cares. Then concealment is prudent, and it is not a grave matter. And what if one lacks strength? Raven inquired eagerly. One must cultivate their own strength. Surrounding themselves with friends and organizations of considerable influence, leveraging their power, provided they are worthy of your trust and will not betray or abandon you. I cannot help but be affected by the monstrous gazes of others, Raven lamented. Were it not for Charles's shelter, I would have long been treated as a monster. A monster? You? Indeed. Raven hesitated, revealing her true visage, her blue skin, yellow eyes, deep crimson hair, and the small, protruding bumps on her face and collarbone visible beneath her clothing. Am I truly so unsightly? She asked. There is a certain initial shock, indeed. But upon gazing a while longer, one finds it rather acceptable, and with further observation, one might even perceive a certain beauty, Martin responded. Raven did not press for further clarification. At the very least, there was no sign of disgust in Martin's gaze. I admire your eyes. They are beautiful, he remarked after scrutinizing her closely. Really? Raven asked, astonished. Anyone would feel revulsion upon seeing themselves for the first time, which is why she wished to conceal her appearance. Look, Martin said, mimicking Raven's current appearance. Ah, how can this be? Raven exclaimed, gazing at Martin in disbelief. You must not have seen yourself in such an immediate manner before. He stood and slowly turned in front of her. Do you find it ugly? No, of course. Who would deem themselves unattractive? Is your true form akin to this? Something similar to me? Raven asked excitedly. I apologize, Raven. But I have always presented my true self. Observing her look of disappointment, Martin continued, if it would bring you comfort, I could maintain this appearance until our task is complete. I truly do not care how others perceive me. If necessary, for tasks or courting, I can assume any form that others find appealing. Beyond that, I require no one's admiration. I am not a dollar bill. As he spoke, Martin restored his form, transforming his skin to a vibrant blue, his eyes to a striking yellow, and protrusions sprouted from his surface. Raven felt a pang of disappointment. She had believed that Martin, like her, had chosen to conceal his true nature. No, thank you. You needn't go to such lengths. Trust me, Raven. You need not concern yourself with the opinions of others. It suffices that you are cherished by those who matter to you, and those who hold significance in your life. How could they possibly dislike you? If they do not, perhaps they are not as important as you think. As for strangers, even if they do not favor you, what of it? At most, they might recount to their friends, I encountered a rather peculiar individual today, and so forth. They would not dare to harm you. You are no longer that defenseless little girl of yesteryears. You have countless friends who can protect you. Well, in light of your endearing nature, I can offer you a discount should you seek my assistance. Raven's outlook was greatly influenced by Charles. As one of the most significant individuals in her life, Charles had always conveyed the importance of peaceful coexistence between humans and mutants. However, he had never instructed her on how to navigate the peculiarities others might perceive in her. Suddenly, Raven, who had been pondering Martin's words, was amused by his final comment about a discount. I thought you would say it would be free. Well, that's not out of the question, but it must be when we become friends. Aren't we friends? You even confided your secrets to me. All right, Martin feigned a sigh. We are friends now. You can reach out to me for assistance. Thank you. No one has ever told me how to handle my differences. If it proves helpful to you, then that's what matters. In a few years, or even decades, who knows, perhaps extraterrestrials will arrive. and we might not even know what they look like. They may even lack physical forms, or possess heads larger than their entire bodies, adorned in a spectrum of colors, red, orange, yellow, green, and beyond. Martin recalled the few memories he had of those with blue and red skin. Chapter 13. Do you wish to fly? Are there really aliens? Indeed. Have you seen any? No. But trust me, you will encounter them, and I shall take you along, I promise. I believe you, old man, Raven said cheerfully, teasing Martin in the process. What? Did you just call me old man? Oh, how deeply it wounds me, Raven. I adore you. And you dare to call me old man? Ha. When others arrived, they would find two blue figures engaged in lively conversation. Raven, who is he? Charles inquired curiously. Martin turned, but regrettably, his altered appearance left them momentarily unrecognizable. I hail from the 5-star Nebula planet, here in search of my kin, Martin stated, altering his voice. What? Ha. All right, Martin, stop teasing them, Raven laughed. She understood that Martin was merely trying to amuse her. And indeed, she was quite happy. Martin nodded and reverted to his original form. Charles and Eric had grown accustomed to the notion that Martin might possess a newly emerged ability. They simply found him increasingly enigmatic, which they deemed a fortuitous development for themselves. I almost believed it, remarked Sean, as Martin reverted to his former self and gazed at Raven with a look of perplexity. He said, I promised you I would maintain this form. Although you did not agree, as a friend, I have decided to accompany you and help you acclimate. Thank you, Raven said, touched, as she grasped Martin's hand affectionately. You're welcome. We are about to commence training here. Although you need not participate, do you have any suggestions? Charles inquired. Martin declined, expressing little interest, and Raven echoed his sentiments. The two had already mastered the application of their abilities. After Charles departed, Martin and Raven conversed for a while longer before parting ways. In recent days, Charles and Eric had been rigorously training a group of young individuals, including Eric himself. Through their diligent efforts, each member learned how to harness their abilities. One afternoon, they ventured outside the castle, where Sean practiced his flying. Sean's ability was potent sound waves, and under Charles's guidance, he was learning to utilize these waves to propel himself upward. With the assistance of a bionic flight suit crafted by Hank, he aimed to soar through the skies. After several days of practice yielded minimal results, they concluded that the low altitude was a hindrance, as he often collided with the ground before effectively deploying his power. Charles led the group to a tall tower, standing several meters above the ground, providing ample height for Sean to hone his skills. Don't worry, if you falter, I will protect you, Eric assured, as he possessed metallic attributes that could shield Sean. Are you ready? Charles asked, positioning himself behind Sean. Wait. Noticing Sean's hesitation, Eric impulsively pushed him forward. Sean's terrified scream echoed through the air. Eric. Charles glared at Eric. What's wrong? You thought the same, didn't you? Eric teased. Fine, Charles shook his head, conceding to Eric's perspective. He had simply grown accustomed to being the leader, as decisions typically fell to him. A good person, albeit overly subjective. Amid their conversation, a distinct sound resonated from below, accompanied by Sean's soaring figure. He had succeeded. Raven, who had been closely monitoring Sean, felt elated upon witnessing his triumph. Indeed. Oh wow. Sean's excited voice rang out from the sky. As a human, the ability to fly would exhilarate anyone. Martin, observing Raven's envious expression, inquired. Would you like to give it a try? What? Flying. Martin removed his shirt, unfurling his black wings amidst the slightly astonished gazes of the others. May I hold on to you? Without awaiting Raven's consent, Martin approached her from behind, wrapped his arms around her waist, and before she could react, he flapped his wings and soared into the sky. Slow down. This is too sudden, Raven exclaimed, struggling momentarily. Martin maintained control over her body, ensuring her safety was never in jeopardy. In the midst of their struggles, Martin's arm found its way around Raven's waist, resting gently. In her panic, Raven was oblivious to his touch, her hands clutching Martin's arm tightly. Fear not, I shall protect you, he reassured her. Gradually, with Martin's comfort, Raven began to regain her composure, savoring the exhilarating sensation of soaring high above the ground. Gazing down at the landscape, which appeared entirely different from what one would see from an airplane, a smile blossomed on her face. Ha, how beautiful. Indeed. Let us catch up with him, Martin replied as Raven called out to Sean ahead. All right. Martin accelerated, overtaking Sean with laughter as they breezed past him. Bye, Sean. Sean, momentarily surprised, attempted to maneuver his flying suit to pursue Martin and Raven. The three of them engaged in a playful chase through the skies, with Sean gradually mastering the art of flying freely at his will. After a playful bout lasting several minutes, Sean declared, I'm a bit tired. I'm heading down. Okay. We'll play for a while longer before returning, Martin replied. Given that Sean relied on shouting while flying, his fatigue set in more swiftly. As Sean gradually descended back to the castle, Martin inquired, All right, where would you like to go next? Over there, Raven joyfully pointed to a small lake. Having just collaborated to assist Sean, she now wished to experience the thrill of flying over water. Martin circled low over the lake twice, allowing Raven to reach out and touch the surface, which brought her immense joy. After satisfying her delight, they ascended back into the air. I wish to turn around. I'm a bit tired. Shall we return then? No, just turn me around, please. Martin halted in midair, loosening his grip on her soft form slightly as he maneuvered Raven to face him. Is this all right? He asked, ensuring her comfort. Yes, it's perfect. Raven tossed her hair back, expressing, thank you for being so kind to me. I graciously accept your gratitude. Raven gazed at Martin, wrapping her arms around his neck, and leaned in to kiss his lips. Their embrace tightened, and the kiss grew increasingly fervent. After what felt like an eternity, they parted, and Martin asked, how does it feel to kiss in the air? Absolutely wonderful. Martin rested his forehead against hers, looking into her eyes. I must say, your beauty grows more enchanting with each passing moment. You are truly beautiful. Thank you. Shall we continue? Why not? By the time they returned to the castle, everyone had already resumed their activities. If Raven were not clad in blue, one would surely notice that her lips appeared slightly swollen. Chapter 14. I need to block it out that night. After Martin had completed his evening routine, he lay in bed, objects of various sizes floating before him, from chair-sized to coin-sized, as he practiced controlling his magnetic field abilities. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the air. Martin opened the door remotely. Please, come in. Raven entered, taking in the sight before her. You work so hard. It's no wonder you're so strong. I just wanted to. Wow. As Martin spoke, his gaze shifted to Raven, nearly causing the floating objects to slip from his control. Be careful. Raven chuckled. Martin returned the items to their places, then regarded the stunning figure before him with earnest appreciation. Raven stood before him, adorned in nothing but her natural self. The cerulean skin resembled a snug-fitting blue leather outfit, rendering the mountain of life and the fountain of life distinctly visible. At such a close range, Martin was captivated, unable to avert his gaze. Ahem, Raven playfully cleared her throat. Is there something wrong with this? Yes, it's not ideal if others see us. Ha, it's fine. The important parts are covered. With a cat-like grace, she glided to the bed, lifted Martin's covers, and nestled beneath them. However, at this moment, I truly need something to shield me, as there are lecherous eyes upon me. You are truly beautiful. Thank you. May I embrace you? No. Raven flashed a mischievous grin at Martin. Your opinion doesn't hold sway. Ha. That night, Martin discovered that although Raven appeared to be without attire, her essential parts could retract. The effect was akin to a human woman wearing particular types of undergarments, such as adhesive bandages, concealing without revealing. Good morning. Under Martin's affectionate gaze, Raven slowly opened her eyes. Good morning, old man. Martin leaned down, playfully tickling her, and inquired, after a night's rest. You still refer to me as old man? Which elderly gentleman could compel you to beg for mercy like I do? Ha, it seems I must augment my training. Martin chuckled, his fingers inadvertently straying from their intended path. Ha, no. Breakfast awaits. They are expecting us. Let them wait. If there is no food left, we shall dine out. Indeed, there was no breakfast left for the two of them. With a feigned expression of annoyance, Raven decided Martin should take her out to eat. Are we truly going out like this? Raven asked, somewhat hesitantly. Martin had previously stated that he would accompany her if she wished to venture out in her current form. Raven, yearning to present her true self, found herself wavering at the prospect of departure. It's perfectly fine. You have time to ponder. However, you must don clothing outside. Your figure is too stunning. I fear unsavory characters may attempt to abduct you. Ha. That won't happen. After dressing, the pair drove to a restaurant. As they approached the car door, Raven hesitated. Darling, if this makes you uncomfortable, then simply adopt a normal appearance. There is no need for concern or hesitation. Just remember that any abilities we possess are meant to serve us, and we should embrace what feels comfortable. Superpowers, to us, are no different from our limbs. They are part of us. Martin took her hand gently. After a moment's thought, Raven exhaled with relief. Yes, you are correct. My feet are meant for walking. Yet I can choose to pause when I wish and walk when I desire. With a smile, Raven transformed into her normal appearance. I shall no longer intentionally conceal anything. But given the current circumstances, this form clearly suits me better. You are right. Martin, reverting to his usual self, bestowed a gentle kiss upon her. Thank you, Martin. How you have expressed your gratitude numerous times already. Then this shall be the final time, moi. Raven kissed back and then said, I am hungry. Let us go. After alighting from the vehicle, the two intertwined their hands and walked into the restaurant, perhaps due to a shift in perspective. Raven suddenly found the world to be exceptionally vivid. That scoundrel Martin. If Emma were aware that she was confined while he was out courting other women, would she not weep in despair? While it is unlikely she would faint from sorrow, her anxiety would indeed be palpable. The room where Emma was held had been fortified. She had no means of contacting the outside world, and remained oblivious to the unfolding situation. Martin was currently her sole beacon of hope. A couple of days later, under Charles's guidance, Eric finally managed to maneuver a massive metal structure weighing several tons nearby. On the same day, the government released news that due to the Bears' intention to deploy nuclear weapons in Cuba, the nation was now in a state of war readiness. Any vessel breaching the blockade would be regarded as an act of war against the United States. Presently, a ship was advancing toward the blockade line, set to arrive by the following day. Charles's faction had an insider. The female operative Moira informed everyone to gather at the airbase the next morning to board a plane to Cuba and avert the impending conflict. On the following morning, as the group assembled, only Hank was conspicuously absent. Upon arriving at his laboratory, they found it in disarray. On the wall, they discovered a note he had left behind, stating that he had gone to the airbase and instructed them to take the boxes on the floor when they left. When Eric opened one of the boxes, he found it filled with uniforms, primarily yellow, resembling the classic battle comp attire. How hideous, Martin internally scoffed. Others shared his disdain, yet ultimately donned the uniforms due to their various functionalities. Hank had prepared one for Martin as well. "No, I refuse to become a minion," Martin remarked with a peculiar smile. The others exchanged glances, resigned to his decision. Upon reaching the airbase, they found only one plane, and Hank was still nowhere to be seen. They speculated that he might be occupied with some task and decided to wait, as time was ample. "I'm here." Accompanied by Hank's voice, a burly figure stepped through the door. Due to the backlighting, they could not discern his features until he approached, revealing that Hank had undergone a significant transformation. "What happened?" Charles inquired, astonished. Raven explained that Hank had sought to develop a serum using her blood to mask his own shortcomings, but after some contemplation, she had changed her mind and no longer pursued altering herself. It seemed Hank had proceeded with the serum. Instead of attacking those cells, it had enhanced them. Initially, both Hank and Raven wished for their appearances to align with those of normal individuals, yet their circumstances were vastly different. Chapter 15. They were below. Raven had long suffered due to her peculiar appearance, yearning for change. However, upon encountering others like herself and finding a sense of belonging and acceptance, she no longer felt the need to pursue transformation. Conversely, Hank's only deviation from the norm lay in his feet, which he could easily conceal with shoes and socks. Having always lived among ordinary people, he now worked for the government. His desire for change could be said to stem from a mental rather than a physical realm. Now, two individuals stand in stark contrast. Raven, once plagued by a severe concern for her appearance, has grown indifferent, while Hank, who was less affected, has succumbed to a more monstrous guise. It is often the case that what one yearns for remains elusive, while that which is unwanted becomes inescapable. Such is the capricious nature of life. Martin feels a subtle urge to laugh, yet refrains to avoid any misinterpretation of mockery. After offering Hank some words of comfort, the group boards their flight to Cuba. Upon arrival, the timing is impeccable. On the surface of the sea, two factions are visible. Inside the blockade line lies the American fleet, braced for action, prepared to open fire and sink any vessel that dares breach their perimeter, thus signaling the commencement of war. Outside the blockade, the Soviet fleet awaits, at the forefront. A solitary warship advances, closely followed by a convoy of escort vessels. It seems illogical that if the leading Soviet ship were laden with nuclear arms, it would brazenly traverse alone, clearly serving as a live target. The aircraft sweeps over the heads of both fleets. Once within range, Charles begins to utilize his abilities to gather intelligence from both sides. Naturally, Martin is intrigued. At this juncture, both fleets are primed for battle, awaiting the Salton Sea to cross the blockade. As the Salton Sea approaches the blockade, the Soviets receive orders to return. The fleet commander issues a recall. Yet the Salton Sea offers no response. Among all present, only Charles and Martin comprehend the grim reality. The crew aboard the Salton Sea has perished at the hands of Sebastian's men. Through the eyes of a crew member, Charles witnesses the Red Devil, who swiftly dispatches the sailor with a brutal stomp. Observing the Salton Sea nearing the blockade, poised for destruction, Charles and Moira speculate that Sebastian and his crew are not aboard this vessel. Charles seizes control of a Soviet officer and launches a missile targeting the Salton Sea. With a thunderous explosion, the ship erupts into a sea of flames. The Red Devil possesses the ability of instantaneous movement, vanishing just before the missile strikes. Clearly, the Salton Sea was not carrying nuclear weapons. It was all part of Sebastian's insidious plot, aiming to incite war between the two nations for his own gain. In that moment of detonation, all three parties exhaled in relief, for conflict had been averted. The Americans shared in this relief, albeit with a sense of bewilderment at the unexpected turn of events. The only ones incensed were Sebastian's cohort. Did the radar detect them? Hank inquired of Moira. The surface revealed no signs. They must be submerged. Alas, we lack sonar. Suddenly, the sea creature Sean recalled his superpower. We possess sonar. I can assist. The others quickly grasped the implication, excitement bubbling among them, particularly for Charles and Eric. No need, I've pinpointed their location, Martin stated. They are directly beneath us. Aboard a submarine. Shall we strike now? Martin's duty is to confront Sebastian. With the show now concluded, it is time to act. He is not one to take payment without delivering results, despite Charles and the others yet to settle their dues. Very well. You need only to restrain him. His life is mine. Eric exclaimed with exhilaration that he could finally avenge his mother. All right, there are 3 individuals remaining on the submarine. They are your targets. And you should know who they are. The group nodded in agreement, fully prepared for the task at hand. As the hatch opened, Martin propelled himself into the air above the sea, employing his magnetic control to elevate the submarine to the surface. The vessel was quite heavy, and Martin exerted considerable effort. Yet it proved manageable with a bit more determination. With a rush of water, the submarine emerged from the depths, aware that open water was not conducive to combat. Martin communicated with Charles, I will transport this vessel to that nearby shore. You all should follow. Moreover, their personnel will soon be emerging, so it would be wise for you to handle them. Otherwise, additional compensation may be required. Understood, Charles replied enthusiastically before calling out, Hank, steer the aircraft towards the shore ahead. Martin will bring the submarine over. Everyone else, prepare for battle. The team was invigorated, as the events of the day had unfolded favorably thus far. Although the Red Devil had detected the anomaly with the submarine, Sebastian was currently preoccupied in a secluded chamber absorbing nuclear energy, leaving them with no choice but to hold their ground for the moment. After swiftly teleporting out of the submarine, the two noticed Martin suspended in midair and immediately attempted to thwart him. The Red Devil aimed to teleport onto Martin to launch an attack, but Martin, with a mere thought, repelled him, allowing Charles to take control of the situation. Quicksilver spun rapidly, forming a whirlwind directed at Martin. This assault held no effect on Martin. He could barely be bothered to evade. Upon contact, all the energy from the whirlwind was absorbed by Martin, causing it to dissipate. The whirlwind vanished, revealing a bewildered Quicksilver within. Martin flung him aside, where Eric was ready to seize him, given Quicksilver's metallic composition. No one else had emerged initially, but shortly thereafter, Salvador appeared in flight. Dear. We need not resort to violence, correct? Martin inquired. Why do you stand with them? Salvador questioned, having joined Sebastian out of a desire to escape the judgmental glances of others. On Martin's first day, he had clashed with those individuals, leading Salvador to believe that Martin would not assist them. I do not stand with them. I have always acted for remuneration. Now, Sean has emerged. You two can engage in your aerial antics, but ensure you evade injury. The outcome remains uncertain, Salvador retorted before confronting Sean. With the distraction removed, Martin could fully concentrate on controlling the submarine. As for Sebastian, the more energy he absorbed, the more it would ultimately serve as fuel for Martin. With Sebastian's energy, Martin would find future endeavors considerably easier. Nuclear fuel is exceedingly precious, and wealth alone cannot guarantee its acquisition. After 2 minutes of effort, Martin guided the submarine to the shore and unceremoniously discarded it. Though the distance was short, the vessel's immense weight and the distractions from earlier had posed challenges. Chapter 16. The helmet you desire. The commotion outside inevitably disturbed Sebastian within, yet he remained engrossed in absorbing energy. Martin tore open the submarine's hull and stepped inside. Upon entering the lounge, he found it devoid of others, though a palpable surge of energy emanated from the adjacent wall. After a brief search, he discovered the control switch for the nuclear fuel concealed behind a painting and promptly shut it down. A nuclear leak was no trifling matter. Caution was paramount. Once he confirmed the shutdown, Martin ripped through the wall, too apathetic to locate the secret switch. Oh, Martin, how you have disappointed me. I do not wish to elaborate, nor do you need to justify yourself. After absorbing a significant amount of nuclear energy, Sebastian swelled dramatically, nearly rivaling Martin's own stature. With a smile, Sebastian pointed a finger at Martin's chest, poised to unleash energy, convinced that just a modicum would suffice to obliterate him. However, the smile faded from Sebastian's face. I shall assist you. Martin deftly maneuvered Sebastian's helmet away from his head, seizing control of him. Ah, what a delight. An unending stream of energy flowed into Martin. While the nuclear fuel released energy rapidly, it paled in comparison to the release of superpowers. In roughly half a minute, Martin had completely drained Sebastian of his energy reserves. Gazing at the helmet suspended before him, Martin regarded it as an unexpected boon, something he had not anticipated. What a splendid acquisition. This shall be mine. Old man, if you desire it, you shall have to part with some funds. Haha. As he donned the helmet, Martin was about to depart with Sebastian in tow when his attention was drawn to the remaining nuclear fuel that Sebastian had yet to absorb. Such an opportunity was rare. One must seize the gifts of fate, lest they suffer the consequences. It would be a shame to waste it. Martin secured Sebastian to the wall, minted the surface, and extracted the nuclear fuel rod, gripping it firmly with both hands. Had he known the task would take longer, he would have acted sooner. How sluggishly he had moved. The remaining 10% of energy still consumed over half a minute of Martin's time. significantly slower than the 9/10 that Sebastian had previously absorbed. Having completed the energy absorption, Martin was unperturbed by the risk of accidental contamination. It was not greed that motivated him, but rather a concern for environmental preservation. With the helmet that rightfully belonged to Magneto in his possession and Sebastian levitating behind him, Martin strode out of the submarine with a resolute gait. The fierce confrontation that had once raged outside came to an abrupt halt as both factions observed the great villain subdued. Is this truly resolved? Sean inquired, at a loss for how to articulate his current emotions. He had witnessed Sebastian's formidable power and had expected a cataclysmic battle upon Martin's entry. Yet, to his astonishment, Martin had subdued him silently and effortlessly. Indeed, Martin replied, turning to face the approaching Eric, presenting Sebastian along with the metallic net binding him. He is yours now. My task is complete. You or Charles, do remember to pay me the balance. Eric extended his hands to receive Sebastian, gritting his teeth as he replied, of course. No problem. From this point onward, Martin needed only to continue observing the unfolding events. As he joined the others, he inquired, is anyone injured? I am unscathed, Raven stated. Exchanging a glance with Salvador, Salvador remarked, do not mind us, we merely. I understand. That evening, when the two departed, Raven was also present. However, following Salvador's exit, their paths diverged entirely. Alas, let us sit and await the outcome. Martin crafted a lengthy platform from the surrounding debris, capable of accommodating a dozen individuals. The remaining matters were for the leaders to address. Others could not intervene. Nevertheless, sitting in such a solemn atmosphere was acceptable, as not everyone bore the stature of Martin Horn. It mattered little. Martin merely sought a pretext to alleviate the awkwardness. Meanwhile, Eric was immersed in a tragic spectacle. After losing control over Martin, Sebastian seized dominion over his own body and unleashed a torrent of derision towards Eric. Yet, he could not absorb energy for the time being, as he remained securely bound by Eric. Although Eric acknowledged Sebastian's political views, his hatred for Sebastian, stemming from the murder of his own mother, was palpable. Charles, a good soul, endeavored to prevent Eric from eliminating Sebastian. However, this time, Eric was unprotected by a helmet against Charles' influence, allowing Charles to seize control of the situation. Cough, cough, Eric. Would you care for this helmet? Martin intruded into their private conversation within Eric's mind. Yes, Eric replied with unwavering certainty. No, Martin, you cannot do this. Martin paid him no heed. If Sebastian were to perish, how would he justify it to Emma, his precious darling? She had been obediently confined for so long. If he were to fail her, she would surely rend him asunder. The helmet was not composed of metal, rendering Charles incapable of wielding Eric's powers for control. In the realm of telepathy, perhaps only the Phoenix surpassed Charles in strength, but now, with Emma's abilities combined with Charles's, Martin Horn emerged as the most formidable. As the helmet was placed upon Eric's head, he immediately broke free from Charles' grasp. Others dared not obstruct Martin, and those who wished to intervene could not approach the helmet. Eric, too, dispensed with unnecessary words, brandishing the coin that had precipitated his mother's demise. When I count to 3, this coin shall traverse your brain. 1, 2, 3. The erstwhile Black King, Sebastian Shaw, met his end at the hands of Magneto, Eric, having fulfilled his desire. Eric engaged in a fateful debate with Charles regarding the possibility of coexisting peacefully with humanity. Neither could sway the other, and they parted ways. Eric proceeded to enlist Sebastian's followers. Raven gazed at Martin. Pursue your ambitions. You know the location of my home, and where the keys are hidden. Should you require assistance? Simply call me, for personal matters only. Very well. After careful consideration, Raven aligned herself with Eric, motivated by his belief that mutants need not compromise for humanity. Wait, I almost forgot. Since you have parted ways, who shall compensate me? Oh, Eric, the helmet is certainly your expense. The cost is of no consequence. If I find it unworthy, simply return it to me. Give me some time. I desire the helmet, regardless of the price. Eric affirmed with certainty. Now that he has parted ways with Charles, without the helmet, he would be at a severe disadvantage in the future. And what about his share? Martin inquired, pointing at Sebastian's lifeless body. Chapter 17, Emma. I will pay, Charles replied, his brow furrowed. His concern was not for the money, but rather the lingering troubles regarding Eric. That is well. Once matters here are concluded, I shall take my leave. After bidding farewell to everyone, Martin instantly teleported to the location where Emma was imprisoned, as he had further tasks to attend to. However, after Martin's departure, as the others prepared to leave, the American fleet unexpectedly launched dozens of missiles towards their location. Ha. Charles, look, do you truly believe they would assist us? Even as the missiles soared perilously close, Charles remained steadfast in his convictions. One could hardly fathom his reasoning. Without disguise, Martin strode through the entrance of the building. Sir, please proceed through security, came the command. With a mere wave of his hand, the guard was sent flying. Halt! Raise your hands. A group of security personnel, armed to the teeth, shouted at Martin, weapons drawn. Unperturbed, Martin continued forward, probing the minds of those present to locate Emma's exact confinement. The belligerent assailants, as long as they were within Martin's line of sight, were hurled backwards one after another. Bang, rat-a-tat-tat. Following the first gunshot, a cacophony of gunfire ensued, with both handguns and rifles discharging. I had no intention of taking lives. This is of your own making. As his words echoed, all bullets reversed their trajectory. Except for a few fortunate souls, or those who had not fired, the others were struck by their own projectiles. The fortunate ones sustained injuries, while the unfortunate met their demise. Learning that the 22nd floor was designated for imprisoning enemies, Martin ascended in the elevator to that level. Whoosh! Accompanied by an unusual sound, the elevator ceased its ascent. Cursed machinery, Martin muttered, relying on his own strength. The elevator eventually reached the 22nd floor. The door would not open. It required a forceful breach. Boom. The elevator doors exploded open, and Martin stepped out. Open fire. Bang, rat-a-tat-tat. The fully armed combatants were dressed for battle, while those in suits were engaged in different pursuits. From the mind of a portly gentleman, Martin discerned Emma's precise location. Hello, beautiful. Did you miss me? Emma, having been languidly reclining in boredom, suddenly heard his voice, flipped over, and upon seeing Martin, beamed a radiant smile. I thought you would not come. How could I? I have longed for you. Humph. What of Shao? We have only just met. And you inquire about another man. You promised me. Dead. I witnessed his demise with my own eyes. Indeed, a few of his subordinates have followed Eric. Although I am down a few aides, I am not devoid of options. Very well, let us return and converse at leisure. You are right. I have had my fill of this place. Martin cradled Emma in his arms, their eyes locked in a profound gaze. From this moment forth, you belong to me. With that, he sealed his claim with a kiss. When they finally parted, they found themselves in Martin's abode. Where are we? My home. I need to return to the club. Otherwise, the news of Sean's demise could prove detrimental to me. You may go back tomorrow, but for today, you should remain here obediently. If the so-called White Queen cannot handle this matter, then I suggest you simply stay at home and bear my children. Martin interrupted her, tightening his embrace. Is it my gentleness that leads you to believe I am easily manageable? That Sebastian Shaw, who renders you powerless to resist, poses no challenge to me. Moreover, I have eliminated quite a number of individuals, despite my aversion to trouble, for your sake. Therefore, I advise you to think carefully before speaking, lest I deem you unworthy. I apologize. Emma managed to force a smile. Martin relaxed, smiling as he lowered his hand, their bodies closely aligned, foreheads touching as he gazed into her eyes, mere inches apart. You will be obedient. One to you? Yes. Emma replied with a smile. That is good. Rest assured, I shall not make things difficult for you. You may pursue any endeavors you desire, save for those of a more intimate nature. After all, you now belong to me exclusively. As long as you fulfill your obligations, you shall receive my affection. Very well, Emma said, blinking and smiling. Such a good girl. Moi. After being kissed by Martin for a while, Emma inquired, may I take a shower? These past few days, aside from washing my face and brushing my teeth, I haven't had the chance to bathe. Of course, the bathroom cabinet contains spare toiletries. Feel free to use them. All right. As Emma approached the bathroom, Martin suddenly asked, would you like me to accompany you? Emma, feeling a bit uneasy, was startled, fearing Martin had discerned her thoughts about him. Is it all right if I go alone? I will ensure I am thoroughly clean. Very well. Emma entered the bathroom, smiling as she watched Martin slowly close the door. After her shower, being a fashion aficionado, she never wore the same clothes twice. However, there were no clean garments available. Ultimately, her cleanliness triumphed, and she emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel that barely covered her thighs. During her bath, she had mentally prepared herself. What she sought was power. She was unsure of the specifics. Yet, she relished the feeling of being on high, and to enjoy that sensation, one must possess sufficient strength. The Hellfire Club commanded respect not only due to its members, many of whom were individuals of immense power, but also because of Sebastian, an extraordinarily formidable mutant. Relying solely on her own strength would not suffice to control subordinates endowed with diverse abilities. Without the formidable Black Emperor Sebastian, she would undoubtedly be overthrown. There was only one way. Emma, gathering her emotions, cast a radiant smile at Martin, who was lounging on the sofa, legs crossed, sipping wine facing the bathroom door. Come here, Martin beckoned, patting the space beside him. Emma sauntered over with feline grace, managing to maintain her modesty despite the brevity of her towel. She nestled against Martin on the sofa, crossed her legs, and gazed at him with a smile. The beauty before him, freshly bathed, radiated an ethereal glow akin to that of a diamond. Why haven't you dried your hair? Martin, controlling the atmosphere, dried her hair with a gentle warmth. Thank you, Emma said, leaning in to plant a soft kiss on Martin's cheek. Chapter 18. Emma's gift. You changed so quickly, he remarked. Because you were right. But I still prefer your rebellious demeanor. Emma smiled slightly at this, feigning indifference. Haha, well, I still like the good girls, Martin replied, stroking her hair. Admit it, you like me, no matter how I am, Emma teased. I have never denied it, Martin smirked, pulling Emma onto his lap. Emma, delicately reclining in his embrace, asked, you will protect me, right? She could agree to Martin's proposition, but only with assurance. What is the matter? Do you have many enemies? Martin inquired, inhaling the fragrance of her hair. Everyone harbors ambition. You were right. But don't forget, you are already mine. And you have no right to make demands, Martin said, gently pinching her chin. Yes, Emma replied, showing a hint of discomfort. If you hadn't intended to break your word from the beginning and had been obedient, perhaps I would have consented. You chose this path. I'm sorry, forgive me. Initially, Emma had sought to exploit Martin, and though she later recognized his strength, she continued to manipulate him. Her beauty was her greatest weapon. Every man would desire her, both heart and body. Yet, she misjudged her significance in Martin's eyes. It was evident that this man was indifferent to her thoughts. He merely desired her body. Martin lifted Emma's chin, gazing into her eyes. For such a beautiful woman, he certainly wished to possess all of her. However, if that were unattainable, acquiring her body would suffice. Suddenly, Martin declared, I can help you. Emma looked at him with surprise, eagerly awaiting his elaboration. You must do everything in your power to stand at the pinnacle of this world, and also strive to recruit capable individuals, those with truly useful abilities. The most convenient way for Martin to enhance his strength was to replicate the abilities of mutants, with two potential sources, the forthcoming school and the Brotherhood of Mutants. Now, there could be an additional source, the Hellfire Club. All right, Emma said, her face lighting up as she leaned in to kiss Martin again. But I will not join you. If necessary, you may use my name, but do not bring me trouble. That will suffice, Emma nodded in agreement. Remember, do not do anything that displeases me. Emma obediently nodded. Yes, I will remember. Martin nodded in satisfaction, gazing out the window as dusk descended. Indeed, Emma shyly closed her eyes. The following day, Emma spent another day by Martin's side. Emboldened by his support, she felt no fear of dissent. Having vanquished Sebastian, Martin had extricated himself from peril. In the eyes of both mutants and the government, he had become an entity to be avoided at all costs. They could only hope to find something to suppress him. Until then, they could only wish he would not take action against them. Thus, she felt secure. In the subsequent days, whenever she found leisure, she would return to nurture her bond with Martin, drawing them closer. On this particular day, clad in her signature attire, Emma sat in her private chamber at the club, sipping wine with a smile. She had just bid farewell to Magneto, Eric, who had come to propose a collaboration. Emma had acquiesced. The sensation of wielding influence over others' destinies was undeniably gratifying. Moreover, she discovered that once she had truly become Martin's woman, his demeanor towards her had shifted noticeably. Although his words remained unchanged, his actions were tender, helping her tidy up, preparing meals, offering her water, and even carrying her to the restroom when she appeared feeble. He was a man of gentle kindness towards his woman. Since he displayed such tenderness, she felt compelled to reciprocate, for such gestures would garner her even greater affection. She picked up the phone on the table. Have the Windy sisters come to the dressing room to see me. Her tone was entirely different from when she spoke to Martin, cold yet resolute. After hanging up, Emma made her way to the club's dressing room, a space where beauties transformed for gatherings. Everyone out, Emma commanded, surveying the room filled with alluring figures. Some girls hastily exited, still adjusting their attire. Emma approached the changing area, meticulously selecting garments designed to ignite desire. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, Emma called without turning her head. A stunning girl entered, promptly bowing upon seeing Emma. This girl, also a mutant, belonged to Emma for specific reasons. Her singular ability was that of duplication, as long as her stamina permitted. She could replicate herself indefinitely, with each duplicate sharing sensations and, if necessary, possessing individual personalities. Thus, they were commonly referred to as the Windy Sisters, though calling her Windy sufficed. Originally, Emma intended to use them to court the powerful, investing significant effort in their training. Yet now, what power could compare to Martin's? Paying no heed to the two until she found the attire that pleased her, she pointed to a scantily clad maid outfit. Bring me 2 of these. Change into them, and come to my room. Yes. Once Wendy departed to change, Emma returned to her room and retrieved a property deed from the safe. It pertained to a villa, complete with an outdoor swimming pool, a court, and a helipad. The villa boasted the most advanced amenities of the era. Nestled in a secluded mountain in the suburbs of New York, this serene location is several kilometers away from any disturbance, making it an ideal retreat for Emma. She has always cherished the tranquil environment here. However, she now intends to gift this haven to Martin, with a single phone call. Arrangements are made for the villa as preparation, and a dedicated team is set to handle the property transfer, accompanied by Wendy and the newly acquired documentation. Emma arrives at the villa. After inspecting the DCOR and ensuring everything is in order, she nods in satisfaction. Darling, could you come here? I have a gift for you. With nothing else occupying his time, Martin readily agrees and informs Emma of his impending arrival. Possessing considerable psychic abilities, he can effortlessly connect with Emma from a short distance and teleport to her side at will. From now on, you will be here to attend to the needs of your master. You must comply with his requests, understood? Wendy nods affirmatively. Rest assured, by caring for him, you will reap unparalleled rewards. After a brief wait, Martin materializes before Emma without warning, arms outstretched. Haha, you've come, my dear. Emma exclaims joyfully as she embraces him. Did you miss me? Martin asks, planting a kiss on Emma's cheek. Yes, she replies, then adds, look. This is what I've prepared for you. Do you like it? Indeed, it's quite splendid. Martin has already envisioned the villa's entirety through Emma's thoughts. I'm glad you like it. And this is Wendy. Emma cheerfully introduces Wendy's abilities to Martin before instructing Wendy, show him your skills. Yes. Dressed in a seductive black maid outfit, Wendy suddenly conjures an identical replica of herself, followed by a second, a third, until 5 versions stand before them. Wendy appears slightly fatigued before ceasing her duplication. Gazing at the spectacle, Martin admires Emma and tenderly caresses her face. Thank you, Emma. I truly appreciate your gift. That is wonderful, Emma responds, seemingly honored. Now, you may go and tidy up the rooms. Once Wendy departs, Emma tentatively inquires, Darling, aren't you curious about how I acquired Wendy? I'm not concerned. My focus is solely on those who belong to me, and she is not one of them. Yet, am I? Of course. Thank you. As Martin settles onto the sofa, holding Emma close, he remarks, Dear Emma, surely you have more on your mind than merely presenting me with a gift today. Giggles. You're quite astute, my dear. Now speak. Martin inhales the fragrance lingering around Emma's neck. Well, Eric visited me today. Oh, he wants me to collaborate with him to create a world solely for mutants. Oh, I agreed. Oh, Emma, playfully pouting, expresses her discontent. All right, what do you wish for me to assist you with? Nothing. I merely wanted to update you on my progress and to forewarn you that if danger arises, Emma, trust me, Eric cannot succeed. There are plenty of powerful individuals in this world. Emma, intrigued, inquired, Isn't your assistance sufficient? Why should I help? Those ordinary individuals have not wronged me. After a moment of contemplation, she asked, Am I to reconsider? No, you and Eric are merely collaborators. Try to keep any opposition to others out of the limelight. What you need to do is strengthen your own power. Once you are formidable enough, everyone will regard you with caution, including yourself. Emma teased with a mischievous grin. Well, what do you think? Ah, no, I would never oppose you, Emma exclaimed playfully. How many followers do you have now? Not many. Just the same individuals as before, most of whom are ordinary people. I have recently been absorbing the forces left by Shao, and I only finished that process in the past few days. Are there any capable individuals among them? Martin queried. None. Only the Red Devil and the Rapids can assist with tasks. Aren't they allied with Eric? Martin asked, intrigued. I informed them that you would protect me. All right. What about Raven? She is not with us, but that Salvador has joined my side. It seems she and Raven have a bit of a conflict. Haha. No matter. You should primarily seek out mutants. Well, it doesn't have to be exclusively mutants. Anyone who sincerely wishes to join you may be retained. They will surely prove useful. Understood. Regarding Eric, you may support them through trade, but refrain from direct involvement. Humanity is not so easily subdued. I will heed your advice. Good girl, you aren't going home tonight, are you? Dinner is prepared by Wendy, according to Emma. She has been specially trained and is proficient in various national cuisines. Splendid. Thank you. Wendy expressed her gratitude. All right, let us sit down and dine together. Martin invited. Wendy glanced at Emma. What are you looking at? You are now one of his, Emma remarked, slightly displeased, fearing that Martin might misconstrue Wendy as a spy sent by her. After saying this, she sweetly fed Martin some food. Martin smiled and reassured her, Do not worry. Thank you, dear. After the three had dined, Martin took Emma to explore his new bedroom. The room was spacious, featuring an open bathroom with a large bathtub. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, one could gaze upon much of New York City. Come, let us test the softness of the bed, Martin said as he playfully tossed Emma onto it. Kiki, of course it's soft. Should I call Wendy over? No. You are enough for me. You are truly wonderful. After a morning of washing up together, the two changed into their clothes and descended the stairs, where Wendy had prepared breakfast. Upon entering the living room, they saw several Wendys busily attending to various tasks, creating a delightful atmosphere. After breakfast, to reward Emma for her efforts the previous night, Martin transported her back home with a swift teleportation. Upon returning, Wendy was tidying the room, and upon noticing Martin, one of the Wendys approached to assist him in changing his shoes and clothes. Come, sit with me for a while. Yes. Through their conversations, Martin learned that Wendy's background was quite simple. She was a mutant orphan girl who, in her struggle for survival, sought employment, and was subsequently discovered and taken in by Emma. Then there was training, and more training. Subsequently, I was brought here. That evening, Martin experienced the emotions of the Emperor, surrounded by several identical girls, with one blushingly attending to him. The blush was not due to embarrassment, but rather a shared sentiment among them. Upon waking the next morning, Martin found Wendy preparing his toiletries, while two others lay in his embrace, one on each side. "Let us sleep a little longer. You should rest well today," Martin said, holding Wendy close. "No need. As long as I have a doppelganger resting, I can continuously replenish my energy," Wendy explained. "That has quite a remarkable ability. In that case, you may arrange your own schedule and rest whenever you feel unwell." "Thank you," Wendy replied, touched. She had assumed her fate would lead her to someone who would be indifferent to her feelings, yet it was evident that Martin was not that person. "No need for thanks. You are already mine." I'll get up now. I'll assist you." After breakfast, Martin intended to exercise. "Wendy, if you wish to go out, feel free. Just leave someone at home. Is that all right?" Wendy asked, her eyes sparkling with surprise. "Of course, you are free. However, do ensure you bring your weapon on second thought. I'll accompany you." "Thank you," Wendy said joyfully, planting a kiss on Martin's cheek before cheerfully heading to change clothes. Chapter 20. The Eruption of Power with a Mere Thought. Martin separated a doppelganger to accompany Wendy on her outing. He then arrived at the outdoor gym, equipped with various apparatuses for honing one's abilities. As he manifested 10 doppelgangers, they engaged in playful exercises to enhance their magnetic field control. When Wendy descended in her new outfit, she was pleasantly surprised to discover that Martin shared her unique ability, marveling at his strength. "I'm ready, sir." "Don't call me sir. Just Martin or dear will suffice." "Let us not be so formal," Martin replied, taking her hand and leading her to the garage where his vehicle awaited. "Dear," Wendy tentatively called out. "Yes? Ha. Let us go. Today is yours." "All right." The remaining days of the year were tranquil, with Martin wandering about daily, occasionally relaxing with the girls. The only notable change was the intensifying conflict, as the military began a large-scale conscription of soldiers, with every organization, including mutants, recruiting. "Martin Horn, your country needs you. Please come with me. What is your name?" Since acquiring his telepathic abilities, Martin's memories had sharpened. The officer before him, accompanied by several soldiers, bore a striking resemblance to someone he knew. "William Strick, Colonel of the U.S. Army." Strick was somewhat displeased when Martin interrupted him. It was said that Martin was a formidable mutant, capable of making significant contributions to the war, thus Strick was there to enlist him. He firmly believed that no matter how powerful a mutant might be, they were insignificant in the face of the national army. Strick had once held a neutral stance towards mutants, but unexpectedly, his newborn son turned out to be one, which tragically cost his wife her life. Thus, he now harbors a profound hatred for mutants. "Very well, I understand. You may leave. Perhaps you did not hear clearly." Martin looked at him with a mocking expression as the armored vehicle they had arrived in was suddenly crushed into a mass of scrap by the force of the air, with soldiers aiming their weapons at their respective commanders. "Continue. Retreat," Stryker commanded loudly after a brief silence. In that moment, Stryker's animosity towards mutants intensified, and he yearned to execute his hidden plan immediately. Upon returning, he intended to seek out his friend Trisk. "Is this all right?" Emma approached and placed her hand on Martin's shoulder. "What the hell does it matter?" Over the past few months, Martin had encountered numerous mutants. Although most of the abilities he acquired were of little use, they nonetheless endowed him with considerable power. Some possessed similar abilities, enhancing his existing skills. It could be said that as long as he did not encounter those formidable, unreasonable individuals, Martin himself was unreasonably powerful. Martin Horn abilities: ability replication, magnetic field control, healing factor, energy control, telepathy, diamond form, instant mobility, shapeshifting, environmental survival, beast senses, body enhancement, flight, corrosive saliva, powerful sonic waves, energy shock waves, duplication. Sigh. "I have lost many people," Emma lamented. "Haha, but you still have many more. Ha. You know me well, my dear." After Martin assisted in overcoming several formidable adversaries, an increasing number of mutants were willing to seek refuge under Emma's protection. They were dispersed across various locations, even abroad. Their abilities complemented one another, providing ample means for self-defense. As for the conscription for war, that was an inevitable trend. Martin did not wish to involve himself further. "Did you not see that even Charles and Eric were powerless?" "Ah, what are you doing?" Emma was suddenly lifted by Martin. "Going for a swim." "Haha. If we are swimming, why are you removing my clothes?" "Swimming." The ensuing days became rather less amusing. The news was saturated with reports of war, and the streets were rife with advertisements related to the conflict. Everything seemed connected to war. Even the number of pedestrians on the streets appeared significantly diminished. Various organizations seized the opportunity to exploit those who had lost their homes and loved ones, left utterly destitute. Naturally, Emma was taking action as well. The Vietnam War persisted for over a decade, concluding only in 1975. Logan had once written to say that he could no longer endure the actions of an officer and had killed him. He was later conscripted into a special task force by an officer named Stryker, who was notoriously brutal, persecuting civilians under various pretenses. Martin recalled the thick-browed, wide-eyed fellow who had once sought him out. Due to genetic evolution, most mutants possessed considerably long lifespans. Among the many useless abilities Martin had acquired, there was one that could influence human lifespan and health. The women with whom Martin shared a close relationship, such as Emma, Wendy, and Raven, still maintained their youthful appearances as they had a decade ago. Though time has left no visible marks upon them, they have increasingly exuded an air of elegance and charm. Upon realizing Martin's remarkable abilities, they have sought his company with growing frequency. It appears that irrespective of whether one is a mutant, the pursuit of youthful beauty remains an irresistible desire. For all these years, Martin has been unable to impregnate any woman. Might it be that his overwhelming power has created a reproductive barrier between him and women? This thought brings him a tinge of regret. Emma and Raven only visit occasionally, while Wendy remains steadfastly by Martin's side. Since the conclusion of the war, the rift between humans and mutants has deepened. The prowess of mutants has come into public consciousness due to the conflict, leading to a surge of anti-mutant sentiments fueled by fear. Consequently, locating mutants has grown increasingly arduous, as most have chosen to conceal themselves, join other organizations, or have been captured for research by various entities. The Hellfire Club has a far-reaching influence, with members embedded in virtually all prominent organizations. Thus, as long as one possesses formidable abilities, Martin can acquire valuable information. On a day in 1981, Martin found himself seated on the balcony, cradling Wendy as they quietly savored the tranquility of the afternoon. His previously shut eyes suddenly opened. He sensed an immensely powerful new force nearby, one that, if nurtured, could surpass even his own strength. However, due to its instability, it arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. He believed that aside from himself, only Charles and a select few with extraordinary gifts might perceive it. Rising, he gently placed Wendy in a chair and said, "I shall step out for a moment. Entertain yourself at home, and I will return shortly." "All right," she replied. Martin closed his eyes, attuning himself to the faint tremors in the air. Chapter 21. Jean Grey. After pinpointing a rough location, he utilized the emanating magnetic field to ascertain the precise spot and then teleported there. Martin materialized in a remote area where a solitary house had been reduced to ruins. In the center of the debris lay a vacant space reminiscent of a bomb crater. There, he discovered a girl of around 16 with striking red hair. He recognized that the sensation he had felt earlier originated from her, and he could still detect a faint pulse of energy. Approaching her, he lifted her gently into his arms. The girl was undeniably beautiful, destined to become a stunning woman in the future. Yet, Martin's focus was not on her appearance, but rather on the system notification he had received: copy ability, Phoenix Force, telepathy, psychokinesis. The significance lay not in the telepathy, a power Martin had long possessed and could claim to be the most potent in the world. What truly mattered was the Phoenix Force. He could sense that this power had only just awakened, having lain dormant within the girl until now. The surrounding devastation appeared to be a consequence of this awakening. To possess such might at this stage was extraordinary. One could only imagine how formidable it would become as she matured. Martin felt a surge of excitement within him. This could potentially be the most powerful force he could acquire, aside from the abilities granted by the system. Copying, At the moment the command was issued, Martin felt an unprecedented surge of discomfort, expansion, and an overwhelming array of complex emotions. Time seemed to freeze as he meticulously sensed the Phoenix Force gradually growing within him, surpassing that of the young girl. Concurrently, he absorbed the knowledge regarding this power. The Phoenix Force was not merely a mutant ability. It was one of the most potent forces that had existed since the inception of this universe. Currently, the Phoenix Force could traverse the cosmos freely, unleashing energy waves in the shape of a phoenix. In time, it would grant the ability to manipulate time itself, allowing for unfettered travel through time, space, dimensions, and the universe. It could forge a mental connection with beings and emotions across singular, parallel, and even multiversal realities. Astonishingly, Martin realized he was invincible. The growth of the Phoenix Force was contingent upon the strength of the body. After acquiring this power, Martin experienced rapid growth and once stabilized. His combat prowess soared, continuing to evolve at a gradual pace. As he opened his eyes, the flow of time around him began to normalize. Although the Phoenix Force was typically singular, Martin had somehow duplicated it, obtaining a second manifestation. Simultaneously, a connection seemed to form between him and the young girl, suggesting a potential for shared life. If one were to perish, the other would remain undying. He could distinctly sense the girl as fear, a fear rooted in the loss of control over herself. Piecing together the information, he deduced that this girl was the renowned Jean Grey, the Phoenix Apocalypse version. If this continued, the Phoenix Force would suppress her original persona, giving rise to another personality dominated by the Phoenix Force. Eventually, Charles would employ his own powers to restrain this burgeoning force. However, when the Phoenix Force grew beyond his control, Jean would cease to be herself. Yet, Martin vowed to prevent her from becoming that way. Attempting to communicate with the Phoenix Force within Jean, he sensed a shared essence, gradually calming the tumultuous power, which in turn eased the anguish etched on Jean's face. He gently kissed her forehead, whispering, "Do not fear, I will take you home." Sensing something profound, Jean, still in a state of unconsciousness, offered a faint smile. Martin levitated, this time harnessing the power of the Phoenix Force rather than the magnetic abilities he had previously employed. 2 vehicles were parked outside the ruins. From his aerial vantage point, Martin spotted 2 figures inside, Eric and Charles. He smiled at them silently before teleporting away with Jean in his arms. Charles and Eric exchanged glances. "Charles, what brings you here?" Eric questioned, feigning ignorance, knowing full well it was for the same reason as himself. Though they remained friends, their differing ideologies had led to considerable discord in recent years. "You might try to take her from me," Eric teased with a mischievous grin. As for him, it sufficed that Charles did not acquire the power. As for Martin, he and Jean shared a covert alliance. "Why don't you go?" Charles retorted sharply. "Let us go, Eric." "Goodbye." "Who is she?" Wendy inquired, having witnessed Martin's vanishing act. As she cradled the little girl in her arms upon arriving home. "She will henceforth be my sister." Martin smiled as he explained. "I remember that you organized the bedroom beside me, right?" "Yes," came the reply. "It will belong to her from now on." "All right." Wendy could easily discern Martin's fondness for the girl, as his gaze remained tenderly fixed upon her. "I'll go and settle her in, once she awakens. Prepare some food for her. Oh, and do buy her some clothes, a good amount both inside and out." "Understood." Martin gently carried Jean to her future bedroom. Placing her softly onto the bed, he caressed her cheek with his fingers before taking a seat beside her, holding her hand as he awaited her awakening. This vigil continued into the night. The surge of the Phoenix Force had placed a considerable strain on Jean. Were it not for Martin's soothing presence, she would likely have needed several days of rest. As Jean hazily surveyed her surroundings, she realized she was in an unfamiliar place. Panic surged within her as she turned to sit up, only to feel someone holding her hand. "Awake?" Martin inquired gently as he noticed her open her eyes. "Who are you?" As she gazed at the owner of the hand, she felt an inexplicable warmth and instinctively tightened her grip, even though she was certain she had never met him before. "I am Martin Horn." "And you?" "Jean Grey." "Why am I here?" Unable to control her powers, the Phoenix Force remained subdued in Martin's presence. However, the latent telepathic abilities inherent to mutants began to awaken, free from the Phoenix Force's suppression. "Jean, sense my power within your mind," Martin urged, using telepathy to guide her in mastering her abilities. Jean distinctly felt this foreign power, soothing the tumultuous forces within her mind. "What is this?" she inquired. "This is your gift. You should be aware of mutants. You have just awakened your own powers." Gradually, Jean began to calm down. "Try to control your abilities. Now, attempt to connect with my thoughts." Under Martin's guidance, Jean slowly gained control over her powers, following his essence into an unfamiliar mind. Through fragments of information, she accessed a portion of Martin's memories, his initial discovery of his own abilities. "No, my parents." Under the protective mechanisms of her body, she had temporarily forgotten the events of the day. However, the scenes from Martin's mind brought everything flooding back. Martin was not Charles, who merely sealed others' memories and powers. Holding the weeping Jean close, he contained her errant energy, ensuring she would not be harmed again by her own strength, allowing her to express her sorrow. "Rest assured, I will be here with you. This will be your home from now on," Martin comforted her. "Those who awaken their psychic abilities are destined to possess a strength greater than the average person." Jean cried for a long while before gradually calming down. Though her heart remained heavy with sadness, a wound that would require time to heal. "I did not find my parents' bodies in your memories," she whispered. "I did not find anyone else." Martin gently caressed her hair and inquired, "What is that power?" "The Phoenix power," he elucidated briefly, then extended a hand before her. "Look." As he spoke, a flame phoenix composed entirely of energy manifested in his palm. "We share the same power." "I loathe this power." Jean replied despondently, "It was this very force that led to the destruction of my family." "Jean, it is not the power that is to blame. You simply were never taught how to wield it. In this world, some individuals are inherently endowed with immense power. Some are fortunate, receiving guidance on how to harness their abilities from the outset. Others, less fortunate, struggle to control it, resulting in destruction or even disaster. And there are those whose misfortune is so profound that they themselves suffer greatly. The Phoenix power within you is akin to a newly born beast. Releasing its strength is merely instinct. What you need is to learn how to command it." "I am afraid," Jean murmured softly. "Do not fear. Have you forgotten? I possess the same power. I will teach you, and while I am here, you will not harm anyone." I shall protect you always. Martin lifted her chin, gazing into her eyes as he assured her, I promise. She nodded, comforted by Martin's affectionate gaze. All right, wash your face and come downstairs for dinner. Afterward, I will guide you in your initial attempts to control the Phoenix power, to prevent it from instinctively unleashing itself. Okay, I would like to take a bath. Although Jean felt somewhat unclean, Martin worried that she might feel frightened if she discovered someone had altered her clothing, so he refrained from asking Wendy to assist her. Your bedroom has a bathroom. Go wash there. Martin indicated toward the bathroom a few meters away. I will have someone bring you clothes shortly. All right. Martin exited the room and descended to the living room, where Wendy had prepared dinner. Wendy, please take a clean outfit to Jean. Once she is changed, bring her down for dinner. Certainly. I have washed the new clothes. They are already dry. Thank you, Wendy. Martin kissed her on the cheek before allowing her to ascend. Seated at the dining table, Martin patiently awaited her arrival. Their connection remained intact, allowing him to sense her emotions. Naturally, Jean could also perceive his, though she was still learning. Sensing her profound sadness, Martin felt a pang of sorrow for her, promising to care for her tenderly until she emerged from her despair. After several minutes, Wendy returned with Jean. The unfamiliar surroundings made Jean somewhat anxious, but upon seeing Martin, she breathed a sigh of relief and hurried to his side. Please sit. Martin took her hand, guiding her to sit beside him. Try the food. Wendy is a culinary master, capable of preparing any dish. Just tell her what you desire. All right. Jean slowly began to eat, picking up her utensils. Wendy, you should eat as well. We can serve ourselves if needed. Of course. With a new member present, Wendy felt somewhat awkward, fretting that she might lose favor if she faltered. Sensing her trepidation, Martin offered her a reassuring smile. It was not Martin's intention to pry. Rather, his profound sensitivity allowed him to perceive the slightest emotional nuances exhibited by those around him. Have you eaten enough? He inquired with genuine concern as he observed Jean set down her utensils. Jean had consumed very little, likely due to her lack of appetite. With a tender touch, Martin stroked her head and reassured her, well then, as long as you're full. As they shared their meal, he engaged her in conversation about his past encounters with mutants, gradually lifting her spirits. Jean, perceptive and considerate, endeavored to accommodate Martin's efforts. Let us go. I'll take you to practice. Rising from her seat, Jean was eager to gain mastery over her powers, hoping to achieve at least a semblance of control. Upon arriving at the threshold of Jean's bedroom, Martin remarked, This room beside yours is my bedroom. Feel free to call for me if you need anything. Okay. The linens in his room had already been changed by Wendy while Jean was bathing. Sitting opposite each other on the bed, Martin took Jean's hand and instructed, Follow my energy and try. They remained in this position for 2 hours, with Martin providing reassurance, allowing Jean to establish a fragile connection with the Phoenix Force. Simultaneously, she felt a direct link between herself and Martin. With a furtive glance at Martin, whose eyes were closed, she smiled softly before shutting her eyes once more. You are truly clever, Jean, Martin praised, sensing her progress. Thank you, she replied, her heart buoyed by his compliment. All right, I'm going to withdraw my energy now. Give it a try on your own. As Martin opened his eyes, Jean's demeanor grew considerably more serious. Yet, contrary to her expectations of chaos, she maintained control. Just as a divine artifact recognizes its master, so too did the Phoenix Force respond to her. No longer resisting the Phoenix Force, Jean realized that establishing a connection would naturally allow her to command it. I did well, she exclaimed with a smile, attempting to conjure a fiery phoenix in her palm, reminiscent of Martin's earlier display. Ah, it's all right, relax, don't be tense. During her initial attempt, Jean miscalculated the intensity, nearly triggering a passive eruption of the Phoenix Force. Fortunately, Martin was right beside her. Take it easy. Yes, just like that. I did it. Beholding the vibrant phoenix of flames in her hand brought her immense joy. Indeed, you have succeeded. Jean's eyes began to glow red once more. It's all right. Martin reassured her. How about trying another type of power? Martin suggested, aiming to divert her focus. Is it the telepathy of mutants? Yes. All right. Telepathy proved less challenging to manage than the Phoenix Force. Martin had already introduced it to her the previous evening. Although it took some time and she could not instantly penetrate Martin's mind, she ultimately succeeded. What am I thinking? Martin asked with a smile. Me, Jean replied. Her cheeks flushed. What about you? You're saying I'm adorable. Haha, you are indeed very cute. Thank you. Is it fun? Continue. After their attempts, Martin planned to explain when this ability could and could not be employed. Charles once attempted to delve into my memories without my consent on 2 occasions, displaying an audacity that is quite unsettling. Who is he? I can sense your disdain for him. Simultaneously, I conveyed Charles's information to her. How could he intrude upon the privacy of others? Indeed, telepathy is a formidable power. One should refrain from prying into others' lives unless absolutely necessary. Encountering someone more powerful may lead to one's own detriment. Very well, I shall remember this. She witnessed the consequences of Charles's actions twice. However, I permit you to explore my memories at your leisure. After hearing this, she blushed slightly and inquired, what if it concerns someone I dislike? That is permissible, provided you ensure your own safety. Agreed. After spending some time playing with her, Martin bid her good night and returned to his room. Good night, Sheen. Good night, Martin. You may call me brother. No. After Martin departed, Sheen found herself alone, and a wave of sorrow washed over her as she lay in bed, weeping softly. Sigh. Knock, knock, knock. Martin rapped gently on Sheen's bedroom door. Please come in, she mumbled groggily. Martin entered, and Sheen propped herself up, her drowsy gaze fixed at the door, already exhibiting a charming demeanor at such a young age. Kiki, it's time to rise, little sleepyhead, Martin said, ruffling her tousled hair. What time is it? It's 11 o'clock. Ah, Sheen gasped, suddenly wide awake. She had never awakened this late before. I'm sorry. Why apologize? Martin asked. It's nothing, Sheen replied with a smile. You must be hungry. Wendy is preparing food. All right, I shall get up now, Sheen said. After breakfast, Martin took her outside for a breath of fresh air. Sheen pointed to the various tools scattered on the ground and the assortment of metal pieces in different shapes. What are those for? Those are for practicing my abilities, Martin explained, causing the objects on the ground to levitate, some moving randomly while others changed shape. Wow, you're incredible. Thank you. You can do it too. How do you know? Because you possess another ability, I can sense it, but it was too late last night. Kiki. Sheen smiled, extending her palm towards a small stone on the ground, slowly making it float. When did you? Last night. I awoke in the middle of the night feeling thirsty and noticed my cup moving slightly with my thoughts. So I tried it out. But I can't move anything too large. Telekinesis is not an overwhelmingly powerful ability. In comparison to telepathy and the Phoenix, it lacks significant weight. Having become accustomed to these two powers, Sheen found it easy to master telekinesis. Oh, so that's why you woke up so late today. Yes, Sheen replied, choosing not to disclose her sleepless night caused by sorrow. That's all right. As for not being able to move larger objects, with practice, you will become stronger as you grow. Can I practice with you? Sheen asked eagerly. Due to their mental connection, she cherished the time spent with Martin. Furthermore, it is due to his gentle and patient demeanor. Of course, they continue to practice together at the training ground. In truth, Martin's current level of practice is rather futile. It has merely become a long-standing habit, and without it, he finds himself at a loss. After approximately half a month, Sheen has become well acquainted with everything here and has gradually become more cheerful, effectively concealing her sorrow. Martin. Sheen reclines on the back of the sofa, wrapping her arms around Martin's neck. Yes? What is it? May I return to school? Through Emma, Sheen's guardianship has now transferred to Martin. Oh, I must apologize. I intended for you to rest well. I am well rested. Very well. When would you like to begin attending? Tomorrow. Kiki, come here. Martin pats the space beside him. Sheen walks over, sitting down to gaze at Martin. Are you feeling too bored at home? Martin inquires, gently stroking her head. Not really. Well, perhaps a little. Haha. I apologize for not taking better care of you. Not at all, Martin. You have been wonderful to me. That was not my intention. I will take you to school tomorrow. No need. I can manage on my own. Then let Wendy take you. You know her capabilities. I would feel uneasy otherwise. Martin, do you really think someone could harm me? The school is quite far from here. And I presume you do not wish to transfer, correct? Let her accompany you. All right. Thank you, Martin. Sheen musters her courage and gently kisses Martin's cheek. This is to show my gratitude. Well, I graciously accept your thanks. Should anything occur at school, remember to inform me, such as if someone bullies you. Martin gives her a plethora of instructions, and Sheen listens attentively, her smile revealing her pleasure. Okay, I will remember. I am strong. You need not worry about anything. I can handle any trouble. Good. The following morning, one of Wendy's avatars drives Sheen to school. Martin suddenly feels the house turning cold and empty. Fortunately, someone arrives. Guess who I am? Martin's vision is suddenly obscured. Sniff, sniff. With his keen sense of smell, Martin does not need to employ any other abilities to discern her identity. It must be a lost smith that has wandered in. Haha, Martin. I missed you so much. Raven hugs Martin's neck and plants a kiss on his cheek. I missed you too, dear. It has been a while since you last kept me company. Yet, I came just last month. You mentioned last month. Today marks the first day of this month. Chapter 24. It seems I arrived at an inopportune time. Ha 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 ha. Come sit over here. Martin levitates her onto his lap, holding her tightly and inhaling her scent deeply. He then kisses her crimson lips. What have you been up to lately? I couldn't get in touch with you. Martin inquires after releasing her. I've been working independently, Raven replies. What happened? I don't know. Eric has become increasingly unhinged. He shows no mercy towards ordinary people. And I find his methods After the war, many mutants went missing, only to be discovered later that they were abducted for experimentations, aimed at uncovering methods to eradicate mutants. Furthermore, during the conflict, Eric witnessed humanity's madness towards its adversaries, leading to the obliteration of the remnants of his compassion for ordinary people. Previously, when he rescued mutants, Eric refrained from annihilating all humans. However, now, upon discovering any site where mutants are experimented upon, he harbors no qualms about leaving no living human, save for the mutants themselves. This is not merely Raven's benevolence. Their original intent was to establish a sanctuary for mutants. Yet, Eric's focus has shifted to seeking a definitive solution to eliminate all humans who are not mutants. While Raven does not wish for the total destruction of humanity, moreover, Eric has begun experimenting on ordinary humans in an effort to discover methods to transform them into mutants. Thus, the two must part ways. What are you doing now? Martin inquired with curiosity. I can only strive to rescue some mutants in distress, Raven replied, leaning against Martin. It's all right. That's commendable. Just pursue what you desire. Perfection is an illusion. Raven acquiesced before changing the subject. I wish to rest for a while. I wonder if there is still a room for me here. Of course, my dear. Where I reside, you are always welcome, he assured her. I love you. I love you too. The two were sharing an intimate moment when Martin remarked, Oh, it appears I have arrived at an inopportune time. They broke apart to see Emma at the doorway. No, your timing is impeccable, Martin jested with a smile. Really? Emma gracefully took a seat beside Martin, prompting Raven to rise from his lap. Indeed, what brings you both here today, as you are usually elusive? Emma retorted, casting a glance at Raven before planting a kiss on Martin's cheek. Emma had always been obedient, only displaying a hint of hostility upon encountering Raven. You! Emma suddenly exclaimed in anger. Martin turned his head, noticing that Raven had assumed Emma's appearance, mockingly posing in a way meant to taunt her. What to do if your girlfriend is disobedient? Give her a good whack. What if there are two disobedient ones? Then, well, a few firm whacks for each. Martin raised his hand, lifting both women effortlessly, and descended the stairs without uttering a word. No, no, no. Martin, you must respect me. Defying my will is. Raven flailed her arms in the air, finding no support. No, my dear, you need not respect me. Emma seized any opportunity to confront Raven. So, those who stir up trouble are generally overflowing with energy. They quiet down when fatigued. If they remain restless, another round of discipline will surely bring compliance. The three, clad in bathrobes, sat on the outdoor balcony chairs, with Emma and Raven leaning on Martin's shoulders, sipping wine while enjoying the sunset. Ah, so beautiful. Raven languidly remarked. Yes, it is the house I chose, Martin replied. Martin felt somewhat troubled. It seemed you all had rested well. Raven and Emma promptly fell silent, their eyes evasively avoiding contact. It wouldn't be long before Martin would have to assist them with dinner. And that would be quite the task. After all, the abilities of mutants were not known to enhance in this regard. Mutant flesh remained flesh, not iron. Dear, where is Wendy? Why hasn't dinner been prepared yet? Emma inquired. Indeed, I am also quite hungry, Raven concurred. Since there are still people unreturned home, she ought to be back by now. The school that Jean attended was certainly not a factory. Classes ended quite early in the afternoon. Who? Both women asked simultaneously, sharing an extraordinary moment of tacit understanding. It seemed that such rapport could transcend distance, likely due to their own efforts. Haha, you should recognize her when she arrives. Remember, do not frighten her. She is coming. Let us go down to greet her, Martin said, gesturing towards the vehicle approaching along the mountain road. As Martin rose to leave, a sense of urgency enveloped Raven and Emma. Martin, I'm back. Could you help me move some things? Jean called out loudly as she stepped out of the car. With a flash, Martin appeared, enhanced by his powers. What do you need? How was your day at school? Quite well, just as before. I lay down for a while when I got home and found a few old items, Jean replied calmly. Oh, I apologize for not remembering to take you back to see them, and besides, that place, Martin began. I'm fine, Martin. You've done exceedingly well. Moreover, it truly is a wasteland now, Jean said, turning around and laughing as she walked backward. I only found some old things. May I keep them at home? It was evident that returning to familiar classmates and visiting her home had lifted her spirits. Moreover, from her words, it was clear she had already begun to consider this place her home. Of course, may I take a look? Wait until I've tidied up. It won't be presentable just yet, Jean responded. All right, just these two boxes in the back? Martin inquired, eyeing the two cardboard boxes in the trunk. Yes. Turning around, Jean linked her arm with Martin's, and the two strolled toward home, the boxes floating behind them. Did your friends and classmates say anything about your prolonged absence? They merely expressed concern for me. They are unaware of my circumstances. That is good. Did you feel lonely today without me accompanying you? Jean asked with a smile. Yes. Such reluctance? Were you secretly engaged in something enjoyable alone? Jean teased. Haha, I hardly had anything entertaining. Just two Friends, Martin replied, glancing at the two women standing in the doorway. Jean's smile faltered slightly upon seeing them. Observing the trio in matching bathrobes, it was clear what had transpired. Raven and Emma breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Jean. It turned out she was merely a young girl. Chapter 25. Raven and Emma. Allow me to introduce them. This is Raven and Emma, both mutants like you. Oh, and Emma shares our telepathic abilities. While Raven's powers are quite impressive, she can transform into anyone at will. This is Jean Grey, my sister, who is destined to become one of the most formidable mutants of the future. Martin first introduced a few individuals since Jean is still young and her abilities have not been elaborated upon to avoid any inadvertent exposure. Hello, Jean. Hi, Jean. The two ladies greeted her with smiles. Jean pursed her lips, clinging tightly to Martin's arm, and smiled as she nodded in response. Hello. All right. Wendy should be finishing dinner soon. Emma and Raven, please wait a moment. I'll help Jean put her things away before coming down. Martin indicated towards the boxes behind him. Okay, let us head upstairs, Jean, to help you with your belongings. Once upstairs. Martin placed the cardboard box on the floor and assisted Jean in opening it. Inside were some tattered books and a half-completed photo album, the origins of which were a mystery to him, as he had found nothing amiss during his last visit. Martin picked up a picture frame, the glass long gone, with several holes in the photo, barely revealing 3 figures, 2 adults and a child, presumably Jean and her parents. Martin, who are they? Raven and Emma. I just introduced them to you. Were you not paying attention? No. I mean, what is their connection to you? Oh, we are good friends for many years. Martin replied while sifting through the items. Your companions? No, certainly not. I mean, not just that. Martin looked up at Jean. I can sense your thoughts. Yes, I know. Martin approached Jean, gently ruffling her hair, and asked, What's wrong, Jean? I don't know. I don't like them. Can you tell me why? I don't know. I just don't like them. Jean frowned. Jean, I have known them for many years. We have been companions for 2 decades. To me, they are like family. Just as you are. They are the kind of people who provide a sense of home, simply by being present. Martin explained as he sat beside her. Moreover, they are genuinely nice people. They will like you very much. All right, Jean replied with a smile. Martin suddenly grinned at her. Oh, I see. Are you worried that I might love you less because of them? Haha, yes. Do not fret. My affection for you will remain eternal. I promise to care for and protect you. My commitment lasts forever, Martin said, bowing his head to rest against hers. Okay, Jean smiled and nodded. Let us go downstairs for dinner first, and then we'll organize these treasures. Right. As they descended the stairs, Martin asked, May I come into your room tomorrow? I have a gift for you. Of course, just like you. My bedroom is always open to you, Jean replied with a smile. Good. You will surely love it. I am looking forward to it. Taking Jean's hand, Martin led her to the dining room and announced to the others, All right, our little princess has arrived. We can begin our meal. Observing the smiles of the 2 women, Jean remarked with displeasure, I am not a child. Indeed, a nearly grown-up princess. It's time to eat. With an exasperated glance, Jean settled into the seat beside Martin. In the past, when the 3 of them gathered, they would engage in discussions about recent events and the plight of mutants. However, with Jean present, Martin was reluctant to expose her to such topics prematurely, thus refraining from bringing them up. Should Emma or Raven inadvertently mention related matters, Martin would deftly redirect the conversation. Consequently, the discourse at the dining table today revolved around amusing incidents from their lives. For instance, one mutant possessed the peculiar ability to sprout spines akin to a hedgehog, and he had an inflated demeanor, along with other mutants. Although Jean harbored a dislike for Emma and Raven, her limited exposure to mutants, as Martin claimed it was to protect her, did not diminish her keen interest in these subjects, and she listened intently. Noticing her enthusiasm, the others elaborated further. Emma and Raven, who cherished children, lamented their inability to conceive, a considerable regret. Despite their youthful appearance, they were, in fact, in their 40s. Though they had not undergone testing due to the risk of genetic leakage, the trio speculated that the issue likely lay with Martin. It was not a matter of infertility per se, but rather that Martin's formidable strength might render their reproductive cells incompatible. After all, it was improbable that both women could be unable to conceive, especially with Wendy and the purely carnal Salvador, as well as Lucy, Maya, and Cindy, whom Martin encountered during his occasional outings arranged by Emma. However, the notion of having children with another was far from their minds, if such thoughts were ever entertained. Martin's jealousy would likely extinguish any budding intentions before they could bloom. Martin possessed numerous virtues, such as tenderness and thoughtfulness. Yet he harbored a significant flaw, his excessive jealousy. When consumed by envy, he would fall silent, his expression menacing enough to suggest an urge to unleash wrath upon an unsuspecting city, instilling fear in those around him. Emma knew this all too well, once. Due to a habitual flirtation with a business partner, even one who may not have noticed her, Martin had brooded for ages over the perceived slight. ultimately eliminating the rival without a trace. The rationale? That individual had dared to disregard him by entering a restaurant with the right foot first, one that belonged to them. In the end, the man perished, and the restaurant was claimed as his own. Emma faced her own repercussions, confined at home for an entire month, longing for the outside world. Were it not for the police's inability to intervene with Martin, she might have even considered reporting domestic violence. Yet, it was precisely this jealousy that made them acutely aware of Martin's affection and possessiveness, alongside the myriad of thoughtful gestures and the formidable strength that offered protection. They found it increasingly difficult to part ways with him. Otherwise, with their pride, how could they ever willingly choose to accompany him? Martin was indifferent towards fleeting romantic connections and women devoid of sentiment. Presently, Emma and her companions placed their hopes upon Martin. For he had once stated that upon finding the right individual, he might acquire the remarkable ability to share his power, thereby enhancing the capabilities of others. Emma has already dispatched someone to search for her in Egypt, hoping it is not too late. No, it is certainly not too late. Chapter 26, a photograph of the piano after dinner. The group ventured outside to stroll in the courtyard and admire the night scenery, before returning to the living room for a brief period of play, after which they each retreated to their respective rooms. Where are you going? Martin inquired as he observed Emma and Raven pass by his bedroom without pausing, continuing deeper into the house. My dear, all right, let us sleep, he said. You promised. The two women replied cheerfully as they followed Martin into the room. Once they were all lying down, Raven spoke up. Martin, tell us about the piano. I always feel she speaks so little. She does not speak little. Rather, she speaks little with you, Martin responded, perplexed as to why the piano seemed to harbor a dislike for them, especially considering they had not truly met before. After listening to Martin's explanation, Raven lamented. How pitiful. Indeed. Emma concurred, before adding, however, I feel it's not solely due to that. What do you mean? Jealousy. Emma teased Martin with a knowing look. I can sense it. I didn't even notice. Has your intuition surpassed mine? Martin replied, somewhat flabbergasted. You simply haven't noticed because you are together every day. She is only 16. How could I entertain such thoughts? Isn't 16 the age of innocence? Martin regarded Emma. When you were 16. No, Martin, please, that was all in the past. Emma playfully nestled against Martin. Don't change the subject. Raven interjected. Yes, darling, do not divert the topic. I am not. There is nothing more to say. Very well, let me pose a different question. If one day the piano brings home a boy and tells you he is her boyfriend, what would you do? I would break his legs. Ha. All right. I do not wish to discuss this. Martin realized the situation was unusual. The two had only known each other for a mere half a month. Even if there was a bond of affection, it should not have developed so rapidly. If such emotions truly existed, it could only be attributed to the connection of the Phoenix power. He had felt a sense of tenderness at that time, a sentiment that lingered, though he had believed it to be merely a brotherly love. But perhaps the piano did not perceive it in the same way. And was he truly thinking this way? Suddenly, Raven burst into laughter. What is it, my dear? Martin, when we were infants, you were already nearing a century old. And now, we are your women. It is different. She is different as well. We are all unique. I thought you liked her because you enjoy children. We still prefer our own children, and besides, the piano has already grown up. All right, I understand. Sleep now. If you cannot, we may need to try harder. Good night. Good night. Moi. Love you both. I love you too. Sigh, with the two of you behaving like this, as if on a vacation, yet still desiring children. Martin grumbled as he bid farewell to the two women, then proceeded to the piano's room. The items she had brought back the previous day were neatly arranged. Albeit tattered and mismatched with the room, yet it was evident that the piano treasured them dearly. Martin's gift to Cheen was to restore these items. He recalled the moment when he first acquired the power of the Phoenix, a time when the flow of time itself had come to a halt. Through relentless experimentation, he had now mastered the ability to wield this power with relative ease. While he was unable to manipulate time on a grand scale, he could nonetheless advance or reverse the timeline of small objects for brief intervals. It was akin to that scene he had witnessed in a film from his past, where a character, reminiscent of Sherlock, utilized the time stone to influence an apple. However, Martin's power stemmed from the Phoenix itself. Some might speculate that by adjusting the timeline of these items to a fortnight prior, they would inevitably revert to their original state as time progressed. The original state, of course, was when the Phoenix's power had caused their destruction, but that would not occur. Once Martin restored them, their timeline would align with the present moment. They would have transcended the fragment of time that had been lost. Did you ever watch the series I Am the Fastest Person in the World? Yet each season someone outpaces me? Do you recall the explanation by the Ancient One regarding time branches? Consider it as if Martin's restoration had birthed a new parallel universe. In this universe, the objects were intact post-restoration, while another universe still bore the marks of destruction. As for the fate of the alternate universe, It was of no concern to Martin. He cared little for it. His sole wish was for Chin to be happy. He believed that the Martin of that universe, just as intelligent, powerful, and charismatic as himself, would find a way to bring joy and happiness to Chin. Just a thought. There was only one Martin. After dedicating some time to the restoration, he found it neither tiring nor particularly challenging, though he recognized the limitations of his phoenix power. Once everything was meticulously restored and returned to its rightful place, Martin made his way toward the door. A quick glance would do no harm. He would not damage anything. And surely Chin would not be upset. However, as he paused and shut the door he had just opened, he felt a twinge of guilt for prying into someone else's privacy. Approaching Chin's wardrobe, he slowly reached out and picked up a thick photo album resting on the adjacent table, lying down on her bed to peruse its contents. The first photograph featured two unfamiliar individuals, presumably Chin's parents. As he flipped through numerous pages, he finally encountered an image of a baby. Ah! Chin had been so beautiful from such a young age. The album chronicled Chin's growth from an infant clad in a diaper to a pure and radiant young girl, ultimately culminating in the exquisite woman she had become. Life is truly wondrous, Martin mused as he absorbed the memories captured within the album. He had never harbored thoughts of having children. With Emma and Raven, he had always preferred to let nature take its course. Yet, witnessing Chin's gradual maturation stirred a sense of envy within him. With age, he found himself increasingly fond of children. How trivial, how sentimental, he chuckled to himself. After all, how many people yearn to live just a little longer? Is there not an eternal 18-year-old girl enough to soften the heart? Though unable to accompany my own child through the journey of growing up, I can certainly witness many 18-year-old girls age gracefully. That's the spirit, Martin. I commend you for that. Before closing the photo album, Martin surreptitiously took a solo picture of Chin, presumably from some gathering. In the photograph, she donned a white short skirt, her face adorned with a whimsical expression. If she doesn't discover it, then it's of no consequence. But if Chin does, I shall. Well, I have never seen it. It must have been lost during a prior visit to her home. Chapter 27. The anxious Martin had never engaged in such secretive behavior, and he felt somewhat distracted throughout the day. On one hand, he cherished the photograph. But on the other, he feared Chin's wrath. Martin, what are you pondering? She inquired, drawing closer to him. I didn't take anything. Just lost in thought, he replied, having become so engrossed that he failed to notice the passage of time, even as Chin returned. What? Nothing. You're back quite early today? Early? It's just the usual time. Yesterday's delay was merely an anomaly. Haha, let us go. I have a surprise for you. All right. Chin responded cheerfully, having spent the day speculating about what Martin had prepared for her. As they arrived outside Chin's bedroom, Martin stepped aside, proclaiming, ladies first. Thank you. Upon entering, Chin scanned the floor, the bed, and the table, finding no gift boxes. Wait, on the table. The items, which had appeared tattered when brought back, were now neatly arranged in the same positions as when he had left that morning. Chin cast an excited glance at Martin before rushing over to pick them up one by one. Toys, trinkets, picture frames. Finally arriving at the most significant photo album. Tears streaming down her face, Chin slowly opened the album, identical to her memories. With a clap, she closed the album and threw herself into Martin's embrace, exclaiming, Thank you, Martin, for everything you've done for me. I love you. I love you too, Chin. Martin held her close, allowing her to weep. These items were precious to her, remnants of her parents and the home she once knew. After some time, Chin lifted her head, her eyes red yet smiling. How did you manage this? It is the power of the phoenix. I can harness it to alter the time of small things within a limited scope. You are truly remarkable. In time, perhaps you will be too. I merely expedited the process. I will, especially with you by my side. With a smile, Chin took Martin's hand, guiding him to pick up the album. She lay down in the spot where Martin had rested earlier, saying, Martin, allow me to introduce you to my family. All right, Martin responded awkwardly, though Chin was too caught up in her excitement to notice. Ugh, had I known, I wouldn't have taken it. As Martin's thoughts wandered, Chin introduced each page until, why is there a page missing? Chin continued to search, checking if it was stuck among the other pages. What is missing? A photograph from my high school days. Did you notice it when you were restoring the album? Chin inquired. No, Martin stammered, struggling to articulate a coherent response. Cough. Could it have been lost during a previous visit to your home? It is impossible. I saw it just last night. It was right here. And that photograph still exists. Suddenly, Chin sensed something. It was the awkward energy inadvertently released by Martin. Observing Martin's unnatural expression, Chin turned her head to sense more closely. Although she did not delve into Martin's memories, she had deduced nearly everything from the events of the evening. Well, never mind. If it's gone, it's gone. After all, that photograph was quite unflattering. In his nervousness, Martin retorted, No, it's beautiful seeing Chin's mischievous expression. He lowered his head and said, Sigh. I'm just not suited for this kind of thing. I'm sorry, Sheen. I was just curious to see it, and I really like that photograph. But I felt too shy to ask you for it. Sheen intended to tease him a bit more, but upon witnessing Martin's flushed face, she ultimately could not bring herself to do so. It's fine, Martin. If you like it, I'll give it to you. Martin weakly replied. All right. Sheen leaned closer to Martin and whispered, anything I have. You can have anything at all. Seeing the earnestness in her eyes, Martin embraced her. As Sheen listened to the steady rhythm of Martin's heartbeat, she gazed at the photograph in the album featuring herself with her parents. Regardless of whether she was in the photo or outside of it, a blissful smile adorned Sheen's face. After a moment, Martin released her, saying, wait a moment. Without waiting for Sheen's response, he vanished. It was only a few minutes later that he returned to the bedroom, holding an exquisite photo frame. Why did you buy this? To put your photo in it. Where will you place it? Sheen inquired eagerly. In my bedroom. I want your photo as well. Sheen expressed her satisfaction with his answer. I don't have any photos. In Martin's memory, he had only taken a picture once. For his military records, and it was in black and white. After all these years, it had likely faded into fragments. Why don't you have any? Sheen asked curiously. Others take photos to preserve their likeness, but I want to age, so there is no need for me to take one. Oh. Could you take one for me? Sheen attempted to ask. Seeing the anticipation in her eyes, Martin smiled and nodded. When shall we go? Now. Haha, all right. Wait. I'll change my clothes. Okay. Martin agreed, glancing at his attire. Wendy always kept her clothes impeccably neat, and Emma was a fashionista, so his clothing was already suitable. And he didn't need to change. Just as Martin was about to say he didn't need to change, he saw, could you not wait for me to finish changing? After casting a glance at Sheen's smooth, fair back, Martin made his exit with that remark. Sheen, on the other hand, wore a sly smile. I'm ready. Sheen descended from upstairs, donning a white short skirt, and extended her hand toward him. Martin shot her an annoyed glance and called out to Wendy upstairs. Wendy, we want TB back for dinner tonight. If you want to go out, you can arrange it yourself. All right. Today, Wendy will not accompany us. Martin used to often take her out to play, but he has never brought Sheen along. Will you take me out for a date? Sheen inquired cheerfully. Indeed, it has been such a long time since I have accompanied you outside. It's all right. I understand you wish for me to master my abilities, as it could be perilous otherwise, she replied with a soft chuckle. Martin gently patted her head and said, very well, let us first take some photographs, then dine. The remaining plans shall be yours to devise. I need to ponder slowly. The two found themselves in a quaint alleyway off a bustling street. No worries, you have ample time. If you cannot think of anything today, take your time. Whenever inspiration strikes, we shall go. No, it must be today. All right. They arrived at an upscale photography studio. Welcome, sir and madam. Chapter 28. Is it a date? Yes, Martin responded, surveying the samples displayed within the shop alongside Sheen. Are you two here to take wedding anniversary photos? Upon hearing this, Sheen's smile nearly burst forth uncontrollably. Yes. Does she appear to be of marrying age? Martin questioned. She is my family. Sheen gritted her teeth behind him, wishing she could bite Martin. My sincerest apologies. I thought you resembled a couple. No wonder you look alike. Turns out you are siblings. Sheen couldn't help but chuckle at his blatant falsehood. Am I truly that handsome? Martin's indirect self-praise allowed her to overlook his earlier faux pas. Indeed. You both are quite lovely. Thank you. You are quite the charmer. We shall proceed with our session here, Sheen decided. Thank you for choosing our studio. Please follow me. They entered the photography studio, initially capturing a rather intimate standard photo, yet Sheen desired to take a couple more. And you say you are not a couple? The photographer mused internally. In total, they took 6 photographs. Sheen pondered for a moment and said, we only need the last 2 copies of each. The final one should be of that size. She pointed to a nearly 2-meter-long photograph displayed in the shop. Then she gestured to a 20-centimeter photograph and remarked, the remaining one should be this size. We will also take the frames. The photographer, initially slightly displeased at having taken 6 shots for only 2 prints, was soon delighted at the prospect of such large dimensions and eagerly nodded in agreement. What do you need such a large one for? The large one will hang in our bedroom, and the smaller one will rest on the bedside, Sheen stated candidly before asking, when will they be ready? We will arrange for them immediately. They will be ready for collection tomorrow, or we can deliver them. Delivery incurs a fee. So long, Sheen murmured, blinking her large eyes at Martin. Martin patted her head and pulled out a thick stack of cash, declaring, I want them tonight. The photographer swallowed hard. No problem, sir. I assure you that you will have the photographs after 8 this evening. If you have other commitments, that is also acceptable. I will wait for you. This stack of cash was something you would not earn in half a year. He would soon call a friend to assist, cutting in line. It's a trivial matter. All right. Please keep the negatives for us. We will come to collect them later. After Martin finished speaking, he took Sheen's hand and they left. The photographer escorted them to the door, almost kneeling in gratitude. Once outside the photo studio, Sheen joyfully wrapped her arms around Martin's, skipping along the way. Are you really that happy? Of course. This is our very first photograph. Martin shook his head and said, let's go eat. The two arrived at a restaurant, ordered their meals, and began to discuss their next destination. Sheen had an abundance of places in mind: an amusement park, a shopping mall, a theater, and even suggested a bar. However, under Martin's piercing gaze, the bar idea was swiftly dismissed. Before you turn 18, you are absolutely forbidden to drink secretly. And until you reach 20, 21, 22, you are not permitted to visit a bar. 22? Sheen asked, astonished. Indeed, as a man, I am well aware of the motives that drive most men to bars. It is often to pursue Navi girls like you, who are inexperienced, have poor tolerance, and yet are audacious. Once you are of legal age, you may drink at home or invite friends over, but bars are off limits. So, do you often go to bars to meet girls? Sheen inquired with curiosity. That is not the point. All right, I promise you, before you turn 22, if you ever need to drink or visit a bar, I will take you along, okay? Good girl, he added. You think you can manage me for a lifetime? Sheen retorted playfully. Oh, I certainly can. Unless you prove to be stronger than me, you will remain under my guidance. I shall remember your words, she replied. As they ventured out, Sheen became more animated. Throughout their meal, their playful banter was incessant, and the smile on Sheen's face never faded. However, by the end of their meal, she still hadn't decided what to do next. Observing her troubled expression, Martin suggested, how about we go shopping? If we see something we fancy, we can go for it, and whatever we don't get to today, we can save for next time. We can frequently hang out. As long as you don't annoy me, I'll accompany you every day. Really? Sheen asked, her eyes wide with delight. Of course, but only when I'm free. And not when I'm with the other three, or we can all hang out together. Humph. You just can't stop thinking about them. They're my girls. Aren't I one of them? Not quite. Oh, I'm not. Well, I am a girl. So to simplify, I am your girl. Thus I am included. Reluctantly, Martin took her hand and said, all right, my girl, let us go. With a slight sigh, Sheen once again wrapped her arms around Martin's. They passed numerous shops, all ordinary, without encountering anything particularly exciting. Let us go watch a movie. Sheen suddenly pointed across the street. Sounds good. They arrived outside the cinema and examined the screening schedule. There were many new films, such as Lights Out and The Beauty. But Sheen insisted on watching a romantic film from last year, Time Rewind. The movie tells the story of a young man and an elderly woman whose love spans 70 years. All right then, Martin conceded, for today was meant to bring her joy. The movie lasted over an hour, nearly 2, and to Martin's surprise, it was quite touching, and the leading lady was indeed beautiful. It should be said that the film stars of this era are genuine beauties. Alas, their love spans so many years. They finally returned to the past only to lose it once more. Moreover, Richard did not realize the depth of their relationship until Jane's passing. It has been 70 years. After all, TSK. You, old man, surely do not care anymore. Ha ha. In 70 years, you too shall maintain this appearance. Alas. Can you tell me how steel is forged? Sheen inquired impatiently. Steel is made from iron, ore. Ah, I shall bite you. Do not run away. Ha ha ha. The two engaged in playful banter as they arrived at the photo studio. It was already past 9, yet the door remained open. Sir, madam, you have arrived. Everything is prepared, the attendant greeted. Please show us, Sheen said eagerly. The attendant led them inside, where 4 photographs stood ready, their frames already fitted. The large photograph depicted Martin holding Sheen in his embrace, while Sheen affectionately leaned against him. The smaller photos showed Sheen kissing Martin's cheek. Of course, only a cheek kiss. A normal expression of familial affection. At the slightest hint of impropriety, Martin would shy away. Chapter 29, Martin's illusion. Sheen beamed with satisfaction. Very well. As long as you are pleased, we shall wrap them up for you. Oh, here's the negative. After Martin checked to confirm everything was in order, he accepted it. Once they had finished packaging, Martin lifted the large photograph, while Sheen held the 2 smaller ones. They stepped into the alley, and Martin said, all right here. Hold on to me. Okay. The art of teleportation had become second nature, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves in Sheen's bedroom. Where would you like to hang it? Martin asked as he set down the photograph. There. Sheen indicated the wall directly facing the bed. There? What if you wake up in the middle of the night and get frightened? It's a picture of you and me. How could I possibly be scared? Sometimes you might be. Hanging it above the bed is fine too, just not there. All right, with a mere thought. Martin made the photograph float to the wall, manipulating scraps into nails and hooks to secure it in place. All done. Sheen stood on the floor, surveyed the arrangement, and nodded in approval, placing the smaller one on the bedside table. All right, let's go to your room and hang yours. At Sheen's request. The large photograph was also hung above the bed, where Martin could see it with just a turn of his head. The smaller one rested on the bedside table, alongside another, the high school photo of Sheen. So beautiful, Martin exclaimed. Humph. You're complimenting me. What use is mere flattery? Then what should I do? Alas. I shall sleep here tonight, Jean suddenly declared as she burrowed under the covers. No way. I want to be here. Then I shall go to your room. No. Jean, you are too young. All right? I will soon be of age. How am I still young? You just said soon. Moreover, perhaps this feeling is merely a consequence of the Phoenix Power-esque connection rather than your true sentiments. Also, I am quite the flirt. The Phoenix Power may foster a sense of intimacy, but it does not lead us to fall in love with each other. Jean deftly sidestepped the issue of his flirtation. No, absolutely not. Listen, the emergence of such feelings within an adoptive relationship is inherently flawed. My ability lies in the realm of the mind. I can perceive my own inner self as well as sense yours. Moreover, you have merely found me, not adopted me. The immoral feelings in an adoptive relationship refer to the distorted love that is insidiously cultivated while the other party is oblivious. As for me, I possess a clear and distinct self-awareness. Suddenly, Jean sat up and spoke earnestly. Persuading a top student like Martin was futile. He simply could not prevail. It just wouldn't work. You are being unreasonable, and I shall run away from home. You may certainly try. I am angry, and I will lose control over my strength. Please, Martin, let me stay. I do not require anything from you. I merely wish for your company. No, you may remain seated, but if you dare to leave this room, I truly will run away. All right, you should sleep. I need to take a shower. Jean, Martin exclaimed in frustration and promptly teleported away. You have breached the agreement, Jean shouted. As Martin pondered outside, feeling increasingly unsettled, he decided to teleport back inside. He knocked on Jean's head, delivering several playful taps, and then, with a determined expression, unleashed his Phoenix power. Time reversed. Jean stood on the ground, glanced around, and nodded in satisfaction, placing a small item on the bedside table. All right, this small one goes here. Now let us go to your bedroom to hang it up. At Jean's insistence, the larger photo was also hung by the bed, where Martin could easily see it whenever he turned his head. The smaller one rested on the bedside table, alongside another, a high school photo of Jean. This is perfect, Martin mused quietly. All right, let us step outside for a moment. The imagined scenario was delightful, yet Martin found it unattainable, at least for now. Sighing, he tapped on the door. Jean pouted as she opened it. Martin sat at the edge of the bed, patting the space beside him. Jean walked over and sat down. Listen, Jean, before you reach adulthood, let us interact as siblings in a normal manner, and we can revisit this matter once you are of age, shall we? I do not understand your concerns, Jean said. Her disappointment evident. Why must I wait for over a year? I worry that whether it is you or me, what if our feelings are not aligned? What if one day we discover that our bond is merely one of familial affection? Very well, but you must hold me as we sleep tonight. That is my sole condition. Can one really impose conditions on such matters? Is it wrong for a brother to hold his sister while she sleeps? No. Humph. Seeing Martin's resolute demeanor, Jean could only huff and leave. Chapter 30. Jean's abrupt appearance watching her slumber peacefully, Martin thought. Perhaps this is how it should be. She was correct. She was not an ignorant little girl. Nevertheless, the 2-year agreement must be honored. As long as she abides by the pact, if she wishes to express some affection towards me, then so be it. I find it hard to resist indulging her. With no school today, I will allow her the luxury of sleeping in a little longer. Upon hearing the sound of the door closing, Jean, with her eyes shut and her back turned to the door, allowed a smile to grace her face. She shifted slightly towards the spot where Martin had just lain and continued to nestle under the covers, seeking solace in sleep. After completing her morning routine and noting that the hour was still early, she decided that Jean could afford to indulge in a little more rest, allowing Wendy to prepare just enough for the two of them. After their meal, she made a phone call to check on Emma and Raven. Lamenting the inconvenience of life without a mobile phone, which occasionally left her unable to reach anyone, she then extended her hand towards Wendy, who gently placed her own atop Martin's, leaning sweetly into his embrace. Emma was right. Martin was indeed worthy of her trust. It was through his protection that she managed to evade a fate of capture, especially when even the most formidable mutants had fallen into the hands of others. Given the peculiarity of her own abilities, she feared not only being taken for research but also being ensnared by those hypocritical figures who would seek to exploit her. Here, she enjoyed her freedom, along with Martin's affection. Last night, you were with Jean? No, huh? I can see you enjoyed yourself. Indeed, I did. I feel the same when I'm with you. Can't you tell? Wendy glanced down, nodding in understanding. Alas, without Emma and the others, I am bound to suffer. Don't you like it? No, I enjoy it very much, Wendy replied with a smile. Come closer, do you love me? Of course. After all these years together. How could I not? Forgive my selfishness, for I have kept you all to myself. Initially, it felt somewhat uncomfortable, yet growing fond of it turned out quite well. After all, we are rather weak. Everything must be suited to our circumstances, and this is no exception. I am speaking of feelings. What are you referring to? I mean the same, Wendy chuckled. Emma and Raven are not the types to sit idly, and I cannot assist you, so we are playing to our strengths. Very well. I shall continue to strive and remain selfish. Good luck. Tonight, I must not allow Chin to stay with me. But it's just one day. One day feels like 3 autumns. Reflecting on the time when Emma and Raven were absent, she was grateful for Wendy's ability to divide herself. Of course, this division was merely to rest and recover her strength, ensuring that their tasks would not be hindered as their senses remained interconnected. After waiting for approximately half an hour, Martin rose and made his way to the bedroom. Upon finding Chin still in a deep slumber, he gently tousled her hair and called out, "Hey, sleepyhead. It's time to wake up." Upon hearing Martin refer to her as sleepyhead, Chin could no longer feign sleep. As soon as she sensed Martin's movement, she too roused herself, though she hesitated to fully awaken and instead kept her eyes closed, awaiting Martin's call. "Oh, so you're awake yet still pretending to sleep?" Martin teased, pinching her nose playfully. "I was waiting for you to wake me, and now you can get up, right? Give me a kiss," Chin replied, closing her eyes. A good morning kiss from a brother to his sister. Martin planted several kisses on her cheek. "All right, moi, would a few extra be acceptable?" Chin, elated to have her wish fulfilled, responded, "Of course. If you desire more, that would be just fine." After indulging in playful antics for quite some time, Chin finally consented to rise. Life must proceed with its normal rhythm, even in this Marvel universe where heroes abound and the extraordinary often seems less than remarkable. Excluding certain unique events during special times, life remains quite splendid. Ever since entering into an agreement with Chin, she has adhered to it diligently. She attends school punctually each day and returns home promptly after classes, never succumbing to the temptations of dubious companions. At home, she interacts with Martin like a sibling. Well, aside from the occasional closeness that is not deemed excessive. This evening, just as Martin had settled into bed, Chin knocked on his door, citing the absence of a proper good night. Upon his return, Raven could no longer contain her amusement. "Ha ha ha. Why were you in such a rush? You could have spent a little more time with her." She added, "I think this is your fault. It's on you for being so hard to reach nowadays." Martin playfully pinched Raven's face, expressing his irritation. "My apologies," Raven replied. "I merely wanted to do my best, and sometimes I might not have the time to greet you. However, I assure you that I will be all right. Your abilities lie solely in transformation, although you have learned combat techniques. Your adversaries are those gifted with an array of extraordinary powers. How can you guarantee your safe return unscathed?" Listening to Martin's admonitions, Raven persisted, "We have discussed this. You cannot prevent me from pursuing what I desire. I am not trying to stop you. I am merely concerned for your well-being," Martin said as he lay back. Embracing Raven, she nestled closer, resting her head on his chest. "I understand. Do not worry. I will exercise caution. Oh, speaking of which, I encountered a mutant not long ago whose ability is akin to yours, rapid regeneration. I indeed could not best him, but he is acquainted with you." "Who is he?" Martin inquired, his curiosity piqued. Raven propped herself up, resting on Martin's chest, and replied, "When he learned of my abilities, he inquired about my name. Upon my confirmation of knowing you, he allowed me to leave, but cautioned me against meddling in affairs that do not concern me." Martin speculated it was Logan and asked, "What other abilities does he possess?" Raven pondered before responding, His claws are exceedingly sharp, reminiscent of those of a feline." "Oh, are there others?" "No, just him. He is quite the lunatic, unconcerned with his own injuries due to his regenerative capabilities." Chapter 31. Raven's disappearance. He is indeed a madman. Refrain from provoking him in the future. Although he would not dare confront me, both he and his brother are the type to act recklessly when angered. Raven lowered her head and asked, "Who are they? Do you recall the day we first met?" Martin chuckled. "Of course, you, my dear. Took several days to coax me into your bed." Raven laughed. "Coax? You willingly came to me." "Ha ha ha. All right, continue." "I once mentioned to you that I know 2 mutants who are 2 years my senior. They're the ones I speak of." As Raven listened attentively, Martin continued. "The one you encountered is Victor, known by the moniker Sabretooth. Is he your friend?" Martin shook his head, saying, "No. We merely know each other and have worked together for a time. However, I have a good rapport with his half-brother, Logan. He is also a person of cool exterior yet warm interior. I recall you sometimes disappearing for a couple of days, claiming to meet friends." "Yes, that would be Logan. His abilities closely resemble those of his brother, though they manifest differently, instead of bone claws. He possesses 3 bone blades that protrude from each hand when he clenches his fists. I believe I've heard of him. He seems to be working for certain individuals. Perhaps, though we generally refrain from involving ourselves in each other's affairs, except when assistance is needed. Forgive a lonely soul, adrift for so long, like a pitiable old man. I am in a slightly better position, having encountered you all, otherwise, I might have ended up like him." Raven, unwilling to delve into such heavy topics, shifted the conversation. "I've never heard you mention anyone else. Because I have no one else. I do not care for others. My sole desire is to protect you all. I feel the same. The battle interrupted by Qin was now an opportune moment to commence. Raven's assurances, however, bore little weight. As the new year approached, Martin yearned for his family to gather at home during this final stretch of the year, yet he had been unable to reach her. It had already been a month without any word from her. He had attempted to locate her through telepathy and magnetic fields, but to no avail. Either Raven was in a far-off place, too distant for him to sense, or she was in a special location equipped with some form of shielding devices. It was not uncommon for telepathy to be obstructed, as evidenced by Eric's helmet, which could achieve such a feat, yet Martin felt helpless regarding the magnetic fields. The range he could sense encompassed the entirety of the Earth. The issue lay in the overwhelming number of magnetic fields present on this planet. Akin to an elephant that could not possibly notice an ant beneath its feet, Martin could easily manipulate the magnetic field of any location. But an individual's magnetic field was like that ant beneath the elephant's foot. He needed to search with utmost caution. And Raven, in relation to the Earth, was even more minuscule than that ant. Such precise operations became increasingly difficult with distance, especially since he had no inkling of Raven's whereabouts. The only power he could wield, the Phoenix Force, remained dormant due to insufficient cosmic energy, as she had yet to mature. Unable to reach her, Emma approached Martin, sitting beside him. Indeed, the number she left is unreachable. What about you? Any news? None. Never mind. She is quite astute and should be fine. Let us have dinner first. I will go out to search for her tomorrow. All right. The two walked hand in hand to the dining room, where Wendy and Qin were already present. They wisely refrained from inquiring about Raven, having already gleaned the outcome from Emma's shake of the head. Martin, Wendy prepared a plethora of delectable dishes. And Emma and I lent a hand, Qin remarked, wrapping her arms around Martin's. Is that so? I shall have to be cautious while eating, then, Martin replied, his mood lifting slightly as he beheld the array of culinary delights on the table. Regardless, it was best not to let anything spoil tonight's gathering. Do not underestimate me. I have been practicing for quite some time. When did you begin your studies? Several individuals took their seats, and Martin gazed at Qin. You spend your days indulging in affection with them. How could you possibly notice me? Do you have no conscience? Martin, feigning innocence, retorted, ever since you arrived at home. You have become the darling of the family. This was indeed true. Martin's affection, coupled with Qin's own beauty and charm, as well as her status as the youngest, endeared her to everyone. Qin playfully lifted a morsel of food with her fork and offered it to Martin's lips. Try this. All right. Martin opened his mouth and tasted it, relishing the flavor. This is quite delightful. It seems you possess a natural talent for cooking. Thank you. Eat more. Fine. But don't just feed me. You should eat as well. The warm dinner, however, did little to assuage Martin's unease. The following morning, he bid farewell to Emma, who was still nestled in bed, and departed the house. After a brief moment of concentration, he found himself before Charles. Charles was easy to locate. In matters of the mind, he shone like a firefly in the dark, unmistakable. Upon seeing Martin appear suddenly in the classroom, Charles remained unperturbed. He calmly instructed the other students to continue their studies before gesturing for Martin to follow him outside in his wheelchair. Martin trailed behind him. Mr. Horn, is there something I can assist you with? Charles inquired once they were outside. If it were anyone else, Charles would have already discerned their intentions. However, with Martin, he hesitated. I need to use your machine. Raven has been out of touch for quite some time, and I wish to try the brainwave amplifier. Charles turned to face Martin, a frown creasing his brow. I thought you were meant to protect her. This is a personal matter, Charles. I am merely informing you out of courtesy. Spare me the unnecessary dialogue. Their relationship had soured since the battle years prior. To Charles, Martin had not only taken his sister, but had also bestowed upon Eric the helmet that could nullify his abilities, rendering him disabled. What are you staring at? Did you leave me here, or shall I go alone? Let us proceed. Charles took the lead, with Martin following closely behind. As they passed various locations, numerous students from nearby schools regarded Martin with curiosity. How does it feel? Charles asked proudly. What? They're the future of mutants. Hey, how many of them have you shaped into your so-called future with your abilities? I am protecting them. There exists an insidious term in human society, brainwashing. But it does not concern me. I am indifferent. Chapter 32. The research base. The two arrived in silence before a large metallic door, where several familiar faces awaited them. Hank, Alex, and Sean. Long time no see, Martin greeted, noticing the passage of time etched upon their features. They had transformed from children into pillars of the school. What brings you here? Hank inquired, puzzled by Martin's unexpected visit, as he had not been active in their lives for quite some time. Just a private matter. Charles signaled that they were fine, and after verification, he opened the door. Hank stepped behind Charles, gently pushing him inside, followed by Martin and the other two. Hank, activate the machine. Mr. Horn requires its use, Charles instructed. Very well. Martin approached the control panel, grasped the helmet resembling a lie detector, and placed it upon his head. As Martin prepared, Hank initiated the machine. An extraordinary sensation washed over Martin. He suddenly felt his telepathic abilities magnified exponentially, as though the entire Earth lay beneath his scrutiny. He could track anyone at will. Martin beheld Emma, Wendy, and Sheen still at home, and even Logan, who was on a mission in a remote area. With mere intention, he could locate anyone. Raven. Martin endeavored to find Raven, yet after an extensive search, he remained unsuccessful. Frustrated, he resolved to trace her last known location meticulously, employing his magnetic field abilities for tracking. The last individual Raven had contacted was an information broker named Caliban. Martin sought him first. Caliban possessed the ability to sense nearby factors. Thus, he detected Martin's approach due to his formidable power. "Who are you? What do you want?" Caliban inquired, alarmed by this overwhelming force. "Do not worry. I merely seek someone, and it will be over soon," Martin reassured him telepathically before probing into Caliban's memories. Starting from the timestamp of Raven's last phone call. Under Martin's control, Caliban was utterly powerless to resist, trembling as he awaited further developments. Martin opted not to interrogate him directly, knowing that such individuals often employ deceit. He could afford to be patient. The last encounter Raven had with him occurred over a month ago, when she inquired about a mutant. After receiving his payment, Raven departed. Confirming that Raven had not contacted him since, Martin informed Caliban that he had acquired the information he sought and would be leaving. Once Caliban regained control of his body, he collapsed into his chair, bewildered about whom he had offended. Meanwhile, Martin continued his pursuit, first locating the mutant Raven had inquired about. However, this individual possessed no recollection of her. This indicated that Raven had gone missing before finding him. Yet, within his memories, he recalled a battle occurring over a month prior in the vicinity, which had concluded swiftly, thus he had not paid it much attention. Martin scrutinized the subtle clues revealed in his memory, gradually piecing together the puzzle. It was you. He had uncovered Raven's whereabouts. She had been captured by someone named William Stryker, a member of Martin's scheme. Locating Stryker, Martin delved into his mind to ascertain Raven's location. Discovering that Stryker was currently there. No wonder he could not sense Raven. It turned out Stryker had developed a device capable of temporarily suppressing mutant abilities and was now researching a serum to permanently inhibit mutant genes. He captured Raven because his friend Trask sought to exploit her shape-shifting abilities to develop robotic sentinels capable of countering all mutants. Being a research facility, it was rife with chaotic and intricate magnetic fields, which Martin instinctively overlooked. With a sudden motion, Martin removed his helmet and cast it onto the table before him. Just as Charles was about to inquire about the outcome, Martin abruptly declared he had found what he was looking for and instantaneously vanished, leaving the others exchanging bewildered glances. After a moment's contemplation, Charles donned the helmet again, intending to question Martin about the situation. However, upon locating him, he was met with expulsion and a warning from Martin to refrain from meddling. Reluctantly, Charles set aside the helmet and returned to his class. Gazing upon the isolated base marked with military warning signs, Martin's intense fury ignited the Phoenix force within him, causing him to ascend into the air. With a sweeping gesture, he encased the entire facility in a barrier, which from a distance resembled an inverted transparent shell, even encompassing the underground. Alarms blared throughout the base as armed personnel converged on Martin, while surface-to-air missiles locked onto him. In the command center, Stryker and Trask observed Martin on the monitors. Initially, they had intended to deal with him gradually, but he had unwittingly delivered himself to them. Stryker, recalling the mutant who had once dared to threaten him, gritted his teeth and ordered the soldiers to retreat and launch a missile attack. These missiles possessed the capability to suppress mutants, and Stryker was confident that this time, Martin would meet his demise. With Stryker's command, the missiles soared toward Martin. Yet, Stryker's smile abruptly faltered as the missiles veered away, targeting the soldiers and armored vehicles outside instead, employing specialized ammunition. Martin had no time to indulge them. His priority was Raven. In an instant, he teleported to the cell where she was confined, alongside several other mutants. Raven, unable to utilize her powers, appeared in her blue form. Lying on the bed in a white hospital gown, adorned with a specialized metallic collar around her neck. "Martin, I knew you would come to save me," she exclaimed, rushing into his embrace. "You'd better not run off again," Martin admonished, holding her tightly, his heart aching. "No, I won't go anywhere again." When she first arrived, she had firmly believed that Martin would find her. However, upon learning that this place could block mental communication, despair began to creep in, leaving her with no choice but to place her hopes in Martin. In just over half a month, she had witnessed numerous mutants being taken away, never to return. For reasons unknown, she had merely been drawn in for a blood draw, and then confined without explanation. She had come to realize that, like humans, not all mutants were united. Her spirit had begun to wane. "Commander, the target has appeared in cell number 3. Adjust the feed," Stryker commanded. observing Martin and the useful mutant embracing within the cell, finally grasping the reason for his presence there. Chapter 33. Martin's Revenge. Gazing at the collars around the prisoners' necks, Strick commanded, "Detonate all suppressors in Sector 3. Understood." As the soldiers pressed the button, the anticipated outcome eluded him. "Damn it, sir. There is an invisible barrier surrounding the base. Our personnel cannot exit nor establish contact with the outside." Since Martin's arrival at Sector 3, a magnetic field had tightly encased the area, preventing anything from entering, including electromagnetic signals. "All right, let us first remove that device from around your neck, and we can embrace at home." "Very well." Martin pushed aside Raven and, with a mere thought, reduced the device around her neck to ashes. With a sigh of relief, the oppressive sensation dissipated, and Raven resumed her normal appearance. "I need to see what you've encountered." "All right." Raven stood still, allowing Martin to delve into her memories. From her recollections, Martin gleaned a more intricate understanding of the events. He witnessed Raven being captured and subsequently imprisoned here, subjected to blood draws for testing, and even bullied by her fellow mutants, who were stronger, while others merely watched in amusement. Some even acted on Strick's behalf. With a heavy heart, Martin remarked, "Let us go outside." "Okay." As Martin embraced Raven and prepared to step outside for the next phase, a voice called out to them. "Wait, sir, please help us." Looking at the mutant speaking before him, Martin noted that although this individual had not directly bullied Raven, they had seemed quite entertained by the suffering. Here, the strong preyed upon the weak, their only form of amusement. Martin remained silent, while Raven buried her face deeper into his embrace. In an instant, they vanished from the prison, finding themselves suspended in the open air. "I will avenge you." With those words, Martin orchestrated the collapse of the entire structure, causing all the buildings to crumble simultaneously. Most inhabitants were crushed beneath the rubble, as the magnetic field had compressed them into unrecognizable forms. Only one person survived, William Strick. He was preserved for a reason. He was to become a subject of experimentation, endowed with even greater powers, amalgamating multiple abilities. Moreover, Martin believed that merely killing him would not suffice for retribution. The most torturous method would be to allow him to live, and then obliterate everything he held dear. As for Trisk, the Sentinel posed no further utility and would be disposed of without hesitation. Strick remained alive, for he still served a purpose, but Martin vowed, "I will ensure your vengeance. Everything he cherishes will be stripped away." "Very well, proceed as you see fit. I simply wish to return home," Raven murmured softly. "Indeed. Let us go home." In the next moment, they found themselves back in their living room, surrounded by concerned friends. "Raven." The group rushed to her side, expressing their relief. "I'm all right." After a brief moment of comfort, Raven excused herself to bathe and change. Martin recounted her experiences briefly. "I have some matters to attend to. I will return shortly. Please hurry back. Raven likely wishes to be with you now." Indeed. Martin departed for a brief interval, leaving the world with fewer souls, the parents of Strick, his child, and several high-ranking officials who supported the project. Knowing their whereabouts made it easy to locate them. Each strike was executed silently, swiftly terminating one before moving to the next. This was his retribution against Strick. He believed that Strick would persist in his research, as Martin had not eliminated his mutant son. I approached to keep her company. After greeting everyone, Martin entered the bedroom where Raven was immersed in the bathtub, disrobing. He stepped in, and Raven shifted to allow him to embrace her. "I am fine. I am not that fragile. I merely cannot comprehend why some individuals would assist those people. Perhaps because they wish to survive. Mutants are still human. Survival is an instinct of humanity. Indeed. Yet you still chose to kill them. Because they tormented you," Martin replied while assisting Raven in scrubbing her back. "But not everyone did. I do not care. To me, remaining an indifferent observer is their fault. Since they did not assist you, why should I aid them?" "All right. You make a valid point. Let them be." As she spoke, Raven turned to Martin and said, "Now, I wish to do one thing." "What is it?" Carry me out," Raven gently urged, extending her arms. "Why not here?" Martin replied with a mischievous grin. The sudden deaths of several high-ranking officials sent the American government into a frenzy of panic and outrage. Strick shared the same fury. To him, it seemed a stroke of fortune that he had evaded the collapsing building while others perished. Upon being rescued, he learned that his family had all succumbed, crushed by the suddenly collapsing structure. Yet, he was certain that Martin was behind it. "Martin Horn," Strick bellowed, his eyes bloodshot and teeth clenched in fury. His friend Trisk had perished, and the nascent Sentinel program was now rendered unfeasible. Moreover, the samples from the female mutant had also been entirely lost and destroyed in the incident. The only recourse left for him was to place his hopes on the military. Strick vowed to develop a means to combat and defeat Martin. If all else failed, he had one final card to play, his psychotic son, also a mutant, who could cast illusions upon anyone. 2 hours later, as Martin descended with a rejuvenated Raven, 2 women and a girl scrutinized the pair. Raven beamed as she sat between them, engaging in hushed conversations. Martin sat beside her, using a towel to dry her hair, dampened from her recent bath. He relished this ordinary, methodical approach rather than employing his powers to dry it instantaneously. Others also seemed to enjoy it, evident from Raven's blissful expression and the envious looks from the other women. Having missed Christmas Eve, Raven suggested that they must make up for it that night and simultaneously planned how to arrange the upcoming days. That evening, after a lively dinner, Raven declared, "Tonight he is mine. You all can entertain yourselves." After others expressed their lack of objections, Raven turned to Cheen with a smile and said to Martin, "Don't forget your goodnight kiss." A chuckle ensued, as everyone was aware of Cheen's past antics. "Raven," Cheen retorted, slightly annoyed, "do you believe I might require several goodnight kisses tonight?" No, my apologies," Raven quickly interjected, then added, "By the way, Cheen has just turned a year older." Chapter 34. The Fall of the Apocalypse. Upon hearing this, Cheen glanced at Martin with a hint of arrogance. Martin, ruffling her hair, remarked, "It's merely a year. What is there to be so proud of?" "Humph, hurry and finish what you need to do, then go on with whatever you desire," he added. With a playful kiss on Cheen's cheek, he ensured not to overlook the others. Subsequently, he wrapped his arm around Raven's waist as they ascended the stairs to their bedroom. Emma and Wendy, observing Cheen's displeasure, exchanged secret smiles. "What are you laughing at?" Cheen pouted, inquiring. "Nothing," they replied, "but your boyfriend is currently with another woman, and you can still smile? Don't try to sow discord. Perhaps her boyfriend will soon be lying beside me instead." This is infuriating. I'm done playing with you." Cheen stood up and retreated to her room, the sound of Emma and Wendy's unabashed laughter following her. Meanwhile, Raven mentioned to Martin that she had a surprise for him. "What surprise?" Martin asked. With a smile, Raven gradually transformed into a stranger, a woman Martin had seen that evening on the cinema screen. They had all gone to the movies, featuring the lead actress, Sophie Marceau, who had only recently debuted and was approximately 15 years old. "No, Raven, she is just a little girl. It's inappropriate for you to transform into her," Martin said, his expression peculiar. "However, you seem quite fond of her." No. Martin appreciates not her current self, but her future beauty. While watching the film, Martin envisioned the alluring character she would become in her 30s, inadvertently drawing Raven's attention and leading her to misinterpret his interest. "Oh, I see. And what about now?" Raven mused, imagining Sophie in her matured form, as Martin's gaze grew increasingly intense. "This is of your own making." When Emma and Wendy entered, they found Martin engaged with an unfamiliar figure. However, their experience quickly clarified the situation. Previously, Raven had only transformed into familiar faces to spice up their lives. This was her inaugural transformation into a stranger. There was no time for contemplation, as Raven was already seeking assistance. Meanwhile, Cheen, feeling sulky, lay on her bed, wishing for time to pass quickly. Though she had grown accustomed to it, she always felt a twinge of jealousy during such moments. It seemed as if Cheen's prayers were answered, as time inexplicably sped by, and she was soon approaching her promised 18th birthday. As the moment drew nearer, her spirits lifted. That day, as usual, she declined an invitation to a gathering from a boy who pursued her and drove home. For Qin's 17th birthday, MTN gifted her a sports car, after which she obtained her driver's license. However, upon returning home, MTN was absent. Observing Ru WN seated in the living room and WND in the kitchen, QN inquired, "Where has MTN gone?" Emma needed to see him. "He has gone to meet her," Ru WN replied. Ever since the kidnapping incident last year, Ru WN had refrained from engaging in heroic deeds, preferring instead to assist Emma as a means of passing the time. More often than not, she would remain at home with MTN, idly waiting for QN's vacation to embark on family trips together. This afternoon, MTN received a call from Emma. "MTN, we have located the person you were searching for. I will come over immediately." MTN arrived at the Hellfire Club, where Emma sat at the head of the table, facing several mutant subordinates, 3 of whom were familiar faces. Mr. Horn, the Red Devil, and Tidal greeted MTN upon his arrival. "Hello," MTN acknowledged, his gaze sweeping over the group, momentarily resting on Salvador, who had matured significantly. He then approached Emma, saying, "Let us talk." Dismissing the others to attend to their own affairs, Emma made space for MTN and settled in his lap. "All right, we discovered his traces in a collapsed pyramid in Egypt. There are many of his followers there, firmly believing he can lead them back to an era of divine authority. Apocalypse is a formidable mutant, the second to appear on Earth. He possesses the ability to transfer his consciousness into others, thereby acquiring the powers of the host mutant while retaining all his previous abilities." "Who was the first?" MTN asked. In his recollection, the Black Queen of the Hellfire Club seemed to be the first mutant. "Are there still several leaders in the club?" "Most of the previous members remain, except for Shaw. They continue to operate under his management style. I only manage my own sector, and we hardly interact unless it pertains to the club's interests." "What is this? Are you considering becoming the White King?" Emma inquired, wrapping her arms around MTN's neck. Why the White King? Because I'm the White Queen. Chuckling, MTN playfully pinched Emma's upturned nose. Who is your Black Queen? An ordinary person, a wealthy socialite. Why do you ask? Are you tired of the White Queen and seeking to experiment with the Black Queen? It seemed that at this time, Celine Garriott had not yet joined the Hellfire. My dear Emma, I could never grow weary of you. I was merely curious. Really? Emma teased. Then who do you prefer, me or QN? Slap. Emma quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I won't dare again. I was just asking. You are both equally important to me. It's just that QN is still young. I understand. After a tender moment between them, Emma asked, how are we handling the situation with Apocalypse? We will send some individuals to keep an eye on him, a few ordinary people to monitor the situation, as he will be of use to us later. Very well. Can he truly make us stronger? Yes, you should have guessed my abilities by now. In recent years, Martin had not encountered any mutants, yet it seemed that every time, a mutant with similar abilities would emerge. All of this was made possible with Emma's assistance. Indeed. At first, I genuinely believed you possessed powers akin to mine. However, I never concealed anything from you. I am truly grateful that you did not bind me as we had initially agreed, but rather embraced and cared for me. Hence, I shall wholeheartedly support you. Emma softly asserted, aren't you intending to accomplish something monumental? Accompanying you is my paramount endeavor. Martin lifted her chin and kissed her for a moment before remarking, it seems your bedroom has undergone a change? No, it hasn't. Really? Let us have a look. With that, Martin picked her up and carried her inside. Just say what you wish to do. No need to make excuses. All right, then I wish to. 2 hours later, Emma, barefoot, dashed out of the bedroom to make a call, have Salvador come to my room. Then she floated back uncontrollably. Wait. Chapter 35. Raven's persuasion. After months of investigation, the followers of Apocalypse in Egypt, under the guidance of certain individuals, swiftly located the whereabouts of their deity. They soon opened the passage leading into the pyramid's interior. Because of this passage, the pyramid, which had quietly rested beneath the earth for countless years, began to tremble. The devotees praying within were ultimately buried alive beneath it, as if sacrificing themselves for the resurrection of their god. As the pyramid collapsed, sunlight streamed through the cracks. The consciousness transfer ritual continued, quickly reaching completion as the last remnants of progress were made. Apocalypse opened his eyes in the dim light, realizing he was deeply buried underground. Apocalypse erupted with fury, the entire pyramid splitting apart as he slowly rose and teleported outside. Gazing upon the barren desert before him, confusion filled Apocalypse's eyes. He then sensed his surroundings and began to walk in a specific direction. Having just awakened, he remained feeble. Recovery would require time, and he needed to locate his apostle's whereabouts. Martin sensed Apocalypse's emergence. In a distant location, a sudden violent release of energy occurred, accompanied by significant fluctuations in the magnetic field and psychic force. Martin, continue. All right. What transpired? Emma asked, reclining on one side. Apocalypse has emerged. Must we discuss this matter now? Salvador interjected, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Emma chuckled mischievously. Martin readily agreed. What is Apocalypse compared to the urgency of our current situation? Meanwhile, another individual detected Apocalypse's arrival. Charles, one of the most powerful telepaths on Earth, recognized the formidable psychic force of Apocalypse, which naturally alerted him upon its eruption. Sensing this overwhelming and unfamiliar power, Charles felt an ominous foreboding and immediately took Hank to the cerebral wave enhancement machine to uncover the cause. Most of the students at the school were detected by Charles during their awakening, subsequently located through machinery, and then brought back. However, this time the force was overwhelmingly potent, and he was eager to ascertain the circumstances. The absence of the principal subject indicated that the individual was a mutant adept in wielding power, thereby ruling out newly awakened children. Although the target remained elusive, Charles encountered a familiar figure, Moira MacTaggart, who had been tasked with investigating the nefarious organization in Egypt. What happened? Hank inquired. They left, but I recognized someone, Charles replied. Who? Moira. What is she doing there? She intends to report on the events transpiring there. Charles had already delved into Moira's memories. Following their confrontation with Sebastian in Cuba, he had erased any traces of their connection for her safety. Charles smiled and remarked, it appears we must pay her a visit. Are you certain it's not just to see her? No, I am in pursuit of the truth. Meeting her would be pleasant as well. Noticing Hank's skeptical expression, Charles abruptly added, a significant event occurred at the school today. Jean was driving swiftly, eager to return home and share the news with Martin. Martin. As soon as she parked, Jean eagerly grabbed her bag from the passenger seat and hurried toward the house, calling Martin's name. What is going on? Martin greeted her at the door. Handing her bag to Martin, who reached out to take it, Jean linked her arm with his and exclaimed, a boy at school suddenly awakened his superpowers today, nearly demolishing the walls of the classroom. A boy? Martin looked at Jean with a perplexed expression, as this was the first time she had mentioned another boy. Hey, don't worry, we're just classmates and haven't even spoken. Jean noticed Martin's discomfort and smiled reassuringly. She was pleased with Martin's reaction, indeed. Emma was correct. Mentioning another boy piqued Martin's interest. All right, tell me more about this boy. His name is Scott Summers. During class today, he suddenly complained of discomfort in his eyes. The boys said he shot through the bathroom walls. Perhaps because he was the first awakened peer she encountered in life, Jean felt a tinge of regret for not witnessing it firsthand. From Martin and others, she had gleaned that there was little goodwill towards mutants. Raven's previous ordeal served as a stark lesson. Moreover, Martin forbade her from associating with mutants, a rule she had diligently adhered to. You didn't see it? That was the boys' bathroom. Did you expect me to go in? Jean asked, her expression one of shock. Of course not. I meant the walls. No, there were already people gathered there. And Summers was later taken away by his brother. Alex Summers? Do you know him? Yes. Raven and Emma know him too. I mentioned the events in Cuba, right? That's where we met. Now he is working with Charles at the school. Oh, I see. He is the one who enjoys peering into other people's minds. Haha, indeed. Raven, having overheard the conversation, expressed her dissatisfaction by saying, Charles merely wishes to assist. Come now. We should not berate your brother. Martin approached her, embracing her in apology. I forgive you. Thank you. He then placed a kiss on Raven's cheek before shrugging at Jean, who smiled and went upstairs to put away her backpack. Once Jean departed, Raven inquired, Do you intend to continue preventing her from interacting with other young mutants? Of course not. It is merely not the right time yet. She is still young. Young? She is already 17. You may love her, but you cannot confine her at home. Her life consists solely of school in this place. She has not a single friend. I am not forbidding her from making friends, Martin retorted. True, but your possessiveness is so strong that if it weren't for school, you would likely be unwilling to let Jean leave your side even for a moment. And Jean, in turn, does not wish to provoke any discontent in you. Is that so? Indeed. To be honest, Martin, Emma, Wendy, and I are more than willing to be by your side forever, completely centering our lives around you, as we have endured enough of a nomadic existence. However, Jean is still young. She should not spend every single day solely in your company. But the outside world is genuinely perilous. I cannot trust her to go out alone. Besides, at school, she is a mutant. How can she genuinely make friends with ordinary people? Is it fair to expect a young girl to forge friendships while being unable to sincerely engage with others? Chapter 36, School So? I will not agree to send her to school. It is merely to observe, to meet some peers. You are so powerful. Who would dare to harbor ill intentions towards your sister? What if she develops feelings for someone else? Martin suddenly interjected. And you claim to view her merely as a sister? Martin glared at Raven in annoyance. Isn't it time for a heart-to-heart? Apologies, I shall cease my laughter. She will not. Cannot you see her heart is entirely focused on you? If she were to, I would break that scoundrel's legs, I assure you. Jean, who had been eavesdropping at the staircase, nearly burst into laughter. The realization that Martin was concerned about her possibly falling for someone else filled her with joy. Martin remained unaware. Who would constantly monitor for eavesdroppers within their own home? Ha ha ha. My Martin, you are adorably domineering. Sigh, only you all perceive it this way. At times, I even detest myself. Isn't our admiration enough? Martin said as he held Raven. It is sufficient. I shall not concern myself with others. Very well. I will consider it. After a while, Martin left the living room, and Jean came downstairs to sit beside Raven. Where is Martin? I do not know. He should be back in his room. Oh. Raven, can you transform into anyone's likeness and appear the same anywhere? Yes. Why? Jean devised a quick plan to draw closer to Martin. She whispered her intentions to Raven, believing that once Martin became accustomed to intimacy with her likeness, he would gradually loosen his restrictions. No, absolutely not. Raven promptly refused. Why not? Don't you often play like this? Raven inquired, her surprise evident. Oh, it's not important. Why can't I? Raven elaborated. Because in his heart, you are irreplaceable. Well, I once tried to become like you, but he wouldn't allow it. Although Jean was somewhat taken aback by Raven's previous attempt, she found it acceptable, as it might persuade Raven further. You mentioned it was in the past. I was only 16 then, but now I am almost 18. This time it will surely work, please. You wouldn't want me to keep waiting, would you? At this rate, even when that day arrives, I will take a long time before I can be with him. Observing her adorable friend's plea, Raven's heart softened, and she resolved to give it another try. All right, but if he gets angry, you must help me. Absolutely no problem, came the reply, followed by a mischievous laugh. Raven shook her head, remarking, It's my first time encountering someone so eager to transform into another. Doesn't Emma feel the same? That's now, and under special circumstances. Everyone believes they are unique. No one likes others to become like them. Initially, Emma was quite upset, but Martin didn't give her a chance to retort. Fine. But I agree to let you become me. I can assist you. but you must tell me how you know about our situation. Sheen shyly whispered a few explanations to Raven. Subsequently, the two engaged in hushed conversation. After everyone parted ways that evening and returned to their rooms, Raven, as usual, drew the balcony curtains. Suddenly, an idea struck her, prompting her to tighten the curtains further. Just then, someone peered in, wide-eyed and pleading. Raven chuckled and decided to leave a small gap to satisfy her curiosity. Raven? At Martin's urging, Raven shot a glance at the figure outside before retreating. The following day, Raven fell quite ill and could only rest adequately. It took her considerable time to convince Martin, and she was now facing the consequences. After Martin descended the stairs, Sheen stealthily slipped into the master bedroom. Raven glared at the instigator and asked, "Why aren't you at school? It's the weekend." "Oh, you've caused me great trouble." "Really? I'm not blind." All right. Hurry up and go. I need to sleep," Raven said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Okay. You rest first." After Sheen finished her personal care, she turned to go downstairs. In the living room, Martin spotted Sheen and suddenly felt a bit strange. Sheen knew the reason, but continued to approach him as usual, presenting her cheek. "Good morning." Kiss good morning. Sitting beside Martin, Sheen asked, "What's wrong?" Nothing." "Really? Usually, you would hug me. Why are you so distant today?" "I'm not. I can hug you now." "All right." Observing Martin's awkward demeanor, Sheen sensed that something good was about to happen. After finishing their meal, Sheen said, "Raven is ill. I'll take this to her." Fearing Raven might reveal something to Sheen, Martin quickly responded, "I'll deliver it. You should rest first. I'll take you out to play shortly." "How considerate. I envy her so much. You should go now." "All right, be good." Martin walked away with the food, while Sheen remained seated, revealing a smile that was somewhat at odds with her usual persona in front of others, cunning, as if she had committed a misdeed without being detected, her objective fulfilled. Sigh. "I said I didn't want to. I feel quite uncomfortable being with Sheen right now," Martin remarked upon returning to the bedroom to Raven. TSK? Regretting it now? What did you do last night?" Let us eat something first." "Feed me," Raven said as she sat up. "All right, I'll feed you." After enjoying a meal with Raven, Martin descended the stairs and said to Sheen, "Today, I will take you to a wonderful place." "Oh, really? Where?" Sheen inquired eagerly. "To school." "Huh? Really?" Sheen asked, her happiness palpable. "Indeed. Didn't you say I shouldn't interact with other mutants? Therefore, I need to go with you." "Fine, let us go." Sigh. Observing Sheen's joyful demeanor, Martin could only let out a slight sigh. "Don't worry, Martin. I will always be by your side." "I want tea." Let anyone harm me," Sheen said, embracing Martin's arm, understanding his concerns. "Yes, I believe you." The two engaged in conversation as they made their way to the car, heading towards the school. Instead of teleporting with his abilities, Martin intended to take Sheen there slowly, appreciating the scenery along the way. After all, the goal of the day was to take Sheen out for some fun and relaxation, not to rush around frantically, which would lose its meaning. It was evident that Sheen was looking forward to the school that Emma and the others often spoke about. Chapter 37. The view from above is better. As Martin drove, he glanced at the perpetually smiling Sheen beside him. "Are you happy?" "Yes, of course. I'm happy to be out with you," Sheen replied naturally, her body swaying to the rhythm of the car music. "I thought you would be happy just because we are going to school." "Well, it's a bit of both, but I'm happier being out with you. We have gone out before." Since the first time Martin took Sheen out, he realized he had taken her out too infrequently. From then on, he made it a point to take her out for a few days each month. Sometimes they explored the city or its surroundings, while during longer holidays, they would venture further afield. "However, we rarely have the opportunity to be alone together," Sheen remarked cheerfully. We are family. After all, it's best when we are together." Sheen looked at Martin and said, "I understand, but I still prefer being alone with you. You don't need to constantly worry about what everyone else is doing, whether they're tired or thirsty. Right now, you only need to focus on me." "You little rascal, are you worried about me or jealous? What do you think?" "I guess it's jealousy." Upon hearing this, Sheen turned to Martin with surprise. He had never spoken so ambiguously before. It seemed her plan was indeed effective. "Yes, you guessed right. Here is a reward for you." Saying this, Sheen, disregarding the speeding vehicle, unbuckled her seatbelt and leaned over to plant a gentle kiss on Martin's cheek. "All right, sit back properly," Martin said with a smile. As the appointed time with Sheen drew nearer, it was not only Sheen who felt anticipation. Martin, too, was filled with expectation. He understood clearly that he could never truly let her go. It was merely a matter of how long he would accept this reality. In this era, particularly in such an open country, it is commonplace for teenagers to engage in romantic relationships, to partake in adult activities such as drinking, experimenting with drugs, and frequenting nightclubs. There are even instances of young children becoming parents before they even reach maturity. At times, Martin questioned his own sentiments, pondering what he was truly holding on to. Was it morality? No, for he was inherently self-serving, not particularly ethical. Was it ethics? Not really. Aside from their lack of blood relation, when they met, Jean was already, in a sense, an adult. In many states, she could obtain a driver's license and drive independently without a guardian. Eventually, Martin came to a realization: if it were someone else, it would be one thing, as some actions once taken cannot be undone. However, Jean was someone he had taken in and nurtured. He did not want her to grow up and one day understand that he had brought her home with the intention of possessing her. That reasoning was sufficient. For the sake of family, one must always tread cautiously. Now that he had come to terms with this, he decided to lay everything bare. Jean, Martin called gently. Jean looked at him with curiosity. In a soft tone, Martin shared his feelings. I'm sorry, but I have liked you since the very first moment we met. However, as I mentioned, I do not wish to leave you with any opportunity for misinterpretation. You understand me, don't you? Jean nodded, her eyes reddening. I apologize. I thought you truly didn't like me, and that I was simply being foolish. How could anyone in this world possibly dislike you? If I'm not that wonderful, I'm glad I didn't give up. Jean suddenly remarked with ease. What if I had given up halfway? What would you have done? I would have pursued you. And if I had a boyfriend? I would break his legs and then bring you back. What if we did something outrageous? I would castrate him, break his legs, and then retrieve you. I thought you might actually kill him. Perhaps I would. If Jean were to truly find another boyfriend, Martin would indeed contemplate killing him. But if this person genuinely made Jean happy, could Martin bring himself to act with such cruelty, risking Jean's resentment in the process? Others might not understand, but Martin would. Some sentiments may seem absurd. Yet when they pertain to oneself, their truth becomes apparent. Having clarified their feelings, the atmosphere between the two grew more harmonious and relaxed, dispelling the previous chase-and-avoid dynamic. As they shared their innermost thoughts, they unknowingly arrived outside the academy. Wow, this place is enormous. After stepping out of the car, Jean marveled at the castle before her. Do you like it? Should we have one like this at our home? It's merely a matter of finances, when one possesses the kind of resources that Martin does. Is money truly an issue? No, I was just making a casual remark. For us, such a house is still too large. I prefer our home. Indeed. I share that sentiment. While a spacious abode may offer comfort, when it becomes excessively vast, it can feel quite desolate. Come, allow me to show you around. Martin entered. Taking Jean's hand, their fingers intertwined as they ventured inside. With each step, Martin explained various aspects of the castle, sharing anecdotes from his previous stay there, all while enjoying Jean's smile. Throughout the castle grounds, students were scattered about, resting, reading, and engaging in conversation, perhaps mistaking Jean for a new student. They curiously observed the pair. This was the first time Jean encountered so many peers with extraordinary talents, and she appeared genuinely delighted. In response to their inquisitive gazes, she waved back with enthusiasm. Do you like it here? Have you considered transferring? Jean turned to Martin and inquired, Are you serious? Would you be willing? No. This is a place rife with controversies. Charles is far too ostentatious. He underestimates the capabilities of ordinary people while overestimating their virtues. I can see that, Martin replied. Your assessment of him reveals your true feelings. If you genuinely wish to come, I have no objections. As you said, you possess a clear and discerning judgment. No, I never contemplated entering any special school. As long as you are here, I only need to live the life I desire. Let those with lofty ambitions save the world or the mutants. Martin gently ruffled Jean's hair. At such a young age, where did you acquire such a laid-back attitude? Because I have a lazy brother. I enjoy hearing you call me brother. Really? Jean looked at Martin with a curious expression. No, you misunderstood. What I meant was, it's fine. I didn't misunderstand you, brother. Come, let us continue. Upon entering the castle, Hank and Sean awaited them at the entrance. Jean. These two are Hank and Sean, as I mentioned. This is Jean, my sister. Hello, Jean greeted them. After they responded, Hank asked, What brings you here? Nothing much. I brought Jean to see the place and meet fellow mutants. She is a mutant? Indeed, the most powerful and beautiful mutant in the world. Jean smiled as Martin praised her in front of others. The two regarded Jean with curiosity, their expressions betraying skepticism. Where's Charles? Why isn't he here with Alex? Hank explained. An unusual energy fluctuation occurred in Cairo, Egypt. The professor went to consult with Moira. Professor? Is that what you call him now? Yes. He is a professor at the academy. Isn't it fitting to address him as such? He was a professor before. That makes sense. I intend to show Jean around inside. Do you have any objections? Rest assured, I shall not take her to any restricted areas, Martin reassured them. Exchanging glances, Hank replied, Of course, Martin, feel free to proceed. Charles was absent, and they dared not impede Martin. The students here, stumbling and bumping into each other, found it impossible to explain themselves to Charles. After bidding farewell to the two, Martin, accompanied by his instrument, meandered through the common areas he was familiar with, even visiting the room where he once resided, which remained unoccupied. Originally meant for guests, the room was too small for student accommodation. Besides, the castle boasted ample rooms, rendering this one inconsequential. This was Raven's former chamber. As Martin opened the door, he discovered it retained its original decor. The instrument asked Martin, "You just opened it like that? What's the matter?" Raven wanted to be angry. Moreover, she has inhabited this space for quite some time. Charles must have kept it with the hope that she would return. In truth, it was little different from an empty room. "All right, when we return, I shall tell Raven that you trespassed into her room." "Haha, go ahead," she wanted to mind. "If one day I were to enter your room, would you be upset?" I'll need to ponder that." "Really?" The instrument replied with a smile. "No, I wouldn't mind at all." "All right, our tour inside is nearly complete. Where else would you like to go?" Raven once recounted how you took her soaring through the skies. She claimed that was one of her happiest moments. "I wish to experience that." "Very well. My little princess has spoken. I must oblige. Let us go." The instrument exclaimed eagerly. As they made their way to the high platform, the instrument inquired, "Although I have seen you fly, I have never witnessed your wings. Because they serve little purpose, I possess several abilities for flight, magnetic field manipulation, the power of the phoenix. Especially the latter, which is far more convenient and swift. For long distances, I can teleport. They rarely come into play, hence I have not used them." With a grin, Martin added, "I suppose they only come in handy for charming the ladies." How many are you hoping to charm?" The instrument queried, slightly annoyed. "As long as life endures, my pursuits shall continue." Martin laughed, dashing ahead. "Rascal, don't run away under the watchful eyes of all the students in the courtyard." They chased one another until they reached the base of the high platform, where they finally paused. "All right, you've caught me." The chase had not involved any powers, leaving the instrument a bit breathless. "Shall we take a break?" "All right." After a brief respite, they ascended, leaning against the railing, surveying the surroundings. A smile adorned the instrument's face. "The view here is splendid. Indeed, being elevated offers a superior perspective. I don't quite grasp what you're saying, but it seems to make sense. You need not understand, for I shall ensure you experience every sight that I behold." Upon hearing this, the instrument responded with a smile. "Very well, I shall accompany you. Have you rested enough?" Martin inquired as he removed his upper garment, draping it over the railing. Although the instrument had seen him several times before, this was the first occasion she openly scrutinized Martin, causing her cheeks to flush. As she beheld Martin's robust upper body, her heart raced. Martin playfully pinched her cheek before unfurling his wings from his back. Truly magnificent. Jean couldn't resist the urge to caress the black wings. "Isn't it beautiful?" Martin turned around, allowing her to examine them closely. "However, they are merely ornamental and serve no practical purpose. Beauty is sufficient. Not everything needs to be functional," she replied. "Besides, they are not entirely useless, especially in this moment." "That makes sense," Martin said as he turned back to face her, arms wide open. "What are you waiting for?" Jean laughed and leaped into Martin's embrace, holding him tightly. "I am ready." "All right, brother will take you flying." With that, Martin flapped his wings and soared into the sky, Jean's joyous laughter echoing in the air. They traversed all the places Raven had experienced, even visiting the distant lake. In just a brief span of 10 to 20 minutes, Jean reveled in delightful excitement. When they returned to the place where their clothes were, her cheeks were flushed with exhilaration, and her smile remained unwavering. Jean did not release her hold on Martin. Gazing up at him with anticipation, Martin, captivated by Jean's exquisite face, could not resist lowering his head, breaking the promise he had made to her. Jean slowly closed her eyes, tilting her chin up to accept Martin's kiss. They remained tightly embraced, wings unconsciously enveloping them, the kiss imbued with passion, in the same place. Their feelings still profound. Only the person in his arms had changed. The girl's waist was supple, her lips soft, making it difficult for Martin to part from them. He only relinquished her when he sensed her breath becoming shallow. They held each other closely, foreheads touching, feeling each other's heartbeat, and everything felt utterly blissful. "Your heartbeat is quite rapid," Jean murmured. "Yours is too, though it seems a bit faint." How can that be?" "Perhaps it's being muffled by something soft," she suggested. "Something? What?" Jean suddenly blushed and exclaimed, "I didn't realize you were this mischievous. Do you like it?" "I absolutely adore it. Once I stamp my seal, you will truly belong to me, and there will be no turning back. I would never reconsider." The two remained quietly embraced, savoring the sweetness and warmth of the moment before finally parting. Chapter 38. Charles's plea. "All right, we should descend. Otherwise, those children below will have stiff necks." Jean looked down and noticed several students gazing upward. Though she couldn't discern their expressions from afar, she imagined they were filled with curiosity and envy. "I must have been just like them 2 years ago," she reflected. A sense of maturity washed over her. She was no longer the naive girl dreaming of sweet love, for she had already attained it. As Martin donned his clothes, they began their descent together. On their way up, they had chased each other in playful pursuit. Now, Jean sweetly linked her arm with Martin's as they strolled down. "Hey, Jean, what brings you here? And who is this?" A young man wearing red glasses approached them. Hi. Scott. I'm doing well, Sheen replied with a smile. This is my boyfriend. For the first time. I referred to Martin as my boyfriend in the presence of others, and Martin offered no rebuttal. Oh, I am well, thank you. That's good. We should be on our way now. See you later. Goodbye. As I watched Quinn's figure fade into the distance, a sense of melancholy enveloped Scott. Yet he felt utterly powerless. Is he really the boy who punched through the bathroom wall? Indeed. Haha. Punching through the bathroom wall. How peculiar does that sound? He is no superhero. Ha ha ha. Upon returning home, Quinn hurried to Raven's side, whispering excitedly. Meanwhile, Charles learned from Moira about Apocalypse. She had been investigating that cult while also witnessing the emergence of Apocalypse. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Charles swiftly returned to the academy with Moira and Alex, where he learned from Hank about Martin's visit. If Apocalypse is indeed as formidable as the legends suggest, perhaps Martin could aid us. However, we must first locate Charles. Hank furrowed his brow and inquired, Martin is fine. As long as payment is made, but will Eric assist us? We must at least give it a try. Charles felt uncertain. Eric and Apocalypse's objectives aligned perfectly, both striving to forge an era for mutants. Although he considered Eric a friend, Eric had always been unwavering in this matter. Moira, perplexed, asked, Who is Eric? Who is Martin? Following the events in Cuba, to protect her, Charles had erased her memories related to them, leaving her unaware of their identities. They are exceedingly powerful mutants. Of a remarkable caliber, Charles replied while leading them toward his office. He surmised correctly. Eric had already allied with Apocalypse. After years of conflict, his ambitions had progressed not at all, but rather, he had lost many mutant comrades. During his investigations, he had witnessed the strength of ordinary humans. Perhaps they lacked the diverse superpowers of mutants, yet they possessed astute minds, capable of devising various devices and serums to counter mutants. Destroy one, and another swiftly emerges. He urgently needed an ally strong enough to decisively overpower ordinary humans. As long as he could achieve his aspirations, the means did not concern him. Perhaps Martin could fulfill that role, but Martin's girlfriend Emma had made it clear that he would not partake in such matters. When Apocalypse approached Eric, he recognized it as a fortuitous opportunity, having witnessed Apocalypse's might and, with his assistance, his own power had significantly increased. He even felt confident that he could now defeat Martin. If Martin were aware of this, he would likely dismiss it as absurd. The magnetic fluctuations caused by Eric's increase in power were easily detectable by Martin. However, on Martin's side, Eric remained entirely oblivious. They believed their actions were shrouded in secrecy, unaware that everything lay within Martin's careful planning and surveillance. In this world, Eric did not retreat into seclusion. Nor was he killed by the police for the murder of his wife and daughter. Nevertheless, he still allied himself with Apocalypse. Even if he chose not to join, it would matter little. For Martin's ambition has always been directed towards Apocalypse. He seeks only the power it offers. Should Apocalypse manage to assemble formidable mutants, it would be advantageous, yet it is not essential. With the Phoenix Force at his disposal, Martin need only patiently await the enhancement of his abilities or seek opportunities to acquire vast cosmic energy sources. He no longer feels the need to pursue additional supernatural powers, as he believes he possesses sufficient strength already. Currently, Martin has identified two means to amplify the Phoenix Force. One is the conventional method of energy acquisition, and the other arises from intense emotions. He had previously experienced an outburst during Raven's capture, yet he cannot recklessly endanger his loved ones for the sake of power. He is not Thanos. His interest in Apocalypse is twofold. First, the entity is immensely powerful and possesses the ability to shield others from mental probing. Second, he can bestow his powers upon others. These two capabilities are precisely what Martin requires, one to safeguard his family and the other to enhance their strength. Emma and Raven place their hopes in the latter, aspiring that, once their powers are augmented, they might have children with Martin. He shares this aspiration. Although it is merely a possibility, it is worth exploring. Upon arriving at the office, Charles first attempted to contact Eric, but was unable to reach him. He then called Martin's residence, where Wendy answered the phone. Hello, this is the Horn residence. How may I assist you? Hello, I am looking for Raven. Is she home? He initially intended to speak with Martin, but felt a slight aversion towards the unpredictable nature of his character. Recalling that Raven should be at home, he decided to pursue her instead. She is at home. Please hold. Wendy always maintained a serious demeanor when attending to guests or answering calls. In the living room, she called out, Raven, someone is on the phone for you. Raven, engaged in conversation with Jean, briefly informed her before approaching the phone. Hello, Raven, it's me. Long time no see. Charles, what brings you to call me today? Raven felt a surge of joy upon receiving Charles's call, having grown up alongside him, without him. She pondered where she might be now. Yet, understanding Charles's character, she knew he would not call without a significant reason. He was a good person, albeit overly idealistic. On the line, Charles shared his predicament. I just attempted to reach Eric, but was unsuccessful. I plan to use the brainwave amplifier shortly, as you know, Mr. Horn provided that helmet to Eric. That helmet was purchased by Eric. It was not a gift from Martin, merely a standard transaction, Raven interjected. Yes. In any case, I need to test the brainwave amplifier to see if I can locate Eric. Would you be able to return? Return? I am currently at my home. This is your home as well. No, I have merely resided there temporarily. I do not believe I have erred, Charles lamented. Indeed, you merely remain ensconced in your castle, lost in dreams of harmonious existence with humanity, utterly indifferent to how the outside world perceives those of our kind. Furthermore, you perpetuate this notion to others, never contemplating the tribulations they may encounter in the future. I shall go there. Thank you. The two refrained from mentioning Martin, for they understood well that should Raven find herself in peril, Martin would never remain idle. Thus, perhaps it is better to remain passive. In the hearts of the ambitious, only their aspirations reside. To achieve their aims, nothing is beyond exploitation. Charles wielded Raven's friendship and Martin's love for her to his advantage. Perhaps the friendship was genuine. Yet it was also a means to an end, merely disguised as assistance. What transpired? Quinn inquired upon hearing Raven's words as she ended the call. Charles requires aid. I must pay him a visit. Will it be dangerous? Quinn asked with concern. I know not. I shall ascertain upon arrival. Please wait here. I will seek out Martin. I shall accompany you. They made their way to the balcony, where Martin lay resting in a chair. Darling, just now. Raven relayed the situation to Martin and added, I must go. Martin regarded Raven thoughtfully for a moment, then replied, Very well, go ahead. I shall keep watch over you. So do not fret. Thank you. A soft kiss was exchanged, and Raven turned to depart. May I join you? Quinn suddenly asked. No. Both Martin and Raven exclaimed in unison. Why not? Raven can go, yet I cannot. Quinn, Raven possesses extensive combat experience, whereas you do not. But you mentioned that the Phoenix power we hold is the mightiest force in the world. Moreover, including telepathy, I have honed my skills quite well. No, dear. It is not yet time. It is far too perilous. Quinn earnestly queried. When, then, will it be the right time? Raven interjected. Besides, you just said you would always watch over me. What danger could we possibly face? What if? Quinn countered. What if I become distracted? Or encounter something that can nullify our abilities? Raven faced such a situation previously. Quinn reluctantly continued. I wish to go. Emma, Raven, Wendy, they can all assist you, while I am merely a burden. Quinn, you are still young. Indeed. But today I have become your girlfriend, no longer just your little sister. Furthermore, my telepathic abilities would allow me to alert you at the first sign of trouble. Raven suddenly declared, I will take care of her. Perhaps it is time for Quinn to begin learning combat. Martin, for the moment, chose not to intervene, for regardless of how events unfolded, the impending threat posed by Apocalypse had but two targets, Charles's body and the initiation of world transformation in Cairo. Yet, if he were to intervene, would he then need to prevent Apocalypse's actions? To refrain would leave him unable to explain himself to Raven, while to intervene might draw the conflict into the city, causing unnecessary complications for himself. At that moment, Martin suddenly sensed a faint tremor resonating from all corners of the world. Very well. But you must promise to heed Raven's counsel. If anything unforeseen occurs, keep your distance and inform me immediately. Thank you. I assure you I will listen to Raven. Jean replied cheerfully. After bidding farewell to Martin with a smile, the two women departed from the house. Martin attentively focused on the academy, and before long, he felt the violent tremors and energy surges from an explosion. No need for concern now. After a moment's contemplation, Martin instantaneously appeared beside Emma. My dear. Emma was seated at her desk, engrossed in some documents. Martin, I was just about to call you. Our team has relayed news. Apocalypse has commenced his actions. I am aware. I came to take you home for a few days. Things may become a bit chaotic in the coming days. With Apocalypse in motion, the government would undoubtedly follow suit. As one of the leaders of the mutant community, Emma was likely to become a target. Understood, Emma replied, and Martin embraced her, transporting them back home. Chapter 39. Charles captured on Charles' end. After concluding the call with Raven, he utilized a mindwave amplifier to attempt to locate Eric. The search proved to be considerably easier than Charles had anticipated, as Eric was not wearing the helmet that obstructed telepathic communication. Eric, Charles called out within Eric's mind. Charles? The group had just returned from Auschwitz, where Eric had been imprisoned in his youth, awakening his powers while losing his mother. Fueled by his inner anguish and conviction, Apocalypse had fully awakened his powers, rendering him exponentially stronger than before. What do you want? Eric's feelings towards this friend were somewhat complicated. They had met during a tumultuous period, aiding each other in vanquishing foes, yet their divergent ideologies had led them to part ways. Friendship is one thing, and ideology is another. Eric, I need your assistance. Oh? A formidable mutant has resurfaced, I am aware. just as they exchanged a few words. Apocalypse detected Charles's presence. Sensing the formidable telepathic abilities of his counterpart, Apocalypse realized that he had found a suitable vessel for his next incarnation. Apocalypse's strength lay in his consciousness transfer and power bestowal. While he could not rival Charles's telepathy, he required this power to achieve his objectives. Their separation resembled the relationship between intensity and range. Charles boasted a broad range, but lacked the individual potency of Apocalypse, who, in turn, had a narrower range. The combination of the two would yield the most formidable force. Relying on his immense power as a foundation, Apocalypse used Eric as a springboard to directly enter Charles's mind, subsequently exerting control over him. Through Charles's eyes, he discovered a swift means to achieve his goals. By possessing Charles's body, his strength would ascend to new heights, enabling him to connect with all humanity, orchestrating destruction and control as he saw fit. In that moment, the world would be left with only mutants, since he had arrived. Apocalypse decided to use Charles to control the soldiers who held the launch codes for nuclear weapons and unleash them. Simultaneously, he would elevate himself high above, proclaiming his return to the world. A ruler, exalted and supreme, would certainly require servants beneath him. Such tasks could not be entrusted to mutants, only ordinary humans remained. Apocalypse's previous reign had followed this very model, where superpowered mutants were the nobility and ordinary humans were the common folk. As Apocalypse prepared to advance to the next phase, Hank and Alex had already sensed something amiss with Charles. The machine could not be turned off, prompting Alex to obliterate it with a surge of energy. Charles finally broke free from Apocalypse's control, but succumbed to unconsciousness due to the overexertion of his powers. Although the objective had not been achieved, Apocalypse remained unfazed. For Charles was still present. As long as he lingered on this planet, who could evade his pursuit? Come, let us seek him out. Apocalypse summoned everyone to his side and activated his teleportation ability, transporting himself and the four horsemen to the academy, where they cornered Charles and his companions, who had just exited the brainwave enhancement chamber. The only ones capable of combat were Hank, Alex, and Sean, yet it was evident that they were utterly powerless. With a mere gesture, Eric sent Charles and his wheelchair hurtling towards Apocalypse and the others. Alex roared in fury, determined to annihilate them with his energy wave. However, Apocalypse had no desire to engage in battle. Shifting consciousness was far more pressing. As Alex unleashed his energy wave, Apocalypse and his cohorts teleported away. The energy wave struck the Academy's energy reactor directly, resulting in a violent explosion. Eric and Martin shared a peculiar similarity. Wherever they went, they sought out women. Yet, their differences were stark. Martin longed for a child but was met with disappointment, while Eric's fleeting passions for ordinary women left him disdainful, often unaware of any offspring he may have fathered. Among them was Peter Maximoff, who inadvertently discovered that Magneto was his father and began to search for Eric. Much like the swift neighbor, he shared the common flaw of arriving late. Time and again, he would narrowly miss Eric, arriving just after his departure. This time, upon reaching the school, he witnessed the explosion within. Without a moment to spare, Peter harnessed his super speed to evacuate everyone. Charles was rescued. And though Hank and the others were anxious, the priority was to ensure the safety of all students. After a thorough check, it became apparent that one individual was missing, Alex Summers, Scott Summers' brother. He had stood too close to the reactor when it erupted, and the ensuing explosion had reduced into nothing. Scott, having just emerged from the outburst of his powers, was devastated, just as everyone was at a loss. A medical helicopter approached swiftly. As an agent, Moira took the initiative to approach the other party, accompanied by Hank. However, instead of the medical personnel they anticipated, they were met by the long-coveted William Stryker. He sought to research a serum to suppress mutants, requiring a substantial number of mutant test subjects. Disguised as medical staff, Stryker's men revealed their true intentions as soon as they drew near, deploying a weapon that could render one unconscious in an instant, incapacitating everyone present. After examining the unconscious individuals, Stryker ordered his subordinates to take away Hank, Scott, Peter, and several others with formidable abilities, along with Moira. Do not concern yourselves with these children. Hasten to transport them onto the aircraft, Stryker urged. The children were deemed of little use, and the higher-ups would not permit him to involve them in the experiments, not out of compassion, but rather due to fears of igniting a war with the mutants. Having seized such a valuable opportunity with the Academy in ruins and the professor absent, they could not afford to wait. Who knew what would happen when others returned? After conducting a final check to ensure no one was overlooked, Stryker and his men departed swiftly. When Raven and Jean arrived, they found only a group of bewildered children. What transpired here? Raven asked, gazing at the devastation. However, the children did not recognize her, as she had already left by the time they arrived. Suddenly, Raven spotted a familiar face, Kurt Wagner, also known as Nightcrawler, the son of the Red Devil, whom she had previously rescued. Chapter 40. The rescue of Hank. Raven did not engage in much conversation with him. Hey, it's you. Thank you for saving me, Kurt exclaimed. his somber demeanor instantly brightening upon seeing Raven. He was not yet the formidable mutant he would become. He was still just a child. The explosion at the academy had left him anxious, but seeing Raven, the one who had saved him, seemed to provide him solace. Yes, I remember you. What happened here? Raven inquired, recognizing him. I don't know. There was suddenly an explosion in the academy. Before we could react, we were rescued by someone in silver clothing. Then a rescue helicopter arrived, and the people who disembarked said nothing before attacking us. I passed out and just woke up, Kurt stammered, recounting what he knew. The Raven remained unaware of the full extent of the events. She grasped several key points. First, the explosion originated from within. Second, someone had rescued them. Third, individuals had been taken away. What about Charles? Raven asked, having not heard any news about him. She did not believe the crew of the helicopter could have captured him. I don't know, when we were rescued. Oh, there was a woman who mentioned something to Professor Hank. It seemed the professor had been taken by someone, but she didn't specify. Then the helicopter arrived. And that woman and Hank attempted to negotiate, but were subsequently attacked, and we all lost consciousness, Kurt replied. Raven furrowed her brow and pondered. Did the helicopter bear any markings? I didn't notice. Everyone was terrified at that moment with no clues to guide her. Raven found herself utterly at a loss. Should I delve into their memories to see if I can uncover any leads? Sheen suddenly proposed. Very well. Kurt, are you willing? Raven inquired. Fear not. I shall merely observe the events that transpired moments ago, Sheen assured. Perhaps due to their shared age and his inherently kind nature, Kurt nodded in agreement. Sheen harnessed her psychic abilities, entering Kurt's mind to retrieve memories from a few minutes prior. It's him, Sheen suddenly declared. The one who abducted you last time. Stryker? Are you certain? How do you know him? Raven questioned, puzzled. I glimpsed him in Martin's memories. Worry not. I have only viewed his recollections. Martin permitted me to practice with his memories, and I saw him once after that day, Sheen explained. Can you ascertain his whereabouts? Raven tentatively asked. Aware that Sheen and Martin possessed the ability to connect with others. Stryker had just departed and should not be far. Perhaps Sheen could trace him, attempting to locate him. Sheen shook her head. No. Either he has traveled a considerable distance, or he is in a location that can block detection. Never mind, let us seek Martin's assistance. Raven suggested. What about the children here? Sheen inquired, gesturing to the dozens of kids present. Raven hesitated momentarily. Let us summon Martin. He will be willing to help. Sheen smiled gently. Of course. Responding to Raven, she began to establish a link to Martin, a far more convenient method than using a phone. However, if Sheen was the one initiating, the distance could not be too great. Yet, within the confines of a city, it was feasible, bolstered by her phoenix powers. Martin, What is it? Martin was currently with Emma. Could you come over? We require support. All right, I'll be there immediately. After informing Emma, Martin teleported to stand before the two women. What's wrong? The sight of the academy, a grand castle reduced to ruins, was indeed jarring. Raven conveyed her concerns to Martin, her gaze fixed upon him. She understood her lover's character, yet this was her former home, and Charles was her dear friend. These children were his hope. Don't look at me like that. My dear, these are mere trifles, Martin reassured her. Have them all come over. We shall accommodate them at our home. With this many, they will have to make do. Initially, Martin intended for Emma to find them a place, but reconsidered, knowing Emma and Charles were at odds, and he preferred to avoid causing her any trouble. Thank you. Raven expressed her gratitude with a kiss to Martin before calling everyone over, encouraging them to hold hands and stand together. Come along, Sheen. Martin took Sheen's hand, ensuring everyone made contact, and transported them to the lawn of their home. All right, let them stay here for now, Sheen. Please ask Wendy to prepare some food for them. We must set out shortly to find Hank and address the situation with Charles. They cannot remain uninvolved. Understood. Raven approached Wendy, while also comforting the children. Martin briefly explained to Emma how he managed to bring back so many people. Can I choose one among them? Emma inquired with a smile. My dear, they are all still children, and won't be of any help to you. Moreover, with that fellow Charles around, it's best to steer clear. Taking them away will only invite trouble for you. Oh, by the way, did you notice that blue child? He might be suitable. You know his father. The Red Devil? Indeed, they bear a striking resemblance, both in appearance and abilities, capable of teleportation. If you wish, we could reunite them. However, I am uncertain if the Red Devil would welcome this child. Whether he likes it or not is inconsequential. Leave it to me. Very well, Raven concluded, moving to Martin's side. All set. I'll see if I can locate Stryker, Martin said, closing his eyes to concentrate. Eventually, he found a base nestled within a snow-capped mountain, where Stryker was present. This facility was also dedicated to the study of mutants, and inside, Martin encountered a familiar face. Through the patrolling soldiers, he identified several individuals who had been captured. I found them. Would you like to join me for some fun? Martin asked Raven and Jean. With his presence, Jean could accompany them. All right, I'm going. Emma and Wendy were unable to join, Otherwise, a family battle trip with them would have been delightful. Grasping the two women, Martin bid farewell to Emma and Wendy, and in the next moment, they appeared at the entrance of the base. Let us go inside. Once they entered, Martin swiftly sealed the main door. Upon noticing the intrusion, the armed guards within rushed towards them. With a mere thought, Martin summoned countless metallic weapons that glided effortlessly through the throats of the assailants. Chapter 41. Super speed. All the bullets fired at them were halted 2 meters away, then turned back to seek their original owners. How do you feel? Martin asked Jean, who was witnessing such a scene for the first time. I'm fine. Good. Let us first visit a place and release an old friend. All right. Martin led them to a room containing a heavy shipping container, from which the sounds of a beast's roar could be heard. What's inside? Raven inquired. A person, Jean replied. Indeed. Martin opened the container, revealing Logan. Bare-chested and equipped with unspecified devices, his eyes glowing red and his expression fierce as he charged out. However, upon seeing the three, Logan froze. He was under Martin's control. His mind was a chaotic whirlwind, consumed solely by the desire for carnage. This was a clone, as Martin had gleaned from Stryker's memories. Stryker had long been researching mutants. And someone like Logan, endowed with extraordinary regenerative abilities, was an asset on the battlefield and the prime subject for study. Unfortunately, clones had a limited lifespan. Logan himself possessed unwavering conviction and had plans of his own. Thus, he could only be studied through cloning. The research had yielded results. The clone was successful. And with proper reprogramming and implanted directives, he could be made to obey. Subsequently, the Edmund alloy was implanted into the clone. Martin delved into the deepest recesses of the clone's mind, erasing all traces of Stryker's implanted memories. Hello, Logan. Where am I? Why am I here? Logan asked, bewildered. In his recollections, he had just bid farewell to Sabretooth, intending to retreat from the team into seclusion. It is the year 1983, Logan. You are a clone. What? Logan exclaimed, shocked and enraged. Martin relayed the information he had obtained from Stryker to Logan. The cavern echoed with Logan's furious roar. After a moment, Logan inquired solemnly, so? I want to live for long. The lifespan of clones is merely a few months. They are essentially disposable. This state is not due to aging, but rather genetic degradation. If it were a physical issue, Logan's abilities would allow for complete regeneration. Yes, I'm afraid I can offer no assistance, Martin replied. No, you have already helped me. I have wandered my entire life. Stryker shall not destroy all that I hold dear. Martin had gleaned from Stryker's memories the latter's schemes against Logan's original self. And the clone was now informed of this. What will you do? Martin asked. Break free, and then, will you seek me out? Logan was inquiring about his original. Of course, but I have matters to attend to, and I do not know his exact whereabouts. He would not want me probing with my abilities. Indeed, I would not wish that either, for you are one and the same. Logan exhaled deeply. Leave Stryker to me. Do not let him ruin my life. From Stryker's memories, he learned that his original was living happily, with a job, a home, and a loving wife. All right. I will go. Once I finish this task, I shall seek him out. Farewell. After receiving a response, Logan turned and strode toward the exit. And what about you? Martin asked, aware that despite being merely a clone, he bore the visage of his dearest friend. I do not know. Come to my home, as we once agreed. If one of us dies, the other shall handle the arrangements. To me, you're Logan. No. I wish to live a life I have never lived. With that, Logan dashed out, his roar echoing into the night, Stryker, followed by the cries of their adversaries. Raven and Jean had been silently listening to their exchange, refraining from interruption, as they sensed Martin's sorrow upon seeing his old friend. Initially, Martin had intended to keep Stryker alive to create the test subject Deadpool, but suddenly, he found himself disinterested, realizing he already possessed what Deadpool had to offer. And the additional combat prowess would not significantly enhance his own. It was merely a compulsion stemming from his collecting obsession. As for concerns about the absence of Deadpool in the future, he dismissed them as irrelevant. Moreover, he recalled that in Deadpool's personal film, it appeared he was not created by Stryker. Ultimately, in this world, Deadpool would inevitably meet his demise at the hands of Wolverine and Sabretooth. Whether he came into existence had become inconsequential. Let Logan handle it. If Stryker survives, so be it. If he perishes, then let it be. Let us go find Hank and the others. Very well. The three individuals exited the chamber, only to find the corridor strewn with dismembered corpses and bloodstains. A sense of discomfort washed over Jean. Martin's victims, appearing innocuous, seemed as though they merely slumbered, albeit with telltale blood at their throats. However, when Logan took a life, particularly in a fit of rage, he seemed intent on tearing his foes asunder. Are you all right? Martin inquired, grasping Jean's hand. I'm fine. I'll just need to acclimate, she replied. In a tender gesture, Martin utilized his phoenix power to obliterate the bodies, sparing Jean the distress of their sight. This warmth uplifted her spirits, and she smiled as she followed the duo. They arrived at a place etched in memory. A dungeon enclosed within barriers that emitted an electric field capable of nullifying the abilities of mutants within. Yet, all was well outside. Martin dismantled the surrounding walls, destroying the generators of the electric field. Inside, Hank and the others, upon seeing the emerging figures through the breach, felt a wave of relief. Can we come out? Raven asked. Yes, Hank replied, as he, along with Moira and Scott, jumped to freedom, while Peter rushed to their side. Among the four, only Hank and Scott truly recognized the three. Moira had lost her memories, and this was Peter's first encounter. How did you know we were here? Hank inquired. Martin, with a touch of exasperation, gestured to his head. Oh, my apologies. Are they your friends? Moira asked. Indeed, Hank acknowledged, glancing at Martin, who smiled. I know. It's Charles's specialty. And who is this? Peter extended his hand. I'm Peter. Martin Horn. A pleasure, he responded. Copyable ability. Super speed, speed physiology, molecular acceleration. Hello. Peter greeted. Super speed, encompassing both movement and reaction velocities, holds boundless potential. Peter can currently achieve supersonic speeds, traversing over 1,000 meters per second, capable of encircling the globe in merely 6 hours. Whether he can surpass the speed of light remains uncertain, but Martin, the protagonist, is undoubtedly swifter. Speed physiology enables the body to withstand the impacts of high-speed movement. However, this ability is somewhat redundant for Martin, whose energy control renders all external forces ineffective. Chapter 42. Bidding farewell to Logan. Nearly every mutant possesses enhancements to their physical forms, and Martin's physique has reached an extraordinary level. Lastly, the molecular acceleration ability allows for the speeding up of molecules in contact with or in close proximity to an object, leading to its disintegration or molecular speed increase. The most practical application is enabling his own molecules to accelerate, allowing him to pass through solid objects, essentially a form of wall phasing. Among the three new abilities, while super speed is commendable, there exists a distinction between rapid movement and instantaneous teleportation. For instance, if someone were to strike Martin with a punch and their speed surpassed his, even teleportation would not guarantee evasion. However, possessing super speed that exceeds an opponent's ensures a successful dodge. Avoiding injury is one matter. Having the ability to do so is another. I've never encountered a mutant as formidable as you, Peter remarked with palpable excitement. He frequently kept an eye on news concerning mutants in search of Magneto. Who told you I am a mutant? Martin replied with a smile. Aren't you? Yes and no, Martin responded ambiguously. Emma at home must have already deduced the origin of her abilities, yet she never mentioned it, as it seemed trivial. Others assumed Martin was a mutant. Raven and the others would only think Martin was jesting with Peter. Will Mr. Horn assist us in stopping Apocalypse? Moira, dismissing the previous banter, inquired. Why should I help you? He intends to annihilate the world and enslave humanity. I'm not an ordinary person, nor is my family. But what irked Martin most was such people. He could choose to act, but their presumption was unwarranted. He eagerly anticipated the day, perhaps in a decade or two, when that dark villain would come calling. All right, stop teasing her, Raven interrupted, saying, he will go, but only to help me save Charles, not to do your bidding. Martin nodded in agreement. As long as you act, the reasons are of little concern. Moira ceased her protests. Can I kill her? Martin jested. No. Hank immediately intervened, positioning himself in front of her. I was joking. Do you have other places to go? We need to head back first. We lack transportation. The group exited the cell and made their way to the entrance. Logan? Martin inquired curiously. The door is sealed, and the walls are too thick. We might as well wait for you to join us, Logan said, crossing his arms in resignation. Sorry. I guessed it was you. It's your style. Martin opened the exit and remarked, coincidentally, you taught me that when fighting an enemy who is not your equal, it's best to cut off their escape route. Yet, you never do. Fortunately, he was accustomed to making his way out. Had he been trapped inside, Logan would not have remained there. Hey, teaching is one thing. Executing is another. If I don't wait for you, I'll continue digging. This place can't hold me. With that, Logan extended his adamantium claws. Haha. How does the new claws feel? Not bad, just a bit uncomfortable. I suppose it's an adjustment. It's not a matter of adaptation, but of suppression. However, that is of little consequence for a clone with a short lifespan. Once outside, they found themselves at the base of a snowy mountain. Let's go to my home first. And then we can proceed with whatever needs to be done, Martin suggested, as Raven and Jean each took hold of his hands. Logan, place your hand on my shoulder. I don't want to go. I understand. Don't worry, no one will trouble me. Besides, you need some form of currency or resources to go wherever you wish. I'll help you sort that out to spare you the hassle. After a moment's contemplation, Logan agreed with Martin's viewpoint and rested his hand on Martin's shoulder. What are you all waiting for? Upon hearing this, the other four joined hands, touching Martin's other shoulder. Just as they were about to depart, a tremor resonated from below, as if an earthquake had struck. Apocalypse has begun, Martin stated, and with that, He transported everyone instantly to his home. At that moment, his yard was filled with students, having lost its usual tranquility. Upon seeing Hank and his companions, they rushed over to express their concern. After soothing them, Hank remarked, "Thank you, Martin. No need for that. Hurry and attend to your duties. The sooner you resolve this, the sooner you can take them away. My space is too confined." Martin had never been fond of noisy environments. "Very well," he replied. Moira was on the phone, presumably reporting the current situation and applying for action permits and equipment. Martin led Logan into the house, introducing him to Emma and Wendy. Wendy was preoccupied with several of her duplicates, busily preparing meals for the children. "Are you not planning to stay at my house for a while?" she inquired. "No, I won't." "All right. Emma, please arrange for someone to assist him in obtaining a passport, preferably without complications." Emma nodded and promptly called her subordinates to set things in motion. Martin then asked Wendy to fetch a card. "Take this. Don't worry. I have plenty of funds." "Huh. I'll make Logan repay me." Thank you." Emma concluded her call, stating, "It will be ready soon. But delivery may take some time. I'll go pick it up myself." "In such a hurry?" "I have nothing else to do. When life is dwindling, one realizes how precious time is." "Very well." Martin stood up, received the address from Emma, and took Logan to the garage. "Choose a vehicle," he said. Logan approached an SUV. "This one." "Good. The keys are in the car. Drive it away." Logan nodded, opened the door, and entered the vehicle. After starting the engine, he nodded at Martin and sped off. Logan had always been a wanderer, perpetually engaged in battles. The original had enjoyed a few good years, but this clone bore no such memories. Thus, upon learning of his impending demise, he yearned to explore the world outside. He sought a quaint little town, preferably by the sea, with a small tavern nearby. Each day, he envisioned sipping drinks and fishing by the shore, quietly spending his remaining days. Though he felt a sense of discontent, there was little that could be done. As they exited the garage, the officials had already arrived to escort the others. "Are you coming with us?" Moira inquired. "No, you all go ahead. Take your people away from my home promptly." "Hi, I am," began a man who appeared to be the leader. Without even glancing at him, Martin sent him flying back, crashing forcefully against a vehicle. "I couldn't care less who you are. Surely you didn't check my background before arriving. Many agents have met their demise at my hands. I trust you don't wish to be the next." Moira attempted to negotiate further, but Hank restrained her, and the group departed in their vehicle. "Are you not going to rescue Charles?" Raven asked. "Of course, I must. Otherwise, you would be upset with me." "Perhaps, I don't know. Rest assured. I will go there immediately, but I will not be acting alongside the government personnel." "Humph. Those people are always scheming to exploit others. I doubt they possess superior cunning." "Humph." Jean chuckled from the side. "All right, I shall proceed on my own." "What about us?" Raven questioned. "I will go alone. It is too perilous." "With you here, we won't face any danger," Jean insisted. "No, not this time. Perhaps next time, all right?" "Humph." Martin spoke with unwavering conviction, and Jean pouted, humming softly before retreating indoors. "You all stay at home and ensure everything is all right. Do not worry about Charles. I shall bring him back." After bidding farewell to Raven with a kiss, the tremors intensified, causing some buildings in the vicinity to show signs of collapse. Briefly sensing the epicenter, Martin teleported away. He materialized beneath a pyramid in Cairo, the very site of Apocalypse's awakening, where the consciousness transfer device was located. Meanwhile, Hank and his team were aboard a fighter jet, likely still some time away from their destination. The area had already been ravaged by Eric's powers. To prevent any interruptions during Apocalypse's consciousness transfer, Eric had encircled the vicinity with metallic objects extending for several kilometers. The floating debris resembled an enormous net from a distance. Martin hovered near Eric, shielded by a protective barrier of his own. Ascending gracefully, he approached Eric, clearing every obstruction in his path effortlessly. Eric's expression shifted slightly upon witnessing this phenomenon. He had underestimated Martin and overestimated himself. Although wielding such power was a considerable strain for Eric, Martin dismantled it with ease. Eric attempted to resist, but found himself powerless. "Are you attempting to stop me?" "I thought you weren't involved in these matters," Eric inquired. "Indeed, but you know I cannot refuse Raven," Martin replied. "What do you intend to do?" "Return with Charles, and perhaps meet Apocalypse. He is the most formidable mutant I have ever encountered, capable of establishing a realm for mutants, which would benefit us all." "True, but I cannot refuse Raven," Martin reiterated. "All right, I merely came to greet you. I shall find Charles." Don't complicate things." "I have no desire to kill one of Raven's friends to save another," Eric cautioned. "You won't impede my progress?" "No, I do not care," Martin responded before turning towards the pyramid, while Eric maintained his stance. Upon reaching the entrance of the pyramid, Martin beheld 4 unfamiliar figures alongside Charles, who lay paralyzed and immobile. The others noticed Martin as well. Apocalypse sensed the immense energy emanating from Martin, far surpassing that of his 4 horsemen. Have the angels carry Charles inside and prepare him. Then I shall confront Martin, he commanded. Eager to test his newfound strength against Apocalypse, Martin braced himself. As Apocalypse approached, he unleashed a wave of energy directed at Martin. Rather than absorbing it, Martin wished to gauge his resilience. The energy wave was formidable, instantly disintegrating Martin's clothing and the skin beneath. However, his remarkable regenerative abilities began to restore the lost flesh. Newly formed tissue was quickly obliterated again, only to regenerate once more. Your energy appears insufficient, Martin observed, aware of his own physical fortitude. He focused the energy within him, concentrating it at his chest to enhance his healing capabilities. How is this possible? Apocalypse gazed at Martin in disbelief, having never encountered such a formidable mutant. He intensified his output, yet Martin's regenerative abilities, bolstered by the influx of energy, soared to new heights, allowing him to match Apocalypse's destructive pace, with an unmistakable hint of surpassing it. However, the energy within him remained insufficient, and the external energy absorption could not meet the demands of battle. Muttering to himself, Martin began to absorb Apocalypse's energy waves. The wound on his chest healed instantaneously. All the absorbed energy was swiftly directed towards Apocalypse in the form of energy waves. Apocalypse immediately attempted to evade, but still sustained injury, a significant gash forming at his waist, slowly subsiding. You belong to me. Charles suddenly felt diminished. Martin was indeed the body Apocalypse desired. To defeat Martin, he needed to first acquire Charles's abilities, then transfer his consciousness into Martin's form. With a loud proclamation, Apocalypse commenced an assault on Martin's mind using his psychic powers. Underestimate me? Of all abilities to toy with, you choose mental prowess? Bear in mind that Martin's psychic capabilities stem from some of the most potent mutants known, although each possesses distinct focal points. Their cumulative strengths leave Martin devoid of weaknesses in this domain. Without needing his diamond duplicates for protection, his mental fortitude was sufficient to thwart Apocalypse. Within Martin's consciousness, the two transformed into colossal figures, with Martin towering significantly over Apocalypse. Doubtful, Apocalypse raised his hand to strike Martin. Seizing Apocalypse's fist, Martin exerted a slight force, overpowering him and pinning him to the ground, confining Apocalypse's consciousness within his own mind. In a swift movement, Martin teleported to stand before Apocalypse, grasping his neck. Copyable abilities: teleportation, psychic power, molecular manipulation, energy control, energy absorption, energy transfer, and force field manipulation. Laughter echoed through the pyramid, a villainous grin adorning Martin's face. He had gained so much. Although some functionalities overlapped, they were undeniably amplified. Teleportation not only allowed him to transport himself, but also others, even without direct contact, as long as they were within a 5-meter range of his portal. Apocalypse's psychic abilities could not control others like Charles, but could read thoughts and memories, alongside telekinesis. Jean's psychic strength provided the telekinetic aspect. Molecular manipulation resembled Raven's shape-shifting, permitting Martin to alter his outward appearance or even molecular structure at will. Energy control, apart from absorption and projection akin to Sebastian's, also enabled material reconstruction, illusion creation, memory alteration, and healing physical damage. Energy transfer allowed him to share his power with others, enhancing their capabilities. Force field manipulation emerged as a potent ability, encompassing gravitational, electrical, and magnetic fields. Previously, Martin could only control magnetic fields, but now he had upgraded to command all force fields. One could only say he had struck gold. The acquisition of new abilities coupled with the enhancement of old ones led to a monumental increase in combat prowess, truly deserving of the title of one who could contend with both Charles and Eric. In the film, without Sheen, they would truly have no means of overcoming their challenges. Indeed, my Sheen is remarkable. Chapter 44. The Reward, Martin Horn Abilities. Ability Duplication, Phoenix Force, Force Field Control, Healing, Energy Manipulation, Telepathy, Diamond Form, Instantaneous Movement, Teleportation, Shapeshifting, Super Speed, Flight, Corrosive Saliva, Powerful Sonic Waves, Cloning, Speed Physiology, Environmental Survival, Beast Senses, Body Enhancement. The extraordinary powers Martin possesses are continually augmented and upgraded. One must wonder, in this world, who could possibly be his rival? Even Thanos would have to crawl back. Ahem, one must remain grounded. Ignoring the 3 others who might ambush him, Martin continued to reflect on his gains. The most coveted ability remains energy transference. He possesses all others to some extent, but this particular one eludes him. Moreover, it is a power long anticipated by Emma and Raven. With this, they could grow stronger, find joy, and perhaps even conceive. After basking in his elation, Martin suppressed Apocalypse and turned his attention to the others. Even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. He first drew the angel closer before making contact. Duplicable abilities: flight, healing, pathetic. He pushed her away and summoned the mind disc for a touch. Duplicable ability: telepathy, so soft, no, quite agreeable. The mind disc's telepathy has 3 distinctive aspects: mind-shattering, precognition, and creation. Mind-shattering allows one to inflict damage on a target's body using mental energy. Even those protected by helmets immune to telepathy cannot escape its effects. Precognition enables one to foresee future events randomly, with probabilistic accuracy. The last aspect, creation, allows for the fabrication of weapons and cold arms using mental energy. Not bad. He instinctively tightened his grip, savoring the soft texture before pushing her away amidst her flustered expression, then drew the last Storm Girl closer. With the Mind Disc's prior experience in mind, Storm Girl struggled in the air, shielding her chest with her hands. What do you mean? You. If you don't let me, I will do it anyway. Duplicable ability. Weather manipulation, only one, yet exceedingly potent, capable of conjuring lightning, tornadoes, and blizzards. This will prove quite convenient. When energy is low, he can simply strike himself with lightning. Let go. Due to her distraction, he relaxed his control over her, prompting Storm Girl to grit her teeth. This attitude. He squeezed a bit harder. It must be said, she is far larger than the Mind Disc. Then he pushed her away. Apologies, I wasn't paying attention. Compared to Apocalypse, the contributions from the three were minimal. Disregarding the furious glares from Storm Girl and the Mind Disc, Martin released Apocalypse from his mind. There exists a man within him, a peculiar sensation. He concentrated energy in the hand gripping Apocalypse's neck. Oh, no. Ordinary energy does not inflict significant harm on Apocalypse. But who is Martin? He is the protagonist. Even if ordinary energy fails, he possesses the energy of the Phoenix Force. Alas, he nearly missed the mark. The Phoenix Force dissipated into ashes before it could be utilized. Originally, whether or not to kill Apocalypse was inconsequential. However, should he survive, Charles would undoubtedly return. At that point, Raven's pitiable gaze would prove unbearable for me, so it would be prudent to resolve this matter once and for all. Charles, I have completed my tasks. I can escort you home, or you may choose to handle it yourself. Hank and the others should be on their way. Can you not finish everything? You wish to be the hero, I do not. My role was merely to assist Raven in saving you. Furthermore, in the future, act within your own capacity and refrain from dragging Raven into your troubles. This is my family matter. No, it is indeed my family matter now. Raven merely stated he resided there temporarily. Oh, I forgot. Your home has become a ruin. What? Charles propped himself up with difficulty. Martin ignored him and turned to leave, saying, You three are free. Attend to your own affairs. His aide is on the way, and he works for the government. He won't be able to escape soon. Aren't you going to apprehend us? Storm inquired. Why would I apprehend you? If I weren't concerned about you aiding Apocalypse, I wouldn't have given you a second thought. Is that so? Your hands did not convey the same sentiment a moment ago. Psylocke sensed that Martin was not lying and smirked. That was merely an accident. Do not dwell on the details. I am serious. You should leave now. And do not concern yourselves with the one outside. He is a friend of the one lying here. As they conversed, they approached the entrance. Just in time to witness a fighter jet approaching from the distance. See? I did not deceive you. This is quintessentially the style of the American government. They only arrive once matters have been resolved. Well, I shall take my leave. The angel spoke first, ascending into the sky. So shall I, thank you. Or rather, consider it your payment for earlier. Storm remarked, rolling her eyes as if dismissing an unpleasant matter, preparing to take flight. That is insufficient. Either do not pay at all, or increase the amount. Storm shot him a glare, her eyes entirely white at that moment. Would you like me to provide compensation? Psylocke playfully inquired, her hand languidly gliding over her form. Your intentions are dubious. You should leave quickly. With that, she disregarded him and teleported home, leaving the cleanup to them. Psylocke, seeing Martin's indifference, glanced at the approaching aircraft, scoffed, and departed. Where's Charles? As Martin materialized in the living room, Raven immediately rose to inquire. I am your man. This seems rather inappropriate, Martin exclaimed, wide-eyed. Her expression indicates everything went smoothly, Emma remarked. Only my Emma understands me, Martin replied, moving between Emma and Jean, draping an arm over their shoulders, addressing Raven. Do not worry, Apocalypse is dead. And his only associate is Eric. When I left, Hank and the others had just arrived. Everything will be fine. Oh, that is a relief. Raven exhaled, leaning in to plant a kiss on Martin's lips. One kiss from you is more than enough. Martin smiled in return. If you desire, Raven may take my place. Jean said, feeling a twinge of jealousy as Raven leaned in, inadvertently pushing her back. No, that is unnecessary. Martin lifted Jean and settled her on his lap, embracing her gently. Is this all right? He inquired. Jean smiled contentedly and nodded. Did you gain any insights this time? Emma asked. Indeed, a significant one. I have discovered a method that can enhance your abilities. Really? Emma and Raven exclaimed in surprise. Absolutely. Emma immediately reached for Martin to ascend the stairs. Wait. Can you hold off for a few more hours? I have just returned, Martin said, pulling her back down onto the sofa. Chapter 45, The Enhancement of Power. Cradling Sheen and comforting Emma and Raven, Martin managed to dissuade them from the idea of immediately enhancing their powers. By the way, has Logan left? Emma nodded. I received a call. He has acquired it. After a moment of contemplation, Martin announced, in a few days, I shall be heading to Canada. Raven and Sheen understood his purpose, while Emma, though unaware, felt it mattered little. She would follow whatever Martin decided. Moreover, it was evident that having met this friend named Logan today, the reason for his departure was clear. May I accompany you? Sheen asked. No, you still have school. You're graduating this year. Have you decided where you wish to study? Hiki. Sheen suddenly chuckled. What amusing. I have gained admission to the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, she declared proudly. Really? When did this happen? Why was I unaware? Martin inquired in astonishment. This indicates you are not a competent guardian. You have never paid attention to my studies. Hiki. Martin chuckled awkwardly, then continued. Well, I only care if you're happy and if anyone is bullying you. Although I may not match your prowess now, there should be no peers capable of bullying me. Sheen stated with confidence. True enough. Sheen's phoenix power had significantly increased, particularly in terms of energy. She was undoubtedly a formidable girl. Are you planning to attend the graduation prom? Have you decided whom to go with? Raven asked. Among everyone present, only Sheen had the chance to partake in such an event, thus sparking curiosity. Martin playfully nudged Sheen with his leg and affirmed, who else could it be but me? Right? Hee. Indeed, it must be us together. Emma inquired, can we join you for a bit of fun? Contemplating. The high school graduation prom surely could not compare to the gatherings at the Hellfire Club, yet the significance was unique, and those who had never attended were quite intrigued. Perhaps we could sneak in. There will be so many people. Among those present, where could they not go? As they chatted about everyday matters while savoring various flavors of tofu, hours swiftly passed. The distant sound of a car approached, and soon footsteps could be heard at the door. Raven swiftly brushed away the hand resting on her thigh and rose to greet Charles at the entrance. Sheen felt shy about continuing to sit on Martin's lap. My dear Emma is the best, Martin mused, giving her a gentle squeeze. However, he realized he must maintain their dignity in front of outsiders. Releasing his grip, he stood and approached the door, just as Charles and Hank stepped inside. He welcomed them, and they all settled comfortably in the living room. It is likely that Martin's lack of fondness for Moira is the reason for her absence this time. Alternatively, she may have just concluded her previous engagements and is currently occupied. Have you managed to resolve everything? Yes. Thank you for your assistance and for the care provided to these children. It is unnecessary. That should be addressed to Raven. Charles, upon hearing this, expressed his gratitude to Raven, who nodded in response. I shall take the children back. Back. The school has become a desolate ruin. How can we possibly settle them there? I will initially arrange for their accommodation elsewhere, and I shall seek someone to oversee the reconstruction of the academy. As Charles spoke, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards Jean, sensing the formidable power of the phoenix emanating from her. She is Jean, the one I brought back from there 2 years ago. Greetings. I am Charles. I established the academy, which welcomes all mutants. In the future, we shall also accept ordinary individuals. As I strive to foster peaceful coexistence between mutants and non-mutants, the results thus far are promising. At the very least, the government's stance towards us remains relatively amicable. Martin remained silent, merely smiling at Hank and the others. Jean nodded in acknowledgement, responding, I am aware. Martin took me there a couple of days ago when you were not present. Oh, right, Hank mentioned it, but I wasn't certain it was you. Charles smiled and nodded. Then curiously inquired of Martin, how did you manage to suppress the power within her? From his perspective, that force was overwhelmingly potent, brimming with destructive capacity, far too formidable for a child to wield effortlessly. There was no suppression. I simply guided Jean to embrace it. Fortunately, she succeeded, and they accepted one another. However, that power feels. It is merely power. It possesses no inherent good or evil. It depends solely on the hands that wield it and the purposes they seek to achieve. Indeed, you speak wisely. After a moment of contemplation, Charles addressed Martin. I intend to assemble a team composed of mutants to maintain the current state of peace. Would you be interested? Who? Emma? No, certainly not. Emma is the White Queen of the Hellfire Club. How could she possibly join Charles's ranks? The others declined as well, including Raven. To her, the remnants of familial ties with Charles did not equate to an alignment of views. Compared to Charles, she found herself more in agreement with Eric's perspective. Were it not for Eric's reckless actions, it is uncertain whether she would have departed from the Brotherhood of Mutants. Charles, faced with rejection, felt a tinge of disappointment and engaged in casual conversation for a while before departing with the Academy members. Has Nightcrawler agreed to your proposal? Martin inquired, observing the blue young man following Charles. No, he seems to harbor a dislike for the Red Devil, expressing a preference for the atmosphere at the Academy. Very well. Let that be. That is not the crux of the matter. The individuals who needed to depart have done so. Should we not attend to more pressing matters? Emma inquired with a smile, clearly eager to enhance her powers. What pressing matters? Martin asked with a chuckle. Hiss. Emma slowly licked her lips. Martin took the hands of Emma and Raven. Ha ha. Let us return and commence. What about me? Jean asked. You need not worry. The power of the Phoenix is inherently the most formidable of all. My abilities merely serve to enhance the strength of mutants. I wish to witness this. Jean declared with dissatisfaction. Very well, let us proceed. And you, Wendy, join us as well. It is merely an enhancement of a few individuals' prowess, if you wish to observe. Then observe you shall. Upon returning to the room, Martin inquired, who shall go first? Me. What must I do? Emma eagerly placed herself before Martin. You need not do anything, he replied, reaching for Emma's hand and activating his energy transfer ability to commence the augmentation of her powers. A sudden influx of energy surged through Emma, initially filling her with a sense of vitality. However, as the energy intensified, she felt her cells stirring restlessly throughout her body. Chapter 46, Enhancement of Power. Ah, my dear, I feel as though... Raven teased. Are you certain you are helping her enhance her strength? Jean, blushing, stood nearby. They were merely holding hands. Had their positions been even slightly different, the scene would have been wholly inappropriate for children. Ordinarily, this ability enhances genes. I fear that the rapidity of the process may cause discomfort, so we shall proceed slowly. We have ample time. Really? I feel quite comfortable. Very well. Martin's expression took on an odd quality. I shall take my leave. You may continue your work, Jean said, her face flushed. In the past, when engaged in serious matters, she had shown no shyness, even daring to intrude upon Martin's bedroom. Yet today, amidst genuine affairs, she felt a tinge of embarrassment. Perhaps it was the difference in their roles, the presence of others, and the fact that no intimate actions had yet transpired between her and Martin that caused her discomfort. As Jean hurried back to her bedroom, the knowing glances exchanged between Raven and Wendy were hardly of concern. They had witnessed far more scandalous encounters before. Emma's sensations were indescribable. It felt as though every cell within her had awakened, restlessly stirring within her being. This sensation persisted for what felt like an eternity, until half an hour later. Martin sensed that her body had reached its saturation point. He ceased the energy output, and Emma relaxed her brow, opening her eyes. How do you feel? Raven inquired eagerly. Well, Emma assessed her newfound abilities, testing her telepathy, which had expanded exponentially, both in range and intensity, transitioning into her diamond form. She clenched her fists and declared, I feel immensely powerful. I believe I could challenge my dear one. As she spoke, her 10 fingernails elongated, transforming into diamond spikes, which she provocatively directed toward Martin. This was her newly acquired power, significantly enhancing her combat capabilities. She understood that she was no match for Martin. But surely she could indulge in playful banter. Besides, Martin would never dare to lay a hand upon her. Very well, you said it. I shall finish assisting them shortly. And then we shall see who yields first in this state, Martin remarked, observing her sparkling diamond form. He had yet to experience this version of her. Like this? Emma asked, astonished. Let us see whether your shield is more resilient than my spear is sharp. The diamond-shaped figure was not unfamiliar to him. Ah, mine is a spear, Emma declared, raising her right hand with her index finger and nearly 20-centimeter long nail. Martin felt a sudden tension. Raven interrupted their banter, saying, It's my turn now. You can continue your conversation later. Following the same procedure, they repeated the process with Raven. Half an hour later, Raven attempted to explore her shape-shifting abilities. She could not only transform into other people but also into individual objects of varying sizes, including non-biological structures. Previously, while morphing into others, she could mimic their clothing, adornments, and weapons, but it was merely superficial. Now, she could genuinely replicate those items. Although she could only conjure cold weapons, she could shape the appearance of firearms without the capability to discharge ammunition. With a flourish, Raven opened her hand, envisioning a dagger, which materialized in her grasp. Excitedly, she played with it. It was remarkably sharp. The only drawback was that once it left her physical contact, the dagger would vanish, as the energy sustaining it was drawn from her. Thank you, my dear, moi. Raven expressed her gratitude, remarking on her significant enhancement. You're welcome, Martin replied, embracing her before turning to Emma. Look at Raven. You know how to reward me, yet you provoke me. Did you not say later? Haha, just joking. He released Raven and extended his hand toward Wendy. Come on, it's your turn, darling. All right. Wendy placed her hand in Martin's palm. Less than half an hour later, she expressed her disappointment, saying, I haven't gained any new abilities, but my physical prowess has significantly improved. Her abilities were not combat-oriented, so the enhancement was most evident in her physical capabilities. Well, this should count as an enhancement, as a stronger physique allows for more and stronger clones, she reasoned. That's sufficient. It's my duty to protect you, And it doesn't matter if there are no combat abilities, Martin comforted her. Thank you, she replied. Overall, each of them experienced enhancements tailored to their individual abilities, yet they shared common improvements in bodily strength and power. With the formalities concluded, it was time to attend to serious matters. Martin turned with a mischievous grin towards Emma. Emma flashed a seductive smile, approached Martin, and wrapped her arm around his. Winking at Raven and Wendy as she said, "You two carry on. I have some private matters to attend to with my dear." With that, she led him outside. Where to? The pool. It's a place where no one can see us. It turned out that as long as the spear remained sharp and resilient, even the strongest shield could not withstand it. Carrying Emma back to her bedroom, he gently laid her on the bed and lulled her to sleep before returning downstairs. Raven remarked, "You two are something else. If there were others around, someone would definitely report you for disturbing the peace." Really? Yes. Raven and Wendy nodded in agreement. Well, it's fine. After all, it's just us here. We can do as we please. Who is free tonight? Martin inquired. Looking at the two of them, Raven pointed behind Martin, exclaiming, "Her." Martin turned to find Sheen standing behind him with her hair damp and unkempt. "Why didn't you dry your hair before coming down?" He approached her, guiding her to the sofa, and helped her dry her hair. Sheen sat quietly to the side, her eyes half closed, basking in the warmth of Martin's tenderness. Once her hair was dry, she perched herself on Martin's lap and leaned up to kiss him. "I want to be with you tonight," Sheen whispered softly. "All right," Martin replied. Upon hearing this, Sheen pressed her lips together and smiled at him, and they kissed once more. Enough. Be careful or you won't have room for dinner," Raven interjected, emerging from the kitchen with 2 plates in hand. With a playful giggle, Sheen exchanged a knowing glance with Martin. "I'll go check on Emma and invite her to dinner," Martin said. "Who can you blame? You weren't gentle when it mattered. And now you're just remembering," he paused, turning to her with a curious expression. "Do you prefer a gentler side of me?" Raven remained silent, lowering her gaze as she returned to the kitchen. Emma was already up and about when Martin checked on her. She seemed to be fine. Chapter 47. Farewell. Logan. After dinner, the group engaged in their usual family activities, watching movies, chatting, or sitting together to enjoy a drink, while Sheen opted for a soft drink. However, with only 2 months until her coming of age, she felt it was acceptable to indulge a little earlier. Yet, as she held the long-anticipated glass of wine, she appeared restless, fidgeting in her chair, her cheeks already flushed with anticipation before even taking a sip. "Okay, let's call it a night. I'm tired and heading back to my room," Raven announced, rising and taking Emma and Wendy with her. Sheen looked at Martin with wide eyes. "Should we go together?" Martin asked with a smile. "I want to. Waking up to see each other really does strengthen our bond." Today, Sheen seemed more at ease and affectionate with Martin, her demeanor suggesting she longed to be close to him at every moment. "It's time to eat," Martin said, embracing Sheen and gently patting her bottom. "If you won't get down, you'll have to let me carry you while we eat," she teased, leaning against his shoulder. "All right. How are you so adorable?" he replied. "Because I love you," she answered. "Let us go." The greatest crisis of the year had been resolved. Yet Martin felt no sense of being a savior. The life of a hero, constantly racing about and subject to the opinions of others, was fraught with challenges. He might end up like the foolish son of the farmer next door, nursing his wounds in solitude. Compared to that, spending time with his beloved at home felt far more rewarding. Seizing the opportunity, the entire family could enjoy a few days of collective respite before returning to their respective duties. A few days later, Martin found himself in a small logging town in northwestern Canada, surrounded by an endless expanse of towering trees. He arrived at a lumber yard where a familiar figure was busily wielding a chainsaw. Leaning against the front of a vehicle, he lit a cigar reminiscent of Wolverine's. Do not speak. Inhale the fresh air, savor the fragrance of the timber, and relish the unique experience. The diligent Logan had just finished sawing a piece of wood when he straightened up and inadvertently caught sight of Martin. Initially, he thought he was mistaken. But upon a closer look, he realized it was indeed him. A faint smile graced his face as he exchanged a few words with a coworker, setting aside his chainsaw while removing his gloves and approaching. "What brings you here?" Logan inquired. "When do you finish work?" "Soon," he replied. Logan moved beside Martin, adopting a similar posture against the car hood, lighting a cigar. "So, what is on your mind? Can I just come to drink and chat with you?" Martin responded. Logan's laughter conveyed his disbelief. "Well," Martin scratched his stubble, adding, "let's find a place to eat first." Unsure how to broach the subject, he contemplated the years of stability he had finally achieved, only to reveal to his old friend that he had been under surveillance and that his wife was involved with another man. "No need to find a place," Logan chuckled. "Kyla will bring food shortly. I can share some with you." His face radiated happiness. After a brief conversation, Logan extinguished his cigarette, stating, "I'll go ahead. Wait for me." "All right." Nearly half an hour later, Martin observed Logan joyfully working, engaging with coworkers, and then happily approaching him. "Let us go." "Where to?" Martin inquired. Following Logan to the clearing ahead, What is for lunch today? I'm not sure. Do you care about what we eat? You don't care? I only care about what to drink. Arriving at a clearing on the mountainside, they were greeted by a breathtaking view of the valley below. A red car was parked in the clearing, and a gentle, graceful lady was laying out a picnic blanket on the grass, alongside a basket filled with food and beer. Looks like it's not vodka, Martin remarked upon noticing. Are you not satisfied with beer? Logan quipped, striding over to embrace Kyla, sharing a kiss, then introducing. This is my friend Martin Horn. She is my beloved Kyla. Hi. Hello. After their greetings, Kyla remarked, Logan has never introduced any friends to me before. That's because he has no friends other than me, Martin teased. Nonsense, Logan retorted, feeling defensive in front of his partner. Kyla smiled and asked, Where are you from? New York. Wow, a big city. It must be much more bustling than here. Well, it's not bad. This place is quite nice and suitable for living. After exchanging a few words with Kyla, Logan produced 2 bottles of beer, handing one to Martin. Here you go. After taking a sip, Martin inquired, Have you both been here for the past few years? Yes. Let us eat and chat, Logan invited. Sitting on the picnic blanket, Martin took a seat opposite Logan and Kyla, replying, Sounds good. It seemed that the food was prepared for only 2. And since Martin was particularly hungry, he barely nibbled at it. Logan, however, was ravenous after a demanding day of work. Kyla spoke passionately. Is it that you don't like to eat? No, I'm just not hungry. Don't mind me. You all enjoy your meal, came Logan's reply. The group continued their lighthearted conversation until Logan had his fill. The 2 clinked their bottles together. After a moment of contemplation, Martin finally said, I encountered someone a few days ago. Can you guess who it was? Who? Victor? Logan assumed that the only mutual acquaintance they shared was indeed Victor. No. It was you. Logan looked at Martin and chuckled. Nonsense. It's been years since we last met. Haha. All right. I won't keep you in suspense. You must have felt the recent global earthquakes, right? Yes. We even took a 2-day break. There is a mutant who has existed for thousands of years. In that era, he was akin to a deity. Unfortunately, he was betrayed and buried underground. But recently he was released. He intends to reclaim dominion over this world. So what does that have to do with me? My girlfriend is the sister of that Charles. He once took her in. Upon realizing the impending threat of apocalypse, Charles sought out my girlfriend. When she arrived at the academy, it was in utter chaos. Charles was captured by Apocalypse, and several others were taken by a man named William Stryker. Chapter 48. Revealing the truth to Logan. Logan furrowed his brow and asked, Stryker? Yes. And then? Then, when we went to rescue them, we discovered a secret base hidden in the snowy mountains. Inside, aside from those from the academy, there was a beast kept in solitary confinement. A creature driven solely by the instinct to kill. Martin continued, observing Logan's puzzled expression. That person is you, or more precisely, your clone. What? Logan was taken aback, rendered speechless. Casting a glance at Kyla, whose demeanor was slightly off, Martin chose silence, allowing Logan a moment to digest this revelation. Logan. Kyla suddenly called out. What? Logan, lost in thought, turned to her with a frown. Martin interjected, I acquired some memories from Stryker. And I believe it's imperative that I share them with you. Where is Stryker now? He should have been killed by that Logan. I can't be certain. He didn't mention it afterward. Logan, I have something to tell you, Kyla stated. All right. Since Logan is your beloved, you ought to disclose certain truths to him. You know him well. He would do anything for you rather than collaborate with those harboring ulterior motives. Martin suddenly directed at Kyla. What are you talking about? Logan asked. Perplexed, Martin scratched his head and said, Either you tell him yourself, or I will reveal Stryker's memories to Logan. Forcing Kyla to confess seemed the wisest course. If Martin's claims held any truth, it would undoubtedly be distressing for Logan. Kyla? Logan's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at her. I'm sorry. He took my sister, Kyla confessed, tears streaming down her face. Observing their emotional exchange, Martin stood up and exited, granting them the space they needed. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Logan asked, his voice laced with anger. I couldn't, Stryker replied. If I revealed anything, my sister would become his test subject. Stryker assured me that as long as I cooperated, my sister would be safe and eventually released. So you too are a mutant? No wonder you accepted my appearance so quickly, Logan remarked. Since being with Kayla, Logan had repeatedly dreamt of battlefields and assisting Stryker, to the point where he inadvertently harmed Kayla with his bone claws in his dreams. Yet, Kayla never seemed to mind. She would comfort Logan instead. This was one of the reasons Logan cherished her. What is your ability? Mind control? Does that mean our feelings are false? Logan inquired. No, Logan, I love you. Our feelings are genuine. My ability pertains to the mind, but I have never used it on you. I swear, Kayla hastily assured him. If Martin hadn't shown up, were you truly planning to keep this from me? Kayla fell silent, for that was indeed her intention. You should believe me. I'm sorry. I just wanted to wait a little longer. I don't want either you or Emma to be harmed. Have you finished your conversation? Martin, noticing their prolonged silence, approached them. Logan replied softly. Shall I now share the memories I acquired from Stryker? How will you do that? Logan asked. We'll discuss it later, Martin explained. Using his telepathic ability to transfer Stryker's memories along with the encounter involving Logan's clone at the secret base. Stryker's memories encompassed his scheming of weapon plans, as well as the individuals currently working for him. However, Martin had no interest in the identities of the mutant prisoners Stryker held. He only sought the knowledge he deemed necessary. Damn it. Seeing Stryker truly experimenting on my clone, witnessing the soulless state of the clone. Logan furiously shattered the bottle in his hand against the ground. Kayla trembled in fear. Logan had always been impeccably courteous in her presence. Sensing her distress, Logan suppressed his anger. Are you certain Stryker is dead? Logan asked, his brow furrowing. Oh, not certain, but the likelihood is high, Logan. I mean, you know how he was back then. I don't believe he would let Stryker go. Humph. But ever since you found the place, you haven't checked whether he is still alive, have you? I sealed the door. I wasn't concerned about him at all. Martin suddenly felt it was indeed possible that Stryker might still be alive. Those agents, always scheming, had a knack for survival. There might even be secret passages within the base. Then he must be alive. I know him well, Logan asserted confidently. Why didn't he inform me? Martin questioned. Because he knows you, and I would never allow Stryker to escape. And besides, I want to personally decapitate that bastard. Aware that both Logan and Martin would not spare Stryker, and with his own time running short, he had little choice. With Strick's energy, in a mere 2 months, he accomplished nothing and decided to focus on his own affairs, leaving Strick's matters for Logan to handle. What do you intend to do now? That son of a gun dared to use me as a subject for experiments. What do you think I should do? Logan said, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward Kayla. Thus, in Strick's memory, John, Ghost, Chris, Lightning Man, and Fred, Meatball, had already departed, and I must locate them to uncover the whereabouts of Strick's base. If Martin possesses knowledge about the target, he can swiftly find him. However, seeking out unfamiliar individuals proves to be a challenge. I believe it would be best to follow Logan's approach. While I may disregard others' affairs, I cannot overlook Logan's. Decades of sentiment are at stake. Do you need assistance? Martin inquired. Certainly. Could you not have arrived a few days later? I had finally begun to enjoy a peaceful life, Logan lamented. Resolving this issue will allow you to resume your tranquil existence. Do not blame Kayla. She has merely concealed the truth from you without truly betraying you. At least for now, what has not occurred is simply non-existent. Under Kayla's hopeful gaze, Logan sighed and said, I will rescue your sister. But it must be according to my plan. Very well, Kayla promptly replied, stepping closer and grasping Logan's hand. I am sorry. It's all right. Do not worry, Martin is quite formidable. Indeed. The two embraced for a moment, and then Logan suddenly asked, I do not recall you possessing any psychic abilities. Could I be mistaken? Chapter 49, The Boxing Gym. Haha, Logan, times have changed, and I have grown stronger. Occasionally awakening 1 or 2 powerful abilities is quite normal. Isn't it? What? Why have I retained only those 2 abilities all these years? You're getting old, my friend. Nonsense. You are merely 2 years my junior. All right. I will inform the boss, and then we shall depart. Martin asked, where to? California. John has opened a boxing gym there. And that is all I know of his whereabouts. Very well. Logan went to request leave or resign, leaving only Martin and Kayla. Can you tell me about your sister? Kayla glanced at Martin and asked, why do you want to know? I am simply curious. I learned from Strick that your sister is named Emma. And she possesses diamond form abilities. Coincidentally, my girlfriend is also named Emma and shares the same power. Really? Isn't your girlfriend named Raven? Just as Kayla was about to express her curiosity about this Emma, she suddenly recalled Martin mentioning earlier that Strick's girlfriend was named Raven. They are both. Kayla looked at Martin with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? Is that not permissible? No. I simply did not expect you. Martin clarified. You have misunderstood. They are both aware of each other. We live together, along with 2 other girls. Oh. You all seem to have quite the lively arrangement. Kayla appeared to reassess Martin, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Enough with the curiosity regarding this matter. Let us discuss Emma. Martin, feeling somewhat bashful under her scrutiny, urged. My sister and I are not particularly close. After we parted ways long ago, we ceased all communication. Subsequently, Strick found me. Have you seen her? Yes. Then we can confirm that this Emma is not the one from home. For our Emma has always been in New York and frequently returns to stay. She has never gone missing. Do you have a photograph of her? Martin inquired. No. I was merely taken to a location to catch a fleeting glimpse, but it was indeed her. Despite our distant relationship, she remains my sister. And I must find a way to rescue her. Does she possess only the diamond form ability? Yes. I have not heard of her having any other powers. After 2 days, Martin and his companions arrived near the destination mentioned by Logan. Kayla also came. Aware that someone was watching the 2 of them, and she felt uneasy leaving Logan alone at home. Last night, while resting, Kayla had insisted that Logan go to bed early. You can go if you wish. Why are you watching Martin before leaving? Martin wouldn't do anything with Logan. They might just share a drink, honestly. If it weren't for your relationship with Logan, huh? Logan, what brings you here? John looked at Logan and his companions with surprise as they entered. Unable to tolerate Strick's actions any longer, he, along with the other two, had distanced themselves after Logan withdrew. However, Strick's influence was overwhelmingly powerful, and since Victor and Agent Zero were essentially Strick's lapdogs, he refrained from associating with old acquaintances to avoid potential silencing. Later, Fred the Meatball also arrived, but the oppressive environment led him to develop an obsession with food. Suffering from bulimia, the two opened a boxing gym to make a living. He had only contacted Logan a few times, believing through his years of experience that Logan would not wish him harm. Moreover, Logan had grown weary of a life filled with gunfire and chaos, making it unlikely he would engage in any detrimental acts, so he shared his experiences with Fred. He never expected Logan would come to visit one day. I've come to inquire about certain matters. Logan introduced Martin and Kayla to John, glancing towards the boxing practice area. All right, let's discuss this in the office. The group proceeded to John's office on the second floor, where Logan stood by the window, observing the scene of boxing practice. What is it? John asked. Logan replied, I wish to know what you have been up to since my departure. No, Logan. We haven't done anything. It's merely the same activities we used to engage in. Is that so? Noting Logan's skeptical expression, John pondered before responding. After you left, Strick's actions became increasingly outrageous. And it wasn't long before we began capturing people indiscriminately. Who did you capture? Our kind. Logan, clinging to a glimmer of hope, inquired, what about Victor? He was the most proactive, while Zero simply obeyed Strick's orders. And then, I could no longer bear it and left first. Later, Fred found me and claimed he had also departed. He mentioned that Chris had left as well, and that Wade had died. Upon hearing Wade's name, Logan recalled the incessant chatter of that loquacious individual. Where are the individuals you captured being held? Logan turned to him and asked, I do not know. We are only responsible for apprehending individuals and subsequently handing them over to others sent by Stryker. I need to ascertain their whereabouts. Whom should I approach? John shook his head in exasperation and replied, You will get me killed, my friend. Please, tell me, and I assure you I will resolve the issue without implicating you. Logan pressed, Otherwise, do you wish to live in constant hiding, under Stryker's watchful eye? John, dejected, responded, Chris is dead. He perished some time ago at an amusement park. As he spoke, he produced a newspaper and handed it to Logan. Upon receiving it, Logan's gaze fell upon a headline, Amusement park staff killed in animal attack. However, he was acutely aware that it was no mere beast. It was the mark of Victor's claws. Perhaps Fred knows something. He was familiar with the guards who came to take us away during that time. John sighed. Where is Fred now? Logan inquired. Right here. John gestured below. As Logan glanced, he spotted a familiar figure in the boxing ring. But, good heavens, what happened to him? His backside is practically exposed. Fred had once been robust, but now, from a distance, he appeared as a mass of flesh. That pronounced belly, accentuated by ill-fitting clothing, indeed resembled a rotund posterior. Huh. He has developed binge eating, John remarked with a resigned chuckle. Let us go down and speak with him. Just don't mention anything related to his size, John cautioned. He is quite sensitive about it and should consider losing weight. Upon arriving at the practice area, just as they reached the foot of the stage, Fred, holding a milkshake, sent his sparring partner flying out of the ring with a single punch. It was clear he was a power-oriented mutant. His bulk had not diminished his combat prowess. Logan. It's been quite a while, Fred said, sipping his drink. You know. Logan intended to tease, but recalling John's warning, he restrained himself from speaking. They had shared jovial banter in the past, but now was not the time. Logan had no desire to face a beating, although he was not afraid of injury. The pain was still to be felt. Fred understood Logan's hesitation, yet perhaps due to their reunion, his expression shifted, but he did not react with hostility. Fred, I wish to inquire where Stryker sends the individuals he captures, Logan asked, gripping the edge of the ring. Come up, defeat me, and I shall tell you. Fred said with an odd smile on his plump face. Logan's expression fell. Given Fred's current physique, he knew he was no match for him. He had always been tough. And now, in his present state, he could only expect to be on the receiving end of a beating. However, in pursuit of information, Logan removed his shirt, donned the boxing gloves amidst John's gleeful expressions, and leaped onto the ring. You will not hit too hard, will you? Logan asked. Of course not. Fred replied with a grin, as he swung a punch directly at Logan's head. Logan was not yet prepared when a punch sent him sprawling to the ground. Come on, you lack martial ethics. My rule is that once you step onto the stage, the fight begins, Fred declared, discarding his empty cup. Well, fine, Logan replied. rising to his feet and rubbing the area where he had been struck before adopting a boxing stance and launching an attack aimed at Fred's midsection. Fred made no attempt to evade and stood his ground, absorbing the blow. "Are you merely tickling me?" he mocked, observing Logan's unsteady stance. The punch did not inflict any damage on Fred. Rather, Logan nearly toppled over due to the force of impact against Fred's substantial belly. Damn! Logan gritted his teeth and launched another assault on Fred. Although he landed several punches, Fred retaliated with a single blow that sent Logan crashing to the ground once more. This time, Fred wasted no time and sat down heavily on Logan, pinning him to the mat. Logan felt as though his waist might snap under the pressure. In pain, the bony protrusions of his hand clawed through the boxing glove, aiming for Fred's backside. Fred, enraged by the sudden pain, raised his fist to strike Logan's head. "No," Kayla gasped. Martin, too caught up in the moment to enjoy the spectacle, realized that Logan lacked the adamantium skeleton within him. Although the blow would not be fatal, it would certainly lead to an amusing display akin to a watermelon hitting the ground. With a swift thought, he halted Fred's fist mid-air, preventing it from descending further. Then, he flung Fred off Logan, sending him crashing into the ropes of the enclosure. The abrupt manifestation of this unfamiliar power made both John and Fred aware that it could either be Kayla or Martin. However, upon observing their expressions, it became evident that it was the handsome gentleman's ability at play. Kayla had already climbed onto the ring, hastily checking if Logan was injured. "I'm fine," Logan said, standing up with a clatter and stretching his body before addressing Fred. "Buddy, I am no match for you. However, you still need to tell me what I wish to know." "All right," Fred replied, momentarily taken aback. He dared not refuse, realizing that maintaining a cordial dialogue was crucial. Should he provoke Logan, this fierce individual from the audience might well eliminate him on the spot. Logan felt a lump in his throat, struggling to continue with his threats. He had not anticipated Fred capitulating so readily. Fred then inquired, "Logan, could you introduce me to this gentleman?" This is Martin." The three men descended from the stage, and Logan introduced Martin to the others once more. "My goodness, you are Martin Horn. I never expected to encounter you here," Fred exclaimed, his excitement evident. Logan and the others looked on curiously, including Martin, unsure of how Fred knew him. "John, do you remember the Magneto who came to see us a few days ago? He mentioned Mr. Horn to me," Fred continued. "Eric?" Martin inquired. Yes, that's him. Eric is currently in dire need of recruits, so he's been scouting for mutants. A few days ago, he approached Fred and shared his ambitions. Fred said he would consider it. They later discussed the earthquake events, and Eric recounted what had transpired that day. Martin's formidable presence instantly captivated the brutish man. As he listened to Fred's enthusiastic narration, the others, including Logan, regarded Martin as if they were meeting him for the first time. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Horn," Fred said with evident delight. "Indeed, the pleasure is mutual," Martin replied. "So, you possess the extraordinary ability to locate anyone through powerful telepathy, coupled with the capability of instantaneous teleportation?" Logan queried, his eyes wide with intrigue. "Yes, what of it?" Martin responded. Logan, somewhat exasperated, retorted, "If you can directly locate others, why not seek out Stryker immediately? Furthermore, why must we spend 2 days traveling? Stryker is too far for me to pinpoint his exact location. It would take considerable time to locate him one by one, which is no different from gathering information first," Martin explained. It was only after encountering Logan that he attempted to find Stryker, having previously believed that the clone, Logan, had already killed him. However, he could not find him, likely due to the vast distance. His telepathic abilities were indeed powerful, yet not sufficiently so to locate anyone without utilizing a brainwave enhancer. Currently, his range was approximately that of a city the size of New York, which was already quite formidable, far more so than Charles or Apocalypse. Logan accepted this explanation. "And what about the teleportation?" he inquired. Martin replied innocently, "I have no knowledge of this place. I can only venture to locations I have previously visited. I cannot simply invade your memories to discover this place. Would you prefer having someone pry into your memories, or spending 2 days traveling?" "Well, since there is no shortcut, I suppose I must look to Fred," Logan conceded, perhaps inspired by the presence of his idol and filled with confidence in Martin. Fred did not hesitate. "There is a mutant who once escaped from somewhere. His name is Remy LeBeau. You can find him at a casino in Las Vegas." "And his precise location?" Martin inquired. "You are sure to find him at one of the larger casinos. He frequents those establishments," Fred replied, unsure of Remy's exact whereabouts. "Not to worry, we shall head to Las Vegas. As long as he is still there, finding him will not pose a challenge," Martin assured. Chapter 51. Discovering a familiar face. Then Martin asked, "Does this Remy have any distinguishing marks, or perhaps a photograph?" "None that I know of. But he often wears a cowboy hat to conceal his face while gambling, and he carries a cane topped with a white crystal, making him quite recognizable," Fred explained. "Excellent. Having distinguishing features makes it manageable. As long as he has been seen recently, I will be able to locate him," Martin stated, gesturing to his head. Let us depart at once. I am coming as well, Logan declared. Me too, Fred and John chimed in simultaneously. Logan regarded the two with curiosity. They had previously shown reluctance to involve themselves, so why were they now willing to assist him? You are right. I do not wish to remain hidden any longer. Fred said with a smile. With Mr. Horn here, we are sure to succeed. Very well. While en route to Las Vegas, Logan suddenly inquired. Are his metallic claws the result of Stryker's experiments? He felt a stirring of ambition from the information provided by Martin. It was evident that possessing such claws would render him immensely powerful. The Edmund alloy is precisely what you sought during your expedition in Africa. Logan inquired whether he could also undergo injection of that substance, reasoning that if it could withstand it, so could he. Martin responded, cautioning against such a perilous decision. In the face of Logan's bewilderment, Martin elaborated that although the infusion of liquid Edmund alloy into the body as a substitute for bones is indeed excruciating, Logan's remarkable recuperative powers would allow him to endure the pain. However, he warned that the Edmund alloy possesses a particular property that suppresses one's healing factors. Should the body be saturated with Edmund alloy, it would equate to a slow, chronic self-destruction. How do you know? Logan retorted, recalling that another individual seemed unaffected. I just know, Martin replied, indicating that the toxicity manifests insidiously over time, gradually eroding one's health without immediate consequence. Are you suggesting that one day my self-healing abilities will wane, that I too will age, suffer injuries, and ultimately face death? Logan pondered. Well, that scenario isn't entirely bleak, Martin remarked, visibly taken aback. Surely you do not contemplate self-destruction? He probed. Of course not, Logan asserted. Despite having spent a century in solitude and conflict, while survival is inherently human, and with life seemingly improving, Logan found himself unwilling to embrace death. Nevertheless, he questioned, is it possible to modify only certain parts of my body? Raising his hand, Logan inquired. I am uncertain. What if that property spreads throughout your entire system? After a moment of contemplation, Logan replied, I wish to attempt at just the arms. I have faith in myself. He regarded his claws as his most formidable weapons. Mere bone, in terms of sharpness and durability, could not compare to Edmund alloy. On the bustling streets of Las Vegas, two vehicles arrived at a parking lot. Upon disembarking, Logan looked to Martin and said, It's your turn. Leave it to me, Martin replied, beginning his search for Remy. A man donned in a high hat and wielding a crystal-headed cane, by accessing the memories of a nearby casino security guard. Regrettably, the guard's recent recollections yielded no leads. Undeterred, he sought the guard's superior, but to no avail, prompting him to continue to the next. After investigating several casinos, Martin finally acquired a lead on Remy from the duty manager of a larger establishment. According to the manager's recollections, Remy had a peculiar streak of never losing at gambling, which naturally aroused the casino's suspicions of cheating, yet no evidence could be produced. A coalition of the casinos Remy frequented was now surveilling him. Meanwhile, Remy was currently inside one of the casinos. Following the trail of the manager's memories, Martin soon located Remy dominating the gaming tables, just as Fred had described. Remy hid his face beneath his hat, casually manipulating the playing cards before him. Martin could distinctly sense the unique energy emanating from the cards. Found him. Should I directly access his memories, or do you wish to engage with him? Martin confirmed. Concurrently, he also discovered the so-called island. Logan inquired, Can you locate that island? Indeed, I have already found it. There is no need to interact with him. He is merely a gambler. Wait, I recognize someone, Martin remarked with a smile. As Logan was about to turn and board the vehicle, he paused and glanced at Martin. Who? Victor. The faces of the others changed instantaneously. The mere mention of the name of the saber-toothed tiger struck fear into their hearts. Where is he? Logan inquired with a serious demeanor. I'll look for him. Martin recalled from Remy's memories that he had seen Victor in the casino. However, he had not recognized him at that time, as he had been apprehending someone else. Victor had drawn Remy's attention due to his extraordinary aura, yet Martin had not paid it much heed, as it did not concern him. Given Martin's familiarity with Victor, locating him in the city was not a daunting task. Victor was situated just behind the casino where Remy was, evidently targeting him. Victor had yet to become arrogant enough to act immediately. He's not far away, Martin remarked, extending his arm. Without hesitation, Logan placed his hand on Martin's arm. Take me there. Why? Martin did not comprehend the necessity of seeking out Victor, as Victor posed no threat to them. I wish to understand why he is intent on ruining my life. Very well. The other three exchanged glances, and after a moment's hesitation, Kayla grasped Logan's hand. Trusting Logan allowed her to temporarily set aside her fear of Victor. Fred and John, having worked with Victor for many years, were well aware of his ruthlessness and brutality. His formidable combat prowess rendered them helpless against someone who could not perish. Initially, they had believed their strength surpassed his. But upon realizing that he was impervious to death while they, no matter how powerful, could not evade it, fear began to take root in them. As they worried about inadvertently provoking him, I'm not afraid of him, John declared resolutely, though the others could perceive the trepidation in his gaze. Fred's attention, however, was focused on Martin. Do not worry, Martin said with a smile. After all, you are my first and only fan. All right. Observing Fred's relieved demeanor, Martin felt a twinge of regret. He wished it could have been a woman. Alas, his first fan in life was a man. Sigh. Yet, the sensation of being admired was undeniably pleasant. Martin began to reflect on whether his years of remaining uninvolved and living as a couch potato had been the right choice. Chapter 52. Victor. Just the thought of the beautiful and considerate women at home made him mutter, to hell with it. Once he confirmed that everyone was in close proximity, Martin activated his abilities and appeared before Victor. Jimmy? Victor was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the individual. Though it was merely a reflexive reaction, hearing a name he hadn't heard in years, Logan looked at Victor with a complex expression. Victor, I never expected you all to come right to me, Victor said with a smile, noticing Martin as well. However, in his mind, Martin was still the one with regenerative abilities who could manipulate minor forces. Yet, that was not an issue he could not handle. In Victor's eyes, Strick was merely a tool, and tools, of course, need not possess excessive knowledge. An overabundance of understanding could lead to thoughts of betrayal or escape. Why Victor? Why assist Strick in monitoring me and attempt to bring me back? Logan inquired. Because you betrayed me first, Victor replied with an air of inevitability. I have always said that we are brothers, and brothers ought to support one another. In his mind, it was only after he had helped Logan escape from home that they could have come this far together. Yet, Logan had abandoned him during their last departure. An act of betrayal and abandonment. Victor harbored a fervent desire to eliminate this group entirely, but their numbers rendered him powerless alone. Without any warning, Victor turned and fled. Wait, Logan shouted, pursuing him. Strick is finished. You should no longer stand by his side. Observing this, John teleported with Fred to intercept Victor, blocking his path. As Logan caught up, Victor immediately retaliated. He was correct. One individual would indeed be no match for him. But here, three were engaged. In just a few moments, Victor was subdued by the trio. Well, you've captured me. Now what? Do you intend to kill me? Victor struggled in vain against Fred's grip, which rendered him immobile. We have already located Strick's base. Next, we shall destroy it. As for Strick, he is doomed, Logan declared. And what of it? Just you? Yes, just us. Apologetically, Logan approached Victor, squatted down, and delivered a punch that rendered him unconscious. Rising, Logan instructed, find a place to confine him. He mustn't return. Martin retorted. Wouldn't it have been better not to see him at all? Once we've completed our task, what can he do anyway? Logan paused before responding. He is Victor. Indeed, he is your soul kin. Martin moved closer, seized Victor, and addressed the others. What are we waiting for? We must leave. Once everyone was prepared, Martin led them to the Hellfire Club in New York. Mr. Horn, the waiter, greeted Martin, aware of his association with the club's owner. It's fine. You continue your duties, Martin replied, sensing Emma in the office and summoning her to come out. With outsiders present, he could not escort them directly to Emma's chamber. Shortly, Emma appeared in the hall. Darling, come here. After embracing Emma, Martin released her and introduced Logan, Kyra, Fred, having previously met the clone Logan. Emma greeted everyone with a smile and turned her attention to Logan. Martin has only mentioned you over the years, asserting that you are his only friend. Thank you. Logan replied. Emma looked at Martin, awaiting his words. This is Victor, confine him, and we shall return for him once our task is complete. Is he the saber-toothed tiger you mentioned? Yes, Raven is aware of him. Very well, is there anything else? We are headed to Strick's base. Another one? Emma smiled and inquired, how does he possess so many bases? Ha, as if you have only one. She continued, well, the place we are heading to has numerous captured mutants. Are you interested? Really? What is their combat capability? It should be. Most of them are likely children. Emma pondered this, for if they were formidable individuals, they would not have been easily captured. I have no interest. You should consult Charles and Eric about such matters. You are correct. Martin glanced at the unconscious Victor, having found a suitable place for him, and he had made arrangements for the children as well. You entertain them for a while. I need to step out. Where are you going? Logan asked, looking at Martin. To find someone who can accommodate those who have been captured. Otherwise, how will you manage them? Logan remained silent, tacitly accepting Martin's plan. First, we must locate Eric. He is at the Brotherhood's stronghold in New York. Martin approached Magneto, and upon seeing him, the surrounding subordinates immediately assumed defensive stances. Per old Magnus, he had but few powerful subordinates. The only familiar faces within were two angels and a Psylocke. The two angels were Salvador and Warren, the latter being one of the four horsemen of Apocalypse. Salvador was one of Emma's associates. It's nothing. Martin, what brings you here? Upon hearing Eric's words, those unfamiliar with Martin relaxed their guard. Good news. Aren't your ranks in need of reinforcements? Martin relayed the situation regarding Stryker and his own intentions, prompting Eric to display a keen interest. Count me in. Gather your people. We shall assemble first, and I still need to seek out Charles. I am sufficient on my own. Eric naturally preferred not to see his longtime rival's forces grow. There are quite a few children there. I doubt you have any interest in them. Charles can teach them, and I can as well, Eric confidently asserted. No. I must be fair. If I do not inform him, he will think I am siding with you. Would you care? Eric countered. Not particularly. But I do enjoy watching your love-hate dynamic, Martin replied with a smile. Eric was momentarily taken aback. Very well. He was confident that even with Charles' involvement, he could still recruit individuals. As for Martin's amusement, let him enjoy it. After all, who could rival Martin's prowess? Martin activated the teleportation ability he had acquired from Apocalypse. And Eric and his companions observed him, recognizing this power. However, they refrained from asking further questions. Both Charles and Eric were astute individuals and had their suspicions about Martin's true capabilities. Nonetheless, strength was Martin's greatest asset, and they could only feign ignorance. Chapter 53. The base on the island. After delivering Eric and several of his formidable subordinates to Emma, Martin proceeded to the academy. The place was undergoing repairs. The castle had been restored and was nearing completion. Observing the individuals soaring through the air, Martin understood the reason. It seemed that being construction workers was quite a commendable profession for mutants. Upon finding Charles, Martin recounted the events, and Charles promptly agreed. Charles remains surrounded by his usual entourage, yet the Storm Girl, previously encountered, has now allied with him. Should the opposing faction also embrace Eric, the four horsemen of the apocalypse would be united. Scott, stepping in for his brother, has become Charles's aide, leading this group to Emma's domain. Thanks to his remarkable regenerative abilities, Victor has regained consciousness and appears to have been swayed by Eric, now standing by his side. Indeed, both individuals are advocates of strength, naturally gravitating towards one another. Magneto possesses a magnetic charisma, while Victor is satisfied as long as he has tasks to engage in, provided they are to his liking. Upon Charles and Eric's meeting, a verbal spar ensues. The spectators, Martin and Emma, are abruptly interrupted by Logan. Irritated, Logan inquires, "Shall we commence our task? Or shall we allow them to bicker indefinitely?" Martin glances at Kayla, shrugs at Emma, and then addresses both factions. "All right, it is time for us to depart." Upon hearing this, Charles and Eric cease their dispute, turning their attention toward Martin. After bidding farewell to Emma, Martin teleports everyone to Stryker's base. They find themselves in a corridor, where alarms are already blaring. Martin gestures to the right, stating, "Proceed down that way, and you will reach the holding cells for mutants." He then glances at Logan's hand and adds, "You all go ahead. I have matters to attend to with Logan." Understanding Martin's implication, Logan reassures Kayla, encouraging her to join Eric and the others in rescuing her sister. Once they have departed, gunfire and screams echo from around the corridor's corner. Swiftly dispatching a few enemies approaching from the other side, Martin places a hand on Logan's shoulder, guiding him into a room. It appears to be an operating theater, with a man lying on the surgical table, his body marred by surgical scars and his mouth stitched shut. Stryker stands behind a young man in a wheelchair, flanked by several individuals in white coats, presumably researchers. This young man is Stryker's son, endowed with the power to create illusions. "If you had arrived a few days later, I would have succeeded," Stryker laments. "However, it is of no consequence. I remain the victor." After speaking, Stryker leans down and whispers something into his son's ear. Suddenly, Martin's surroundings shift. He finds himself at home, with the corpses of Raven and Emma lying around him. The assailant, an unfamiliar figure, stands behind him, brandishing a dagger aimed at him. Thanks to his formidable mental fortitude, Martin instantly recognizes the illusion for what it is. Conversely, Logan perceives a far grimmer reality. He sees Victor executing Kayla, who stands directly before him. Stryker's son's ability is indeed formidable, once ensnared in his crafted illusion. The average individual remains oblivious, accepting what they perceive as truth. Martin, having harnessed energy control from Apocalypse, also possesses the capability to create illusions, naturally granting him the means to dispel them. After subduing Logan, he activated his abilities to dispel his own illusion, yet Logan remained ensnared in the phantasm. Channeling energy into Logan's mind, he aided him in breaking free from the mirage. Logan, bewildered, gazed at the transformed surroundings, realizing it was merely an illusion, a manifestation of his powers. Martin pointed at the young man in the wheelchair across from him. Enraged, Logan lunged at Stryker, who was merely an ordinary human, lacking any means to resist Logan's onslaught. While Martin restrained Stryker's son, he delved into Stryker's memories, confirming he was not a clone. Just as Logan's bone claws pierced Stryker's heart, leading to his demise, the researchers, gripped by terror, fled to a safe distance. After ensuring Stryker's death, Logan stood up, bemusedly remarking, "That was surprisingly easy. Heh, this is his territory, and the security personnel are all outside." Suddenly, a woman clad in black combat attire charged at Logan from the side, attacking him from behind. Her ability bore a striking resemblance to Emma's current powers, manifesting long metallic spikes extending from her 10 fingers, made of the same liquid metal stored in a nearby pool. Caught off guard, Logan was sharply pierced in the back by the metal spikes, but he swiftly retaliated. Taking advantage of their skirmish, Martin approached Jason Stryker, who remained seated in his wheelchair, and entered his mind. Martin discovered that Stryker was nothing more than a soulless automaton, not much better than a vegetative state. After acquiring the replicable ability of illusions, Martin unleashed his energy, reducing Stryker to mere ashes. The capacity to control others was the most terrifying power. It was better to annihilate it entirely, lest it one day be wielded against his own family. For safety's sake, having someone utilize Stryker's cells for experimentation, Martin subsequently turned Stryker's corpse to ash as well. When it came to murder, it was best to leave no trace behind, for in this intricate world, one could never predict what tricks an enemy might have up their sleeve. He refrained from interfering with the researchers, as they still held some value. Initially, Martin had contemplated assisting Logan with an arm modification, but now there were more qualified individuals available. "Martin, help me," Logan bellowed, his voice laced with fury. Despite her petite stature, the woman proved remarkably strong, possessing a regeneration ability akin to Logan's. Furthermore, her skeletal structure was entirely composed of adamantium, rendering Logan powerless against her. After a brief chuckle, Martin exerted control over the woman, propelling her away from Logan, causing her to float in a horizontal position before him. Habitually placing his hand on her forehead, he nearly faltered as he sensed that her nails were not like Logan's, which were naturally embedded in his palms. Instead, her nails possessed elasticity as a result of her abilities, capable of growing and retracting at will. Moreover, the woman was a robot. Her body, including her brain, was entirely artificial. This revelation reminded Martin of a certain creation known as a Sentinel. Indeed, she was a masterpiece crafted by Stryker's associate, Trisk. Unbeknownst to the means through which he acquired Raven's cells, dedicated years to research, ultimately merging them with Edelman alloy to yield a novel variant of the alloy with unique properties. In Chapter 54, titled The Death Lily, experiments were later conducted on the mind-controlled Yukiko, enveloping her entire body in this metal. Her brain underwent a transformation, retaining human cognition, while her internal organs preserved their biological functions. Yet, her entire being, both inside and out, was encased in metal. The amalgamation of Raven cells with Edelman alloy imparted a certain vitality to the metal, albeit at the cost of its ability to morph at will. Yukiko could only govern the outer layer of her skin's coverage, while the ability for her nails to grow freely remained intact. The Death Lily possessed inherent control systems, and Trisk installed a neural interface within her, enabling connectivity to computers and remote system control through the network. Thus, the current incarnation of the Death Lily emerged, both human and a construct of artifice. Subsequently, Trisk intended to use the Death Lily as a foundation for Sentinel research. However, just as he was poised to proceed, he was slain by Martin, leading to the obliteration of the facility, with only Yukiko surviving. Following Trisk's demise, the Sentinel project was abandoned. Yukiko fell into the hands of Strick, who subjected her to a second round of mind control, stripping away her skin's disguise. Martin issued commands to her, and Yukiko, now under his control, complied with his desires instantaneously. Her skin transformed from the typical hue of an East Asian person to a silvery metallic sheen, and even her hair became metallic strands. Martin, placing his hand on what should have been the softest part of her body, felt the Edelman alloy, now animated, yet much harder than human flesh. Under Martin's directives, Yukiko displayed the data interface on her palm, obediently removing her outer clothing to expose the most superficial layer of her skin. The only skin she could manipulate was that of her torso and limbs, as her head remained beyond her control. This was her capacity. Her brain functioned as an intricate controller, instinctively preventing her from revealing her true nature. From her chest cavity, Martin beheld her metallic organs and an enigmatic spherical object. Through her memories, he discerned its significance. It was her central processing unit. Once connected to the external network, her thoughts, as well as incoming external stimuli, would be processed there before reaching her brain. Furthermore, this entity had the potential to evolve, merely requiring exposure to more advanced technology. As Martin gazed at Yukiko, he was reminded of Tony Stark's J.A.R.V.I.S. And Yukiko was indeed his own Lily. Who could resist a soft, perhaps not so soft, machine, a human? Such was the reality of the situation. Martin purged Yukiko's mind control, restoring her to her former self. Instantly, her eyes transitioned from a mechanical void to vibrant awareness. Although Yukiko had been brainwashed, she possessed dual modes of thought, with her mechanical aspect being governed by her human side. Thus, she remained cognizant of her surroundings, albeit powerless to resist. As Martin observed, the gratitude in Yuriko's gaze was unmistakable. "Please don your clothing. The human form is far more beautiful," he suggested. Indeed, after bowing in agreement, Yuriko donned her top, resuming her previous appearance, with her black hair tied back and a ponytail cascading down her neck. Would you care to accompany me? Thank you for saving me. I would be honored to, she replied. With nowhere else to turn, following Martin seemed a prudent choice. Martin, satisfied, gently caressed her face, noting its firmness. Then, he loosened her hair, reminiscing about the portrayal of the female figure in comics. Can your hair transform into waves? It can, Yuriko responded. And her long hair cascaded into beautiful, large waves. Stunning, he remarked. Indeed. Logan, casting a disapproving glance at the pair, interjected, Are you two finished? Yes. What is her situation? Martin proceeded to explain Yuriko's circumstances to Logan. In the midst of Logan's silence, Yuriko approached him and bowed in apology. Well then. Can you assist me now? Of course. Martin turned to the researchers, asking, Can you transform the skeletal structure of his arm into Edmund alloy? The scientists exchanged glances, remaining silent. Sir, I can manage that, Yuriko stated, bowing. Oh, that is splendid. Just call me Martin, and there's no need for formality when speaking with me. Understood, Yuriko replied with a bow. Noticing her gradual adaptation, Martin suggested, Then please assist Logan. Nodding, Yuriko led Logan to a nearby surgical table, where she peeled back the skin on her palm to reveal an interface, connecting it to the computer program. As Logan underwent the transformation, Martin observed the cadre of white-clad angels. He pondered that had he not intervened in time, Raven might have faced similar arbitrary experimentation at their hands. With a snap of his fingers, the group disintegrated into a mist of blood upon the ground. Having dealt with them, Martin approached Logan, who lay reclined. His arms submerged in adjacent basins, 3 metallic injection heads embedded in each forearm. I am about to begin, Yuriko announced. Logan nodded in readiness, and Martin gave her an approving gesture. Subsequently, the tubes connected to the injection heads began to infuse Logan's arms with a stream of Edmund metal liquid. Ah! Logan cried out in agony as veins bulged on his arms and neck, beads of sweat pouring down his face. Bound by metal, yet racked with pain, he continued to struggle. Martin placed a hand on his head, exerting control to alleviate Logan's awareness of the pain in his arms while simultaneously channeling energy into them to expedite the metal transformation. Ugh, this is excruciating. I can see that. I will first sever your pain receptors, and once the transformation is complete, I will release you, Martin reassured him. All right, Logan replied, his voice trembling with trepidation. Under Martin's guidance, the Edmund alloy gradually replaced the skeletal structure in Logan's forearm. At the outset, Logan's resilience was repelling the encroachment of adamantium, but gradually, the cells in his forearm began to assimilate with the metal within his body, transforming his bones incrementally into metal. After approximately 20 minutes, both of Logan's arms were entirely transformed. Yukiko withdrew the injection apparatus, and Martin released Logan from his confinement. Is it done? Logan inquired. Indeed, came the reply. Eagerly, Logan extended his newly formed bone claws. The original skeletal structure had metamorphosed into blades gleaming with a metallic sheen, longer and sharper than before. Logan swiped at a nearby table, encountering no resistance, leaving 3 deep gashes in the metallic surface. Chapter 55, 2M is perfect, Logan exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. While Logan excitedly tested his new claws, Martin observed the remaining adamantium in the basin, contemplating its potential utility. Realizing that he had no immediate need for it, Martin ultimately decided to store it away, acknowledging its substantial value. Is there something to contain these? Yes, we have specialized containers, Yukiko responded, retrieving 2 large boxes from a corner. Upon opening them, they revealed numerous glass containers. Martin commanded the containers to open, pouring the liquid metal into them. Adamantium could remain in a liquid state, yet once melted and cooled, it would no longer melt. The transformation of Logan required little of it. The 2 boxes were nearly full. This was genuine adamantium procured by Stryker, not the inferior alloy developed by the government later. While he could not conceive an immediate purpose for it, its future utility remained uncertain. After all, it was measured by the gram, and there were several hundred kilograms here. Once secured, Martin levitated the 2 boxes behind him. Logan stood beside the corpse on the operating table. Do you know him? Yes, he is Wade. Martin examined Wade, noting that he had not yet been transformed. The process appeared to be ongoing. His chest cavity had been opened, and his skeletal structure remained intact. Destroy it. Otherwise, it may fall into the hands of others or be subjected to research, Martin advised. Very well. Under Logan's watchful gaze, Martin unleashed a beam of red energy from his eyes, striking Wade's corpse and instantly melting it away. Your eyes. No, any part can be used. I merely find it entertaining. Martin recalled a scene from a film where a character pierced the smokestack of a nuclear power plant, eager to experience that sensation himself. As for the sensation, it was akin to any other part of the body. However, when using his eyes, what he saw turned red, slightly impairing his vision. All right, our task is complete. Let us find them, Martin declared, extending his hand to take Yukiko's, then looking at Logan. Logan nodded in agreement. Martin transported the three of them to where Eric and the others awaited, in a vast space filled with numerous iron cages. The cages had been opened, and the mutants clad in yellow prison uniforms had been liberated. The ground was strewn with the bodies of the guards who had once maintained this place. Among them was an Asian individual, distinct in appearance from the others, brandishing a handgun. He was an operative of the elusive Zero, playing with his firearm in front of Old One. How amusing. Logan observed Kayla embracing a young girl and hurried over to express his concern. Noticing that the group had divided into two factions, each standing beside Eric and Charles, Martin realized they had accomplished their task. Once finished, they would depart. After confirming that no one remained, Martin transported them to the bridge connecting the city to the small island. Gazing at the island beyond the bridge, Martin activated his ability, transforming the entire island into a wasteland before it sank beneath the waves. Amidst the astonishment of all present, Martin declared, "You may return on your own. I shall escort Logan and the others home." Eric and Charles had no objections. The rewards were substantial. Even if they had reservations, would they dare voice them? Martin approached Logan and Kayla, eyeing the girl named Emma, who was slender with golden hair. She was indeed lovely, albeit younger, yet she lacked the allure of his own Emma, who possessed a more captivating charm. "Greetings, I am Martin. My girlfriend is also named Emma, and you bear quite a resemblance. What is your ability?" Emma, filled with excitement, transformed into her diamond form. "Is that all?" Martin inquired. "Yes," she replied. His own Emma possessed telepathic abilities as well. "A commendable power. You share that with her." "Really? Thank you for saving me." "No need for gratitude. Shall I escort you back?" Martin inquired, glancing at Logan and Fred. John and Fred had established their acquaintance, and Fred, being a fan of Martin, was eager for a ride. "No need to trouble yourself. We wish to explore the area," John and Fred responded. Previously, Stryker had kept them hidden, but from this moment onward, they would no longer need to conceal themselves. Logan shared this sentiment. Eager to wander with Kayla, Emma asked, "May I meet the Emma you mentioned?" She was intrigued by the prospect of encountering another with her abilities. Kayla had no objections. Their sisterly bond was not particularly close, and as long as they were both safe, that was sufficient. Of course, after bidding farewell to Logan, Martin transported Yukiko and Emma directly home, accompanied by 2 large suitcases. The others had noticed their arrival but refrained from inquiring about the contents. Jean had gone to school, cherishing her final moments of high school. In the living room, Raven, Emma, and Wendy were engaged in conversation when they saw Martin appear with 2 beautiful women, prompting them to raise their eyebrows in unison. "Ah, you misunderstand. This is Emma, here to visit. And this is Yukiko, who will be living with us from now on." Emma teasingly regarded Martin, standing to extend her hand to Emma Frost. "Greetings, I am Emma Silverfox." The 2 women gazed at one another, both strikingly similar in appearance and abilities, filled with a peculiar sensation. Were it not for their understanding of their own origins, they might suspect they were sisters. Emma, of course, was aware of the younger Emma's thoughts. Ahem. Martin observed the tender exchange between the 2 individuals, clearing his throat in discontent as he positioned Lilith protectively in front of himself. Raven, stifling a chuckle, cast a playful glance at the jealous Martin before greeting Lilith with a smile. Emma, realizing the unfolding dynamics, approached Martin and affectionately wrapped her arm around his, offering a greeting to Lilith as well. "I somewhat regret bringing her back," Martin murmured, referring to little Emma. "No, dear, I am merely curious about her," he added, with a hint of defensiveness. "Humph, who knows?" Martin remarked, turning his attention to Wendy, who had just exchanged pleasantries with the 2 ladies. "My dear, could you take them to change into something more suitable?" "Of course. We have an abundance of women's clothing at home, all prepared by Emma." After little Emma and Lilith departed, Martin pulled Emma into his embrace. "What do you intend to do?" "Dear, she is just a girl." "Even so, you should be aware of your allure." A soft laugh escaped from Raven, who was seated on the sofa, observing the 2 with amusement. "Apologies, do continue," she said, her smile lingering. Chapter 56. The idea of establishing a company. Once seated, Emma nestled on Martin's lap, teasingly inquired, "Do you not desire to, Emmis?" "I do. But only if I do not lose you, my singular Emma," Martin replied, gently pressing his forehead against hers. Delighted, Emma tilted her head for a kiss. After they parted, Martin glanced at the still smiling Raven. "What are you laughing at?" He then drew Raven closer and kissed her passionately. After a moment, the 3 of them settled back into their seats. "There truly is no place like home," Martin remarked, observing Wendy as she brought him food and water. Pulling her to sit beside him, he continued, "It has only been a few days since I left, yet I find myself missing you all." "Same here," Raven said, feeding Martin a piece of fruit. They say that embracing a laid-back lifestyle can become addictive, and Raven felt this sentiment increasingly. She found herself disinterested in venturing outside, preferring the comfort of home, sheltered by Martin, engaging joyfully in her chosen pursuits. As they conversed, Wendy returned with little Emma and Lilith. Both had changed into new outfits. Little Emma donned a fitted white dress, though the mature style did not quite suit her as well as it did Emma. Lilith, on the other hand, wore a pink kimono with a notably short hemline. This was an outfit prepared by Emma for their playful moments. The kimono barely reached her thighs, and Emma had several even shorter and more sheer garments. Martin widened his eyes at Wendy, who explained, Lilith wished to wear this, but we lacked a longer version at home. Lilith chimed in, it has been many years since I wore attire from my homeland, and I truly adore this one. Very well, if you like it, wear it. Just do not don it outside. I shall take you shopping for clothes another day. All right, she replied. After a brief chat, Martin stood and addressed Lilith. Come with me to the study. I have matters to discuss with you. Yes, she responded. As they ascended the stairs, Martin noticed the two Emmas engaged in conversation. Utilizing his mental abilities, he conveyed to her, should you dare to be swayed by her, I shall ensure to retrieve you and break your legs. With a curious smile from Emma, he proceeded with Lilith to the study. Upon entering the study, the two individuals settled into the lounge area. Martin gazed at Yuriko and instructed her to sit. She obliged with a bow of gratitude, her kimono slightly loose. After Martin took a seat, Yuriko began preparing tea, patiently awaiting his guidance. You can do this too? He inquired. Indeed, I learned it previously, she replied. Drinking tea had become a habit Martin adopted later in life when he found himself with leisure time. However, he was the sole consumer of this ritual until now. With Yuriko joining him, I wish for you to establish a technology company, he declared. This year, mobile phone products have emerged. Yet they are excessively heavy and impractical for distant use. Martin had purchased one, but its weight immediately sapped his interest. Moreover, we are on the cusp of a digital age. The internet exists now, albeit not in its full potential. It is indeed an opportune moment to embark on this venture. Martin was reluctant to undertake this endeavor himself, but with Yuriko, she undoubtedly emerged as the ideal candidate. He shared his vision with her. Furthermore, your skills align perfectly with the realm of the internet, which will greatly benefit your future. You can pursue any research you desire. All I ask is for you to expedite the development of a lightweight phone. I'm truly fed up with that cumbersome brick. Understood, Yuriko replied. I can provide you with my account. Feel free to use the funds within, though they are not substantial. Emma can assist you in seeking investments. Martin chuckled. Investment? It would be more accurate to call it a donation, haha. The purpose of the Hellfire Club is indeed epitomized here. All right, came Yuriko's response. Hearing her repeat this word, Martin looked at her helplessly. Do you have any thoughts? None. This is not challenging for me. Well, Martin observed Yuriko as she diligently prepared his tea and remarked with a smile, you are truly beautiful. This time, Yuriko did not respond in her previous manner. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she glanced at him. Would you like to sit beside me? Martin offered. Yuriko nodded gently and moved to his side, settling in close to him. May I hold you? He asked, to which she nodded slightly. May I kiss you? Yuriko set down what she was holding, slowly turned to him, and closed her eyes. Knock, knock, knock. Martin, Chin is back. During serious discussions, others typically did not intrude. Martin released Yuriko. All right. I will be down shortly. He gently stroked her head, saying, you look lovely in your kimono, but please avoid wearing it so short in public. Yes, Yuriko replied. As the first Asian face Martin encountered, she felt familiar to him. Let us descend, and please, do not be so formal. It feels somewhat awkward. Before kissing her, he had not sensed the discomfort, but now it felt unsettling, as if he were engaging in something clandestine. All right. Hearing her words soften slightly, Martin nodded in satisfaction. As they descended the stairs hand in hand, Chin, seated on the sofa, noticed them and furrowed her brow slightly before running over and leaping into Martin's embrace. Brother, I missed you so much. To hold Chin, Martin had to release Yuriko's hand. I missed you too, he replied, after giving Chin a gentle kiss. I embraced her and settled onto the sofa, sharing my thoughts with Emma about establishing a company alongside Haruko to pursue our ambitions. Emma raised no objections, as she had pressing matters to attend to as well. In this capital-driven nation, possessing ample funds ensures a more secure standing within society, thus safeguarding those under her command, who would likely be eager to cooperate. As for the troublemakers, Emma was unperturbed by the prospect of turning them into mere puppets. Following our discussions, the women unanimously decided to treat the company as a familial enterprise. Chin also began contemplating her university courses. Martin had no reservations, confident that with his presence, no issue would pose a challenge. Thus, the Hoenn group was born within these walls. The sole outsider, little Emma, expressed her desire to seek employment within the company, to which Emma consented. Witnessing the affectionate bond between the two, Martin felt an unsettling sensation, a nagging suspicion of betrayal. Months passed, and Chin graduated successfully, enrolling in the computer science program at MIT. Martin accompanied her to her graduation gala, which he found rather dull. Upon sharing his sentiments with others, The initial envy of the women dissipated, and any regrets regarding missed opportunities vanished in an instant. The company had been established, currently comprising 2 research departments, one focused on networking and the other on mobile technology. Chapter 57, a celestial level in the company. Emma served as the general manager overseeing external affairs, Haruko managed research and development, and Revan directed human resources. Little Emma acted as Emma's secretary, a fact that often left Martin gritting his teeth. The two seemed inseparable. Whenever Emma was not with Martin, she was invariably by little Emma's side, accompanying her everywhere, even sharing the same bed. When he held a nominal position as the secretary to the chairman, Martin Hohen. As they all became engrossed in their tasks, the home grew quiet, typically occupied only by Martin and Wendy. Sheen lived on campus and returned only during holidays. Previously lost in the comforts of companionship, Martin had not pursued enhancing his strength, believing himself invincible among humankind. With nothing else to occupy his time, Martin dedicated his days to honing his abilities, primarily focusing on the power of the Phoenix. Though this formidable force had increased within him, it remained modest. At night, they both yearned for children, yet their hopes remained unfulfilled. As time flowed into the second year, Martin found himself seated atop the roof, suddenly enveloped by an extraordinary sensation. Everything around him seemed to stand still. Something in the universe resonated with him, and as he attuned his senses, the Phoenix power within him surged dramatically. Meanwhile, far away in her state, Sheen sensed her own powers spiraling out of control. She quickly slipped away from the classroom, seeking a secluded spot. After a moment of concentration, she realized the source of this energy emanated from home. Initially fearing something had befallen Martin, she soon felt the joy radiating from the Phoenix power, allowing her to relax. It appeared her own Phoenix energy was also gradually increasing, its origin rooted in an unknown realm of the universe. This state persisted until the afternoon, when Martin and Sheen opened their eyes together, both sensing a significant enhancement in their abilities, particularly for Martin. Previously, he could effortlessly obliterate a city and perceive the Earth's magnetic field, albeit faintly from afar. Now, as he gazed upon the entire city before him, it felt as though he could annihilate it with minimal effort. A complete obliteration, encompassing the entirety of the American continent. While he might not possess the power to destroy the entire planet, he certainly had the capacity to instigate a mass extinction event. The power of the Phoenix had surged considerably. He now felt that he could connect with anyone on this Earth at will. Furthermore, he could traverse through time and dimensions freely within the current temporal and spatial framework. Fixing his gaze on a nearby tree, Martin attempted to manipulate time. Unfortunately, he failed. Time itself is the mightiest force, and he was not yet capable of such grand manipulation. He then focused on the tree before him and activated his abilities. Gradually, the tree shrank, transforming into a sapling. Though not a towering giant, it had still reached a height of 10 meters. With a newfound understanding of his powers, Martin restored the tree to its original state. After some contemplation, and drawing from the power classifications he had encountered in his previous life, he concluded that if he had once been at the planetary level, he had now ascended to the subdivine level. This classification was due to the fact that a divine being could effortlessly destroy a planet, whereas he, with considerable effort, might achieve such a feat, though not with ease. Comparable beings at this level included Thor, a youthful Thanos, and Captain Marvel. With continued diligence, he aspired to reach the divine level, a realm purportedly occupied by Odin and the Ancient One. Martin felt a sense of satisfaction with his current strength, encouraging himself. For a long time, he had been waiting for the Ancient One to come to him. Initially, he sought her powers, but over time, his curiosity grew. Acquiring magic would be an added bonus. However, throughout the years, the Ancient One had never appeared. This was in stark contrast to the narratives of novels, where individuals reincarnated or traversed realms were typically sought after by her. Perhaps, the Ancient One only cared for entities from the dark dimension visiting Earth. Or maybe she was aware of Martin's abilities and wished to prevent him from acquiring her powers. Or perhaps, he did not know. But she had simply not come. He had once passed by Bleecker Street, not in search, but merely by chance, and had failed to notice the place with the peculiar skylight. Retrieving his scattered thoughts, Martin observed a car returning home, with Yuriko at the wheel. Ever since the women in his life had found their own pursuits, they had displayed an exuberant enthusiasm, even purchasing a property near the company. They took turns visiting Martin. At times, he felt as though he were a mere object of their affection, as they would spend the night and depart early the next morning, almost leaving behind a stack of cash. Yuriko had seemingly adopted the same habits as the others. Recently, she wore a white kimono that reached only to her thighs, and Martin found himself gazing at her for an extended period. It seemed that was when it all began. Upon returning home, the woman was indeed his, yet she was perpetually occupied. To be truthful, Yuriko was far more attentive than Wendy when it came to tending to Martin. Whenever she was at home, she remained by his side, serving him tea and water, massaging his legs and shoulders. It wasn't that Wendy was inadequate. Rather, Martin was a cad. As Martin observed Yuhiko preparing to exit the vehicle, he instantaneously materialized before her, urging her back inside. He then lifted her, seating himself in the driver's position while placing her upon his lap, deftly maneuvering the car as it glided toward the mountaintop. Yuhiko nestled obediently in Martin's embrace, her dark eyes sparkling with mirth as they gazed at him. The view from the summit is splendid. I shall take you to behold it. Indeed. Leading her to the car's roof, they settled into an embrace. The metallic surface was chilled, compelling Yuhiko to offer her voluminous kimono hem for Martin to sit upon while holding her close. The scenery was undeniably breathtaking, with the entirety of New York sprawling beneath them. It was Yuhiko's first visit here, and she exuberantly shouted in exhilaration, releasing the pressures of her life and work. Around them, Yuhiko was adorned in a flowing red silk kimono, while Martin, who had become impervious to temperature, was comfortably bare-chested. A gentle breeze caressed them as they faced the setting sun, creating an ambience of utter comfort. The only drawback was a minor tremor that had recently occurred, causing the ants below to hurriedly relocate. After 2 hours of admiring the vistas from the mountaintop, Martin felt as though he had the world firmly within his grasp. In reality, it was not far from the truth. Chapter 58. The Tower of Courage. The sensation atop the mountain was delightful, and Martin suddenly pondered whether to seek a full moon night in the future, atop the roof. How absurd. It was fortunate that technology had yet to advance. In a few years, who would dare engage in such antics near the city? Martin certainly would not. Time swiftly advanced to 1988, and throughout these 5 years, nothing of significance had transpired. More accurately, nothing pertinent to Martin had occurred. If one were to summarize, Horn Corporation had begun to flourish, making substantial strides in both computer networking and mobile communications, expanding its business globally. Emma and her companions had transformed from hidden mutants into the new elite of the nation, especially Emma, whose workforce included not only the Hellfire Club predominantly composed of mutants, but also personnel embedded within various companies and government agencies across the United States. The apprehension of ordinary people towards mutants was not without reason. Jean, upon graduating, pursued further education, earning a master's degree in her field and an additional degree in finance, now striving toward a doctorate while simultaneously working as Yuhiko's assistant. Meanwhile, Martin experienced growth in his own abilities, albeit marginal. The sensation he had felt in early '94 had not resurfaced. He sensed an urgent need for energy, immense energy. On Earth, 2 entities could satiate this need, the Time Stone and the Space Stone. However, the Time Stone resided with the Ancient One, and he had no desire to provoke her. The Ancient One's power was likely on a celestial level, having kept the dimensional demon at bay beyond the confines of Earth. The dimensional deity exists on par with the level of the Heavenly Father. One can surmise the strength of the Ancient One. The Space Stone is under investigation with an S. H-I-E-L-D, and Martin, wary of recklessly intruding, understands that doing so would only bring him unrest in the future, not out of laziness, mind you. He has been adept at concealing his presence. Over the years, despite the continued disdain for mutants, Martin has refrained from entangling himself in their affairs, resulting in only a handful of individuals knowing about his family. Figures like Charles and Eric are equally cautious about revealing themselves. As for departments that possess their own dossiers, Emma has already taken care of those matters. What Emma cannot resolve, Martin addresses himself. He has always been acutely aware that his greatest ability lies in replication. However, it lacks direct combat prowess. Thus, his secondary reliance has become the Phoenix Force, one of the most formidable powers in the universe. While magnetic field manipulation is formidable, he is concerned that it may not suffice against the enemies that loom ahead. He is in need of an opportunity, an occasion to seize the Space Stone. Regardless of his own strength, he does not wish to instigate turmoil in this world unless provoked. He relishes the tranquility of his current existence. Having some power and creating chaos without uttering a word is not a mark of greatness, but rather foolishness. What defines a true strong individual? A strong person does not flaunt their might indiscriminately. Rather, they are capable of safeguarding all that they cherish and can attain what they desire when the moment arises. Returning to the matter at hand, perhaps the universe holds what Martin seeks. He has attempted to venture beyond the atmosphere. Upon entering the cosmos, his body proved resilient against the vacuum of space. Besides the Phoenix Force, his survival in such an environment is also significantly aided by his innate abilities. Yet, the sensation was overwhelmingly uncomfortable, cold, and suffocating. As a being reliant on oxygen, suddenly finding oneself in an oxygen-deprived environment is indeed disconcerting. He returned after a brief sojourn. Another reason for his retreat is that Earth appears quite isolated in the vastness of space, while the rate of energy absorption outside the atmosphere is somewhat accelerated. It is still only marginally faster than within the atmosphere. He would need to delve deeper into the cosmos to make any significant progress. That night, amidst a group of Wendy's and a familiar Asian beauty, Martin abruptly opened his eyes, sensing an object traversing the atmosphere at remarkable speed towards Earth. What's wrong? The Asian beauty, sounding like Raven, stirred awake. Gazing upon her enchanting visage, reminiscent of her prime, Martin smiled knowingly. It's nothing. You can go back to sleep. I have something to attend to. Raven murmured in agreement before drifting back to slumber. Martin donned a pair of shorts and, sensing the entity's presence in Missouri, promptly teleported himself there. Suspended in midair, Martin beheld a spacecraft hovering beneath him, resembling a tattered bird adorned with patches. The ship's bow emitted a white beam of light, drawing in a young boy from Earth. See? Patience is key. When the time comes, everything will arrive at your doorstep. The spacecraft appears to have been specifically dispatched to retrieve the child. Now that the child is aboard, it begins to ascend slowly. Beep. 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 As the vessel rises slightly, an alarm blares, halting its ascent. What is happening? Why has it stopped? Did you lazy fools forget to conduct a pre-launch inspection? A man with deep blue skin, clad in a trench coat adorned with a maple leaf emblem. His hairless head topped with a prominent red crest and sharp teeth, shouted in exasperation. I did check, Yondo. If you cared even a little for this ship, you would realize it is affected by external forces, retorted a subordinate, turning his back to Yondo, his eyes darting nervously. This is merely a worthless piece of junk. Why should I care about it? Now, hurry up and find out what the issue is. Once we deliver the cargo, I intend to purchase a better vessel, Yondo replied. Wrinkling his nose, Yondo, lost in a daydream of striking it rich, snapped back to reality. What? It seems this planet is not solely inhabited by primitives. Before them on the ship's display screen, a handsome young man in flamboyant shorts and flip-flops floated, beaming as he waved at the crew inside. Should we open fire? The first mate asked sternly. The figure outside, Martin, raised an eyebrow, vanishing from sight only to reappear within the spacecraft an instant later. Upon seeing Martin's sudden appearance, a group of individuals drew their weapons, aiming at him. Look what I've discovered, a smuggler, Martin teased, causing everyone to uncontrollably lower their firearms. Phew. Yondo, seemingly inadvertently, whistled, prompting Martin to raise his hand, whereupon an arrow landed in his grasp. The whistle continued to sound, and the arrow writhed in Martin's hand. Yet it proved futile. Perhaps I harbor no ill intentions? Martin remarked with a smile. Yondo, upon hearing this, closed his mouth and regarded Martin with gravity. The arrow, a metal he had never encountered before, felt remarkably light, though it remained merely a metal projectile. Controlling the arrow, Martin directed it toward Yondo, suspending it before him. Chapter 59. A lift aboard the ship. Yondo lifted the edge of his trench coat, whistling as the metal arrow returned to his waist. Who are you? Why have you come to Earth? Earth? Is that the name of this planet? Yondo inquired curiously. Yes, that is how we locals refer to it. Oh, we shall be departing shortly. No, you misunderstand. I merely came to observe. Yondo nodded. Indeed, it is quite primitive here. More so than any other backward planet I have encountered. There appears to be no unification, no precious commodities. Likely, no one would have any interest in this place. It seems he breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he had not intruded on anyone's territory nor been captured. So, you were here for that child? No, feel free. I am indifferent. Ahem, esteemed powerful one, I am Yondo Udon Ta, the leader of this band of marauders, if you do not mind. We should take our leave. I am Martin Horn, and if you do not object, may I catch a ride with you? We generally do not permit outsiders to enter. Just as Yondo was about to refuse, Martin had all the weapons pointed at their respective owners, including Yondo's arrows. However, the strong always enjoy certain privileges. It became evident that, despite their advanced technology, there were not many individuals among the aliens who possessed remarkable personal strength. At the very least, there was no one on this ship who, after witnessing the events, was not concerned about whether Martin might harm them. That's fine. I'll send a message. You wouldn't mind waiting for 2 minutes, would you? I need to fetch someone. Martin initially intended to leave a note for his family, but recalled his promise to Raven to show her the aliens. Yondo, beaming with a smile, replied, Of course. We will wait for you before we depart. Good. I trust you, Martin said, and in an instant, his figure vanished before everyone's eyes. Did he leave? Yondo whispered. Yes, he cannot be detected by the ship's scanners, the first officer answered quietly, his voice gradually rising. Upon hearing this, Yondo relaxed his expression and swiftly approached the control seat, exclaiming, Then what are we waiting for? Let us depart from this wretched Earth. Indeed. Everyone returned to their positions, and the ship began to tremble as the engines emitted a brilliant white light. Wait. Yondo, the cargo is missing. A crew member shouted as he rushed in. What? Yondo turned around in astonishment. The child has suddenly vanished. I swear, I was watching him. And then he just disappeared in an instant, the crew member said, panic-stricken. His duty was to oversee the cargo, and with a human child lost, Yondo would not let him off easily. Because he was responsible for watching the child, he had not seen Martin. Those cunning earthlings. In the midst of his anxiety, the crew member trembled at Yondo's furious rebuke. In the awkward silence, the first officer inquired, "Shall we proceed?" "Proceed? Humph. We will wait for him," Yondo replied, unbuckling his seatbelt with an air of resignation. Martin had deftly grasped his weak spot. Had he taken a crew member or similar, Yondo would have unhesitatingly abandoned them. But this child was his cargo. The very purpose of their journey was to retrieve him. "Darling, wake up." Raven opened her eyes and looked at Martin, asking, "What is the matter? Get up and get dressed. I am taking you to see the aliens." "What?" Raven turned and sat up, checking if Martin was jesting. "You heard me correctly, aliens." "Really?" Raven quickly sprang up, her face alight with excitement as she hurriedly donned her clothes. "Where? Are we going now?" "Yes, first wash up, and then I will take you." "All right. I'll finish quickly." Raven dashed into the bathroom, leaving Martin standing beside the seated Wendy. "Dear, I'm taking Raven out for a while. Remember to inform the others tomorrow." Wendy inquired, "May I come along?" Martin sat down and embraced Wendy, saying, "My dear, I am uncertain of what lies outside. Raven can protect herself, but you, it is too dangerous. But you'll be there. I want to be in danger. Wherever you go, I will follow you and want to wander off." Gently patting her head, he said, "Perhaps next time, all right? Everything I observe on this outing will be shared with you upon my return. Rest assured, when I accumulate sufficient experience, I shall certainly bring you along next time." With a slight pout, Wendy replied, "Fine. Just be careful out there. Do not fret. You are unaware of my capabilities. I possess the means to protect myself. If danger arises, I will flee with Raven. You know how cautious I can be, don't you?" "Haha. Very well. You should get some rest. I shall take her with me. How can one sleep at a time like this? Even if sleep eludes you, you must try. In my absence, go stay with Emma and the others. I have a task for you. Keep an eye on Emma and ensure that little girl does not get lured away. I want tea." After soothing Wendy to sleep, Martin stepped out of the bedroom and found Raven waiting for him on the balcony. "You fickle-hearted one. Who is this child? An extraterrestrial?" "No, he is the target of an alien. I brought him here out of concern that those individuals might escape. Cunning. TSK. Do you have no conscience? Had it not been for your lingering thoughts, we might have already departed from Earth." "Very well, thank you, my dear husband. Let us proceed." Observing Raven, Martin said, "My love, revert to your original form. This time, you need not worry about others perceiving you as different." Raven transformed back to her blue appearance and inquired, "Are there others with skin like mine?" "Indeed, you shall see upon our arrival." "Who are they?" "A band of marauders. Akin to pirates, though they operate in the cosmos." Briefly explaining the situation regarding the group led by Yongdu, Martin embraced Raven, asking, "Are you ready for our departure?" "Let us go." Nodding, Martin activated a portal that enveloped them both, including the child resting on the balcony sofa. Once the portal vanished, they found themselves aboard Yongdu's spacecraft. "Yongdu, I apologize for the wait. Everything is settled on my end." Yongdu, eyeing the sleeping child, gritted his teeth and responded, "Haha, it's no trouble. We are not in a hurry. Oh, I was concerned he might awaken, fearing you would lack food for him, hence I brought him back. However, he remains asleep." "I understand." Raven surveyed the array of extraterrestrial beings around her, realizing the diversity was indeed remarkable. Their gazes towards her had shifted from unusual or disdainful to something more. It is essential to note that marauders often wander in isolation, rarely encountering females. Furthermore, Raven's striking physique and blue skin appeared entirely normal to them. Suddenly, two gluttonous aliens, nearly drooling at the sight of Raven, were reduced to mere dust. This spectacle startled the others, prompting them to retreat. Martin wrapped his arm around Raven, introducing her. "Allow me to present, this is Raven, my beloved." As his gaze swept across the crowd, everyone instinctively moved away from Martin's sight. "You do not mind, do you?" Yongdu nodded, "Indeed. In the world of survival of the fittest, such is commonplace. It is common knowledge not to provoke the strong." He was not curious about the origins of Raven. "There are many races with blue skin in the universe." "That's good. I believe we can set off now. If we linger too long, it could lead to complications with the locals." "Very well. I will arrange accommodations for you. The flight will be quite turbulent, if you do not mind. We would like to sit there. After all, the cosmic scenery is a rare sight." Martin pointed to two adjacent seats located at the rear of the ship, where the view from both the front and side offered a glimpse of the outside world. "No problem," Yongdu replied, then gestured to the two individuals, instructing, "You two, go to the back." "Aye, Captain," they responded. "Please take a seat, and do not forget your seatbelts," Yongdu said with a smile, taking his own position and demonstrating how to fasten the safety belt. What he thought internally remained unknown, yet his demeanor was undeniably commendable. "Thank you." Martin and Raven mimicked his actions, sitting down and pressing a button beside them, causing straps to emerge from either side and secure them in their seats. "All right. Initiate the launch and depart from here, Yongdu commanded. Yongdu had come to a realization: as long as Martin did not seize his ship or obstruct his business, everything would be manageable. Having such a formidable presence aboard could very well be an advantage. Suddenly, the ship vibrated, propelling forward at an astonishing speed beyond the confines of Earth. The immense thrust pressed everyone firmly against their seats, including Martin. The propulsion field dampened the inertia within the ship. "Thank you, dear," Riven said, turning to smile sweetly before gazing out the window. Yongdu and the others exchanged glances with Martin. Such a feat could not be accomplished by their crew. It could only be Martin. Riven's words confirmed their suspicions. The ship swiftly pierced through the atmosphere, venturing beyond Earth, gradually decelerating. "Perhaps you wish to gaze upon your home planet," Yongdu remarked, turning to address them. "Indeed, thank you." The ship flew slowly in a designated direction. Martin and Riven looked outside, and at that moment, the azure Earth appeared diminutive, while the moon, illuminated by the sun, seemed to emit a faint white glow. "It's beautiful," Riven exclaimed. "Indeed, the starry sky is also quite magnificent," Martin replied, his gaze fixed on Riven's face, clearly observing her joy. Having ventured into space before, Martin was already familiar with the breathtaking scenery. After a considerable while, Martin nodded towards Yongdu, who returned the gesture, prompting the ship to accelerate. "When will we return?" Riven inquired, her eyes following the Earth as it gradually faded from view. "Not for long, do not worry. You have my company," Yongdu reassured. The ship had ceased its turbulence. Martin unfastened his seatbelt and pulled the suddenly forlorn Riven close to him. "We do not have a ship. My love, I shall procure one for you." Riven chuckled, glancing at Martin, who caught a glimpse of Yongdu looking back at him. Martin smiled and turned to Yongdu, saying, "Fear not, my friend, I assure you. I harbor no ill intentions towards your vessel." "Very well. If you desire a vessel, I can escort you to the trading grounds, where, you understand. Let us discuss this later. I trust you do not mind our company for a while. In return, I shall ensure your safety. If there are any lucrative opportunities, please include me, as I currently possess no currency to utilize within the cosmos." "Of course, I would be delighted." Yongdu readily agreed with a smile. Such a splendid offer was not one to be declined. Since Martin was already aboard, there was no possibility of him departing. Having him as an ally would yield the best outcome. After a considerable pause, Yongdu suddenly exclaimed, "Look ahead." Martin and Raven turned their gazes forward. Wow. They beheld a colossal spacecraft suspended in the void, its exterior resembling that of an airship. It was immensely large, spanning several kilometers. "Haha, you didn't think we relied solely on this small craft for our dealings, did you?" Yongdu proclaimed with pride. The ship they were aboard approached the enormous vessel, entering through an opening before coming to a halt. "Welcome aboard my ship," Yongdu declared, stepping out first, followed by his crew, one of whom was cradling the boy under his arm. "Let us disembark as well." "All right." Martin took Raven's hand as they exited into the interior of the magnificent ship. They found themselves in an elongated corridor bustling with numerous individuals, an array of bizarre and intriguing extraterrestrial beings. "Captain, are these two newcomers?" inquired a crew member stationed there. Before Yongdu could respond, a burly man, standing at 6 feet tall with a fierce countenance and disheveled hair, exuberantly shouted, "Women. The captain has brought women." "Ha ha ha." Raven frowned. The two crew members accompanying Martin quickly covered each other's mouths. "Shockface, be quiet." "What?" "I haven't tea." Shockface struggled free, expressing his discontent. Unfortunately, before he could finish, he suddenly transformed into a mist of blood. "I hope you do not mind," Martin remarked to Yongdu. Yongdu took a deep breath and awkwardly stated, "Of course, I assure you, no one shall disrespect your woman again. However, please refrain from indiscriminate killings. I mean, capturing children is not uncommon, yet you have dispatched 4 of them." "I understand, Yongdu. As long as they do not provoke her, particularly with disrespect. Offending me is acceptable. I am quite generous." Raven smiled faintly upon hearing this, uncertain whether it was in response to Martin's words or a recollection of Martin's encounter with Charles. Chapter 61. The Cosmic Expanse. "Very well. You arrange accommodations for our 2 guests," Yongdu instructed the first mate. "Yes, Captain," the first mate acknowledged, turning to Martin. "Follow me." Martin and Raven nodded and followed him. Yongdu observed their figures disappearing around the corner, and his smile vanished in an instant. He turned to his crew. "You fools, daring to speak without understanding others' identities and capabilities." Addressing his subordinates, he scolded, "What are you staring at? If it weren't for that fool's careless words, you wouldn't have acted as you did, would you?" "Humph. Very well, these 2 individuals are my guests and will be staying with us for a while. If you wish to avoid calamity, kindly treat them with the utmost respect. The cargo has arrived. We shall find a place to rest and then deliver it to the employer. Listen closely. We are on the verge of receiving our payment, and the crew is bubbling with excitement. Remember to be courteous to them, especially to that woman. Once we have received the money, we shall indulge ourselves," Captain Yongdu emphasized. "Yes, Captain," replied Martin. He and Raven were escorted into a room, which, from the surroundings, appeared to be one of the finest accommodations available. At the very least, it was spacious and relatively tidy compared to other areas. Please hold on for a moment while I fetch someone to tidy up, the first mate said. No need, we can manage ourselves, thank you, Martin responded, eliciting a smile from the first mate, who insisted it was no trouble at all. If there is anything you find displeasing, simply discard it outside, and we shall take care of it. Very well, the first mate departed, and Martin surveyed the neat room, reassuring Raven, let us make do, after all. We are a band of interstellar pirates, and I doubt anyone cares much for the environment. I'll handle the cleaning, you go enjoy the view. All right. The room featured a large platform resembling a balcony, with transparent walls that allowed a view of the outside, akin to a floor-to-ceiling window. Martin set about cleaning the balcony so that Raven could sit and enjoy the scenery. He then began to assess the items within the room, moving unwanted belongings outside. However, to Martin's untrained eye, most of the items appeared to be refuse. A few cabinets, too, were sullied with grime. Raven glanced around at the sparse remnants of the room and turned to Martin. It's far too dirty. Indeed, but we lack bedding. Ah, my oversight. I should have thought to bring some. Well, I shall clean the mattress, and we can make do. I certainly do not wish to use anyone else's bedding. Neither do I. Martin approached the bed, pressing his hand against the mattress and lowering his control to its minimal level. He delicately sensed the infinitesimal particles of dust that did not belong to the mattress and began to disintegrate them. Fortunately, the mattress was clean, likely unused by anyone before. Now, it felt as fresh as new. Martin raised his hand, looking at Raven with satisfaction. Raven gazed at the revitalized mattress, nodding in approval before stepping over to Martin and planting a kiss on his lips. Darling, you are remarkable. I would prefer to hear such words at a more opportune moment, Martin replied. Raven laughed. Have I not said so before? You hear it every time. You are simply extraordinary. Martin leaned down for another kiss, just as they were lost in the moment. They were interrupted by a nervous extraterrestrial peering through the door. I apologize. I did not mean to intrude. It's quite all right. What brings you here? The being exhaled in relief. We are hosting a celebration, and Yongdu has sent me to invite you both. Martin nodded in agreement. Certainly. May I inquire if the walls here can also become transparent? Raven suddenly asked. Indeed. May I come in? I shall demonstrate the operation for you. Of course, my friend. There is no need for you to fear me. I only take action against those who are impolite, Martin reassured. Very well. The other party indeed breathed a sigh of relief, stepping into the room and hastening to an operational panel on the wall, pressing a few buttons until the entire wall transformed into transparency. Here, you can make adjustments, including the temperature, or communicate with the outside world. Raven approached to give it a try, expressing her satisfaction with a simple thank you. Upon leaving the room, as they made their way to the gathering, Martin inquired, Do you enjoy the outdoors? Indeed, it is beautiful, isn't it? Martin smiled and replied, In time, you'll grow weary of such views. The outside world is perpetually silent, shrouded in darkness, with only distant stars to illuminate the void. I cherish it now. Well, if you like it, we shall indulge in it every day. As they conversed, they arrived at a grand hall, furnished with numerous tables and chairs, already occupied by several hundred people. Additionally, crew members were stationed throughout the spacecraft. In total, they surely numbered over 1,000. Indeed, on such a vast ship, even with advanced technology, a scant number of personnel would be insufficient. Here, Yondo rose and waved to the two. As they passed, crew members bowed their heads, presumably to avoid inciting Martin's displeasure. Upon reaching Yondo, he suggested, Please, take a seat here. Do not test me. Yondo, this is your ship, and naturally, you should occupy the main seat. We shall sit beside you. With that, Martin guided Raven to his side seat, casting a glance at Yondo. Yondo, grinning, settled into the main seat, raised his glass, and proclaimed, Let us celebrate our great fortune. Upon hearing the mention of great fortune, everyone cheered joyously, raising their glasses and downing their drinks in unison. Martin, embracing local customs, lifted his metallic goblet, which appeared pristine. Upon inspection, he confirmed it contained alcohol and detected no ill intent from anyone, allowing him to drink with ease. Raven followed suit. Raven furrowed her brow. What is it? Martin inquired with concern. The taste is somewhat peculiar. This is not a product of Earth. I find it agreeable. After finishing his drink, Yondo turned and asked, What do you think of my ship? It is quite impressive, vast, and technologically advanced. Haha. Just as a driver relishes praise for their vehicle, Yondo beamed at Martin's commendation of his ship, proudly stating, Its combat and defensive capabilities are formidable. It is thanks to her that we can survive in the cosmos. Nothing is more important to me than this vessel. However, it is rather large, making access to certain places somewhat inconvenient. After this profitable venture, I intend to acquire 2 smaller ships. At that time, my team's strength will significantly enhance. Chapter 62. Space Jump. Martin took some food from the plate before him and offered it to Raven, then asked, "Could you share with me the details regarding the Marauders?" "Certainly." Following Yondo's explanation, it became evident that the Marauders were not particularly extraordinary. They were merely mercenaries. As long as the employer pays, they will undertake any task. Provided the payment is sufficient, there is no job they will not accept. Martin's work bears little distinction from that of others, however. He has not accepted any tasks for quite some time. The Marauders possess another facet, one that involves seizing a few items, provided that their targets are not superior to themselves. Once their plunder is complete, they swiftly retreat. Nonetheless, such occurrences are infrequent, as Marauders still rely on their employers for sustenance. The universe is vast, and as long as one steers clear of powerful territories, one can pursue their desires freely. Martin nodded, contemplating the enormity of the cosmos. Who knows where a vessel might be found to assist them? When your affairs are concluded, remember to include me in your next venture. Certainly. Would you consider joining us? Martin shook his head. No, I merely wish to observe the universe. I intend to return eventually. Why return to such a primitive place? A strong individual like you should thrive amidst the stars. Many would flock to your side, and conquering a planet would be effortless. Haha, Yondu, that is not my aspiration. I prefer to spend time with my family. In my previous life, I toiled for decades without ever truly enjoying life, seldom even seeing my family. In this life, I have fought for many years. Now, I simply wish to savor life alongside my loved ones. Well, everyone has their own pursuits. If there is anything I can do for you, do not hesitate to ask. Martin raised his glass, of course. We are friends now. Haha, indeed, we are friends. The two scheming companions clinked their glasses and downed their drinks in unison, sharing hearty laughter. After a brief moment of camaraderie, Martin inquired, Yondu, where shall we go next? Are we heading straight to deliver the cargo? No, Martin. Our destination is quite distant. We must first replenish our supplies before proceeding. Aren't you Marauders? Won't the city expel you? Some may not. As long as we do not offend the local powers, they tend to mind their own business. However, our destination this time is the Marauders' paradise, the domain of ignorance. There, as long as one possesses wealth, anything is permissible, Yondu explained. The domain of ignorance? Indeed, Yondu continued, taking a sip of his drink. It is said that it was once the cranium of an ancient celestial being. After the deity's demise, only a skull remained, and its bones, cerebral matter, and marrow are highly coveted materials, attracting various factions to profit there. There are no rules, no laws, no order. Only money and strength hold sway. It is a chaotic haven, a splendid place for individuals like us. The cranium of a celestial being. Martin's lips curled into a smile. The gathering persisted for quite some time, and by its conclusion, Raven had become somewhat inebriated. The libations here seemed palatable at first, yet their after effects were potent. While Martin engaged in conversation, Raven, as a silent observer, unwittingly consumed a considerable amount. Carrying Raven to her room, she drowsily pointed towards the window. I wish to go. There. You ought to rest. No. Observing Raven struggle, Martin simply placed the mattress nearby and carried her over. The starry sky was beautiful, and with her hair cascading freely, Raven appeared even more enchanting. In the future, I hope to seize the opportunity to take her directly into the starry sky. I believe Yondu has protective suits and spacecraft. ZZZZ. Martin, have you awakened? A voice from the controller inquired. Yes, what is the matter? Martin responded. We need to make several space jumps to reach the knowledge realm. And so? Is there danger involved? No, it's just a few jumps. There will be some turbulence during the jumps. I wanted to inform you to be cautious. All right, I'm fine here. After the communication was severed, Martin embraced Raven and turned to gaze outside. Can Yondu see us? No, there are no surveillance devices in this room. I have checked. The person who brought us here yesterday, I accessed his memories regarding this place. Raven sighed in relief, loosening her grip around Martin. Having shielded herself with his body upon waking. You're not fond of invading others' thoughts, are you? I want to do it intentionally, but when it serves our advantage, it must be done. Besides, I only viewed his memories concerning this room, nothing more. I have no interest in the memories of such an unattractive man. As he spoke, Martin pointed ahead. Look over there. Raven turned her head to see a large, honeycomb-like shimmering screen. As the spacecraft drew nearer, it plunged into the glowing expanse. Upon crossing the light screen, they clearly entered an unfamiliar starry sky. There was a slight jolt, yet Martin safeguarded them, and they remained unaffected. Is this the space jump? Raven asked in astonishment. Indeed, it's truly remarkable. I wonder how much distance we have traversed with this leap. The spacecraft made several jumps before finally stabilizing and adjusting its course to fly in another direction. Yondu's voice came through. We are close. In a few hours, we will arrive. All right. Martin raised his wrist to check the time. It was around 8 in the morning in New York. In the starry sky, there was no distinction between day and night. Without checking the time, one could hardly tell. I wonder what Emma and the others are doing. Martin murmured as he held Raven close. Missing them already after just one day? Yes, I've never been this far away from them. And the duration is certainly not short. Although I have gone out before, it was always on Earth. Do not worry, with Emma's influence and strength, they will be fine. Haha, I simply thought of them suddenly. I am not worried about that. Martin turned to lie facing Raven, gazing at her disheveled appearance. He rested his hand upon her face. I'm so grateful to have you by my side. Otherwise, I would feel utterly alone. Raven chuckled. I suddenly realize you are not quite the same as when we first met. Back then, you were not this sentimental. She glanced down at Martin's hand. Nor would you be so clingy. It's because I have someone to care for now. I love you so much. And them as well. I do too. Upon hearing the last two words, Raven abruptly interrupted her words, pushing Martin, who had turned over. With a gentle force, her voice teasing, You jerk, never think I will become. Chapter 63, The Realm of Knowledge. Around noon, the two individuals found some food to consume, thereafter wandering about the confines of the spacecraft. Having been aboard for a day, they had yet to explore other areas. They marveled at the various high-tech features of the ship, each revelation leaving them in awe. The propulsion system, in particular, was astonishing, comprised of merely a few batteries. Though the materials remained a mystery, a mere comparison of the battery size to the ship's dimensions revealed the impressive nature of the technology. Perhaps we could bring something back, suggested Raven. Bring it back for what? Martin replied. Raven looked at him incredulously. Dear, matters must progress in an orderly fashion. Earth's development follows its own pace. Abruptly introducing advanced technology may not yield beneficial outcomes. You wouldn't wish for our lives to become tumultuous, would you? Moreover, whom would we entrust this technology to? I am not acquainted with those capable of researching it. Given their greed, they would undoubtedly seek to monopolize and possess it. And, well, it's best to let it be. Our company could conduct research as well, Martin countered, wrapping an arm around Raven as they strolled. But we lack an energy department. Furthermore, this technology is merely a product of the cosmos. If it can be utilized by marauders, it cannot be of significant value. We have ventured into space, if necessary. We could simply return to procure it or... Heh, you're just being lazy, making excuses, Raven retorted, her tone sharp. I care not for Earth's technological advancements. My concern lies solely with you. Even if the world were to perish, it would scarcely affect me, as long as I remain unharmed when the world crumbles. Should anyone dare to harm any of you, no matter where the enemy may be, I shall exact revenge with everything at my disposal. Very well. You certainly have a way with words. We shall not take anything back, but we must prepare a gift. Absolutely. A few hours later, Yondu summoned them back. Arriving at Yondu's control room, he gestured ahead, declaring, Look, we are almost there. How immense. Martin remarked, glancing at Raven. Dear, do not overly praise another's possessions. Raven, momentarily taken aback, turned to Martin with a glare. I was merely jesting, Martin quickly added. Raven sighed, exasperated. Oh, you. Yondu, puzzled by their exchange, observed them with curiosity. Ah, it's nothing. We were just joking, Martin clarified. Yondu nodded and returned to his tasks. Martin and Raven continued to gaze ahead. Not far in the starry expanse, a colossal skull floated, surrounded by shimmering, multicolored lights akin to the dazzling hues of a nebula. To envision the original form of this skull's owner, one could imagine a being larger than the Earth itself. Martin turned to see Raven donning an unfamiliar device, capturing images of the scene before them. What is that? He inquired. Raven, while snapping photographs, replied, It was given to me by Yondu. I wish to document our encounters to show them back home. Martin smiled and pointed to his own head. I've committed everything to memory. What you recall is yours. My images are distinctly mine. Besides, this is more convenient. All right then, carry on. As the spacecraft drew nearer, the posterior half of the cranium became increasingly discernible, its surface adorned with various edifices resembling eyes and mouths. The Tyvan group has nearly excavated this locale entirely. Perhaps one day, the realm of ZHW will vanish. Tell me about this Tyvan group, Martin inquired. Well, the Tyvan group was established by Tanya Tyvan, who is renowned as a collector. He possesses an affinity for amassing an eclectic assortment of rare beings and artifacts, the rarer the more valuable. No one truly knows the extent of his power. All that is known is that he has existed for eons, having purportedly ruled this region since its discovery millions of years ago. Fortunately, his interests lie solely in collecting. He harbors no concern for the order of this place. Did you hear that, you little rascal? He has lived for millions of years, and he is known, Raven remarked, casting a teasing glance at Martin. With a swift motion, Raven rubbed the back of her hand, shooting Martin a glance before returning to her recording. The others present dared not gaze upon the two, while the sole brave soul, Yondu, kept his eyes fixed ahead. Thus, this moment was only felt by Martin and Raven, each in their own distinct manner. As the spacecraft approached, it came to a halt. Aren't we going in? Yondu queried. This vessel is far too large. We shall switch to a smaller craft for entry. Once we procure supplies, they will be delivered. However, for safety's sake, we shall bring some back ourselves, in case anyone tries to infiltrate. Following Youngdu, Martin and Raven exchanged their large vessel for a smaller one that could accommodate only a few individuals. Once they took off, a few transport ships trailed behind them. Upon entering the harbor and landing, Youngdu remarked, "After disembarking, you are free to explore. We shall rest here for the night and set off tomorrow. Should you wish to return early, you may come back here to take the ship back up." "All right. Youngdu, if you wouldn't mind, could you lend me a bit of money? Or perhaps, do you have a decommissioned ship I could salvage and sell?" Youngdu turned to Martin. "I am a raider, and you wish to borrow money from me? But since we are friends, here, take this. It should suffice for your enjoyment." Receiving a card, Martin winked and smiled. "Do not worry, I shall repay you. As long as you don't sell my ship," Youngdu replied. "Fear not, he is merely jesting," Raven interjected. As they bid farewell to Youngdu and descended the spacecraft, Raven looked at Martin. "You actually threatened him." "Did I? You mentioned selling a ship. I distinctly referred to a useless ship. Please take note, it is useless." "Haha. Very well. I shall repay him. I promise. Weren't you two just friends yesterday? Is this truly appropriate?" Martin gazed at Raven. "You believe that? Genuine friendship is not so easily forged. I have lived for many years and have but one friend. Furthermore, they are raiders, the brigands of the cosmos. Cultivating friendship with them is no simple task. Without sufficient incentive, one cannot even be casual acquaintances." Raven inquired, "Will they abandon us?" "No," Martin replied before she could pose another question. "I have sensed it. Youngdu speaks the truth. He likely has matters that require my assistance, though I have not discerned the specifics." "That is splendid. Let us proceed and explore." The two individuals clasped hands, traversing the bustling and chaotic streets. This place bore no resemblance to a thriving metropolis. Rather, it echoed the essence of a rural marketplace. Chapter 64. Bounty missions in the cosmos. There were no grand establishments of a flourishing avenue, yet the vibrancy of the market was palpable. The shops flanking the sides offered goods unfamiliar to the two, although they did sell clothing, food, and weapons, with a preponderance of what appeared to be parts and supplies for spacecraft. The most common establishments were recycling shops, eager to acquire anything. Much of the chatter around them was unintelligible to Martin, although some conversed in the so-called universal language of the cosmos. After a prolonged period of wandering, the couple had yet to encounter anything of great interest, perhaps due to their lack of discernment. Upon concluding their excursion, they purchased a few local delicacies and passed by a shop that seemed to attract more patrons. This was evident as clusters of men gathered outside. The shop sign was illuminated by a neon silhouette of an alluring woman. Through the door, one could see individuals entering while shedding their garments, while others emerged fully dressed. The main hall was filled with women, their attire difficult to describe, and there were even robots, likely of the mechanical ascension variety, most sporting a rather unappealing shade of yellow skin. "Do not even consider it." Raven frowned, pulling Martin back. "What am I contemplating?" Martin inquired, utterly perplexed. Raven gestured towards the shop. Martin widened his eyes at her. "My dear, I have never engaged in such endeavors. You are truly misjudging me this time." "Really?" Raven recalled Martin's flirtatious nature, her skepticism evident. "I have never sought such company, not even before your presence. Since being with you, I have not even attempted to pursue other women," he asserted. "Do you still wish to?" Upon hearing this, Martin was momentarily taken aback. My dear, did you not grasp the crux of the matter? Are you growing impatient?" Taking a deep breath, Martin led Raven away from the scene. Unexpectedly, he found himself facing situations in this life that he had never encountered before. In his previous existence, he had briefly had a girlfriend. But after parting ways due to certain circumstances, he had remained single, deeming it unworthy to pursue relationships and instead focusing on financial gain. "You are indeed impatient." "I am not." While searching for a place to dine, they stumbled upon Yondo, who was engrossed in something displayed on a screen by the roadside. Martin approached, hand in hand with Raven, and inquired, "What are you doing?" Yondo turned upon hearing Martin's voice, a smile breaking across his face as he replied, "I am checking for any bounty missions. Have you finished your shopping? Is it possible to engage bounties here?" Yondo elucidated, "Indeed, every planet hosts such venues, except for those worlds yet to attain interstellar civilization like Earth. No one knows the organization behind it, nor when it originated. As long as there is a need, one can find machines or intermediary shops to post and accept missions. What is the credibility like?" "Quite excellent. I have not encountered any breaches of contract. I have heard tales of large teams failing to uphold their agreements, but they subsequently vanished. Since then, such matters have not been heard of again." As Yongdu operated, he remarked, "In any case, the fees for the intermediary are borne by the employer. They do not concern us, the hired parties, and will not affect our remuneration. Damn it, it's always so difficult to find decent tasks." Raven inquired, "What constitutes a decent task?" Yongdu chuckled, Well, of course. It's a task that is easy yet financially rewarding. Martin nodded in agreement. Yongdu paused at a particular task and commented, "This one is the simplest. It doesn't involve overly complicated steps." Martin glanced at the details, which entailed assisting the sovereign people in safeguarding their energy batteries. A vision of a race adorned in gold filled his mind. Why not take it? Martin asked as Yongdu swiped the task away. We are marauders. Taking things is one thing, but protecting them is another. Moreover, the sovereigns are exceedingly proud. No one wishes to engage with them, as one might inadvertently offend them. And their technology is quite advanced. Martin recalled a task from a certain team and asked, do the sovereigns frequently issue such tasks? Indeed, that planet is rich in that kind of energy, which has accelerated their technological advancement. However, while they can fend off intruders from this universe, they are powerless against beings from another dimension. Periodically, they must hire individuals to help eradicate the thieves from that dimension. They are even too proud to dirty their own hands, Yongdu explained while examining the options before ultimately shutting it down with resignation. Sometimes, it's just like that. Securing a job depends on luck. Quite normal. Martin nodded in agreement, recalling that he too had to wait for opportunities in his previous endeavors. However, he was indifferent to the difficulty of the tasks. His sole concern was the remuneration. I'm going to grab something to eat. Would you like to join? Sure. It's on you. Yongdu shrugged. Of course, even if you pay, it's still my money you're spending. Don't worry. I'll repay you. I've always kept my promises. The food, an animal from an unknown planet, bore resemblance to a chicken, albeit with 4 legs and twice its size, being a mammal. Quite delightful, Martin remarked as he tore off the last leg and offered it to Raven. 3 individuals, 4 legs, each received one, with Raven having an extra. A distribution Martin deemed most reasonable. After their meal, Yongdu announced, I have some personal matters to attend to. You two entertain yourselves. Can't we go together? There is nothing to do anyway, and nothing to see, Martin replied. Yongdu glanced at Raven. Understood. You go ahead, Martin said with a smile. Men understand each other's thoughts. Yongdu smiled faintly and departed. Raven understood as well but remained silent, merely focusing on her meal. For her. As long as Martin did not accompany, it was acceptable. After dining, Martin led Raven back to the panel where they had accepted the task. Are you looking for something to do? Raven inquired. Yes, we need money. Besides, I must repay Yongdu. Raven nodded in agreement. The system prompted, information not entered. Please register personal or team details. Standing before the machine panel, Martin followed the instructions on the screen and selected the registration page. Above, there are options for individuals and teams. The individual option is relatively straightforward, requiring merely a title, either a real name or a nickname will suffice. Additionally, one must provide a personal account. If they do not possess one, they may create it. Their currency is universal, allowing for seamless transfers and usage. The team option, however, entails a bit more complexity. It requires a team name, an optional team emblem, the names of team members, and their accounts. There is no limit to the number of team members, and the information required is similar to that of individuals. Only a title is necessary. Chapter 65. I want your spaceship. Martin contemplated briefly before opting to register a team. His associates could subsequently be affiliated with the team, such as Raven, Emma, and others, who would undoubtedly have opportunities to venture into the cosmos in the future. As Martin garnered a reputation in the universe, it would also benefit them. Reputation is one aspect, but safety is of paramount importance. What shall we name our team? Martin inquired, gazing at Raven. Horn. No. It lacks grandeur, Raven jested. How about we call it Majestic? That should suffice. Let us stick with Horn. It's merely a name, Martin replied, entering the team name. Following that, he filled in the other details. The team emblem took the shape of a diamond outline, symbolizing Emma's diamond transformation ability. Within it, a capital letter, appearing with a shadow effect in a vibrant azure hue, represented Martin's surname and Raven's complexion. The shadow effect alluded to Wendy's duplication ability. The background featured the silhouette of a phoenix, representing Qian and Martin himself. The family was complete. What do you think? Is there anything you find unsatisfactory? Raven shook her head with a smile. No. Next came the registration of team members, mirroring the individual registration process, and the information could be appended to the team. Of course, not all team members are required to register. It is entirely at their discretion. However, when undertaking tasks, having accessible information is necessary. Martin's registered name was Martin Horn, while Raven opted to use her alias, Mystique. Are you not going to choose a title? Martin shook his head in refusal. I do not require one. In this world, strength speaks volumes. Titles are merely embellishments. For the account, Martin inserted the data card provided by Yondo, using it as his account information. Such cards are plentiful, akin to anonymous bank cards on Earth. Anyone who possesses them can utilize them. They can be easily purchased at any shop, with the balance stored on the card. Task rewards can be transferred by the employer or intermediary upon task completion or settled in the manner specified by the other party. This card contained a sum of 10,000. Yondo was indeed quite generous. During his shopping excursions, Martin discovered that the universal currency held considerable value. A few 100,000 could procure a second-hand spaceship deemed outdated. In interstellar society, spaceships are akin to automobiles on Earth. However, as with cars, those with superior performance command a higher price. Just as one can find a vehicle for a few thousand, its usability, longevity, and speed remain uncertain. The same principle applies to spaceships. After completing the registration, Martin casually perused the information. Let us wait until we finish our business with Yondo. I have already promised him. All right. Leaving the registration area, the two returned to the docking site of their spaceship, seeking the cargo vessel they intended to board for their return journey. Not long after boarding, Yondo returned. Martin jested, "You're not doing too well, are you?" With little else to attend to that day, Martin and his companion retired to their quarters, preparing to accompany Yondo on a journey the following day. As the spacecraft approached its destination, Yondo sought out Martin's room, appearing to have something of significance to discuss. "What's the matter?" Martin inquired. Yondo took a seat, pondering for a moment before revealing, "Over the years, I have assisted Igo in locating numerous children to bring to him. However, each time I returned, I never encountered those children again." "So," Martin prompted. Yondo hesitated. "I am uncertain whether those children are still alive. Have you had a pang of conscience?" Martin quipped. "I have committed many wrongs and taken many lives, but I never harmed children." Martin nodded, understanding that sentiment. He too never harmed children, with the exception of his enemies. "What would you have me do?" Martin asked directly. Yondo explained, "I took this child from Earth to prevent Igo from finding him. Without my intervention, Igo could still find others on Earth. All right, once we arrive, we will go to see him together, you and I. I need to ascertain whether those children still exist, hoping they are alive. You possess that ability to teleport, which at the very least can ensure your safety. Initially, I intended to take the child directly." Martin chuckled. "I see. You wish to hire me. What's the compensation?" We are friends, after all. Besides, this child is one of your earthlings." Yondo, brothers settle accounts clearly." Martin retorted. "As for him, he is not my child." Yondo's attempt at a free ride was thwarted, and he asked helplessly, "What do you desire? Money?" "No. I want that ship, the one I saw on Earth." "Absolutely not. That is my finest vessel." Martin glared at him. "Don't be ridiculous. You clearly stated it was a piece of junk. This is already a friendly price. Otherwise, you would have to purchase me a new one." Did I say that? I overheard you that day." Yondo laughed, entirely unembarrassed. "Negotiating is quite normal." He continued, "That ship lacks combat capability, cannot carry cargo, and is constructed from inferior materials, resulting in weak defenses. Its only remaining features are flight and energy efficiency. That is precisely what I need, flight. As for combat capability, Martin must rely on himself. Is he afraid of attacks when the magnetic field is larger than that of Earth? Energy attacks that are unaffected by the magnetic field cannot be ignored, and the ability to absorb energy is not merely decorative. Sebastian's absorption requires contact. To maintain sufficient energy, he either absorbs from a source or invites others to strike him. However, Alex's energy absorption talent allows him to absorb from a distance, drawing from the energy present in the environment. Though Alex's absorption range is limited, it does not imply that Martin's range is similarly constrained. He can indeed cover an area the size of that small spacecraft. Due to the absence of powerful energy weapons, that small ship does not consume much energy. Even if Martin were to fly it back to the galaxy, it would suffice for 2 round trips. "Very well, it's a deal," Yondo said with a smile. Martin was merely accompanying him on a brief journey, and the cost of a spaceship seemed rather steep. However, this was under the assumption that nothing untoward would occur. When it comes to one's life, nothing is of greater value. By the time we return, that vessel shall be mine. Although it may not be a colossal ship, it will be my very first, and Martin felt a sense of joy. "Of course, my friend. I shall arrange for someone to clean it thoroughly upon our return, and I will ensure that both the main and backup energy supplies are adequately replenished. Business is business, and friendship is friendship." Having given the ship to them, Yongdu wouldn't mind providing the energy as well, enhancing their rapport. "Yongdu, you can rest assured regarding your safety," Martin stated earnestly, satisfied with his attitude towards Yongdu. Chapter 66. Igo Martin was in high spirits, even in Yongdu's absence. This feeling was akin to having acquired one's first car, one's first girlfriend, or any other first experience in life. The novelty of such milestones, regardless of their nature, always brings joy, especially when they pertain to one's deepest interests and passions. As Martin's smile stretched almost ear to ear, Raven couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Hee ha, we're getting a spaceship. What a splendid affair. What is so joyous about that tiny vessel?" Raven, having seen larger ships, felt the small one was rather insignificant. "Darling, that small one is merely small in comparison. While larger ships are indeed superior, one must consider issues of energy consumption and operational concerns. Not to mention the challenge of hiring personnel. Even if one could, would you be comfortable allowing outsiders to linger in our space? Moreover, can one truly trust these outsiders? Your inclination towards exclusivity appears unyielding, Raven remarked. She understood Martin well. Though he spoke of the ship, it was evident that he preferred not to share with others. Why should I change? If I can enjoy it alone, why should I share? People are inherently selfish. I would rather place my trust in a select few from our circle than mingle indiscriminately with others. Raven regarded Martin thoughtfully and found herself in agreement with his perspective. Despite her man being lazy, introverted, and somewhat fickle, he was undeniably handsome and cherished her immensely. That was enough. Is it sufficient for just the two of you to go? Should we bring more people along? Raven inquired with concern. You should accompany me. Martin pondered, deciding it would be better for Raven to be by his side. From Yongdu's tone, it seemed he preferred not to have too many others around. Furthermore, his team contained individuals with various ulterior motives. What if something went awry while Martin was absent? Meeting with Igo presented potential dangers, and having Raven with him would ensure her protection. If Igo proved too formidable for Martin, Raven's safety aboard the ship would be compromised. In unfamiliar territory, it was best to have her close. All right, Raven exclaimed happily. Is that the only reason for your excitement about going with me? Of course. I have no desire to be apart from you. Haha. Martin embraced Raven, expressing his reluctance. After approximately an hour and several spatial jumps, Yongdu finally announced, Martin, we have arrived. All right, we shall come down immediately. Please proceed to the lower deck. Understood. Concluding the call, Martin turned to Raven. Let us proceed. There may be dangers ahead, so do not stray. MHM. The pair descended to the lowest tier of the spacecraft, where all the small vessels were docked. Yongdu stood beside a small ship, flanked by two of his companions. Its design was quite similar to Martin's, suggesting it was also adept at flight rather than cargo transport. Are they accompanying us? Martin inquired. Indeed, they are my most trusted brothers, possessing commendable skills. Raven will join us as well. Very well. Yongdu had anticipated this. He handed over several items, stating, here are 2 sets of protective suits and portable flight devices. Thank you. Under Yongdu's guidance, Martin and Raven learned to utilize these tools. Once prepared, they boarded the ship. What about the child? Martin asked. We shall not take him. Let us first assess the situation. Understood. The spacecraft powered up, emerging from the larger vessel and swiftly heading towards a planet roughly the size of the moon, its surface adorned with vast expanses of deep crimson and patches of blue. From a distance, it was breathtaking. This is Igo, a living planet, Martin, the only one present with knowledge of its true nature, remarked. So beautiful, Raven exclaimed. Indeed. But the more exquisite something is, the more perilous it often proves. This principle likely holds true throughout the cosmos. As they drew nearer, the planet's surface became distinct. It was undeniably stunning, resembling an exaggerated fairy tale realm. Mountains, rivers, and trees, everything was imbued with a dreamlike quality. Such scenery would surely captivate a girl. Raven was utterly entranced. We are about to land, Yongdu's voice announced, and the ship descended onto the only open space before a grand palace on the planet's surface. Once the ship was securely docked, Yongdu instructed his 2 subordinates to remain on standby inside the vessel before stepping out with Martin and Raven. Upon exiting, the surroundings became even more vivid and enchanting. Colorful, elegantly shaped fish floated around the fountain, while the ground was carpeted with vibrant flowers. The air was fragrant with floral scents, mingled with bubbles that seemed to appear from nowhere. Yet, none of this captivated Martin. His focus remained on the replication system. Copyable abilities, life-devouring, plant creation, interstellar perception, energy absorption. Members of the Celestial clan are predominantly cosmic-level beings. It was evident that Igo was not one of them. At best, it might reach the level of the Father of Heaven. Do not ask Martin how he discerned this. It was merely an instinct. When Martin stood on this planet, he did not feel an overwhelming presence. Igo was essentially an energy entity. Perhaps this was a characteristic of the Celestial clan, and Martin happened to possess a counter to energy. Was this mere coincidence? Nevertheless, if it were indeed cosmic level, it would not have been so easily vanquished by the Guardians of the Galaxy in the films. Having grasped the approximate strength of his opponent, Martin confidently examined the abilities he had acquired. Life Devour, as its name suggests, allows one to consume any life forms they come into contact with, digesting them to enhance oneself. This includes the absorption of memories, knowledge, vitality, and mental power. Plant creation refers to the flowers that Ego has conjured on other planets. However, this is not limited to a specific type. It entirely depends on personal preference, as long as they are indeed plants. Furthermore, any life forms that come into contact with these created plants can also be consumed. The energy generated from this consumption, aside from sustaining oneself, will merge with the creator. The more plants devour, the larger their size becomes, and the faster their consumption rate accelerates. This phenomenon resembles a zombie-like spread, continuing until all life on the planet has been consumed. Interstellar perception is a formidable telepathic ability. Though it can only sense areas connected either to oneself or the plants one has created, as well as one's own bloodline. Upon reading the introduction of this ability, Martin's eyes gleamed with realization. No wonder the little mantis could hypnotize him. He could do the same. Chapter 67. Absorbing ego. Energy absorption enables the utilization of energy from stars and other life forms. To put it simply, one has surely heard of Superman. Basking in sunlight makes one stronger. In contrast to life devour, energy absorption solely involves the extraction of energy from living beings, excluding memories, knowledge, and vitality. All four abilities are indeed potent, yet they are not what Martin desires most. What he yearns for is the ability to assume planetary forms, which he lacks. The reason likely lies in the fact that this is ego's true essence, rather than a mere ability. Nonetheless, it is still a significant boon. Henceforth, Mother shall no longer fret about my lack of energy, although he has never truly been deprived of it. As long as there are stars in proximity, energy absorption becomes exceedingly appealing. Yongdu, you have arrived, a middle-aged man exclaims while flying over from a distance with a smile. Yes. Where is he? Where is my son? Ego inquired impatiently. Martin, brimming with anticipation, felt the energy fluctuations around him, particularly beneath his feet, and could hardly resist the urge to indulge. Ego, I have something to ask you. What about the other children? Yongdu questioned. Ego's expression darkened. What does this concern you? I merely wish to know their whereabouts. Huh. Ego scoffed, closing his eyes to sense the surroundings, then gazed upward. Ah, he is there. Ego sensed his child nearby, mistakenly believing Yongdu would accompany him. Instead, Yongdu inquired about the other children. Since you are so eager to meddle, I shall eliminate you first before proceeding. Before Ego could finish his sentence, he suddenly collapsed. Those children are dead, Martin stated. How do you know? Yongdu asked, astonished. Martin pointed to his own head. I can probe into his memories. What has happened to him? Let him rest, lest he flees, haha. Now, I have some matters to attend to. Follow closely behind me. After Martin finished speaking, he caused a deep pit to appear beneath him, which extended downward. Soon, Martin felt the pace was a bit slow. So he began to bombard the ground. Yongdu and Raven followed closely behind. Where are you going? Martin did not respond, focusing instead on penetrating the planet's interior. Damn. How foolish of me. Martin suddenly halted, annoyedly tapping his head. The Igo planet was not large. He could fully sense the conditions within its core and could have simply teleported there. He had never engaged in such a maneuver before, so it slipped his mind. In a moment of excitement, he opened a teleportation portal, bringing the two of them to the planet's core. The space there was surprisingly vast, with interwoven rocks surrounding a spherical object at the center, which was the core of Igo. Absorbing energy from the core was far more efficient than from the planet's surface. As this was the true essence of Igo, Martin broke a portion of the core's shell, revealing the brain inside. As the shell cracked open, he sensed Igo's consciousness beginning to revive, prompting him to exert greater control, and Igo calmed once more. It was indeed a brain, towering at the height of a person, shimmering with a blue light. Wait for me here, Martin instructed before stepping forward to place his hand on the brain. One word, absorb. Suddenly, a roar erupted from the core. But under Martin's control, Igo was compelled to fall back into a reluctant slumber. If only you possessed stronger mental faculties, I wouldn't be able to manipulate you so easily, Martin mused, absorbing energy while simultaneously controlling Igo. Therefore, one must not specialize too narrowly. The energy absorption was not satisfying enough, so he activated his energy control ability further. Not yet satisfied, he decided to plant a seed. As soon as the seed touched the ground, it began to spread rapidly. Before long, the area surrounding the three was entirely enveloped by blue spores. With one hand on the brain and the other on the spores, Martin accelerated the absorption rate significantly, feeling a sensation of expansion. Who are you? Igo's voice resonated once more. Be good. Sleep now. No. As Martin continued to absorb energy, the entire planet began to tremble, and earthquakes erupted on the surface. Martin, Yongdu shouted in panic. It's fine, don't worry. Just stay there and give me some time. The falling rocks around them were shattered by Martin, posing no threat to the trio. Strengthen, strengthen. As time passed, Martin's power surged. The dark red energy of the phoenix began to envelop his body, annihilating all non-allied entities it touched. A little more. Just a little more. He could sense that his strength was on the verge of breaking through to the next stage. No, we are kin. You cannot treat me this way. Perhaps sensing Martin's transformation, Igo roared in defiance, fear lacing his voice. Martin employed a similar ability, making Igo mistakenly believe they were of the same kind. I command you to sleep. At a critical juncture, Martin was abruptly disturbed. igniting his ire as he tightened his control, imprisoning Ego's consciousness within the confines of his own mind. The immense energy surged through him, significantly amplifying Martin's prowess, rendering Ego increasingly impotent, especially against the constraints of Martin's mental faculties. Suddenly, as the ethereal phoenix flickered around him, it dove into Martin's being, transporting him back to that enigmatic state from years past. His consciousness seemed to be drawn into an unknown cosmic realm, where he floated amidst boundless nebulae, their appearance akin to a phoenix soaring through flames. Yet, he could still sense the presence of Yondu and Reuven behind him, motionless in their stance. Time itself appeared to come to a standstill as the phoenix continued to emanate delicate streams of energy toward Martin. Ego's energy rapidly transformed into sustenance for the phoenix's power, and Martin welcomed it unreservedly, absorbing everything in his path. The duration of this experience was indeterminate, perhaps a fleeting moment, several minutes, or even hours. Suddenly, Martin opened his eyes, this time maintaining a connection to the phoenix's power, able to sense her presence, thus enabling him to wield this strength to a greater extent. He extended a hand, revealing a sphere of deep crimson energy within his palm. Noticing that Ego's energy was nearly depleted, rendering it futile for his current self, he perceived that Ego's consciousness had completely faded, leaving him in a state of utter despondency. Martin pressed the sphere of phoenix power against Ego's brain and instructed Yondu and Reuven to disengage their protective suits. Understood, Reuven promptly replied, with Yondu following suit. At the moment the energy made contact with Ego's brain, Martin halted the flow of time across the entire planet, and in the next instant, he transported the three of them to the surface of the ship, subsequently returning everyone aboard the grand vessel. Reuven and Yondu felt as though they had merely blinked before finding themselves back. Martin took Reuven into the cosmos, gesturing toward the planets below. My dear, behold the fireworks. With that, he released the grip on Ego's planet's time. In a silent cacophony, Ego's planet slowly fractured, dispersing energy before suddenly shattering into fragments that scattered in all directions. All debris aimed at the ship was obliterated by Martin. Having nearly absorbed Ego's essence, the resultant spectacle was not particularly ostentatious. However, the explosion of such a colossal entity was nonetheless awe-inspiring. You destroyed a planet? Reuven asked, astonished. Indeed, Martin affirmed. His power had ascended to that of a celestial father, not merely a semi-divine being, but a true celestial father. The annihilation of a planet was trivial, especially one as diminutive as Ego's. The Phoenix's power had grown sufficiently, and an exponential increase in combat capability was inevitable. His mastery over time had also intensified considerably. The extent of this enhancement would reveal itself in due course. Additionally, he had unlocked abilities pertaining to spatial transmission and stasis, as well as traversing through time and dimensions, the scope of which remained uncertain, but surely encompassed the size of Earth, possibly extending to the solar system or even the galaxy. Nevertheless, it was undoubtedly sufficient. As one's strength grows, so too do one's troubles. The desire to further enhance one's power cannot be fulfilled solely through the passage of time and ordinary energy. It necessitates the primal energy of the cosmos. While the power of the Phoenix is indeed a consideration, its acquisition remains uncertain. Thus, the immediate objective is to secure at least one Infinity Stone. There is no rush. These artifacts will inevitably reveal themselves in due course. Allow others to take the lead, while I take advantage of their efforts. Is that too cruel? Reuven remarked. I'm not referring to him, but to the other beings on this planet. Do not worry, my dear. This planet is Ego, devoid of other life forms. Reuven nodded and said, Martin, promise me you won't recklessly cause widespread destruction, all right? She feared Martin might be overwhelmed by his newfound power, becoming someone who obsessively seeks ruin. Very well, I promise you, Martin replied earnestly, meeting Reuven's gaze. Satisfied with his response, Reuven gazed at the aftermath of Ego's explosion and remarked, It's beautiful, but let us not have another occurrence. It's too frightening. Ha ha ha, fear not. I am here to ensure everything is well. After enjoying the spectacle, the two returned to their ship, where the gaze of all aboard, including Yondu, shifted towards them. It was understandable, they had never witnessed such an event. To destroy a planet single-handedly, who would dare to believe such a claim, particularly among ordinary folk? Come now, Yondu. We are comrades, do not look at me like that. Hee all right. Martin shook his head in resignation and inquired, What are your plans moving forward? I intend to take this child and continue living the life of a raider. Will you return to the knowledge domain? Not for the time being. The Raider Alliance is convening a meeting, and I must attend. Martin nodded. Very well. Then let us part ways. I wish to take Reuven on adventures. Oh, by the way, Yondu suddenly recalled, I've left some information on known galactic powers and planetary coordinates, including Earth, in your ship. Thank you, Yondu. If you need assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. There is no need for formality. You should be able to contact my ship. Of course. Yondu's smile was significantly more genuine. Arriving at the docking area of his small vessel, Martin surveyed the exterior, which had evidently been cleaned, and nodded in satisfaction, with a gentle wave of his right hand. The ship's minor imperfections vanished, revealing a team insignia emblazoned upon its surface. The power of the Phoenix possesses the capability to modify elements, achieving material transformation and reorganization. With time, it may even create from the void. Martin grinned and declared, "This shall be her name, the Metamorphosis." "Thank you," Raven beamed, thrilled to have it named after her. Upon entering the interior, the same cleaning process was applied, instantly rendering it as pristine as new. "My dear, would you care to try my new vehicle?" Martin smiled at Raven. "It would be my honor." Raven approached the pilot's seat, and they settled in, side by side. After initiating the ship and selecting their destination, they bid farewell to Yongdu and soared into the cosmos. The ship traveled swiftly, yet in the vast darkness of space. Devoid of reference points, the sensation of speed was lost. "What are we doing here?" Raven inquired. "We're taking on missions to earn some credits." "Haha, you have just obliterated a planet, and yet you are motivated by monetary gain." "Indeed," Martin replied nonchalantly, "I am merely an ordinary individual. Is it not entirely natural to seek wealth? Moreover, I have responsibilities to support you all. My greatest aspiration has always been to avoid working for others, to possess a home, a car, and a girlfriend. Now, I have achieved all of that. TSK, TSK. What do you mean by TSK? Martin gazed at Raven, setting the spacecraft to autopilot before lifting her from her seat in a princess carry, making his way toward the lower deck. You will never comprehend my perspective. The deck serves as both a storage area and a place for rest. Dubbed a small spacecraft, it still stands in stark contrast to the colossal vessel of Yondu. Yet, in comparison to human dimensions, it remains quite spacious, certainly rivaling the size of an average passenger aircraft. Thus, ample room abounds. Martin's destination is a planet under the dominion of the Severian Empire, a locale bustling with markets and opportunities for undertaking missions. He intends to undertake this task as a preliminary exploration, merely to familiarize himself with the process. He is not particularly interested in observing the glittering lives of the affluent. The next endeavor will be to seek out formidable adversaries. Chapter 69. Undertaking missions. The Severians, having traversed countless years of evolution, have entered an era of planetary unification. The Severian planets are rich in advanced energy batteries, propelling their technological advancements. Long ago, while other celestial bodies within the galaxy remained in a relatively primitive state, they had already embarked on interstellar travel. A step ahead, they have consistently outpaced others. Today, the Severians dominate a vast expanse of the galaxy, encompassing numerous life-bearing planets. Their technological prowess has bred a sense of arrogance among the Severians' ancestors, a trait that has only intensified through generations, evolving into an ingrained tradition. Similar to the home planet of the neighboring superpower, the descendants of the Severians are born through scientific means, with each individual's status and future occupation predetermined at birth. However, as an ordinary man, Martin harbors a preference for natural birth. Perhaps in the real world, the futures of most individuals are indeed preordained at birth. Yet opportunities to alter one's fate still exist. The Severians, however, are bound by their genetic destinies, devoid of any feelings of discontent or rebellion. Martin and Raven arrive at a planet named Tread, governed by the Severians, a celestial body comparable in size to Earth. The Severians are rather insular, reluctant to allow outsiders into their domain unless invited. Thus, this locale serves as the largest trading hub within the galaxy. It bears resemblance to the realm of knowledge, albeit with an element of chaos. Here, order is maintained. However, the enforcers of this order are not the Severians themselves, who disdain interaction with outsiders. Long ago, after conquering the planet Tread, the Severians delegated its management to local authorities, seeking dominion over the planet and, of course, its taxation. The Severians are prideful, yet not foolish. The spacecraft port here resembles a parking lot on Earth. If neither the vessel nor its passengers are on the current faction's wanted list, they may depart simply by registering. Parking incurs a fee, and so does docking. Payment is made upon departure. Upon stepping out of the spacecraft port, Martin and Raven felt as though they had entered a realm bathed in golden hues. The port's elevated position allowed them to gaze down from a vantage point, revealing a landscape adorned with golden edifices. As Martin's destination lay on the far side of the star in their galaxy, it was nighttime. From their lofty perch, the distant lights lent the entire planet an ethereal golden glow. After the spacecraft landed, the view was even more dazzling. Everywhere they looked, there was a symbol, though Martin could not precisely identify it. He recognized it as that of the Sovolans. The mission board at the Knowledge Domain Task Reception bore this insignia. It appeared on buildings, flagpoles, and even on massive aerial holographic projections, ubiquitous in their presence. Raven held a transparent electronic map, akin to a tablet, which resembled a framed piece of glass when not displaying content. It was impressive how Yondu had managed not only to upload all the navigational data for the spacecraft, but also to prepare the mobile device. This screen served not merely for navigation, but also allowed remote control of the spacecraft's security system and facilitated video chats with contacts recorded in the ship's system. A plethora of functions, comprehensive in nature. With each feature, Martin found himself increasingly grateful to Yondu. Shall we head directly to accept the mission? Raven inquired, sliding her fingers across the screen. Let's take a stroll first, then sample some local cuisine. Agreed. Transportation was available from the spacecraft port to the ground. Yet Martin and Raven opted to walk and admire the scenery. Along the way, they encountered numerous races not seen in the knowledge domain or aboard Yondu's ship. This planet appeared to be more secure than the knowledge domain, attracting many civilians from other worlds. How to distinguish mercenaries from civilians? One could discern this by their demeanor and attire, with many women and children present. The aliens were indeed a diverse assortment, both humanoid and non-humanoid. Naturally, Martin's gaze was drawn to the humanoid figures, featuring skin tones of pink, red, purple, and blue. It was true that if such beings appeared on Earth, they might be considered peculiar. However, here, neither Martin nor Raven found them strange. Skin color was merely one of many differences. Upon arriving at a dining establishment, it was evident that this developed locale offered an abundance of culinary delights. The food from the knowledge domain was also available here, though its original source was unknown. It seemed that in this interstellar age, planets engaged in trade relations akin to those between nations on Earth. This is certainly far more delectable than what we had there, Raven remarked after tasting a piece of chicken, expressing her approval. Indeed. Nevertheless, it is true that the inhabitants there are preoccupied with securing work, likely oblivious to the quality of their sustenance. One might ponder the purpose of their earnings if they cannot afford to eat well. Who can say? After satisfying their hunger, the two arrived at the mission dispatch center on this planet. Although it was nighttime, they had no need for rest, having only recently risen. Guided by the electronic map, they reached a hall designated for the acceptance and delivery of bounty missions. It resembled a business office, complete with numerous private cubicles and even customer service. Can you believe it? On planets like Tread, which are supported by high-ranking powers and function as trading hubs, such orderly arrangements are made to maintain decorum. However, in chaotic realms like the domain of knowledge, any space to accept missions suffices. Order and chaos are distinctly represented in this context. Of course, street-side machines and bounty shops also exist on such planets. It ultimately boils down to personal choice. The hall was bustling with individuals, some gathered in small clusters, engaging in casual conversation, exchanging intelligence, or even forming temporary teams. From their dialogues, a wealth of information could be gleaned. Yet for the two newcomers, everything felt bewildering. Only a few names, such as Ronan, the Cleidian Empire, and the infamous Thanos along with his 4 minions, managed to capture Martin's attention. News of Thanos' conquest spread like wildfire. However, such discussions were always brief. In such environments, a mix of characters is inevitable, even in the most orderly of places. Since entering the hall, Martin and his companion had been curiously surveying their surroundings, showing no attempt to conceal their novice status. Chapter 70. Martin under surveillance. Thus, it was only natural that they became the focus of attention. Martin and Raven approached a cubicle, activated the machine, and upon scanning Martin's identity, he entered the mission acceptance mode. Searching for tasks on Sovereign, they found numerous assignments, predominantly involving the apprehension of certain individuals. Clearly, there were many who had incurred the ire of others. They identified a task to protect a power cell, completed the acceptance process, and left their contact information along with details about their ship. Thus, the task was officially theirs. Should either party encounter any issues, they could resolve them privately. With the intermediary remaining uninvolved, they would simply await payment from the Sovereigns later. After securing this mission, Martin searched for tasks related to the galaxy. There were not many. In comparison to the vastness of the universe, the galaxy appeared rather insignificant. Most tasks within the galaxy revolved around the pursuit of criminals by the Sandar Star, while others were posted by factions or individuals unknown to Martin. It was evident that Sandar Star was likely the most significant power within the galaxy, perhaps one of the few. To be precise, Sandar Star does not lie within the galaxy. The Space Militia and Exploration Agency of Sandar Star formed the New Star Legion, initially tasked with protecting Sandar Star and later expanding to encompass the entire Andromeda system, hence also referred to as the Sandar Star Interstellar Core. Due to the proximity of the fairy galaxy to the Milky Way, both belong to the same galactic cluster. Thus, when faced with a powerful yet relatively underdeveloped neighbor, upon completing this task, we shall visit the planet Xander, Martin remarked. All right, Raven replied nonchalantly. She was merely here for enjoyment. With Martin by her side, she intended to explore the scenery and immerse herself in the diverse cultures around her. Couch potato. Martin glanced back at Raven, teasingly. Me? Huh. How dare you say that? Don't you have any place you'd like to visit? No, Raven replied. With such a formidable support behind me, I feel utterly secure. Right now, I simply wish to stay behind you. That makes sense. but it would be better if you were in front of me. I prefer to be behind, as it allows me to protect you. This was precisely the reason he aspired to grow stronger. Strength would always be the family's support and source of confidence. As the saying goes, it is not essential to possess it, but one cannot be without it. Let us go. As the two departed the booth, they were halted by an alien who appeared to radiate righteousness. Wait a moment, friends. Martin and Raven stopped in their tracks, observing the figure. Surprisingly, the alien easily garnered their favor. With pale skin and a resolute face, he donned what seemed to be a form of battle attire. In films, characters of such appearance are typically virtuous. Is there something you need? Martin inquired. It seems this is your first visit, the alien stated. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Fit. I have been in the mercenary business for many years. Each year, many newcomers like yourselves lose their lives due to ignorance of the dangers associated with tasks. Well, and Martin questioned. Fit continued. Newcomers should find an experienced individual to guide them, to avoid making any mistakes. He gestured to two individuals who approached, introducing them. These are people I have previously assisted. And like me, they now aid others in such places. Indeed, the two grinned, albeit their features were somewhat fearsome, a trait of their race. But what is your motive in doing this? Martin inquired, puzzled. Connections, my friend. In our line of work, networking is paramount. Fit responded with ease. If you do not mind, could you share what task you have undertaken? Oh, do not misunderstand. I am familiar with nearly every task here. I merely wish to hear about yours and see if I might offer some advice. Martin, somewhat intrigued, replied, regrettably, I have not undertaken any task. TSK. None that pique my interest. Oh, what kind of task are you seeking? With excitement, Martin declared, I wish to take on a combat task. Preferably one that isn't overly complicated. Just arrive and engage in battle. I have received the best training from my family since childhood. Oh, pardon me. Fit's eyes glimmered as he calmly responded, well, such tasks are indeed rare. Although we do have one, as a newcomer. It would be wise for you to avoid it. What? Martin exclaimed in astonishment. You have one? Please, take us along. I can forego the reward. You know, as he spoke conspiratorially, glancing around, Martin whispered to Fetty, stifling a laugh with Raven, after inheriting my family's wealth. I find myself lacking not in funds, but in excitement. If you could take me along, I assure you, you shall not be at a loss. Martin, with fervent conviction, clenched his fist and eagerly awaited Fetty's response. No, I do not desire your money. I merely wish to forge a friendship with you. Fetty hesitated, seemingly torn. Meanwhile, the other two, hidden from Martin and Raven's sight, exchanged knowing glances, quickly transforming their expressions into smiles as Raven's gaze shifted towards them. Such swiftness rivaled that of professional actors, who typically count to 3 before changing their demeanor. Very well, I shall accompany you, Fetty finally conceded, as if coming to a realization, adding, but you must promise to obey. Agreed, Martin replied. During combat, stay behind us and follow our lead, in case of danger. Understood. Fetty benevolently imparted wisdom to Martin, appearing genuinely concerned for his well-being, to which Martin humbly acquiesced. Follow me, Fetty beckoned as they proceeded outward. On their way, Fetty subtly inquired about Martin's background, learning that he hailed from an obscure minor planet, a noble who had inherited his fortune upon the passing of his elders. Certain details that Martin was oblivious to were skillfully brushed aside by Fetty, citing his lack of prior interaction with outsiders. Yet for Fetty, this was sufficient, as Martin had claimed to be quite affluent. Board your spaceship and follow me. We shall rendezvous above, Fetty instructed at the spaceport. All right. During their journey, they shared information. Fetty's team possessed a colossal warship currently docked in space, having arrived to procure resources. Once their acquisitions were complete, they customarily checked the mission hall for those in need of assistance, which is how they encountered Martin. Upon learning that Martin also owned a spaceship, Fetty expressed a desire to accompany him for a closer look. Observing the modest vessel, Martin remarked that it was a gift for his coming of age. Though not the finest, it was his favorite. Chapter 71. The moment of the heist. After sharing details of his ship, Fetty led the two away. He intended to prepare and keep watch over Martin's craft, lest he discover their intentions and flee. My dear, they are clearly swindlers. I know. Do you think I am that naive? How many mercenaries are truly virtuous? Such tricks are only effective on the gullible. One must fear that their capabilities are only sufficient to deceive fools. Is there truly such a multitude of fools in the cosmos? Martin pondered as his ship soared through the void, gazing at a black super battleship above in awe. Though it was not as grand as the one belonging to Yondu, it was a delightful surprise for Martin. As a band of con artists, one might wonder where they acquired such wealth. Surely, it could only be through deception. But what sort of individual could fall prey to such ruses? Could it be that as technological prowess advances, the intellect of beings regresses? Perhaps. To instill a sense of trust, the battleship's exterior was meticulously polished, devoid of any blemishes. Congratulations, you were destined for prosperity. No, Dear friend, Martin replied with a smile. It is we who are destined for prosperity. Haha. Following the instructions provided, Martin maneuvered his craft through the entrance on the side of the battleship and parked it. The two exchanged a knowing smile before disembarking from the ship and entering the interior of the battleship. The space was modest, aside from Martin's craft. There were two other vessels within the hangar. One was the manned ship piloted by Feet earlier, and the other was a cargo ship. Ignoring the dozens of armed individuals waiting outside, Martin surveyed his spoils with satisfaction. Mr. Horn, you have been kidnapped. Please contact your family. Feet said cheerfully as he stepped forward, his smile radiating warmth. No, it is you. Well, never mind. Martin smiled, absorbing the presence of everyone aboard the battleship. In addition to those present, there were dozens more occupied with their own tasks outside. Somewhere, presumably in the ship's detention area, a few captives were confined. Suddenly, a portal appeared behind everyone, enveloping them before vanishing, including Martin, Raven, and Feet. However, the trio found themselves in a location distinct from the others. They materialized in the battleship's command center, which afforded a view of everything outside. In a moment of panic, Feet caught sight of Martin's smiling face and realized this was Martin's doing, hastily offering a nervous chuckle. I was just joking. Martin offered no response, his gaze fixed on the exterior. Following Martin's line of sight, Feet observed that all their captors were floating in space, their bodies slowly expanding. With a mere thought, Martin caused their forms to emit a crimson glow and then disintegrate into ashes. The spectacle of hundreds of humanoid figures exploding was quite a sight to behold. Mr. Feet. Martin turned, his face alight with a smile, and declared, It is time for a heist. Surrender all your possessions. All right, please don't kill me. Feet began in terror, only to feel an intense heat. Glancing down at his own body. No, killing me will yield you nothing. Hiki. Feet's screams echoed as he turned to ash, leaving nothing behind. It was merely a figure of speech. One must understand that his belongings were readily accessible. Controlling the ship and everything else could be achieved simply by reading one's memories. What purpose did he serve? To prevent any errors in judgment. Martin had prudently accessed Feet's memories beforehand, confirming that he was indeed the leader of this gang. Such a leader was truly blind. Sharing this memory with Raven revealed their own assets, and while Raven was not particularly astonished, she inquired, should we still pursue bounties? Of course, why would we not? Martin replied matter-of-factly. Our endeavors are merely to experience life. They are unrelated to the abundance of wealth. It is just money. Indeed, even with his current prowess, Martin considered himself an ordinary person. Yet now, wealth was no longer a priority in his world. Life itself was. Was there truly a necessity for world domination or conquering the universe? What shall we do after conquering? Martin believes that the most important thing is to live joyfully with his wife and children. Though he has no children yet, he certainly has several wives. He harbors no grand ambitions. In the past, earning money was a means to sustain life. Now, it seems life is merely a pursuit of wealth. These two statements appear to convey the same sentiment, and those with understanding can grasp their essence. Martin glanced towards a corner where several individuals stood, quaking in their boots as they observed him and his companion. It appeared that there were three distinct groups present. The most conspicuous were a man and a woman, both adorned in shimmering gold, their very pupils glinting with the same hue. Despite their evident trepidation, they endeavored to maintain an air of composure, disregarding their trembling legs. Another pair consisted of two men, clad in identical uniforms adorned with insignia unfamiliar to Martin. Lastly, a woman accompanied a little girl, perhaps 5 or 6 years of age, both donning elegant white dresses. They bore a slight, seemingly innate marking upon their foreheads. The girl, hidden behind the woman, peered out with wide, fearful eyes directed at Martin. You all witnessed it. They abducted me first, Martin asserted innocently. Indeed, sir, one of the uniformed men promptly replied. Yet, Martin's gaze remained fixated on the little girl, whose cuteness was utterly disarming. Raven, too, felt that if they had a daughter like her, they would awaken from dreams with smiles upon their faces. The absence of children was their greatest lament. With her short, pink hair and rosy complexion, the girl blinked her large eyes, gradually revealing her curiosity as she discerned Martin's non-threatening demeanor. Is she your daughter? Raven inquired with curiosity. Yes, the woman softly replied, shielding the girl with her hand. May I hold her? Raven asked. The woman cast a worried glance at the two but remained silent. There is no need for you to fear me. We bear no animosity, and I would never harm you, Martin reassured them. Upon realizing that the conversation did not revolve around abduction, the group's tension visibly eased. Raven approached the little girl, smiling as she said, Do not worry, we are not bad people. May I embrace you? The girl looked up at her mother, who nodded cautiously. Rather than exhibiting the anticipated timidity, the girl displayed remarkable boldness. With a beaming smile, Raven bent down and lifted her, admiring her delicate features as she inquired, You are truly adorable. May I know your name? Camila, the girl replied shyly. Ah, my name is Raven. And that gentleman over there is Martin. While Raven engaged in conversation with the mother and daughter, Martin shifted his attention to the other two groups. You must be from Sovereign, am I correct? He addressed the golden duo. If they remained still, they could easily be mistaken for two gilded statues. Indeed, esteemed Mr. Martin. The male of the pair replied, his voice somewhat rigid and demeanor grave. However, Martin sensed no ill intent from them. Their pride was merely a facet of their character. Neither ungrateful nor presumptuous. That is well, you may call me Martin. I have recently undertaken a mission to Sovlan Star, and I can escort you back. Thank you, sir. I shall convey this matter to our high priest as a token of my gratitude. The Sovlans adhere to the spirit of contracts and dislike being indebted to others. Indeed, I have a fondness for those who honor their commitments. Thank you. The other party smiled faintly, evidently perceiving this statement as a commendation of the Sovlans from Martin. You. Raven, could you assist them in finding a room? Very well. I shall also help Camila and her companions secure accommodations, Raven replied, turning to Martin. Agreed. After his affirmative response, Martin addressed the two, saying, should you require anything, you may seek her or myself. After nodding in acknowledgement, the two followed Raven as they departed. With Fight's memories, the two possessed an unparalleled understanding of this warship. And you? Once everyone else had left, only two men in uniform remained. Why were they the only ones left? Who knows? It is merely a coincidence. Sir, we are members of the Nova Legion's Guard, dispatched here to apprehend criminals. Criminals? Have they been apprehended? Martin held a favorable opinion of this neighboring galaxy. Furthermore, in the films he had seen, they were portrayed as the virtuous ones. Indeed. Why have I not seen them? Martin inquired, puzzled. That mother and daughter duo is the one. Martin widened his eyes in disbelief and asked, what? Them? A defenseless mother and daughter pair? And they are your criminals? Indeed. Perhaps one should not judge by appearances? Martin pondered this and asked, what crimes have they committed? Upon the other party's explanation, it became clear that Camila's father had once been a soldier in the Nova Legion. For reasons unknown, he had fled the Legion's jurisdiction with his wife and daughter. To them, this constituted desertion. Thus, the Nova Legion issued a warrant for their capture, and subsequently received orders to come to Tread to apprehend them. However, upon arrival, the deserter perished during the capture, leaving only the mother and daughter. We are to take them back. The Supreme will not harm them. Martin raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the two. Are you certain it is not due to concern over your inability to return with them that you fear failing in your duty? No, sir. How could you think such a thing? Even if we fail to bring anyone back, as long as we report the truth, we shall not face any punishment. It turns out that those individuals claimed the Legion would provide a ransom and then release us. Fight and the others would not dare offend the Nova Legion. While they said such things, they were preparing to dispose of the two in a secluded location. As for that mother and daughter, that would also yield a profit. Martin contemplated for a moment and stated, you should contact your people from here and have them come for you as quickly as possible. I have matters to attend to and cannot delay for long. Very well, we shall do so immediately. One of the men strode purposefully toward the control panel and began to operate it. The other, curious, looked at Martin and asked, Sir, may I inquire where you hail from? I have never encountered a race like yours before. In the cosmos, there are indeed beings like Martin who possess the ability to teleport and wield energy. To them, it merely appeared to be a product of technology, particularly the capability to harness energy, which is typically a hallmark of powerful races. Ah, I hail from Earth. The other party responded in astonishment. What? Earth? But isn't it still rather primitive there? My apologies. The New Star Legion was relatively well acquainted with Earth, as it was their neighbor. It's true. Earth remains quite primitive. However, the absence of stringent regulations such as yours allows for greater possibilities, does it not? Very well, entertain yourselves. But do take care not to damage my battleship. After you conclude, find a place to rest. Oh, and please activate the ship's cleaning robots afterward. Give her a thorough cleansing, leaving no trace of the past. Martin ceased his conversation, eager to explore. Rest assured, the battleship is equipped with cleaning robots. It would be impossible to maintain such a vast vessel solely through human effort. This battleship consisted of 3 tiers. The lowest housed the cargo hold and docking area. The middle contained the control and recreational zones, as well as corridors connecting the upper and lower levels, while the uppermost tier, comparatively smaller, served as the accommodation area. As Martin floated through the lower 2 tiers, he found them to be relatively tidy. He then ascended to the accommodation area, casually inspecting several rooms. Unsurprisingly, they were in disarray and untidy. Frowning, Martin proceeded to eliminate all personal belongings and signs of habitation from the vacant rooms, restoring them to their original state with only the cleaned furniture remaining. The result was significantly more pleasing to the eye. 2 more rooms remained, one belonging to the 2 sovereigns, and the other designated for Camila and her mother, arranged by Raven, who was currently there. Martin knocked on the door, and upon entering, he saw Raven cradling Camila, seated on a chair, engaged in conversation with Marilyn, who appeared considerably more relaxed than at the outset, devoid of her earlier tension. Camila sat obediently in Raven's embrace, her large eyes blinking as she listened intently to their discussion. Upon noticing Martin's entrance, Marilyn stood up, a hint of awkwardness creeping into her demeanor. It seems you two are getting along quite well, Martin remarked with a smile as he took a seat next to Raven, gesturing to Marilyn to remain at ease. Hearing his words, Raven reassured Marilyn, "Please, sit down, it's all right." Once Marilyn was seated, Martin continued. "I have spoken with the 2 representatives from the New Star Legion. They have contacted the Legion, and someone will come to escort you back." "Thank you." Marilyn exhaled in relief, finally able to escape this place devoid of cherished memories. Raven's expression, however, betrayed a hint of sadness as she remarked, "Are they leaving so soon?" "Indeed, my dear, they have their own lives to return to." Chapter 73, Phoenix When I Understand, Raven said, holding the little girl closer, planting a gentle kiss on her face. "It's just that I will have to part with this little one." It was evident that Raven held a deep affection for Camila. Martin found himself at a loss. He had contemplated using the power of the Phoenix to create a child, yet remained uncertain of his ability to accomplish such a feat. Firstly, the power of the Phoenix does not possess the capacity to alter reality as the chaotic force does. Moreover, the children conceived through this method still fall within the realm of humanity, do they not? As an ordinary individual, Martin is bound by the thoughts of the commonplace. A child represents the continuation of life, the embodiment of love, and the promise of a family's future. However, the means of their conception feel fundamentally different from natural procreation, evoking a sense of being a mere product of creation. Additionally, Raven and her companions may not readily accept this notion. At the very least, it is difficult for Martin to embrace. "By the way, my dear, will they encounter any dangers upon returning with the Nova Corps?" Raven suddenly inquired. "I am unsure. But it seems that Camila and the others should not face any difficulties in their thoughts." As Martin spoke, he turned to Marilyn, seeking her opinion. It appeared that Marilyn had only just realized this concern, having previously been preoccupied with the urgency of escaping this den of wolves. Her husband, strictly speaking, is a deserter. Regardless of the circumstances, any Corps treats deserters with an iron hand. And as the family of a deserter, even if they claim that no harm will come to them, who can truly say? They certainly will not be treated with kindness. Raven glanced at Martin before addressing Marilyn. "Do you intend to leave with them?" "Raven." Martin looked at her in surprise. "What other options do they have? Are they to accompany Martin and his companion?" Setting aside Martin's thoughts on privacy, during their time in space, they could indeed accompany the two. However, in the not-so-distant future, the couple would inevitably return to Earth. What arrangements would be made for this mother and daughter then? It would not do to bring them home. Martin was not fond of outsiders lingering in his life for extended periods. If the mother and daughter were to remain, the emotional bonds formed would make parting all the more challenging. Camila is quite endearing, and Martin has a fondness for her. Yet, she is not his child. Even if she were an adopted child, it would be different. But Camila has her own mother and family. "I apologize. Martin is correct. You have your own lives." Perhaps sensing Martin's sentiment, Marilyn quickly interjected, "It's all right. The Nova Corps is generally quite upright. They will not trouble us." Raven lowered her gaze to Camila, absently nodding. "Very well. You shall rest here for today. It will take time for the Nova Corps to arrive." Martin concluded this topic. "All right, thank you." Upon leaving the room, Martin made his way to the command center of the warship, where the 2 members of the Nova Corps were conversing. Upon seeing Martin enter, they stood and regarded him. "Have the arrangements been made?" "Yes, they will arrive in a few hours." "Well, feel free. I will inspect the warship." "All right. If I may be frank, this warship seems to require a considerable amount of personnel for its operation, and you appear to." "I am aware, hence the need for thorough research." As Martin spoke, he activated the control panel, referencing the memories of PHYT. "The control system on Xander is quite advanced. When our superior arrives, we can have him assist you with an update." "No need. I have my methods. The warship is a private possession, and who knows what remnants the Sandarians might leave behind. Martin has his own methods, and the control capabilities of Yuriko's system are precisely what he needs to leverage at this moment. Naturally, Martin has replicated this ability, albeit seldom utilized. Although the various components of the warship are controlled independently, as integral parts of the vessel, the data information and transmission are interconnected. The Apocalypse possesses the ability to transmit consciousness through data. When he emerged from the depths, it was through this very capacity that he absorbed knowledge of the world. Martin leaves the data stream consciousness within the system, meticulously testing it step by step. Should he encounter any issues, he modifies the relevant nodes, allowing the various capabilities to synergize effortlessly. The progress is swift, yet the warship is vast, necessitating extensive inspections. After spending over half an hour, Martin successfully connects all parts of the warship. Ultimately, he bases his enhancements on the original operating system of the vessel, merging it with his own data stream consciousness and employing Yuriko's operational capabilities to upgrade it into an intelligent assistant devoid of autonomous consciousness, yet capable of executing the master's commands. As it is founded upon Martin's consciousness, his family will possess the corresponding operational permissions. Simultaneously, he modifies the warship's designation. Previously, it bore a lengthy alphanumeric code. Now, she is named Phoenix 1, belonging to the Private Horn team. An emblem of the team is also affixed to the exterior of the warship. Reporting the status of the vessel, Martin issues his command. In his perception, as he relays his instructions, various components of the warship commence operational tests, currently under examination. Half a minute later, the central control room of the warship emits an electronic synthesized voice from the control system. The warship's power system is intact, utilizing 98% of the power resources. With ample backup energy, all attacking systems are operational, energy reserves are sufficient, and munitions for the ship's cannons are plentiful. Defense systems are functional, and the communication system fit, and the others were not deceiving him. They indeed came here to replenish supplies, and now everything has been arranged in Martin's favor. The various components of the warship are, of course, in excellent condition, with any problematic areas already repaired during his inspection. Although his knowledge may be limited, he can still perform repairs based on the existing foundation. Moving forward, it will be a matter of securing sufficient resources. Crafting another warship based on this one will certainly not pose a challenge. During his leisure, he could easily work as a mechanic in the realm of ordinary people. Just joking. He issues a command to the system, instructing the maintenance area of the warship to commence servicing the 2 spacecraft it carries, performing maintenance and altering their outer layers. He directs the transformation of the control system of the spacecraft into a subsystem of the warship's control system. Once completed, Martin confidently exits the operating system, only to turn and find 2 extras from the New Star Legion gazing at him in astonishment. No matter how advanced their technology is, they have never witnessed anyone upgrade a warship's control system in such a manner. Even when the New Star Legion upgrades, it requires connection to their supreme computer for remote operation. Chapter 74. Raven's Reverie. However, this warship operated solely on Martin's initiative, without any remote assistance. He effortlessly completed everything by merely placing his hand upon the control panel. You may take a moment to rest. There is no need to linger here, Martin remarked to them. We wish to await further news, one of them responded, fiddling with the ship's communication system. Yet, this time was different. He found himself devoid of operational authority. Martin issued a command to grant him access to the communication system, albeit limited to correspondence with the Nova Corps. Martin anticipated he might need to contact them in the future, thus considering it prudent to save their contact information. Please expedite this. I have other matters to attend to. Martin expressed, his patience waning. The longer Raven remained with Camilla and her daughter, the more reluctant she became to part ways. Should Ryan genuinely wish to keep them, Martin found himself at a loss on how to refuse. He silently resolved to avoid such troublesome situations in the future. Recognizing that they yielded no benefits and merely squandered his time, he yearned to explore the cosmos and return home sooner rather than later. Having been away for nearly a month, the homesick Martin felt an increasing desire to return, especially during these tedious moments of waiting. Departing the command center, he ascended to the captain's quarters, the largest bedroom aboard the vessel, which would soon be his own. Upon arrival, he discovered Raven already there. The room had been tidied by Martin, and it appeared that Raven had just emerged from a bath, her hair damp as she sat on the sofa, cradling a glass of wine. I thought you would still be there, Martin said, taking a seat beside her and gently stroking her hair. As energy emanated from him, Raven's hair quickly dried. She nestled comfortably against Martin, her expression tinged with melancholy as she spoke. A brief conversation will suffice. We cannot remain here indefinitely. Embracing Raven, Martin suddenly proposed, what if we were to adopt a child? Camilla? Raven inquired, her eyes alight with surprise. No, Raven, she has family, Martin replied. True, she acknowledged. Kiki, do you truly have such fondness for her? Martin asked, planting a kiss atop Raven's head. Indeed, the little girl is so sweet and delicate. Do you not like her? I do, but she does not belong to us. If it were anything else, I would go to great lengths to procure it for you. However, she is a child, and she has a family. Yes, I understand. After a moment of silence, Raven quietly inquired, is it truly impossible for us to have children? Perhaps this is the price of great power. Well, Raven suddenly felt a sensation coursing through her as something from Martin entered her being, eliciting an uncomfortable murmur from her lips. Darling, what are you doing? I am attempting to enhance your strength further. If our disparity diminishes, the chances of conception may increase. The last time he had bolstered several individuals' abilities was when Martin possessed planetary-level power. As he utilized his apocalyptic abilities to grant Raven another surge of strength, she assessed herself, discovering no new powers but rather a slight amplification of her existing abilities. However, the enhancement was minimal. Martin's most formidable power now resided in the Phoenix Force, rather than mutant capabilities. However, Raven lacked the ability to harness energy. Martin attempted to retain his energy within Raven, but it swiftly dissipated. The Phoenix Force proved ineffective as well. While shapeshifting was quite convenient among ordinary individuals, its limitations were rather apparent, failing to reach his envisioned potential. Martin furrowed his brow in frustration. If that were the case, then neither Raven, Wendy, nor Eureka would be able to grow stronger. Jean possessed the Phoenix Force like himself, while Emma at least had her telepathic abilities. At that moment, Martin acquired yet another aspiration, magic. Magic was something that could be learned. It's all right, my dear. Raven reassured him. If it cannot be helped, then it cannot be helped. As you suggested, when we return, we can consider adopting a child of our own. Very well. Raven smiled. Though the chances may be slim, would you like to strive for it nonetheless? Regardless of the outcome, I thoroughly enjoy the journey. I share your sentiment. How could anyone not revel in such a process? Come, hold me. Several hours later, a group of individuals appeared aboard Martin's battleship, led by a robust man. Mr. Horn, I am immensely grateful for your rescue of our comrades. On behalf of the Nova Corps, I extend my heartfelt thanks. If you wish to express your gratitude, please treat this mother and daughter well, Martin stated, glancing at the individuals standing beside Raven. Rest assured, the Corps will not cause them any harm. Due to the unusual circumstances, they must undergo an investigation. I trust you will understand that they will remain on Xander. Indeed, do not mention Xander. If anyone under my command suddenly absconded with their family, I would certainly investigate thoroughly. This is one of the reasons I prefer not to have outsiders within my team. As Raven gazed at them with reluctance, the mother and daughter were escorted onto the Nova Corps spacecraft. After bidding farewell to Martin, the leader returned. All right. Let us not dwell on this. We had an agreement, Martin replied, shaking his head slightly. Raven, being a person of deep emotions, left him at a loss. He could only allow time to mend the situation. Before encountering children, things were simpler, but suddenly meeting a young girl had captivated his thoughts entirely. Looking at the remaining 2 gold sentinels, Martin declared, I have no further matters to attend to. If you have nothing else to do, we shall set forth for Suvlin. They nodded in agreement. Observing this, Martin issued commands to the ship, setting a course for Suvlin. The planet was located within this star system, quite close, requiring no spatial jump. Initially, the journey aboard the main ship would have taken several hours, but now with the Phoenix 1, the speed was significantly enhanced, and they would arrive shortly. Throughout the journey, as Martin occupied the control seat, Raven, having succumbed to a moment of contemplation, finally spoke, Darling, do you think we should adopt a boy or a girl upon our return? Is that what you've been pondering? Indeed, what else could it be? Raven inquired, her tone suggesting it was a matter of course. Martin chuckled awkwardly, realizing he had misunderstood and assumed Raven was lost in thoughts of Camilla. Let fate decide. When we encounter someone suitable whom we adore, we shall adopt. Disregarding gender and skin color is indeed a sentiment worth embracing. Yet, amidst her fervent declarations, Raven's excitement grew palpable, as if she were on the brink of adopting a child. Martin wore a gentle smile, quietly listening to Raven, content in her happiness. For everything else was of little consequence. In the background, 2 sovereign beings sat quietly, their comprehension of Martin and Raven's conversation entirely absent, a testament to their artificial cultivation. Chapter 75. Aisha and Raven's vivid imagination. The spacecraft swiftly approached the destination, Sovereign Star. From a distance, this celestial body appeared distinct from other spherical planets, resembling a vast orb with several smaller spheres affixed at either end. The entire planet radiated a golden hue, more pronounced than that of Treadstar. As they drew nearer, a communication request was received. Martin accepted, and a virtual panel revealed a woman adorned in gold, her demeanor somewhat haughty as she proclaimed, In gratitude for your rescue of our kin, the High Priestess has decided to personally receive you. She then relayed a coordinate, indicating where their warship could dock. Very well. Martin replied, and the video call was promptly terminated. He sighed, the woman's tone rather unappealing. He silently reassured himself that such behavior was intrinsic to their nature and not a personal affront. Martin possessed a commendable composure, as long as he was not directly targeted. He deemed the situation manageable. Generally, warships were prohibited from entering the territories of various factions. Yet the Sovereign's allowance of the Phoenix 1's entry into Sovereign Star was a clear sign of their genuine welcome. Upon docking, the black warship appeared somewhat out of place in the golden environment, surrounded by the vessels of the Sovereigns. Martin was uncertain of the specifics, but the ships certainly exuded an air of grandeur. Once they disembarked, the 2 individuals saved by Martin led the way, demonstrating a commendable sense of decorum. Additionally, a dignitary, likely akin to a state minister, arrived to escort Martin personally, accompanied by a retinue, not for security, but purely for the sake of display. Greetings, I am Pauline. "Dispatched to receive you," she announced, adorned in a golden uniform consisting of a long skirt and a robe. The others donned uniforms more suited for combat. Her short, golden hair framed her face, and her lips, eyelashes, and even her pupils shimmered in gold. Thankfully, her teeth were white. "Hello, Pauline. I am Martin. And this is my wife, Raven." After an amicable introduction, under their guidance, Martin and Raven boarded a hovering vehicle to meet the High Priestess. As they traversed the transparent vehicle, taking in the mesmerizing scenery surrounding them, they swiftly arrived at a palace, which perched atop a platform several meters high, connected to the ground by a wide, arched staircase of golden hue. "Please, follow me." Upon concluding her words, Pauline was the first to descend from the vehicle, leading the way. The parking area was situated outside the Grand Hall. This magnificent edifice exuded a sense of technological sophistication, perhaps enhanced by its golden hue, which elevated its elegance and rendered it more refined and imposing. As they entered the palace, it became apparent that this was the venue for their discussions. The interior of the palace was vast, with a resplendent golden throne positioned atop a flight of stairs at the far end. Present within the palace were dozens of sovereign individuals stationed on either side, accompanied by armed guards. On the throne sat a woman adorned in opulent attire. Martin discerned her features clearly, envisioning her complexion shifting from a golden tone to that of an earthling. She was striking. Among all present, her attire was the most resplendent, significantly enhancing her allure. The golden color, while somewhat ostentatious, was universally appealing to earthlings. However, Martin found her hairstyle somewhat unappealing, as it was entirely wrapped around her head, resembling a sibling of the black pudding from Earth, albeit she was a golden egg. In contrast, Pauline, with her short, spirited hair, appeared far more agreeable. As Martin and Pauline moved about, they scrutinized the sovereign people, who in turn were assessing the two of them. Aisha, elevated upon the dais, regarded Martin. In her experience, genetics dictated everything. As the High Priestess of the Sovereign, she possessed the ability to observe anyone. The environment nurtures its inhabitants, and Sovereign Star is abundant in energy products, endowing the Sovereign people with a heightened sensitivity to energy, particularly their esteemed High Priestess, Aisha. She perceived Martin's genes as rather ordinary, merely a commonplace variety within the cosmos. Yet Martin projected a formidable presence, leaving her perplexed by this contradiction. In Sovereign tradition, such phenomena were deemed improbable. Historical records indicated that most races in the universe propagated through conventional means. Aisha conjectured that Martin must have followed a similar path. She contemplated procuring a sample of his genetic material for examination, but resolved to wait until their current matters were concluded to assess Martin's prowess. "This is our High Priestess, Aisha." Pauline introduced Martin, then subtly gestured to Aisha before positioning herself at the forefront of the steps. Martin and Raven politely acknowledged Aisha with a nod, and Martin spoke. "Esteemed High Priestess, I am Martin, and this is my companion, Raven. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." It was not that Martin lacked an imposing demeanor. Rather, he believed that human interactions should be reciprocal. Respect begets respect. Given that the Sovereign had shown goodwill after being rescued, Martin felt no hesitation in reciprocating their kindness, particularly in front of her subjects. Although Aisha found Martin's circumstances confounding, she was confident in her own abilities. If Martin were merely an ordinary individual, she would express gratitude and bestow appropriate gifts upon him after their meeting. The reality, however, was that Martin was far from ordinary, and his capabilities warranted Aisha's careful consideration. Once again, I must emphasize that the Sovereigns possess a proud character, yet they are not foolish. We extend a warm welcome to you in the land of Sovereign, and I am immensely grateful for your efforts in saving my kin. Aisha rose and proclaimed, "The Sovereigns are a people who cherish gratitude. From this moment forth, you shall be regarded as a friend by all Sovereigns." With a smile gracing her lips, Aisha continued, "It is essential to understand that not everyone can claim friendship with the Sovereigns. However, you, as a formidable individual, possess this privilege." Martin and Raven exchanged glances, a slight smirk tugging at their lips. It was clear that the statement was about eligibility, rather than disqualification, though Martin himself remained indifferent to the notion of worthiness. Nodding, he replied, "Indeed, it is an honor." Upon hearing Martin's words, Aisha's face lit up with a genuine smile. "I also thank you for assisting us in resolving our troubles. Energy batteries have always been our primary product. Many in the cosmos covet them, yet none dare to pilfer from the Sovereigns. However, a wretched group of thieves has emerged, beings not of this dimension. We once endeavored to eradicate them, but to no avail. They return periodically, although their thievery is inconsequential to us. The dignity of the Sovereigns forbids any creature from disregarding our presence." Chapter 76, The Curiosity of the High Priestess. Now that we have forged a friendship, Aisha passionately elucidated the origins of this commission to Martin and Raven. After enduring prolonged assaults, the Sovereigns have discerned the patterns of their attackers. It is surmised that the next strike will occur within the next 2 days. Engaging in discussion about the pertinent matters, Martin began to grasp the strength of the entities they were to confront. based on their previous conduct. He felt no apprehension. Dealing with them would be akin to crushing an insignificant insect. Aisha, hands resting on her abdomen, stated, "I apologize, but I have matters to attend to and cannot remain with you any longer. Pauline will arrange accommodations for you. You may rest, and we shall reconvene this evening." "Very well, see you tonight," Martin replied, finding the arrangement quite agreeable. Standing in the grand hall, he and Raven felt the weight of numerous gazes upon them, which was rather disconcerting. "Follow me," Pauline beckoned, approaching the pair. As expected, their lodgings were resplendent, exuding an air of nobility with lavish decor that harmoniously blended classical beauty and technological flair. "Should you require anything, do not hesitate to contact me via the communicator," she instructed. "Understood." Once Pauline departed, only Martin and Raven remained in the room, exchanging curious glances, both sensing an inexplicable feeling that was difficult to articulate. "It's all right." "This might be the extent of their hospitality," Martin remarked. "Indeed," Raven replied. "A touch of pride is preferable to dealing with those who possess a multitude of ulterior motives. At least we need not worry about the sovereigns harboring any ill intentions." The pair surveyed the array of advanced technology within the room before stepping onto the balcony to admire the view. The sun was nearing the horizon, casting a golden hue upon the distant structures that shimmered brilliantly. Compared to the vibrant landscapes of Earth, the scenery here seemed rather monotonous and dull, yet it possessed a certain majestic beauty. On the balcony, a delectable array of food and wine awaited as Martin and Raven engaged in casual conversation, reminiscent of their time at home. Fortunately, the food was not gilded. Shortly thereafter, Pauline personally escorted the two to a chamber where a grand dining table was set, laden with an abundance of dishes. Aisha sat alone at the table and, upon their entrance, declared, "I have heard that many cultures extend invitations to dine as a gesture of goodwill, thus I wish to invite you to share a meal with me." The three took their seats, with Pauline on one side, Martin and Raven on the opposite, while Aisha occupied the central position of honor. Martin remarked, "I had assumed that you did not require sustenance, given the advanced nature of your energy technology." Aisha replied, "Though we possess the means to provide various energy products for the body, we still have a need for food." The spread before them was indeed sumptuous, featuring both familiar and unfamiliar dishes to Martin and Raven. As Aisha sampled the fare, she inquired, "So, you must be in a husband and wife relationship, correct?" Martin nodded. "Yes. Do the Sovelins not have such bonds?" Aisha responded, "We do not. Each of us is born according to the design of our kin, controlling our progeny to develop within birthing pods, ensuring that every individual is flawless in body and mind." Martin, harboring skepticism, replied, "Every race possesses its own characteristics and customs. I have heard of a powerful race that shares similarities with yours. Their offspring's genes are meticulously selected, and they employ something referred to as the life code to bring forth their descendants." Curiosity sparked in Aisha's eyes as she asked, "What is the name of this race?" "Krypton, a formidable race," Martin answered. "I have not heard of them," Aisha confessed. "Perhaps they are a fabrication. I too have forgotten where I encountered this tale. It is said that their reckless exploitation of resources led to the destruction of their planet." Aisha nodded in agreement. "Indeed, how could any race compare to the Sovelins? As for the peril of their planet, our ancestors had long anticipated such a concern. The energy unique to Sovelin is a renewable resource. Thus we are safeguarded from such crises. Therefore, your race reproduces through traditional means between couples?" Aisha queried with intrigue. "Well, it is not solely confined to couples. But indeed, our offspring are primarily conceived through relatively traditional methods," Martin explained, glancing at Raven, who seemed to embody this traditional approach. "Perhaps when time permits, you could enlighten me about these methods," Aisha said, her large eyes sparkling with anticipation as she glanced at Raven. "If you do not mind. I have heard that most races with such bonds tend to have jealous women." Raven replied, "No. In our culture, the strong always enjoy privileges. This truth holds universally," Aisha acknowledged. After a brief conversation with the preceding context established, Aisha turned to Martin and inquired, "I find it rather peculiar that your genes are merely ordinary biological ones, not corresponding to any advanced races recorded by the sovereigns. Yet, I can sense an immensely powerful force within you. Such a situation should not ordinarily arise. Perhaps I am simply unique. Indeed, this is the only plausible explanation." Following their meal, accompanied by Aisha and Pauline, Martin took the opportunity to explore the surroundings, even encountering the so-called reproductive pots. Throughout their journey, both Martin and Aisha expressed an insatiable curiosity regarding the affairs of ordinary races, bombarding each other with endless questions. As their camaraderie deepened, Aisha and Pauline became less formal, adopting a more relaxed demeanor. Peering through the transparent shell of the reproductive pod, they observed the unformed embryos and already developed infants, leading the group to discuss matters concerning offspring. Raven shared her own concerns during this discourse. Aisha remarked, The differences among individuals are too vast. It is challenging for your genes to merge. If you wish, I would be delighted to assist in creating one or several offspring using your genes. Absolutely not. Martin and Raven responded in unison. In response to Aisha's puzzled gaze, Martin clarified, do not misunderstand. We do not desire our child to stand out so distinctly within my community. However, according to your customs, do not all parents believe their children to be unique? Aisha countered. That is different, Aisha. This uniqueness refers to the emotional bond parents have with their children, and their abilities may also be exceptional. But if they come into existence through such an unnatural method, they may encounter discrimination and judgment, Raven explained. Aisha struggled to comprehend, stating, discrimination? Such a despicable trait. We would eliminate any undesirable attributes at the genetic level. Martin and Raven nodded in agreement, refraining from further comment. In the following 2 days, Martin and Raven leisurely explored their surroundings whenever they had free time. Whenever Aisha or Pauline became available, they would gather together. The employment contract explicitly indicated the potential arrival of adversaries within a week's time, thus this did not constitute a breach of agreement. That evening, Martin and Raven stood on the balcony, gazing at the night sky, which was unlike any they had seen on Earth. Suddenly, the previously clear sky became overcast. And soon thereafter, thunder and lightning erupted. It's going to rain. I thought Saviran stars would not experience such weather, Raven remarked. No. I sense different fluctuations in the air. There is energy dissipating and magnetic field disturbances. Our enemies must be approaching, Martin replied. No sooner had he spoken than the communicator in the room relayed Pauline's notification. Let us proceed. Very well. Upon arriving at the council hall where they had first convened, they found it already filled with individuals. Then let us get to work, Martin stated decisively. Aisha nodded and asked, do you require assistance? At her words, the other sovereigns turned their curious gazes toward their high priestess. It was precisely due to the desire to avoid complications that they sought external assistance, only to find themselves now proposing to aid Martin and his companions. Thank you, but there is no need, Martin replied, smiling gratefully at the gesture. It appeared that Aisha harbored quite favorable feelings towards the two, as she had taken the initiative to offer help. Martin took Raven's hand and opened a portal to the location where the enemy was expected to emerge, enveloping the two of them. In the next instant, they vanished. The others assumed that Martin had employed some unknown teleportation technology, while only Aisha speculated that it was a manifestation of Martin's abilities. Having just sensed a unique energy radiating from him, suddenly, a vast virtual projection materialized in the center of the hall, depicting the site of the energy battery. Martin and Raven stood there, gazing upward. Is it coming? Raven inquired curiously. Martin nodded affirmatively. From the previously dense clouds, a rift unexpectedly tore open, resembling a breach in the fabric of space itself. From this opening emanated a presence unlike anything they had ever experienced, one that did not belong to their current dimension. The Phoenix Force inherently possessed the ability to traverse dimensions. However, Martin was currently unable to actively open the gateway himself. Out of the dimensional rift surged a colossal creature, an amalgamation of a skinned frog and an octopus, reminiscent of Lovecraftian horrors, which left Martin and Raven feeling somewhat disoriented. The creature lacked intelligence, operating purely on instinct. Like a ravenous beast that had been starved for too long, it charged towards the energy battery as soon as it emerged from the rift, taking wealth from others. Averting their disasters, Martin thought as he raised his hand, directing his bright red Phoenix Force towards the creature, striking it squarely on the head. The moment they made contact, the monster let out a horrific scream as the energy enveloping it reduced it to ashes, starting from its head. Is it over? Raven asked. Yes. That was the only one. Quite anticlimactic, Martin replied, turning to look at her and playfully flicking her forehead. If only our enemies could be so easily vanquished. Raven laughed, wrapping her arms around Martin's, nodding in agreement. Faced with the choice between intrigue and safety, she chose the latter. Let us go home. In the council hall of the Savalin, everyone exchanged glances of bewilderment. They had not witnessed the grand battle they had envisioned. It had simply been a matter of raising a hand and then it was over. Aisha appeared contemplative, until a flash of blue light illuminated the room, and Martin and Raven reappeared before everyone. The previously haughty expressions of the Savalin began to shift, now tinged with a sense of reverence towards Martin and his companion. The mission is complete, Martin said with a smile directed at Aisha. Indeed. Aisha was at a loss for words and turned to her companion, Pauline. Pauline nodded and approached Martin, handing him a monetary card. This is your reward, Aisha stated. All right, transaction complete. Yes, Aisha affirmed. But I hope you will stay as guests on Savalin Prime for a while. Martin nodded in agreement, as he had yet to fully explore Savalin Prime, and a few extra days would be welcome. That day, under Pauline's guidance, Raven set out to enjoy herself, intent on crafting a complete set of Savalin attire for everyone back home. During Martin's solitude, Aisha unexpectedly paid him a visit. Today, her hairstyle was somewhat different, with her long golden locks cascading freely. The The hairstyle was quite lovely. Aisha nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. Why do you typically keep your hair tied up? Because the chair I crafted serves as a neural connector, requiring me to position my head within the slot. This enables me to connect to our neural network. Martin recalled the first time they met, when Aisha had withdrawn her head from that recessed slot, and he nodded in understanding. I believe you look splendid as you are. I shall consider your suggestion. Is there something you wish to discuss with me? Martin inquired. Aisha approached him, gazing intently as she said, I seek your enlightenment on the traditional methods of procreation. So I sought you out in Raven's absence. She is not preoccupied. I can certainly explain. Martin replied. No, I desire to experience it firsthand. Aisha asserted, stepping closer until they were nearly touching. What was initially an intimate moment was overshadowed by her serious demeanor. Surely, this cannot be your true intention? Martin questioned, gently lifting her chin. Aisha obediently raised her head, though it was already elevated, responding, Indeed, I wish for your genes. From my understanding, this method increases the likelihood of your consent. Martin looked at her, firmly stating, No, I will not permit anyone to research me. You misunderstand. I do not wish to study you, but rather to attempt creating a child with you. Through this child, I can enhance the genes of the sovereigns. You possess great strength, which would undoubtedly be beneficial. Aisha elucidated, as the high priestess, my genes harbor unique abilities. Though my physique may not rival yours, we can certainly conceive offspring. Chapter 78. Let us return. So you intend to use our child for research? Is that not permissible? Aisha queried. Certainly not. You lack the concept of parenthood, yet I possess it. Oh, Aisha suddenly remarked, I understand now. You believe I would study our child? Is that not the case? No. Every individual's genes among the sovereigns are recorded in the gene bank, eliminating the unfavorable while preserving the superior. Nothing will transpire with the child. The data is collected through the maternal body. When your genes intermine, they will be analyzed through the neural connection, utilizing sovereign technology. I assure you, if the child is successfully conceived, I will endeavor to be a devoted mother, and you will be its father. Martin scrutinized Aisha, subtly assessing to ensure she was truthful. Why are you not in casual attire today? He asked, observing her splendid ensemble. Typically, during their private gatherings, Aisha did not don such formal finery, opting instead for more casual wear. Do you like it? Aisha inquired, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Indeed, not every individual's genes are worthy of me. It is evident that sovereign blood is of a golden hue. Aisha was diligent in her studies, eager to emulate all that Martin could teach her. Aisha gazed up at Martin, her arms wrapped around his waist, and asked, Will you stay in Sovelin? Suddenly, an unprecedented emotion, a sense of reluctance, surged within her heart. Martin shook his head, assuring her, I will return. Besides his longing for her, Martin was eager to ascertain whether their speculations regarding Aisha's condition were indeed accurate. Regardless of the methods employed, the technological prowess of the Sovelin people was undeniably superior, rendering their life forms somewhat elevated compared to the liberated inhabitants of Earth. However, from Martin's perspective, this advantage came at a considerable cost. Essentially, every Sovelin individual, including Aisha, had forfeited their freedom. Beasts might never be enslaved. Yet they were all subjugated to the chains of technology. Returning to the matter at hand, if their conjecture held true, Aisha should indeed possess a greater propensity for conception than Raven and her companions. Your cells harbor immense energy, all of which has been absorbed, Aisha suddenly remarked. Thus, I require more. Upon returning to the room, Raven was already organizing the day's findings. Her nose twitched as she said, Could you perhaps take a shower first? Very well. After he had bathed, Raven, somewhat annoyed, remarked, Just a moment's absence and you go astray. Come here. Martin opened his arms. Rolling her eyes at him, Raven nonetheless nestled into his embrace and asked, Shall we return home? To Earth? Yes. Martin observed Raven as she continued. It is not solely due to this matter. I simply feel I've had my fill of play. I long for home. Besides, there will be ample opportunities in the universe ahead. She suddenly expressed a sense of boredom, pondering whether the cosmos was truly suited for her. She insisted it had nothing to do with Aisha. After a moment of silence, Raven conceded, Yes, it is related, but what can I do? I have always been by your side, yet you. I apologize. I should have been more considerate of your feelings. After a brief pause, Martin declared, All right, let us return. We shall depart tomorrow. Raven nodded in agreement. The following morning, the two sought out Aisha to bid her farewell. Aisha felt somewhat displeased, sensing as though someone had taken her partner away, despite her lack of understanding regarding the concept of a partner. There were no feelings involved, just a lingering dissatisfaction. You will return, won't you? Yes, and we have means to communicate at any time. The ship's communicator can bridge interstellar distances. I am not pregnant, Aisha suddenly stated. Either our conjecture is erroneous, or I, too, cannot match you in vitality. However, She had already gathered Martin's genetic information and was unexpectedly disappointed. It revealed nothing extraordinary, merely the genes of an ordinary human, no different from the least impressive genes in the Sovereign gene pool. Thus, Martin's remarkable abilities must stem from the potential of freedom he spoke of. If Martin were aware, he would likely respond, "Apologies, I have other matters to attend to." Let fate decide. Though the odds are slim, the future remains vast. After bidding their farewells, Martin and Raven boarded a vehicle, personally escorted by Pauline to their ship. The Phoenix Eye, Raven, seemingly in good spirits as they prepared to return home, inquired, "Where is our destination set?" "The moon. The battleship is far too large. There would be no suitable place to dock it upon our return, and certainly, it cannot rest upon another's territory, for it is our private possession. Upon reaching the moon, I shall construct an underground space to accommodate the battleship, and we shall return aboard the morphing vessel. The helipad at my residence has perpetually remained vacant, and the morphing vessel conveniently has a space for parking. The satellites will detect us," Raven remarked as she set the destination. "Let them see. I am indifferent. Should they seek to challenge us, one shall perish." "Such a fierce disposition," Raven teased. Whenever the conversation veered towards the American government, Martin's impatience was palpable, leaving one to ponder what offense they had committed against him. The only individual he knew was William Strike, but alas, he had met his demise. "Why do you harbor such disdain for them?" Raven inquired, her curiosity piqued. Who doesn't he despise them?" He laughed heartily. "No one is exempt from their contempt." Returning home was always a joyous occasion. The passage of time became elusive as the Phoenix One swiftly traversed the solar system, pointing to a distant, nearly imperceptible white dot. Martin declared, "We shall arrive shortly." "I can hardly contain my excitement," Raven replied with a smile. It had been a month since they had departed from Earth. Observing Raven's cheerful demeanor, Martin gestured ahead. She followed his gaze and beheld a colossal blue portal. The Phoenix One glided through it, materializing on the lunar surface. The moon appeared desolate, seemingly devoid of life. Yet, Martin sensed the presence of vitality beneath the moon's far side, though it was of no concern to him. After parking the morphing vessel, the two ventured out to explore. Martin intended to carve out a subterranean space for the Phoenix One, while Raven sought amusement. "Do remember to wear your protective suit. The moon is inhospitable to human life," he advised. "Is that what you say?" Raven retorted playfully, donning the suit provided by Yondo and activating it, enveloping herself in a layer of blue energy. With a smile, Martin wrapped his arm around Raven, lifting her into the air. Before them loomed a magnificent blue planet, their home. The lunar surface behind them began to churn, and after a brief moment of revelry, they turned back to find a smooth, deep pit had formed. Cradling Raven, Martin manipulated the metallic elements within the lunar soil to create metal plates, covering the walls of the pit. The Phoenix One then vanished from sight as he transported it into the underground space. In conclusion, he sealed the area with a layer of metal plates and covered it with soil. The alarm system of the Phoenix One remained activated should anyone discover this place. "I would be alerted. I am only concerned with when you will take me home," Raven replied nonchalantly. With a grin, Martin gazed at her face and announced, "Now." The morphing vessel lacked any camouflage technology, thus upon their return to Earth, alarms simultaneously blared from the space agencies of several major nations. The shapeshifter landed on its designated helipad, where Wendy awaited their arrival. As Martin stepped out, she hurried over and embraced him tightly. "I missed you so much." "I missed you too." Upon returning home, Martin separated into two duplicates, marking his inaugural use of this ability. "I will check on Quinn and Emma." The two duplicates vanished, one appearing in Emma's office at the company, while the other materialized at Quinn's university. At Emma's side, Yukiko was present, allowing them to meet simultaneously. Meanwhile, Quinn was engrossed in her studies at the library, delving into texts on genetics. Completely absorbed in her own world, she was unaware of Martin sitting beside her. Genius is often solitary. Quinn, recognized as the most brilliant student at MIT this year, frequently navigated her academic pursuits alone, even in the most coveted library spots. She was always surrounded by emptiness. "When did you develop an interest in genetics?" Martin inquired softly. Upon hearing his voice, Quinn looked up to see Martin's face, her expression transforming into one of delight. "Martin, when did you return?" Instinctively, she leaned in to embrace him. Her voice was somewhat loud, drawing the attention of others in the library. "Just a few minutes ago." Quinn cheerfully suggested, "Let us go for a walk." The library isn't the place for conversation. After tidying up her books and returning them to their rightful places, she guided Martin out of the library. As they exited, fellow students began to whisper amongst themselves. As a renowned figure at the school, the prodigious Quinn had never been seen with a male companion. Even the wealthy playboy who enrolled 2 years prior received no favorable treatment from her. Their previous meetings had always taken place outside campus. Once outside the library, Quinn looped her arm through Martin's, animatedly recounting her experiences from the past month, her words laced with longing for him. "How is life in the universe?" Quinn asked curiously. It's quite something. I encountered many diverse races and cultures, and even made a few extraterrestrial friends. Raven has some videos. You can take a look. Quinn smiled and replied, or I could view them directly. All right. They settled onto a bench by the roadside, and Quinn placed her hand on Martin's forehead. Accessing his memories of his time and space. The wonders of the universe captivated Quinn, especially ego. Life can even take the form of a planet, she mused. Martin chuckled. The universe is vast. All forms of life are possible. Furthermore, our very own Earth might be harboring such life. Really? Indeed. Quinn believed him, yet had no particular thoughts on the matter. She and her friends had long since grown accustomed to the notion of not worrying about anything, simply pursuing their desires. Would you like to explore the campus? Quinn asked. Sure. I've never been to college. It would be interesting to see what your life is like. In Martin's youth. Amidst perpetual wars, there was no one to teach him to read or write, leaving him to learn on his own, let alone attend university. The two embraced each other, meandering through the university campus. At each location, Sheen would share with Martin the purpose of the place and her past experiences there. The Massachusetts Institute of Technology was vast, far too expansive to explore in a single visit, yet their intention was not merely to tour the campus. Sheen chatted animatedly, her joy at Martin's arrival palpable. Soon, lunchtime arrived, and they ventured outside the school to a restaurant they had frequented together before. This establishment, situated near the university, primarily catered to students. Martin and Sheen had dined here previously. Upon reaching their familiar spot, they ordered their usual dishes, and while awaiting their meal, they reveled in each other's company. Has anyone pursued you here at school? Martin asked, wrapping his arm around Sheen. Yes, if you hadn't returned, perhaps someone would have swept me away. Sheen replied with a smile. Haha, you dare? I would break your legs. Humph. Although Sheen huffed in response, her smile remained untouched. Is there any trouble that requires my assistance? No, Sheen assured Martin, her gaze steady. Don't worry, I'm doing well. Besides, who could harm me? As they conversed, their meals were promptly delivered. During lunch, Sheen inquired about Martin's plans for his time back. How about we establish a farm at home? This was Martin's recent notion. With nothing much to occupy his time, he thought it might be enjoyable to create a space reminiscent of Yellowstone Farm. The farm could attract interesting individuals, including Logan, who was currently in seclusion. It would be better to invite him over to join. After all, with his wife by his side, there was little risk of him being alone. He resolved to finally utilize his previously unused ability to create duplicates. For now, he would divide himself into two, one to enjoy Earth and the other to explore the cosmos. Just having activated this ability caused a slight disarray in his mind as he simultaneously perceived two perspectives. For instance, at this moment, while being with Sheen, there were also two other versions of himself, one at home keeping Raven and Wendy company, and another at the office with Emma and Lilith. If it weren't for Martin's formidable mental prowess, frequent use of this ability could easily lead one to madness. Wendy, when employing this ability, refrained from engaging in overly complex tasks, tending instead to simple household chores. Moreover, observing one's own duplicate accompanying his beloved created an unsettling feeling within him. Chapter 80. Spontaneity. Yet upon reflection, that duplicate was still himself, experiencing the same sights and sensations, allowing him to suppress the discomfort and strive to ignore it. However, he resolved that he could not continue to accompany them in such a manner. He did not possess that inclination. A farm? What prompted this sudden interest? Sheen inquired curiously. Just for fun, since there is nothing else to do. Sheen gazed at Martin, speechless. Where do you intend to establish it? California or Texas? The terrain is vast, and the culture is vibrant, which should be quite entertaining. Why not New York? Venturing to another state seems rather distant, considering their already limited time together due to school commitments. If Martin were to relocate to another state, it would only exacerbate their separation. Indeed. It is quite close to New York. Upon hearing Martin's words, Sheen nodded with satisfaction, her face beaming as she fed Martin a morsel of food. After their meal, the two departed the restaurant and stepped outside, only to be greeted by the roar of a luxury sports car that had come to a halt nearby. From the driver's seat emerged a youthful acquaintance, accompanied by an attractive young woman from the passenger side. Given their ages, it was evident they were likely students. As the pair embraced and made their way toward the restaurant, they caught sight of Sheen and altered their course to approach her. Sheen, long time no see. Mr. Stark exclaimed. Is there something I can assist you with? Sheen inquired with a smile. I merely wish to extend my greetings, he replied, turning to Martin and extending his hand. Tony Stark, may I ask your name? Just an unknown junior. How is your father, Howard, faring? Martin inquired, extending his hand in return. Tony's expression shifted slightly, and he replied with impatience. Yes, he's doing well. Do you know him? Many sought to connect with his father through Tony, leading him to believe Martin was among them, which slightly irked him. At this age, Tony was still quite rebellious indeed. It would take many more years for him to mature. Yes, it was quite some time ago, Martin responded. Tony offered a disdainful smile and said, Is that so? Might you share your name? I could inquire about you when I return. Martin Horn. It's possible a figure of his stature has forgotten me, Martin replied. Tony, convinced he had discerned Martin's intentions of approaching him through his father, thought he had outsmarted him by preemptively suggesting that his father might not remember him. If he were to ask his father, then Martin's objective would be fulfilled. We should take our leave, Martin said, turning to Cheen, who nodded in agreement. After they departed, Cheen remarked, I didn't realize you were acquainted with Howard Stark. Indeed, we crossed paths on a couple of occasions back in the day. He may not recall me now. At that time, we were both regulars at the bar. However, considering S.H.I.E.L.D.'s resources, there may be records of us. During the war, Martin and his fellow mutants achieved remarkable feats. Moreover, our company is now known as Horn Group, a multinational high-tech enterprise, and they would certainly conduct their due diligence. I am not familiar with him, but his son bears a striking resemblance. Howard should be doing better now, I presume. Reflecting on the man bold enough to pursue Peggy Carter, Martin couldn't help but smile. What amusing thoughts occupy your mind? Cheen asked. Ah, indeed, that is. On their way back to Cheen's residence, Martin recounted tales from the past. The era of war was brutal, yet it held an allure for future generations. Cheen listened intently. Meanwhile, at the company, after sharing some camaraderie with Emma and the others, Emma brought up recent events. Everything is running smoothly on the business front. But a few days ago, someone approached us, seeking our cooperation to infiltrate other countries, Emma stated. I employed a few clever tactics to send them on their way. How would they seek our cooperation? Martin inquired with curiosity. To monitor our communication networks, Emma replied. Let them keep their distance. Martin scoffed. Which department was involved? Several. But the most formidable among them would likely be the military. Is there an organization called S.H.I.E.L.D.? Martin inquired with curiosity. S.H.I.E.L.D. No, I haven't heard of it, came the reply. They operate under the guise of other agencies. So it's not surprising that there is no mention of them. They would uncover any misconduct, Martin elaborated. These organizations are quite capable, filled with intelligent individuals. Given their meticulous nature, any slight irregularity would prompt investigation. Even if nothing were discovered, those involved would hardly remain in their positions for long. Being dismissed is a preferable outcome. Martin continued, if you need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. No worries, let them come. It'll be an opportunity for some amusement. The company's secrets lie with us, especially in the hands of Yuriko. They have no leverage. If any anomalies arise, I shall ensure they are addressed. Are your subordinates quite communicative? Emma confidently replied, I am not the person I once was. No one can escape my grasp. As for my fellow mutants, they have been living peacefully, with no new ambitions. In their leisure time, they lead their own lives. And any issues will be resolved by the company. Before that child named Jimmy was born, the mutants could continue their tranquil existence. Now that the Sentinel program has been dismantled, Martin recognizes the true threat lies in Jimmy, who possesses the ability to eradicate mutants. As for what Eric and the others choose to do during this time, that is their concern, as long as it does not involve me or my associates. Let them enjoy themselves. In this nation, wealth equates to safety, and given the scale of the Horn Group, danger is unlikely to arise. If anyone harbors ulterior motives, it is uncertain who might face peril. In this era, advanced technology reigns supreme, and with Yuriko's assistance, both our network and communications are progressing rapidly. They will only grow stronger. Reflecting on the Sentinels, Martin was reminded of Raven. The Sentinels were developed from Raven's genetic research. Yet Martin would never allow such a thing to transpire. After discussing company matters, Martin stated, I wish to acquire a piece of land. Emma asked where? Near New York. To establish a farm for leisure. What are your requirements? Remote, tranquil, and conveniently accessible, that's all. Emma nodded, very well, I shall expedite the matter. Martin embraced her and kissed her cheek. Thank you, darling. The premises have a lounge. Would you care to express your gratitude there? Haha, I would. Emma had already shown her appreciation, and Yuriko must not be overlooked. Favoritism is unwise. Logan, what are you doing? At work. You see, even Wolverine must fulfill his duties. Chapter 81. Racial gifts. Martin felt an overwhelming sense of joy in his life. Each day was devoid of worry, nourished by various enchanting wives. Would you like to join me? I wish to establish a farm. What are you two doing up on that mountain? My farm is near New York City. In a splendid environment with mountains, water, and forests. Come, with meals and lodging provided, plus a share of the profits. I need to discuss it with Kayla. Martin nodded affirmatively over the phone. Consultation is indeed prudent. By the way, don't forget to inform her that Emma is also in New York. He spoke of Kira's sister, that little girl, who is now Emma's assistant. After hanging up the phone, Martin found himself alone at the farm that Emma had secured for him. This expanse of land spans over 1,000 hectares and includes a small lake, connecting to the forest to the south. Unlike most farms, this land is entirely owned by Martin, not leased. As for how Emma acquired it, well, having connections certainly helps. The highway adjacent to the farm allows a 20-minute drive to Martin's home, and it is not far from the city center. Logan will undoubtedly come. He may wish to remain detached from worldly affairs, yet he must consider Kira. After all, he cannot keep his wife in such a desolate place indefinitely. If they were to have children in the future, it would be unthinkable to have them accompany the elderly couple in such isolation. Kira's sister is also here now. Before his arrival, Martin decided to prepare the farm adequately, including fencing, housing, and tools. He did not intend to utilize his extraordinary abilities for these tasks. Hiring someone would suffice. As he began to plan, he suddenly felt a bit flustered. The fencing seemed straightforward, just erect some barriers. Constructing the houses would also be manageable. He could select 2 prime locations and build 2 separate residences, one for his family and one for Logan. However, matters concerning machinery, cultivation, and livestock remain perplexing. Even the most exceptional individuals can be at a loss when faced with unfamiliar tasks. Although he had engaged in various occupations over the years, he had never been a farmer. "My dear, it appears I am in need of a farm manager. This is quite the challenge," he mused. Returning home, Martin entered the living room and addressed the few people present. A chuckle escaped Raven, who found his predicament amusing. Emma inquired, "Do you need my assistance?" No. I can manage on my own. You are already quite busy," he replied, feeling a sense of embarrassment for being unable to sort out the farm matters. Martin realized he could not rely on them for everything. Professional tasks should be handled by professionals, while he could conjure seeds with a mere wave of his hand. Causing the land to flourish with crops and ensuring the livestock thrived, was that truly the farm he envisioned? Entering his study, he powered on an antiquated computer from the Horn Group, which opened a website at an agonizingly slow pace. In this era, job search websites were non-existent, and the internet's efficiency still lagged behind. Thus, he could only access information that had already been registered. The site he accessed was an information hub, providing insights into various companies. He drove to the entrance of a modest agency in the Manhattan district. This firm may not be large within New York City. It could be classified as a private office. He chose this one due to the intriguing background of its owner. Born in the most chaotic neighborhood of New York, surrounded by gang members, he not only resisted falling into the same path but also adeptly navigated between the police and the gangs, establishing himself as a consultant. Need information? Seek him. Want to investigate someone? Consult him. Looking for work? Approach him. Need to hire someone? He is your man. A veritable jack of all trades. Martin ascended in the elevator to the designated floor. The wooden door swung open, revealing a cacophony of voices and a haze of smoke. Most of the individuals inside were adorned with ostentatious gold chains and watches, their exposed skin embellished with an array of tattoos. It was uncertain how many of those golden adornments were genuine. From their incessant utterances of expletives, it was easy to discern the nature of these individuals. Martin's formal attire starkly contrasted with theirs, clearly marking him as an outsider. As he stepped inside, a sudden hush enveloped the room, all eyes fixated on him, some with a hint of menace. Noting the unfriendly demeanor of a few unsavory youths, Martin merely raised an eyebrow and disregarded them, making his way towards the front desk, or what could be deemed as such. It was a robust African-American woman, her head crowned with a mass of black curls, thick lips clasping a cigarette. With squinted eyes, her fingers danced across the calculator, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding clamor. "Good day, madam," Martin greeted. Upon hearing his voice, she lifted her gaze, and upon seeing his tailored suit, a smile spread across her face. "Hello, you can call me Lucy. How may I assist you?" It was evident that Lucy was pleased by Martin's politeness, as it was rare for her to be addressed so. "I am looking to hire someone. Whom should I approach?" "Just come to me," she replied, taking a final drag of her cigarette and swiftly extinguishing it in the ashtray on the desk. "What kind of person are you seeking?" "A farm manager to oversee my estate." Lucy appeared slightly taken aback by Martin's request, inquiring, "What brings you to this establishment for recruitment?" "Those who seek employment here are either freshly released from prison or akin to that rowdy group." She gestured towards the unruly crowd. "Hey, Lucy, show some respect," one of them interjected. Without missing a beat, Lucy retorted, "If you don't like it, you can leave. Have I not done enough for you? Don't think I'm unaware of what you call me behind my back, fat pig, is it? Your mothers must have neglected to teach you manners. Oh, wait, most of you likely don't have mothers." She pointed at a heavily tattooed individual smoking a cigarette, chastising. "If you can't handle that damned cigarette, then don't smoke it. If you scorch my sofa, I swear I will stuff those cursed cigarettes down your." Lucy continued her tirade with fervor, seemingly unfazed by her own indignation. Observing the silence from the intimidated crowd, she turned back to Martin with satisfaction. "So do you have any further requests?" "I wish for someone who understands the seasonal tasks of a farm and can manage it efficiently. I have no significant demands." Lucy noted this while inquiring, "What are their background?" "I am indifferent, as long as they fulfill their duties." Lucy looked up in surprise, and Martin responded with a smile. May I ask where your farm is located? What is its approximate size? In the suburbs, over 1,000 hectares. This revelation silenced everyone present. Chapter 82. An intriguing matter: over 1,000 hectares of land in New York City, an unimaginable fortune for them. Martin shrugged. It's not too shabby, is it? Who would have thought I'd have my own moment of Versailles? Indeed, how long will it take to find the person I seek? Perhaps a few days. Please leave your phone number, and I will notify you at that time. Very well. After leaving his contact information, Martin bid farewell to Lucy amidst the varied gazes of onlookers and exited the company. Upon descending the stairs and gazing at the vacant parking spaces, a curious expression crossed Martin's face. Ah, how amusing. This is quite the unexpected turn of events. It had been quite some time since Martin had visited such a place. Typically, he frequented well-guarded parking lots. Who would have thought that this solitary instance would yield such a delightful surprise? Where could the perpetrators possibly flee to? Surely, they cannot escape the confines of the solar system. The car, devoid of a tracking device, is merely an inanimate object. However, it matters not. There are bound to be individuals nearby who have witnessed where the vehicle was headed. In the streets of New York, there is no shortage of idle drifters and petty criminals loitering about, drawing from the memories of those in the vicinity. Martin sought to locate the individuals who had driven off with his car mere moments prior, discerning their appearances and the direction they had taken. Extending his mental prowess outward, Martin soon spotted them several blocks away, along with his vehicle. Humph, that car is already undergoing modifications. It appears this is a well-established industry. With a swift movement, Martin arrived at what outwardly appeared to be a second-hand car dealership, but was, in fact, a hub for handling stolen vehicles. Perhaps some had witnessed Martin utilizing his teleportation abilities, yet at this juncture, it held little significance for him. With the illustrious Dormammu no longer a concern, Martin felt a sense of ease. When rivals abound, one must remain discreet. In their absence, one may indulge in a bit of revelry. While indulgence may not be Martin's style, there was no need for him to conceal himself. Furthermore, as time progresses, the number of superpowered individuals will only increase. His presence is but a drop in the ocean. Moreover, he should not overestimate his importance. Who has the time to fixate on him? The pedestrians bustling about the streets are preoccupied with their own affairs. Just as he reached the entrance, the very two miscreants who had stolen his car emerged from the establishment, appearing rather pleased with their haul, their gait a tad unsteady. One was dark-skinned and the other fair, a classic black and white duo. Accompanying them was a middle-aged African-American man, impeccably dressed and sporting a prominent belly, exuding an air of success. Sir, are you in the market for a vehicle? The middle-aged man, presumably the owner of the establishment, inquired with a smile upon seeing Martin. Martin remained silent, and with a mere thought, the three individuals suddenly found themselves unable to control their bodies, even struggling to articulate words. The trio instinctively turned and walked back into the shop, with Martin trailing behind. Upon entering the establishment, the door slammed shut behind them. The shop was modest in size, with their second-hand vehicles parked outside in a small plaza. It seemed they also offered repair services, with Martin standing in what appeared to be the office area. To his left, a vehicle had been disassembled, with two mechanics diligently at work. To the right stood a wall, yet Martin knew that his car lay just beyond, undergoing modifications. Finally, the three individuals regained control of their bodies, turning back in alarm. Boom! The wall on the right suddenly shattered, and Martin's car glided forth. With a smile, Martin addressed the three individuals, declaring, "This is my vehicle." The trio, already startled twice, now faced a third shock. As reality set in, the anxious owner hastily interjected, "This is not my concern. I merely..." At that moment, the commotion drew the attention of others nearby, including four mechanics, two working on repairs to the left and two customizing their vehicles to the right, who rushed over to investigate the situation. The two car thieves exhibited commendable composure, perhaps a testament to their professional instincts. Seizing the opportunity, they drew their firearms and aimed at Martin. However, as they raised their weapons, the guns melted before their eyes, transforming into two blade-like implements that hovered ominously in front of them. Simultaneously, the tools held by the other onlookers morphed into identical blades, suspended in midair. This development rendered the thieves motionless. Be silent. Martin interrupted their protest. It was imperative to deal with the car thieves, but first, he needed to negotiate compensation with the owner. Martin turned to the quaking proprietor, gesturing towards the car that had already been partially repainted, and inquired, "I wish to hear no other excuses. Tell me how you intend to compensate me." I will have someone restore it for you. Just give me a moment." Incorrect. As Martin spoke, the blade before the owner lunged sharply into his right wrist. "I will compensate you. At full price." Wrong. This time, the blade targeted the left wrist. What do you want from me?" The owner, drenched in sweat from the pain, gritted his teeth and demanded, "Perhaps you should refrain from using foul language." No sooner had Martin uttered this than the blade plunged into the bend of the owner's left leg. A sharp gasp escaped the owner as he collapsed. unable to maintain his footing. I'm sorry. I beg you. Please forgive me. I will give you anything you desire. Very well. You shall sacrifice one leg for my sake. With that, the blade pierced through his remaining intact right leg at the knee. The other limbs received similar treatment. Apart from the skin, all internal connections had been severed. This will suffice. I forgive you. These were the last words the owner heard before losing consciousness. Martin then turned his attention back to the two car thieves, saying, I apologize. I have the money. You may take it all. I have a family, children. I implore you. Why should I care? Martin's patience waned, his usual decorum abandoned as he exclaimed, How can someone like you have children? If you don't perish, then who will? 2 minutes later, the shop's front door swung open once more as Martin drove away in his rejuvenated vehicle, his spirits lifted. The car had not been repaired by the mechanics. Instead, Martin had employed a temporal reversal to restore it to its state prior to being stolen. Before departing, he also transformed all the vehicles parked outside, awaiting sale, into scrap metal. Leaving the owner alive was merely an opportunity for him to experience the hardships of life. So many vehicles had been left for him that, even in a state of disability, he could lead a comfortable life. After Martin departed, the four mechanics exchanged glances, then looked at the ground where a disabled individual lay alongside two lifeless bodies. Chapter 83. Charlie, shall we call the police? You can report it if you wish. I certainly cannot. Nor can I. Damn it, I'm unemployed again. The four mechanics, witnessing their boss in such a state, could only salvage a few valuable electrical tools from the shop to offset their wages. 2 hours later, the boss, groggy and disoriented, awoke to the disarray of the store and the two corpses beside him. As he felt the intense pain coursing through his limbs, he spiraled into utter despair. He longed to smash something in frustration, yet the agony immobilized him. Instead, he wept bitterly over the icy remains, cursing in anguish. Do not inquire about the lack of blood. Martin had intervened. Another individual had emerged in this world, harboring a deep-seated hatred for mutants. 2 days later, the agency called to inform him they had found a suitable candidate. The individual was a British man, originally a professional farmer, who had moved to America with his family. However, the idyllic life he sought quickly turned tragic. Misfortune struck, his small farm was lost, and he found himself burdened with debt. Though cliché, it was a stark reality. Such is life. A single accident can lead to financial ruin. In America, they were among the fortunate. At least their family remained unharmed. Why abandon their homeland to come here? After arranging for the man to visit that afternoon, Martin awaited his arrival. The rest of the family had scattered. Some were busy. Others were out enjoying themselves. Even Wendy had been taken away by Raven. In the afternoon, the man arrived as promised. Mr. Horn, I am Charlie Evans. We agreed to meet this afternoon. I'm outside your home now. Very well, come in. Upon opening the front door, Charlie drove his small car into the driveway. Martin rose and approached the entrance, watching as Charlie parked and exited the vehicle. With a distinctly British hairstyle, clad in a suit with a tie and polished shoes, he stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, wearing a faint smile that exuded warmth. The moment Martin laid eyes on Charlie, he felt an immediate sense of goodwill toward him. As Martin stepped forward, Charlie quickened his pace, as if they were both eagerly approaching one another. Mr. Horn, I'm Charlie, he introduced himself, extending his hand for a handshake. Hello, you may simply call me Martin. Very well, Charlie replied, hesitating momentarily as he glanced back at the car. May I? Martin followed his gaze, noticing two bright eyes peering curiously through the gap between the front seats. Who are they? My children. I apologize. My wife has gone to work, and I must keep an eye on them. They are too young to be left alone at home, Charlie explained, acknowledging that bringing children to a job interview was less than formal. It's perfectly fine, do let them out. There is no need for them to stay cooped up in the car, Martin said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Charlie felt a slight easing of his anxious heart as he approached the rear car door and opened it. Come out, my little ones, he said with a smile to the children inside, extending his hands to gently lift them out one by one. Descending from the vehicle were two children, a boy and a girl, both around 7 or 8 years old. Dressed impeccably, it was evident that Charlie and his wife had taken good care of them. With golden hair and rosy cheeks, their large, dark eyes boldly gazed at Martin as they emerged. What are your names? Martin inquired, bending down to look at the two youngsters. Jeremy, the little boy replied first. Jerome? Martin asked. No, Jeremy, the boy corrected. Well met, Jeremy. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. After exchanging pleasantries, Martin turned to the slightly shyer girl beside him. And you? Nina. Hello, Nina. I'm Martin. With a smile, Martin extended his hand. Nina timidly shook his hand before quickly withdrawing it, clearly still shy. Rising, Martin said to Charlie, Shall we go inside to chat? Certainly, replied Charlie. Once inside, Martin poured a few drinks for himself and the two children, allowing them to play in the living room while he and Charlie settled on the sofa to engage in casual conversation. The dialogue remained light, primarily confirming each other's professionalism. as Martin himself was not well versed in many matters. I wish to delegate the various affairs of the farm to my manager. Understood. Charlie listened intently. But you mentioned your wife is working. What does she do? She is a chef at a restaurant in the city. Martin then inquired, if both of you are working. Your wife will likely spend long hours at the restaurant, and you will need to focus most of your energy on the farm. Who will look after your children? Where do you reside? Where do the children attend school? I rent a house in Manhattan, close to where Lucy works. Nina and the others go to the local elementary school there. It's not far from my home. I can alternate pickups with my wife. No, Charlie. The farm is a bit of a distance. It takes about 10 to 20 minutes by car. I have no issues. We can manage it. Martin nodded. Understanding Charlie's eagerness to find work, if he believed they could handle it, then it seemed feasible. Let us go. I will take you for a tour of the farm. All right. As they stood, Martin addressed the two children, who were gazing at the aquarium. Kids, I'm taking your father to another place to talk. Okay. Reluctantly, the two children departed from their spot. Martin's home lacked any small pets, aside from humans. The only living creatures were the vibrant variety of tropical fish in a large aquarium. The tank measured 2 meters in length, nearly 1 meter in width, and over 1 meter in height, home to dozens of fish of various sizes. Come, once your father's matters are settled, you can return to continue watching. Martin reassured them. Will you give my dad a job? Jeremy asked. Well, perhaps. Would you like me to give your father a job? Martin stroked his head, inquiring. Yes. Martin did not drive. Instead, he rode in Charlie's vehicle, directing him along the way. After a brief journey of about 10 minutes, they arrived at their destination. Compared to a few days prior, 2 wooden houses now stood on the open land, exuding an authentic farm charm, Martin's masterpiece. Initially, he had intended to hire someone for the construction, but upon reflection, he decided it would be more fulfilling to undertake the project himself. One house was designated for his own use, while the other was reserved for Logan. Had they not agreed to avoid using superpowers? Accompanied by Charlie, each cradling a child, Martin ascended the hillside to the north of the farm. He gestured towards the vast expanse below, which included a distant stretch. All of this belongs to me. Aside from those 2 houses, there is nothing else. What are your thoughts? Chapter 84. Family gathering. After a moment of contemplation, Charlie inquired. Are you primarily interested in livestock or cultivation? Is there a difference? Indeed, regarding cultivation, Charlie elaborated on the distinctions between the two, along with their respective advantages and disadvantages. Well, I desire both. You shall determine what to plant and what to raise, and as for personnel, it is your responsibility to find them. Should any insurmountable issues arise, such as troublemakers, you may call upon me. Just send me the bill. I have but one condition. Any entertaining endeavors or anything you deem beneficial for the farm can proceed. How does that sound? Charlie felt a chill run down his spine at Martin's words. Working for oneself differs vastly from working for others. If these lands were his own, he could experiment freely. Observing Charlie's hesitation, Martin continued, I can offer you an annual salary of $40,000, with 5% of any profits the farm generates. I accept. Charlie immediately nodded in agreement. $40,000 was a substantial sum, especially considering that the average salary in America during this era was around $20,000. Once the two had settled their agreement, they drove back home, where they found a car parked outside, occupied by another sharply dressed man awaiting Martin's return. This was the attorney Martin had summoned. Following their discussions, Martin and Charlie signed the contract, after which the lawyer departed. In addition to Martin's own holdings, the contract included a sizable adjacent plot intended as a gift for Logan. Initially, Martin had hoped Logan would assist in managing the farm, but reconsidering, he opted to purchase the adjacent land as a gesture to spare Logan from feeling like a dependent. It was customary among friends to exchange gifts, and Logan was well aware that Martin could afford such a gesture. However, it would be inconvenient for Logan to remain on Martin's territory indefinitely. This plot is the one to the west that I mentioned to you. Indeed, it is a gift for my friend, temporarily under my management. Once he takes over, it will be up to him to decide how to proceed. Regardless of his willingness, your salary remains fixed. Logan would likely entrust Charlie with its management. Martin's remuneration for Charlie included the oversight of that parcel. Very well. Begin planning over the next few days and arrange for the necessary work to commence. Understood. With that, Charlie departed with his child. Before they left, Martin prepared a gift for the two children, a small aquarium containing 2 fish. The children were delighted, and Martin felt a warmth of happiness in return. On that day, Martin opened his eyes to a world that seemed utterly transformed. Whether it was the television or the newspapers, they were all saturated with a singular piece of news. Spider-Man had made an appearance on the streets of New York. Furrowing his brow, Martin watched the host on television passionately discussing the Spider-Man phenomenon. Was it only 1988, and had a failure already emerged? Logically, given that mutants had been in the public eye for so many years, the emergence of a mere Spider-Man should not have caused such an uproar. However, unlike other mutants, this Spider-Man dedicated his days to performing acts of kindness on the streets, He would even assist elderly ladies crossing the road. In contrast, Charles's X-Men had essentially devolved into mere pawns of the American government, preoccupied with apprehending criminals. Spider-Man, however, chose to aid ordinary citizens instead. This distinctive approach endeared him to the masses, who began to regard him as a beloved neighbor of New York. Most people believed that if all mutants were like Spider-Man, coexisting peacefully would not pose a problem. The reports were overwhelmingly positive, save for one grumpy old man with thick eyebrows and bulging eyes, who alone harbored negative sentiments regarding Spider-Man's emergence, deeming it a mutant conspiracy aimed at pacifying the public. Only Spider-Man and a select few capable of detecting mutants knew that he was not one of them. Moreover, only he and Martin were aware of his mutation. One might ponder whether the wise old adage about great power and great responsibility had died with the man who once uttered it. Reflecting on the films he had seen, every iteration of Spider-Man seemed to suffer the tragic loss of Uncle Ben. Indeed, quite a grim fate. Are you interested in him? Emma inquired, noticing Martin's attention on the news. No, I'm just observing. I've never encountered such a so-called superhero. Indeed, even our plight as mutants has improved significantly, all thanks to him. However, according to information from the club, he is not a mutant. There are more than just one or two who can detect their kind. They merely vary in strength. Organizations of all sizes, including the Academy and the Brotherhood of Mutants, possess such talents. Even the American government does. The emergence of Spider-Man was merely a fleeting interlude in Martin's life, which must continue onward. At the farm, Charlie had already begun planning, assembling various professional teams to energetically commence work. Everything from office setups to agricultural machinery and warehouses had to be built anew. Logan was already en route. He would pick him up later. Are you not going to the company today? Martin asked Emma, who sat beside him. I have nothing pressing to attend to today. I will accompany you to pick up Kayla and the others. Really? Emma nodded. The Howletts are our only friends, so of course, we shall go to greet them. James Logan Howlett, Logan's full name, with Logan being his father's surname. In the afternoon, Martin, along with two Emmas, drove 2 cars to the airport to collect their guests. Raven and Wendy were busy packing and moving, as the house at the farm was ready for occupancy. Although the villa on the mountain was pleasant, it felt rather dull. The farm was far more lively. Upon arriving at the airport and waiting for a short while, Logan emerged with Kayla. Martin approached with a smile, and the two exchanged a fist bump as a greeting. Was the journey smooth? Indeed. After a casual exchange of pleasantries, they proceeded to their vehicles. For this was not a venue for conversation. At the farm, preparations were underway to welcome Logan and Kayla, specifically at Logan's residence. Logan rode with Martin, while Kayla accompanied 2 Emmas. They engaged in light chatter about their recent lives, reminiscing about the past, and soon they arrived at the farm. The vehicle halted outside a standalone house, from which the construction site was visible in the distance. How does it look? This entire fenced area is ours. The 2 houses are situated on either side of the boundary, with warehouses and similar structures constructed at the junction, shared by both families. Beyond, one could see forests and lakes, while the other side revealed the road, ensuring convenient transportation. The environment is quite pleasant. Glad to hear that. Come inside. I have a gift for you. Once inside, Martin produced the prepared farm documents along with a set of car keys. Chapter 85. Someone is looking for me. The keys belonged to a vintage car that perfectly suited Logan's character. After a brief tour of Logan's future home, the first-floor living room was set with food and beverages. To new beginnings, let us raise a glass. Martin lifted his cup, and the others followed suit, save for Kayla, who held a glass of water. She cannot drink, Logan remarked with a smile. Why not? Kayla responded with a grin. I'm pregnant. Congratulations. The drink in hand suddenly lost its allure. The women, filled with joy, surrounded Kayla with heartfelt inquiries, their faces radiating happiness. For a fleeting moment, Martin felt the weight of age. Despite the countless children in the world over the years, he had never truly paid attention. Yet now, it seemed as though children were everywhere around him, albeit none were his own. Nevertheless, he was genuinely pleased for Logan. Well, it seems our little circle is finally welcoming new life. And what of Cheen? Logan inquired suddenly, taking a sip of his drink. Everyone was present, except for Cheen. She's at school, planning to apply for her PhD soon, so she's been a bit busy. I didn't want her to return. Logan merely shook his head in disdain at Martin's response. What? Martin retorted, unyielding. Kayla chimed in. But she is significantly younger than you. Yet I love only her. Huh. You are merely envious. Don't think I am unaware. Nonsense. The 2 men bantered while the women conversed about children, creating a delightful atmosphere. After a while, Charlie knocked on Logan's door, cradling Nina in his arms. Hi, Nina. Raven joyfully greeted the little girl, taking her from Charlie's arms, and then said to him, Come in, Charlie. Martin and the others are inside. All right. I shall meet the new boss. Upon entering, Charlie greeted everyone he recognized. This is James Logan Howlett. You can call him Logan. And this is Kayla, Logan's wife. Once again, Logan was introduced to Charlie Evans, our farm manager. Greetings were exchanged, and after they became acquainted, the three of them settled down for a conversation. Charlie did not display excessive eagerness. Instead, he provided Logan with a thorough report on the state of the farm pertaining to him, covering every detail. Perhaps it was this diligence that resonated with Logan, prompting him to invite Charlie to continue overseeing the farm on his behalf. If left to his own devices, Logan, like Martin, might not manage effectively. Where's little Jeremy? Why wasn't he brought along? Charlie replied, Ruby is on leave today, so she took Jeremy with her. At that moment, Nina dashed over, exclaiming, Uncle Martin. Yes, my dear, what is it? Martin said, lifting her onto his lap and smiling at her. Will you have dogs on the farm? Do you like dogs? Yes, Nina nodded. We used to have dogs at home. All right, then shall we get a dog? You can come and play with it often, Martin suggested. Yes. Nina joyfully agreed, and satisfied with the response, she jumped down and ran back to Raven and the others. The conversation continued for a while longer before Charlie decided to return to overseeing the farm, leaving Nina to play. The gathering persisted until dinner concluded. That evening, Martin and the others settled into their accommodation. Little Emma stayed at her sister's house. The nights here were far quieter than at the villa, devoid of the light pollution from the city. The moonlight was bright, accompanied only by the sounds of small creatures whose origins were unknown. Martin, along with Raven and the others, took a moment to admire the nocturnal beauty of the farm. The following morning, after breakfast, Martin was crouched on the ground, amusing himself with the 4 puppies he had recently acquired, 2 pit bulls and 2 shepherds. Regardless of how fierce they might become as adults, their tiny forms endeared them even to the most formidable men at home. It could be said that the strong men favored the fierce dogs even more. Charlie arrived at work in his vehicle, opting not to visit the construction site as he usually did, but instead heading directly to Martin's doorstep. Martin, after I returned yesterday, someone sought me out to inquire about this place, Charlie stated as he stepped out of the car. Is that so? Martin rose and poured a glass of wine for Charlie, curiously asking, who were they, and what did they want? They were gang members. They didn't specify their intentions, but were asking about the situation here and your information. Did they frighten Nina and the others? Martin inquired. No. They didn't do anything, Charlie assured him. Do you know anything about that gang? Not much, but I've heard they hail from Hell's Kitchen. It's all right. Just continue with your duties. I will handle this matter. If anyone else approaches you, feel free to share whatever they wish to know. Ensuring the safety of your family is paramount. Understood. By the way, I remember your house is rented? Martin confirmed. Yes. Have you considered moving here? I was initially planning to construct a small community for the permanent members of the farm to reside in. What do you think? Charlie asked with curiosity. Permanent members? Martin replied, Indeed, the farm requires management. We cannot always rely on external help. It is advisable to recruit individuals who are industrious and courageous. Thus, providing them with accommodation becomes essential. Are you contemplating forming a gang? Martin shook his head, expressing uncertainty. However, you might consider relocating. I won't charge you rent, and it would be safer here. You would have to juggle multiple trips for the school run. You can also begin planning the residential area. After Charlie departed, Martin plunged into contemplation. He initially envisioned creating a place akin to Yellowstone Farm. Yet, if others were to join, how would they sustain their livelihoods? This is a conundrum to ponder later. For now, he must address the gang problem involving Charlie. This matter can be handled easily, regardless of the approach. Martin refrained from accessing Charlie's memories, respecting his privacy as a trusted ally. Another avenue presents itself. Rumor has it that a formidable entrepreneur named Wilson Grant Fisk has emerged in New York City. Recently, he celebrated the birth of his first child and hosted a gathering, to which Emma and other prominent business leaders were invited. Fisk has garnered a positive reputation, noted for his philanthropic efforts, and Emma attended the soiree with little Emma. Dear, I'm stepping out for a moment, Martin called from the doorway. All right, came Raven's voice in response. Chapter 86. Gene Bing Fisk is attempting to establish his criminal empire in New York, employing ruthless tactics, exceptional abilities, and stringent management of his subordinates. He has already claimed Hell's Kitchen as his territory. He has adopted the name Gene Bing, which now instills fear in those who are aware. Naturally, those in this line of work harbor their own ambitions. While there may be dissenters beneath him, it is inconsequential for Gene Bing, as they lack the courage to rise against him. Now, with the ties of a wife and child, Fisk retains a semblance of humanity, leading him to adopt a somewhat gentler approach, relatively speaking. As the one in power, with Hell's Kitchen freshly unified, his subordinates must report every detail of daily occurrences to him. Who are you? Gene Bing suddenly noticed an individual leaning against the wall among his subordinates, smoking a cigarette and remaining silent. Upon reflection, he realized he did not recognize this person and was unaware of when or with whom they entered. This is his office. Heavily guarded, not accessible to just anyone. All present, whether reporting their duties or guarding the premises, followed Gene Bing's gaze. exchanging glances to confirm that no one recognized the intruder. In an instant, dozens of handguns, rifles, and shotguns were aimed at the unknown stranger. Martin Horn, I see you are busy, so I didn't want to disturb you, Mr. Gene Bing, Martin said, standing tall. At that moment, everyone lowered their weapons, returning them to their original positions, and parted to create a path for Martin. Seated in the chair opposite Gene Bing, the individuals behind him stood rigidly, unable to move. Naturally, Gene Bing's psychological fortitude was commendable, befitting one destined to become a future kingpin of the underworld. What was amiss with them? He sought to calm their nerves to avert any unnecessary misunderstandings. With a mere thought, Martin restored their bodily autonomy, just as they were about to draw their firearms again. Gene Bing interjected, Enough, you may leave. Yes, boss, they complied, for Gene Bing's word was law, unquestioned by any. Once they exited, Gene Bing turned to Martin and inquired, You appear to be here for more than mere trouble. What is your connection to the Horn Group? It belongs to my company. Oh, I see. Gene Bing reached for a cigar on the table, offering it to Martin, who accepted it gracefully, and they each lit their cigars. There was truly no need for haste. A calm resolution was the most favorable outcome. Gene Bing then asked, So, Mr. Horn, what brings you to me? I recently acquired a farm. Ah, yes. I am aware of the land to the west. Many have set their sights upon it. Ultimately, it was procured by the female owner of the Horn Group. Martin nodded with a smile, taking a puff from his cigar. Indeed, that very place. Recently, someone approached my farm manager, seemingly with intentions regarding the land. I suspect they either wish to cultivate it or establish a processing facility or transfer station there. After all, why would legitimate business seek out me, the proprietor, when they could simply inquire with gang members? Does Mr. Horn have reservations about the flower business? No, not at all. As long as they do not encroach upon my territory or direct their attention towards me, they may conduct their affairs as they please. Martin nodded in agreement. I believe you. However, those individuals hail from Hell's Kitchen, and this territory is yours. I will investigate further. Gene Bing assured him, Those individuals are not affiliated with me. While I had considered acquiring that land, my interest waned once Emma secured it. The Horn Group is substantial, and Gene Bing seeks collaboration. Do not assume he lacks legitimate enterprises. Indeed, he possesses many. Without legitimate business, how could he launder his illicit gains? This is also why his public persona engages in philanthropy. When everyone profits, he finds greater stability. This explains why the U.S. government, aware of his undertakings, still turns a blind eye. Those yearly sums are not given freely. At the very least, one cannot afford to offend the Horn Group. Gene Bing understood the repercussions of antagonizing a conglomerate brimming with wealth. Fear aside, the complications would be considerable. Rumor had it that the leader of the Horn Group commanded a vast organization, populated by many capable individuals, including notable dignitaries. Logically, Martin's troubles should not concern Gene Bing, yet he felt compelled to intervene. Given Martin's current demeanor, seemingly affable, it was uncertain what course of action he might take should Gene Bing refuse his request, whether it be a silent emergence or a discreet control over his subordinates. This is merely a display of authority. Secondly, the audacity of someone plotting behind his back. What could be their intent? King Bing will not tolerate any underhanded schemes on his territory. Thirdly, it's all about maintaining good relations for future dealings. Martin smiled with satisfaction. King Bing, I am quite easy to negotiate with. Matters related to me can always be discussed. I hold you in high regard. Rising from his seat, Martin declared, Now that we have reached an agreement, I shall take my leave. Let us share a drink together when the opportunity arises. No need for farewells. He gestured with his hand and vanished from the office in the next moment. King Bing, seated in his executive chair, turned around and gazed through the floor-to-ceiling glass window, surveying his domain. This all belongs to me. He summoned a trusted subordinate and instructed. There are individuals attempting to stir trouble in the Western Territory. I give you 1 day to uncover their identities. It is worth mentioning that among King Bing's confidants, the most notorious is the sharpshooter, yet he has yet to pledge allegiance to King Bing. After witnessing Martin's elusive capabilities, King Bing realized that his own power was insufficient. While weapons and ammunition can threaten ordinary individuals, their efficacy against a superhuman like Martin remains uncertain. In the parking lot outside, gazing at the well-parked vehicles, Martin felt an unexpected twinge of disappointment. However, considering that this was King Bing's turf, what fool would dare to create chaos here? Driving aimlessly through the streets of New York, Martin suddenly perceived a cacophony ahead. Approaching the Broadway Theater, he was intercepted by several police officers. Sir, there has been an incident ahead. Please take an alternate route. As soon as they finished speaking, they turned and hurried to notify others. Chapter 87. The Green Demon. The road was completely congested, prompting Martin to park his car. Moments later, he appeared atop a skyscraper across from Broadway, surveying the chaotic scene below. A green figure, resembling a demon, hovered above a flying apparatus, circling the square. The terrace of the opposing building had been obliterated, with people on both levels screaming in sheer hysteria. The issue is, why remain there, watching and shouting, when they could flee? Among the chaos, a beautiful woman in a red cheapao had fallen on the terrace, indeed quite striking. An unexpected sight amidst the pandemonium. Her figure was commendable, albeit, as Martin observed, a young man with a camera silently disappeared from view. Shortly thereafter, a uniformed Spider-Man swung by, en route to the scene, casting a curious glance at Martin perched on the edge of the building. Martin raised his hand in greeting and gestured downwards. Spider-Man, regaining focus, shot a web to the nearby building and continued his swift advance. The Green Goblin hurled a bomb into the crowd gathered on the terrace, and with the ensuing explosion, several directors of the Osborn group were instantly vaporized. "Look, it's Spider-Man," exclaimed a woman from below, her voice filled with excitement. Just as the Green Goblin was about to turn and assess the situation, he was abruptly kicked against a nearby wall by Spider-Man. After a brief skirmish, the Green Goblin completed his nefarious task, uttered a menacing remark, and soared away into the distance. Coincidentally, the half-collapsed balcony beneath them finally gave way. As it plummeted, Spider-Man swiftly rushed in to perform a heroic rescue. The tropes of cinema can indeed manifest in reality, albeit with some stretch of the imagination. In her fright, the girl clung desperately to the railing, paralyzed with fear and only able to scream. Below, a mother witnessed the peril her child faced. Restrained by those around her and gripped by terror, she could only shout for help. Just as Martin was lost in thought and contemplating his departure, he suddenly sensed something hurtling towards him from behind. Boom! The unexpected explosion startled everyone present. Only Martin wore a grim expression, gazing at the distant Green Goblin, who was cackling and fleeing. He had caught the bomb, which detonated in his palm. Remember how Sebastian dealt with bombs? Martin did the same. All the explosive energy was absorbed into him. One cannot simply spectate, Martin muttered as he levitated into the air. The Green Goblin's laughter abruptly ceased, his body reversing direction and crashing violently to the ground. His flying apparatus shattered into pieces, and he himself bounced off the ground, rolling several meters away. Osborn's biotech was surprisingly resilient. He lay there, still alive, writhing as he looked up at Martin hovering above. "Though I know you're his darker persona, you are truly irksome," Martin remarked as he descended beside the incapacitated Norman Osborn. Having just rescued the girl and set her down, Spider-Man curiously observed the scene. It is human nature to be drawn to spectacle, and this moment perfectly illustrated that truth. "Why are you attacking me?" Norman could only writhe on the ground, his severe injuries rendering him voiceless. "Before you meet your end, I wish to reveal to you that the world will learn your identity, and the Osborn group shall cease to exist," Martin stated, removing Norman's mask amidst his terrified gaze, exposing his face to all. A sphere of crimson energy coalesced in his palm. "No," Martin, while being urged by Spider-Man, hurled the energy towards Norman. Suddenly, Spider-Man found himself ensnared in an invisible force, suspended in midair. To the astonishment of the onlookers, Norman Osborn emitted no sound as he transformed into a cloud of ashes. "Why did you kill him?" Spider-Man struggled against his bindings, questioning Martin. "Just moments ago, had you intended to attack me, you would now find yourself in dire straits." After Martin's words, he flung Spider-Man against the adjacent wall. TSK. Observing the curious onlookers around him, Martin could only click his tongue in exasperation. Suddenly, a cheer erupted from the crowd, likely in response to Martin's defeat of the archvillain. Did they truly believe that Martin had come to their rescue? Martin cast a disdainful glance at the unknown bystander nearby, and then turned his attention to the unconscious Harry Osborn, contemplating whether to eliminate the threat entirely. Noticing Martin's gaze, Peter Parker leaped in front of Harry, adopting a defensive stance. "Well then, I shall grant you this favor," Martin remarked with a smile before teleporting away to his vehicle. Reflecting on the combat prowess of his household, he felt little concern for Harry. With his presence, the latter could do nothing. Once he regained consciousness, it would be his father's disastrous legacy that would trouble him. One could only imagine how Harry Osborn would react upon awakening to find that the world had transformed. From a privileged heir to the son of a malevolent, murderous terrorist, Martin retrieved his mobile phone and called Emma. "My dear, prepare to acquire Osborn. Their biological research department is quite impressive. Since Quinn has a keen interest in genetics, it would make for a splendid graduation gift." Just as Emma was about to inquire about the situation, she caught sight of the news coverage on television, featuring images from the scene and Martin himself. "All right, I shall handle it. Do you not wish to conceal your identity while conducting business? Is it necessary? You need to concern yourself with that. Simply focus on the acquisition." "Very well, I shall arrange it immediately." As Martin drove home, he anticipated that a few self-important individuals would seek him out in the coming days. He preferred not to draw them to his farm, which was already quite busy. Predictably, the next day, visitors arrived, several groups, in fact, with two of them being particularly persistent. "Leave." Each group received the same curt reply. Those with a civil demeanor departed without further ado. while those who attempted to cling on or resort to force found the tranquility of the place restored in an instant, as if they had never been there at all. As for their subsequent whereabouts, one need not ask. Chapter 88. No more pretense. After dispatching the intruders, Martin returned to the living room to continue watching the television, where a rotund host was enthusiastically critiquing the emergence of two superpowered individuals in New York, Spider-Man and Martin himself. Each channel reported on the events of the previous day, some adopting an optimistic stance, while others sought attention through sharp rhetoric. Suddenly, Martin furrowed his brow in frustration. This was precisely what had prompted Emma to devise a means to erase his records from various organizations. The ignorant are always undaunted. Approaching the entrance, he found himself surrounded by a battalion of stern-faced soldiers, complete with tanks and armored vehicles, while helicopters hovered overhead. A resolute-looking middle-aged man, impeccably groomed, stepped forward. His shoulder insignia indicated he was a general. "I am Thaddeus Rose, affiliated with the United States military. Martin Horn, you are suspected of threatening national security. Please accompany us." Upon hearing this, Martin gazed back and suddenly remarked, "General Rose, I've heard that your daughter is quite beautiful. What is her name again?" "Ah, Betty Rose. She must be in high school now." General Rose's eyes widened in shock, and he took a few steps back, waving his hand and commanding, "Seize him." Soldiers swiftly surrounded Martin, while helicopters and tanks aimed their weapons at him, ready to unleash fire at any moment. "Indeed, General Thunderbolt, your reputation precedes you," Martin quipped, as all vehicles and aircraft redirected their targets to the general standing behind. The encircling soldiers also turned their weapons toward him. Rose realized he had underestimated the situation. He had focused on creating super soldiers, unaware that Martin could control his men. "I apologize. I issued the wrong command," Martin stated, and in an instant, the soldiers' guns were trained on their comrades, and without hesitation, they opened fire. No, stop. "I will leave and will not disturb you again," Rose pleaded. "Still wish to depart?" Martin did not respond, instead watching the grim spectacle until only one soldier remained standing. That soldier raised his weapon to his own head and pulled the trigger. Damn. Rose possessed a commendable quality. He cared for his soldiers. However, above them, his family and the security of his country took precedence. His soldiers could die heroically on the battlefield, not like this, slaughtered like chickens. Yet, it was not over. Helicopters, tanks, and armored vehicles altered their course, retreating in the direction from whence they came, leaving Rose standing there in solitude. "Where are they going?" Rose urgently inquired. Martin mockingly replied, "They are returning from whence they came." Rose hastily retrieved his phone to contact the military base, but Martin would not allow him that luxury. "You cannot harm your country," Martin shook his head. "I am Canadian. Born in Canada," Martin added. "Whatever you intend to do, you shall not succeed." "No, Rose. It is not about what I intend to do. It is about what you will do." After a moment of contemplation, Martin continued, "I was at home with my wife, watching television, when you all so kindly delivered yourselves to my doorstep. Can you really blame me?" Observing that even now, Rose wore no trace of remorse on his face, Martin said, "Do not worry. I shall take good care of your daughter. I hope she is obedient. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to alter her memories." No. On that day, the American public learned of several significant events. A military base located in the suburbs of New York was attacked by terrorists, and all station personnel perished, with the base reduced to rubble. Several prominent television hosts were assassinated in their homes, vanishing from the public eye. Moreover, unbeknownst to the ordinary populace, the following morning, the President of the United States awoke to find a severed head on his nightstand. The head belonged to none other than Thaddeus Rose, known as General Thunderbolt. Lying beside him, a famous Hollywood actress lay unconscious, devoid of any clothing. It was not Martin's doing. She was inherently this way. Martin merely allowed her a restful slumber to unwind. Last night, Martin sent several of his duplicates out on unknown errands, unbeknownst even to the women at home. It was only after receiving information through various channels that they began to speculate. Life returned to a semblance of tranquility, and Martin's presence, akin to a fleeting blossom, soon faded away. Humanity is forgetful. Within a few days, only a few would occasionally mention the name Martin. However, apart from a select few, most remained ignorant of Martin's true identity. Those who were privy to his identity unanimously chose to keep Martin's affairs confidential, categorizing them as classified. As for Betty Ross, surely Martin would not truly care for her. Keeping the daughter of an enemy close at hand was beneath him. Sparing her life was already a significant act of mercy, much like that shown to Harry Osborn. The Horn Group acquired the disbanded Osborn Group, and all those hoping to seize a share were either wise enough to withdraw or vanished from existence. The remaining board members of the Osborn Group understood the situation and accepted a reasonable offer. During the signing ceremony, Martin made an appearance, encountering the sorrowful Harry Osborn and a young companion, Peter Parker, by his side. Seizing the opportunity, Martin presented himself to the public under a different guise as the chairman of the Horn Group. Several women accompanied him, including the group's president Emma, HR Director Raven, Research Director Lilith, and the soon-to-be head of the Biological Research Division, Sheen. Wendy was also present, though merely as Martin's companion. Numerous reports circulated, yet none pertained to any superhuman abilities. Media outlets wishing to cover such topics received stern warnings, both from unofficial and official sources. Gradually, the populace recognized that Martin was extraordinary. Yet they were on the verge of forgetting he was a superhuman. Although I was aware of the events that transpired, you killed my father. Gazing at Harry, whose face was twisted in hatred, Martin shook his head. Harry, I had intended to spare your life. With that, he turned and walked away. Why provoke him further? Peter Parker queried, in confusion. Harry suddenly felt breathless, collapsing to the ground. Harry, what is wrong? Peter's anxiety failed to prevent the demise of his friend due to heart failure. This scene stirred little commotion. Everyone assumed that the Osborn heir succumbed to a heart attack from the emotional toll. After the ceremony concluded and guests departed, Peter confronted Martin. You did this. Why? It was too evident. Martin arrived, Harry uttered a harsh word, and shortly after Martin's departure, Harry perished. Who else could have been responsible? Chapter 89. Surprise what? I do not comprehend your words. You killed his father and acquired his family's company. He poses no threat to you now. Peter, is all of this truly my fault? Acquiring a company is merely standard business practice. If I do not engage, others will. As for Norman Osborn, I was acting as a vigilante. Peter said, my uncle once remarked that with great power comes great responsibility. Well, you've done well, keep it up. Harry is innocent. Thus, I have forgiven him. For your sake, do you remember? He can still become a wealthy man. Even if he loses the company, the Osborn family remains affluent. Stop feigning ignorance. You killed him. Peter exclaimed in frustration. Do you have any evidence? Otherwise, I shall accuse you of slander, Spider-Man. Martin savored the delight of a cinematic antagonist. Acknowledging his misdeeds was one thing, but this was equally entertaining. While Martin held a fondness for Spider-Man, it did not imply his agreement with his views, unless there was a scheme afoot or he found it amusing. Martin had no inclination to spare any adversaries or potential foes. As the vehicle traversed the route home, Emma inquired curiously, is he really that Spider-Man? During their earlier conversation, several women had been present, and Emma had overheard their dialogue. Yes, surprising, isn't it? Indeed, he is quite young. Youth often harbors such naive ideals. Haha. Don't say that. I admire him. Few possess the purity to perform good deeds for their own sake. Many individuals in this world engage in virtuous acts, yet most have ulterior motives. Even the underworld Kingpin, partakes in charity. Could it genuinely be a matter of conscience? Otherwise, you would be one of my favorite girls. For I share your views. Suddenly, Raven interjected, Darling, slow down. I feel a bit nauseous. How peculiar it was that Martin was driving himself. Their family preferred solitude without outsiders, and the car was considered a private space. Very well. Martin eased off the accelerator and asked, Sweetheart, what a surprise. With the screech of brakes, Martin pulled the car to the side, turning to examine Raven with incredulity. When Raven had mentioned her discomfort, Martin instinctively glanced over and sensed a nascent life force within her. Confirming his suspicion, Martin gazed at Raven in astonishment. Darling, you are pregnant. Perhaps. What? In the family RV, everyone gasped in astonishment. Martin too found it hard to believe, though he sensed that essence, it was his first experience. And he lacked familiarity. Wendy, summon the doctor to our home. Once we return, have Raven examined. All right. Wendy busied herself contacting their family physician, while Raven tenderly touched her abdomen, anxiously asking, Am I truly pregnant? Yes, Martin reassured her. Do not worry. I am quite certain there is a new life within you. Albeit small, yet remarkably strong. Emma, seated beside Raven, embraced her and urged Martin, Darling, drive swiftly. We must return home for Dr. Felicia to examine her. Understood. Amidst the chorus of women's chatter, the car arrived at their home. The beautiful doctor awaited in the living room, while Wendy's doppelganger attended to her and the medical team. In preparation for this inspection, the opposing party even brought along an unfamiliar, large-scale examination machine. There was no alternative. The funding provided by Martin and his associates was substantial. It could be said that a significant portion of her private hospital was sponsored by the Horn Group. In the future, the biological department overseen by Sheen would also increase its investments in the hospital. Thus, the Horn family held an extraordinary influence over the institution. It is a misconception to believe that mutants do not require medical care. They indeed do. Moreover, who can ascertain that there will not be a need for it in the future? For ordinary individuals, typically a single test suffices for diagnosis. However, given Raven's delicate condition, the physician conducted several examinations. It was confirmed that Ms. Raven was indeed pregnant, albeit in the early stages. Another check could be performed in a few days. With Felicia's words, a collective sigh of relief was released, especially from Martin and Raven, who had long anticipated the arrival of new life. During her time in the cosmos, Raven had resolved to return and adopt a child. Yet, such matters hinge on fate, and when they resolved to take action, they discovered the challenges were formidable. Now, however, they were to have their own child. Wendy, please attend to the doctors, Martin instructed. Certainly, Wendy replied. No need, Mr. Horn, if there are no further matters. We shall take our leave. I can see you are eager to celebrate, Felicia chuckled. Indeed, Martin responded. Felicia, should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform us. There is no issue too great. Thank you, Mr. Horn. With that, Felicia and her team departed. Martin embraced Raven on the sofa, showering her face with kisses. We are going to have a child, my child, the only one after all these years. Yes, Raven exclaimed, equally exhilarated. Although Emma and the others felt a tinge of disappointment at their own lack of pregnancy, they rejoiced for Raven and Martin. My dear, you must exert yourself at the company. Raven will need to rest at home to nurture her health. Of course. Martin set Raven down beside him and eagerly retrieved his phone. I must share this wonderful news with Logan. Aha. Raven is pregnant too. Since Kayla's pregnancy, Logan had always been wearing a cheerful expression. Although it was not intentional, Martin often felt overshadowed, as he animatedly boasted to Logan about the impending arrival of their child. The women exchanged knowing smiles and gathered to discuss matters pertaining to children. Are you happy? But my child will always be your child's older sibling, one remarked. Beep beep beep. As Martin heard the disconnection on the other end, he resolved that since he was already lagging behind in terms of age, he would compensate by surpassing Logan in quantity. He approached the sofa, scooped up Emma, and headed upstairs. What are you doing? It's still broad daylight. That has never stopped us before. Each of you must strive. We cannot let Logan outnumber us. You jerk. Put me down. What do you take me for? Undoubtedly, Raven's pregnancy was monumental for the Horn family. Nothing could compare to the significance of this event. Chapter 90. Raven felt a sense of ennui. Martin remained at home with her, not venturing anywhere. After some time, Martin appeared unaffected, still basking in joy. Yet Raven found it increasingly intolerable. In the first month, Raven did not feel much. However, as the days lingered on, her impatience grew. Not everyone shares Martin's penchant for a solitary existence. For Martin, as long as there was food, drink, and companionship, a year spent at home might not evoke feelings of loneliness. The time had been brief, and Raven's pregnancy was not yet evident. Lying languidly on the sofa, she sighed. Darling, I am so bored. Is that so? What would you like to do? Or where would you like to go? Raven pondered for a moment, realizing she truly did not know what she desired to do. It was all Martin's fault. His introverted nature had seemingly infected her. When had she transformed into a homebody like him? This lifestyle was indeed addictive. Observing Raven, who appeared to be questioning the meaning of life, Martin looked at her with a teasing smile. Occasionally, office workers relish a long holiday. Ordinary folks indulge in exquisite meals. And most people take the chance to travel to scenic locales. Such experiences bring happiness. However, when all these pleasures are readily accessible, one suddenly finds them less intriguing. This was a sentiment Martin had once experienced. For him now, true happiness lay solely in the company of family, regardless of the activity. You wouldn't assume that Martin felt invincible and thus joyful, for his sense of joy was beyond imagination. The human experience of emotion is inherently disparate. How about a family gathering? Martin suggested. That sounds wonderful, Raven replied eagerly. Will it be with Logan and Kayla? And the Charlie family too, he added. The residential area near the farm was under construction, having been carved out from the farm's expanse and situated close to the road. As the farm was Martin's private property, the residential area remained within his ownership, albeit separated from the farm itself. In essence, Martin's residence was on his farm, while Logan's home was on his territory. The residential area was a designated plot near the road on Martin's farm, with plans to complete one set of houses before moving on to the next. There was no need for an excessive construction. 3 or 4 houses would suffice for now. Additionally, a small building was planned to accommodate those without families. Not everyone could possess a standalone home. The houses on Martin's farm were free to occupy, provided the individuals were part of the farm community. If unsatisfactory members remained, Martin was open to renting the houses out. Engaging with interesting individuals often reveals unexpected delights. Perhaps there would be fascinating tenants. Unbeknownst to him, Martin had transitioned from aspiring farmer to burgeoning real estate mogul. Charlie's house would be the first of many. With free housing available, he was more than willing to relocate. It was the perfect opportunity to host a small gathering as they welcomed his family, allowing Raven a chance to unwind. Let us also reside at the farm for a while, he suggested. Since Raven became pregnant, Martin brought her back home, as the mountains offered a tranquil environment conducive to her recuperation. However, the silence was somewhat oppressive. This modest request from Raven was one that Martin found no reason to deny. In the past, before her pregnancy, Martin was reluctant to employ his extraordinary abilities. But now that she was naturally expecting, ensuring her safety and the healthy development of their child was of utmost importance. Thus, There was no need for Raven to harbor any worries. She could proceed with her usual activities. Yet, the question remained, why should Raven confine herself to the house for her convalescence? Not adhering to this seemed rather informal, almost dismissive of the situation. That being said, there was indeed little for them to do. Where else would they go if not home? 2 nights later, a small gathering was held at Martin's farm. Attended by all members of 3 families. The men congregated, enjoying drinks and engaging in conversation, while the women sat together, casually discussing matters. 2 small children frolicked about with 4 puppies, adding a lively atmosphere to the gathering. By this time next year, we will welcome 2 new members, Martin remarked. Observing the joyful antics of Nina and Jeremy. Indeed, congratulations to you both, Charlie responded. Thank you. After a toast among the 3 men, Martin continued. We must expedite the establishment of operations on the farm. The current mix of unfamiliar faces presents safety concerns. The ongoing renovations have brought in workers from outside, and their movements are dictated by the construction company, which could introduce new individuals at any moment. Additionally, large trucks are constantly transporting materials, creating potential hazards. The chaos of 1980s America is palpable. With Nina and Jeremy now in attendance, he added, Charlie, you must maintain communication with the construction company regarding the workforce. Any changes must be communicated to you in advance. Understood. I have already addressed this matter with them. We need our own people, Logan interjected. Charlie cannot manage everything alone. He must oversee farm operations while also monitoring the construction site. True, but finding our own personnel is a challenge. It has to start somewhere, Logan replied. I am considering establishing a transport company in New York City. As long as one has a vehicle, they can be hired by these firms. Many individuals, despite being able to drive, cannot afford a car. Logan was also contemplating the future, particularly for the sake of the children. Although Martin had gifted himself a farm, the potential for profit remained uncertain. By starting a transport company, with Martin's backing from the Horn Group, Logan need not worry about securing business in the future. The Horn Group typically outsourced its transport operations to smaller companies, and this was an opportunity Logan wished to seize. Once the business gained traction, he would merely await the financial returns. Suddenly, Martin recalled the parcel delivery industry, which was monopolized by a few large companies in the United States. Having utilized their services twice, he found their speed utterly lacking. Logan could easily venture into the parcel delivery sector as well. The delivery business is too fragmented. We currently lack the manpower. Perhaps we shall revisit this in the future, Logan contemplated. Unlike transporting goods via large trucks, parcel delivery typically involves smaller items, making it far more scattered. With existing monopolies in place, he decided against entering the parcel industry until a solid foundation was established. Well, your company. You manage it as you see fit. What do you need me to assist you with? Martin inquired, taking a sip of his drink. Money, Logan replied. I need funds to purchase a vehicle, pay salaries, drivers, and, the company's operations. The rough around the edges Logan contemplated the multitude of tasks involved in running a company and felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Ha ha ha, Martin chuckled, looking at Logan with amusement. You might consider discussing it with Emma. She could help you assemble a team for the company. However, you must be actively involved in the process, lest it inadvertently become my company. Chapter 91, The Alumni Invitation. All right, Logan dismissed the latter statement lightly. Frustration aside, one cannot afford to disregard financial matters. Those lost in moments of bliss remain oblivious to the passage of time, and thus, 1988 unfolded day by day. Martin continued to embrace his role as a content homebody, surrounded by his wives and their unborn child. In March, Jean finally returned after her graduation. What distinguishes a genius from an ordinary person? While others take 4 years to graduate from university followed by several more for postgraduate studies, Jean accomplished her education in 6 years, earning 3 doctoral degrees in quantum physics, financial management, and genetics. Whether this is factual, I cannot attest. As I am not well versed in academia, let us assume it is so. Remarkably, she was only 24 years old. Reflecting on what he was doing at that age, frequenting internet cafes, laboring as a corporate drone, Martin chuckled at his own past. Shortly thereafter, Jean returned from the company and informed Martin, the school is hosting an alumni gathering, and I have received an invitation. Haven't you already graduated? Martin asked, puzzled. Graduation does not equate to severing all ties with the school. This gathering will feature numerous prominent companies, alongside representatives from the government and military, all seeking suitable candidates for internships. As one of this year's distinguished graduates, they hope I can attend. MIT, an institution that admits either true geniuses or those with affluent backgrounds. Thus, none would willingly forego such an opportunity. Even if one does not secure a desired position, the chance to cultivate connections is invaluable. Unlike Martin, who had long severed ties with his alma mater after it was sold off to the Gobi Desert, having no further connection since graduation except with a few dorm mates. I wonder if they'll feel sorrow after I'm gone. You ought to attend, he conceded. By the way, doesn't your school have any fraternities or societies? Martin inquired, nodding. Indeed, the members are all exceptionally capable individuals, and I am honored to be associated with them. My Chin is truly remarkable. Hee, come along with me, Chin said, shedding her jacket and settling onto the sofa, wrapping her arms around Martin's. Fine, Martin relented. He was not particularly fond of such gatherings, filled with pretentious individuals. Yet, who could resist his dear Chin? Come on, you've been cooped up with Raven for so long. Think about how long it's been since you stepped outside, Chin teased, noting Martin's lack of enthusiasm. The joy of fatherhood is beyond your imagination. Martin gently caressed the hair of Chin and said, well, if that's the case, you may pursue your own happiness. Tonight, I shall sleep alone. Chin shot him a glance of disdain before heading to the kitchen to check on Wendy. Don't forget to prepare my clothes, or I shall accompany you in shorts and flip-flops, Martin called out to Chin's retreating figure. With a scoff, she thought about how everyone else would be dressed in formal attire, while her own partner would be clad in nothing but shorts and flip-flops. A smile of amusement crept onto her face, despite herself. Nonetheless, she knew the clothes had to be prepared, for Martin might indeed act on such a whim. Beyond his impressive abilities, he seemed to be of little use otherwise. It was all Emma, Wendy, and Raven's fault. They catered to his every need, from socks to meals. It appeared that motivating him was entirely up to her. Looking at others, she sighed. Perhaps it was better to have her own man. But then again, what was the point of stirring him into action? They were not short on finances at home. If he were to become active, it would either lead to trouble or perhaps an influx of new sisters. Better to let him remain idle, as she didn't mind. That evening, Chin declared she would sleep alone, but it was certainly not due to last night's events. Meanwhile, Martin returned to the bedroom carrying Raven, who was now 5 to 6 months pregnant. Her belly had grown, and she had become increasingly lethargic and ravenous. Logically, this should not be the case, as a mutant. Raven's physical condition was supposed to be robust. For Martin, her health was all that mattered. I've gained so much weight, Raven remarked, pinching the flesh on her arm after being gently placed on the bed. Indeed, it feels quite nice, Martin replied. With a frown, Raven glared at him. Hurry up and sleep. I'm getting annoyed. Annoyed? Martin comforted her. Just relax. I'll figure something out. As the saying goes, the more one is prohibited from doing something, the more one desires it. Thus, a compromise was in order, just a little. 2 days later, Martin donned the white suit Chin had prepared, looking quite dapper. Where did you get those glasses? Chin inquired curiously. I bought them, he replied. No, I mean, why are you wearing glasses? They make me look intellectual, of course. And it's all to impress you. Martin adjusted his newly acquired gold-rimmed glasses. Do I really need that? She retorted, though she couldn't help but add. But you do look handsome? Chin smiled and nodded. Yes, indeed, you look handsome. Of course, with looks like ours, it's impossible to avoid such a flaw, Martin said, indulging in his own vanity. The women in the living room exchanged glances of disbelief at Martin's self-adoration, except for Yuriko, who appeared unfazed, as if agreeing with his sentiment. All right, it's time to go. It will be dark soon. Isn't it already evening? My dear brother, once we reach my residence, we won't need much time to get to the venue. The alumni gathering was naturally held at the school, not in the same state. Martin and Chin needed to first arrive at her place before driving to the event. All right, I'm ready. Martin embraced Chin, turned to bid farewell to the others, waved his hand, and in the next moment, they appeared at Chin's house, miles away. Chin took out the key and unlocked the door, and the two entered. Senior, what brings you here? A young Asian girl, adorned in delicate shades of pink, inquired upon seeing them enter the living room. The description of delicate shades of pink stemmed from her pink-dyed hair and her cotton pink leisure wear, consisting of a tank top and long pants. From some angles, she appeared somewhat slender, yet standing at 1.7 meters tall with long legs and a slim waist, she appeared quite statuesque. Fortunately, her face was free from heavy Western-style makeup. Yes, Chin replied with a smile, turning to Martin. She's my junior, 2 years my younger. I rented the house to her when I left. Oh, Martin nodded and greeted her. Hello, I'm Martin Horn, Chin's husband. You two are married? When did that happen? The girl exclaimed, surprised, as Chin had mentioned having a boyfriend but not marriage. Chin felt the need to clarify. No. We just like to refer to each other that way. Chapter 92. Attending the alumni meeting, Byron introduced herself. Oh, hello, I'm Byron. Bai? That surname is quite rare, Martin inquired with curiosity. Wow, your Mandarin is impeccable. Since coming to America, no one has ever pronounced that character so accurately, Byron continued. Yes, Bai is indeed an uncommon surname. Observing their conversation, Chin smiled at Byron before retreating to her bedroom to make a phone call. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Byron turned to Martin and asked, Are you here specifically to accompany Chin? Yes. Once seated on the sofa, Martin noted that Byron's complexion was exceptionally fair. Not the typical Western pallor, but a rosy white, with skin that appeared remarkably delicate, giving her an air of purity. Her skin was so translucent that the veins on her neck and arms were clearly visible. Martin's gaze lingered on the veins in her neck. At that moment, he felt an urge akin to that of a vampire, wanting to take a bite. While he had encountered other women with fair skin, hers felt distinctly different. Moreover, Byron was the first compatriot he had met. Will you be staying overnight? Not decided yet. It depends on Sheen's opinion. Feeling Martin's gaze fixated on her, particularly at her neck, Byron turned to look at him. She had grown accustomed to such attention due to the uniqueness of her skin, often encountering curiosity from others regarding her rare complexion. Forgive me, I simply find your skin remarkable. It seems quite thin and unique. Is it natural, or? Martin stammered slightly, realizing his inquiry might be somewhat impolite. Yes, it's natural, Byron replied, smiling at Martin's expression. Vampires would surely be fond of your skin. Really? Byron assumed Martin was merely complimenting her, as vampires were considered mere folklore in the eyes of ordinary people, unaware that such beings might be closer than they imagined. Nevertheless, Martin's intent was purely to praise her. Indeed, it's beautiful. Be careful or I might tell Sheen, Byron teased with a mischievous smile. Tell her what? Byron merely smiled at Martin, allowing him to experience it for himself. Qin was not so petty. She had merely complimented his skin. Come on. Who would believe you? Byron was somewhat skeptical, aware of her unique skin and slender physique, uncertain of how many ill-intentioned individuals might harbor designs upon her. Curiosity is inherent to human nature. Had she not encountered Qin, she might have succumbed to the advances of that balding old professor. Trusting her instincts, she recalled Martin's demeanor. He was undoubtedly more than merely curious, and she had almost been swayed by his explanation. However, Martin truly harbored no ulterior motives. If anything, he felt a slight sense of familiarity and curiosity about this rare situation. You two seem to be getting along well, Qin remarked as she emerged from her bedroom. Yes, quite well, replied Martin. Is everything all right on your end? Yes, just made a call to a classmate. Everything is settled, we can head out now. After bidding farewell to Byron, the two made their way to the parking lot where the car awaited them. Don't ask where the car came from. When you have money, anything is possible. The alumni meeting was to be held at a nearby hotel, and Martin, with his discerning eye, could hardly fathom why such an event would be hosted there rather than at the school. Furthermore, only those with invitations were permitted to attend. Confounded, Martin decided to inquire with Qin. Upon expressing his confusion, Qin replied, I'm not sure either. I've never attended one before. Do you know who will be attending? He asked. From the company's side, representatives from Stark Industries, Hammer Industries, and our own Hohen Group. Oh, there is also a new company this year called PIM Technologies. They will have attendees as well. It seems this new company has quite an impressive background. Qin suddenly recalled. Indeed, the owner of PIM Technologies is Hank Pym, an old colleague and former friend of Howard Stark. Together, they formed a mysterious organization known as the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Qin, puzzled, inquired, why such a lengthy name? They must either be research enthusiasts or adept fighters. As for the name, I suppose they are indifferent to it. This year, Hank departed from there due to disagreements over research results. Martin remembered hearing from Qin about Hank starting a new company. The discord between Hank and Howard Stark stemmed from the PIM particles. Hank believed solely he should wield their power, while Howard was secretly replicating them. Some speculated that a group from the future had stolen a batch of PIM particles, igniting this conflict. Martin felt no unusual spatial fluctuations and remained oblivious to whether those individuals had indeed arrived. Perhaps he simply hadn't been paying attention. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. The matter was trivial, and those individuals were inconsequential. By the way, our company received an invitation as well? Yes, didn't I mention it? You and I will represent the company, Qin stated with an unfazed expression. Really? Yes. Reflecting on that day when Qin first informed him of this matter, he mused, is it truly that stingy? He raised his hand and gently flicked her forehead. Indeed, such stinginess. Who prompted you to appear so reluctant? I harbor no reluctance. I am more than willing to accompany you in any endeavor. However, Raven is currently with child, and I simply cannot bear to leave her side. Raven. Day in and day out, it's all about Raven. Once you are with child, I shall only have my thoughts on Sheen, Martin remarked with a chuckle. Such delightful fantasies. Who would wish to bear the burden? Let her bear it. I shall not. Sheen muttered softly. Alas, the affection has waned and has truly dulled. It has only been a short while, and you have already begun to exhibit impatience. Ah, how disheartening, Martin feigned. Enough of that. Sheen laughed, playfully swatting Martin. The two exchanged jovial banter as they swiftly approached their destination. It was not too far, but had the circumstances permitted, Martin would have relished the opportunity to stroll alongside Sheen. Considering that everyone else was attending the gathering in luxurious vehicles, they felt somewhat unorthodox in their approach. Martin remained indifferent, Yet Chen's expression betrayed her discontent. Beyond corporate affiliations, who else could possibly attend? Chen had neglected to mention this, and Martin had forgotten to inquire. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. Upon arriving outside the hotel, the atmosphere suggested that this was no ordinary alumni gathering. Not only were there individuals welcoming guests, but security personnel were also checking invitations. Chapter 93, Conversations. Reporters lingered outside. Is this truly an alumni event? It should be, after all, Chen remarked, albeit with a hint of uncertainty. If they were to lay down a red carpet, I would think we were here for an award ceremony. If you desire to attend such gatherings, our family possesses the means to do so, Chen replied with a smile. As they continued their conversation, they parked the vehicle at the entrance. Martin exited first, opening the door for Chen and taking her hand as they descended. After handing the keys to the attendant, Chen linked her arm through Martin's as they approached the entrance of the hotel. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, Chen responded with a smile, presenting the invitation. After a brief inspection, the invitation was returned, and they were welcomed inside. Upon entering the grand hall, Martin finally comprehended the necessity of an invitation-only event. Observing the familiar faces, he recognized that Chen's remarks about company representatives were indeed accurate. These were high-ranking officials. Additionally, there were government personnel, the kind frequently seen on news channels. Among them were figures from the space agency and other specialized departments, not to mention those in military uniforms. The most recognizable was none other than Alexander Pierce, the current director of what would become S.H.I.E.L.D. With so many prominent individuals present, how could the standards not be rigorous? Oh, I almost forgot. There were also the most significant figures alongside Martin. However, one could not help but wonder, with so many important individuals, what were they all doing here? Howard Stark's attendance could be attributed to talent scouting for his company, and his son was also a student here. If other companies in the space agency were similarly in search of talent, what of your company's HR? Where were the supervisors? And the others? It was said that it was of no importance, yet the thoughts persisted. One could not help but ponder, surrounded by such seasoned individuals, Martin, an ordinary man, found it difficult to contain himself. The company one keeps inevitably shapes one's thoughts. Thus, when surrounded by this particular group, it is unsurprising that conspiracy theories abound. Martin observed that upon their entrance, many pairs of eyes subtly gravitated towards him and his companion. Some gazes were more overtly fixed upon them. Casting a glance at Chen beside him, Martin found it rather expected. Clad in an elegant white evening gown, she complimented Martin's suit exquisitely. The delicate yet alluring aura she exuded naturally drew attention. While others merely observed from a distance, it was Tony Stark who approached them. Thank heavens, at last, a familiar face has arrived. Aren't either numerous classmates around? Martin inquired. I don't know any of them, Tony replied. I never anticipated you would take an interest in such gatherings. I thought you preferred yachts and swimsuits, Martin jested. Indeed. Just look around. I truly do not understand why I was invited to this soiree, Tony remarked, gesturing toward his father, who was engaged in conversation with friends. Speak of Howard. And he appears. Howard Stark approached, extending his hand. Martin smiled and shook it, introducing himself, Martin Horn. Have we met somewhere before? Howard pondered. Martin remained silent, merely raising his glass in acknowledgement. Recognizing the familiar gesture, Howard was drawn into recollection, and suddenly, a figure from long ago materialized in his mind. It's you. Your Haven tea changed a bit, Howard said, gazing at Martin, who looked just as he had decades prior, with a hint of envy. If this were decades earlier, he would have been astounded. Yet now, as a member of S.H.I.E.L.D., he was accustomed to the extraordinary individuals that populated this world. Indeed, but you have aged considerably, Martin remarked, noting Howard's graying hair. 40 years is quite a stretch of time. Indeed it is, Howard concurred. Suddenly, Chen interjected, Martin, I shall step over there for a moment. Martin followed her gaze to a cluster of young individuals, presumably her seniors or classmates. Very well. I too shall take my leave, Tony seized the opportunity to say, appearing quite uncomfortable in his father's presence. This left two elderly men exchanging glances. Now, let us discuss the matter at hand. I sense that you fellows are behaving rather unusually today. All right. Last year, the space agency captured an image of a spacecraft. And that very craft is currently stationed in your yard. Yes, and what of it? They all wish to converse with you. Oh. Martin nodded in understanding, realizing that these individuals were indeed drawn to him, or rather, to the spacecraft. Who discovered that the craft is now in my home? No one. You brought it back so openly that it was captured by satellite. Well, I assumed someone had surreptitiously infiltrated my residence. By the way, I possess an even larger warship, a genuine starship. What they captured was merely a small toy. Martin paused before continuing with a smile, since you have acted as their messenger. You wouldn't mind conveying a message for me, would you? Of course. Howard nodded. Could he truly refuse? If one does not wish to become the next victim, They ought to distance themselves as far as possible. Until they possess absolute confidence in controlling me, they should behave, or rather, you all should behave. I hear you're researching Hank Pym's Pym particles? Howard Stark is no paragon of virtue. Can a person of integrity truly rise to prominence in a capitalist nation? Ivan Vanko is a cinematic antagonist. Does that render his words inherently false? Essentially, none present, including Martin, can be deemed virtuous. Except for Quinn. If this building were to collapse, crushing anyone else, it would be a service to humanity. Except for Quinn. If everyone were to perish, this nation, indeed this world, would be considerably improved. Still, except for Quinn. That was merely a misunderstanding. Yes, indeed, a misunderstanding. Martin raised his glass and remarked, I'm feeling a bit peckish. Please excuse me. Very well. Martin still underestimated his significance in the eyes of these individuals. Since the year when Raven was captured, several prominent figures have met their demise at Martin's hands, including the obliteration of various military research facilities and a military base. Even Howard Stark, when in his presence, shelved his usual arrogance, not daring to provoke him. They were fearful. The lessons learned through bloodshed had taught them that dealings with Martin required utmost caution. For this unstable individual could resort to lethal violence at a moment's notice, annihilating entire families in the process. And there was nothing they could do about it. Were Martin aware of their thoughts, he would undoubtedly feel wronged. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He has such a good temperament. It is not as they imagine. Chapter 94. Alexander Pierce. Slander, nothing but slander. After bidding farewell to Howard, Martin noticed Quinn engaged in conversation with friends and chose not to intrude. He made his way to the food area. Gazing at the array of banquet delicacies, his appetite ignited, primarily consisting of appetizers, for who among the attendees truly came solely for the food? The provision of sustenance served merely to accommodate those who might require a bite, but its greater purpose was to present an aesthetically pleasing display, showcasing the host's thoughtfulness. Today, however, an anomaly emerged. Martin settled at a small dining table, removing his suit jacket, and filled a plate to the brim with food, beginning to eat with disregard for his surroundings. In any gathering, one cannot overlook the presence of the so-called social butterflies, also known as debutantes. There exists a distinction among debutantes. Those offspring of affluent families seeking to cultivate connections through friendship are termed debutantes, while those who desperately infiltrate gatherings solely in search of love are also classified as such. Today's gathering featured both types. However, no instances of condescension leading to humiliation transpired. Although Martin had maintained a low profile, that was in the past. Now, many recognized him as the chairman of the Horn Group, even if he rarely appeared in public. Legends of his exploits still circulated within the community. Particularly those who could gain entry to such gatherings must possess keen discernment. Rarely do I encounter individuals at gatherings who indulge in food. I had assumed I was the sole participant. Martin glanced upwards as Alexander Pierce approached, holding a plate brimming with delectable morsels. What a farce. When one is famished, one must partake in sustenance. One cannot simply endure hunger. Unlike them, I refuse to maintain a facade for the sake of appearances. Of course, it is possible that they are genuinely not hungry. You are quite right. However, to my knowledge, many individuals consume a light meal prior to attending such functions, unless it is an event solely centered around dining. Alexander Pierce, he introduced himself. Martin Horn. Please take a seat, Director Pierce, Martin invited. As Pierce settled down, he inquired, Oh, Mr. Horn knows of me? Well, you should be aware that I possess certain unique abilities and have a few individuals at my disposal. Such matters should not be secrets to S.H.I.E.L.D. And since Martin's prowess has recently escalated, he is no longer required to tread cautiously. Indeed, we do have your records. You understand, it is my duty. I hope you do not take offense. Your record is classified at the highest level, accessible solely by myself, Pierce stated as he sampled the food. Martin harbored some skepticism. Perhaps Pierce was genuinely hungry and merely seeking an excuse to eat. That is of no concern. I am indifferent, Martin remarked. I appreciate your candor. Unlike some who are perpetually probing and testing, I prefer a straightforward approach. Pierce nodded in feigned agreement, his expression devoid of any embarrassment, as though he were not the one engaging in subterfuge. The probing had commenced the moment he arrived. Truly, he was a master of intrigue, a skill Martin believed he could never emulate. I, too, favor honesty. However, there are times when a touch of disingenuousness is necessary. Well then, Director Pierce, what brings you here? I wish to extend an invitation for you to join the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. Together, we can contribute to the preservation of peace in this world. Upon concluding his statement, Pierce smiled, adding, Of course, that is the official line. What I truly mean is that joining us would greatly benefit your career. You see, the department wields considerable power on a global scale. Yet perhaps my ambitions extend beyond Earth, Martin provocatively replied. Pierce's gaze subtly shifted, as if he had received the answer he sought. That old rascal, claiming to value honesty, Martin chuckled. Just a jest, he interjected as Pierce pondered his response. Heh. If it were not for your formidable nature, who would dare jest with themselves? Perhaps we should retire for tea first. May I inquire about your spacecraft? Is your agency interested in it? Martin asked. Her? Indeed, the shape changer, named after my beloved. After all, she is my first vessel. Martin once more hinted at the possibility of possessing more than one ship. It remained ambiguous, yet for a man like Pierce, it sufficed. Let them speculate. It would only result in their frustration, with nothing to grasp. If possible, in any manner, let us examine her briefly. Martin shook his head decisively. No, it is not feasible. I'm sorry, it cannot be done by anyone. I simply wish to engage in my own pursuits without involving you. Mr. Horn, I believe that whether on Earth or beyond, we are of the same species. Implicitly, this suggests that once we transcend Earth, the inhabitants of this planet are Martin's natural allies. On Earth, however, S-H-I-E-L-D wields considerable power. Martin's ally. The Earthling S-H-I-E-L-D represents the Earth, thus S-H-I-E-L-D serves as Martin's support. He still underestimated Martin. This is partly Martin's fault for being so understated. Yet, one cannot blame Martin entirely. After all, he cannot simply obliterate a planet to demonstrate his point. Unfortunately, Martin did not wish to reveal the scene of Ego's explosion. Had he done so, perceptions would surely differ. Indeed, you are correct, Martin remarked while eating. There are 3 types of people I despise: racists, individuals of African descent, and Jews. Pierce realized that Martin was merely indulging in his own whims. All right, I understand. I shall take my leave for now, Pierce said, striving to maintain his composure. Well, until next time. As Pierce departed with a plate in hand, he momentarily grimaced before recalling the public setting, instantly donning a smile again. The banquet proceeded with little excitement, essentially. An unknown leader offered a few perfunctory compliments about the school and its students, wishing everyone success. It remained unclear whether it was Howard or Pierce who conveyed the message. But thereafter, no outsider disturbed Martin until the event's conclusion. You aren't planning to eat the entire time, are you? Sheen, having navigated her social obligations, approached Martin to inquire. Yes, what else am I to do? Why aren't they seeking you out? I'm merely a department head. Why would they come to me? It's utterly vexing. After parting from her classmates and friends, Sheen encountered various unfamiliar individuals who claimed to be from different companies, engaging her in conversation. Since they had approached her, she felt compelled to respond. Chapter 95, the alumni gathering concludes. You can disregard them, Martin said, pulling her to sit beside him and gently massaging her shoulders. That would be quite impolite. Besides, our company might potentially collaborate with one of them in the future. As Sheen relished Martin's massage, she replied, True, that makes it quite the endeavor, my dear. Haha, such sweet words. With the term dear, it hardly feels like a burden at all. Martin looked at Sheen with curiosity, wondering how she had suddenly become so articulate. What are you staring at? You performed admirably today, managing not to flirt with other beauties, Sheen remarked, glancing at some so-called socialites on the sidelines. You underestimate me. I do not fall for every attractive face I see. Sheen replied with a sense of enjoyment. Well, who can say? It was not merely Martin's massage technique that delighted her, but rather the sensation of being cherished. All right, you've dealt with them for quite some time. You must be weary. Let us return. Sure, replied Sheen, leaning against Martin. How about we don't head back to New York tonight? Why not? Because I desire you to belong solely to me this evening. Martin reflected on his recent demeanor. Indeed, due to Raven's pregnancy, he had somewhat neglected others. Very well. Tonight we shall exclusively belong to one another. Were it not for the multitude of onlookers, Martin would have relished in stealing a few passionate kisses. Why don't you have something to eat first, and then we shall depart? The food here is quite satisfactory, Martin suggested, rising to fetch a plate of food for Sheen from the dining area. As long as Martin was by her side, Sheen seemed unconcerned about her appearance. Had she ventured out alone, she would hardly indulge in casual eating or drinking. This was a rule Martin had imposed during their 2 years of youth, which had now become second nature. Only in Martin's presence could Sheen truly relax. Her appetite was modest. She was satiated after a small portion. Once they both finished, they left the venue without needing to bid farewell to anyone. Upon exiting, Martin suddenly crouched down and said, Hop on. I'll carry you. For just a few steps. I hardly need your assistance. Sheen pointed towards the car a short distance away. Martin remained steadfast in his position. We shan't drive. I'll carry you back. It has been far too long since we strolled like this. All right. Sheen was charmed by Martin's proposal. Indeed, they had not spent such quality time alone in ages. Their last solitary outing seemed like a distant memory. Of course, she exclaimed, suddenly feeling strength surge through her legs. Leaping onto Martin's back. It was not physical fatigue that weighed her down, but emotional exhaustion. Martin reached back to support Sheen, slowly making their way forward. It would have been perfect had it not been for the cacophony surrounding them. The vicinity of the school was inherently lively, and as they walked, they frequently brushed past clusters of students, entirely devoid of that romantic ambience one might expect during a night stroll. Upon reaching the base of Chin's residence, both Martin and Chin sighed in unison. Haha. They laughed, evidently sharing a mutual thought. You owe me a favor in the future. Chin playfully clung to Martin's arm. One favor will not suffice. I demand a lifetime, he replied. Ah, a lifetime? Might that be too long for us? Chin teased. Long? Not at all. When one is with their true love, time feels fleeting rather than prolonged. Fortunately, both were among the fortunate few blessed with longevity, with ample time ahead to savor their romance. Oh no, I forgot to inform by in advance, Chin suddenly exclaimed in the elevator. Why must you tell him? Chin shot Martin a disapproving glance. As a young woman, living alone here, what if he thinks we won T return? Imagine if I were to be caught inappropriately dressed when you, the wolf, come back. As Chin spoke, she retrieved her phone and called by Irin, informing her that they would be returning in the evening and would arrive shortly. She was watching television. Martin gently stroked her head and said, Could you please have a bit of faith in me? I am merely worried that your charm is so overwhelming that I cannot resist you, Chin teased. It's good that you understand, so why not make an effort to please me? Oh, spare me. Clearly, it is you who cannot do without me. Martin replied with a smile, gazing at Chin's slightly proud demeanor as he pulled her into his embrace. Indeed, I cannot live without you. Who knows what I would become without you? Suddenly, a wave of emotion washed over them, and Chin nestled closer to Martin. The elevator arrived at their floor, and Chin knocked on the door, which by Irin opened from the inside. How was tonight's gathering? By Irin inquired curiously. She could not attend and was intrigued by such events. It was just that, Chin responded as she stepped inside and removed her shoes. It was all socializing, with not a moment of free time. I think it was all right, Martin said deliberately. Chin shot him a glance but said nothing. When they were alone, they could bicker all they wanted, but in front of others, she needed to maintain a semblance of dignity for her man. Oh, I wish I could have attended. It would have helped me find a better job, by Irin lamented. You still have a long time until graduation. Why are you in such a rush? Chin asked, perplexed. You know why, By replied. Chin furrowed her brow and said unhappily, Don't worry, I will help you. Thank you, dear. No need, or else Martin will get jealous. Chin said, evading her embrace with a smile. Yes, indeed, Martin chimed in from the side. Through her telepathic ability, Chin conveyed by Irin's situation to Martin. A melodramatic tale unfolded. A beautiful girl encountering a lecherous professor attempting to exploit her, only to be rescued by the influential Chin. Glitch, yet all too common. Every industry has its unspoken rules, countless stories abound, and one can only imagine how many remain untold. The three of them sat on the sofa in the living room, watching television and chatting for a while before each retired to their own quarters. Keep the noise down, By Irin playfully warned them before retreating to her room. Without waiting for Chin to feel embarrassed, By dashed back inside. Since she mentioned it, Martin and Chin naturally decided to keep the noise to a minimum. In their minds, whether or not they truly succeeded in being quiet was irrelevant. That night, as Martin lay asleep, he suddenly opened his eyes. Something outside the building was moving, creating an unusual disturbance. It moved with great speed and was accompanied by sounds of a struggle. Activating his abilities to investigate, Martin internally grumbled, What a coincidence. Chin slept soundly, completely undisturbed. Chapter 96, The Blade's Edge. Through his investigation, Martin discerned that two individuals were outside. One was running ahead while the other pursued closely behind. The sounds of their altercation were not loud, only discernible when one was in close proximity. But who was Martin? He was a being of divine caliber, capable of sensing any unusual activity. Returning to the scene outside, the pursuer was a striking black man with a stylish hairstyle, wielding a long sword in one hand and a strangely shaped curved blade in the other. Dressed in a sleek black leather trench coat, even at this late hour, he sported sunglasses. As he ran, his lips were tightly pressed together, occasionally parting to reveal his elongated canines. The figure ahead was even more peculiar, pallid and seemingly lacking in strength, yet remarkably agile. The most striking feature was his silvery white eyes, complemented by teeth reminiscent of a beast. Just the previous night, he had mentioned vampires to By Irin. What a coincidence. Martin thought to himself, this plot twist could be deemed trite. These creatures, constrained by certain regulatory bodies and pursued by specialized hunters, generally dared not emerge. Those who violated the rules to hunt had already been eradicated. The one fleeing now was audacious, eager to test the waters. Martin quietly rose, donned a coat, and in the next moment, positioned himself in the vampire's escape route. Just as the creature approached, Martin swiftly grasped its neck, driven by mere curiosity. In his past life, he had fantasized about becoming a vampire, enchanted by the alluring portrayals of vampire beauties in films and television. Upon encountering this vampire, Martin felt an urge to satisfy his curiosity. Ability to copy. Bloodline of the vampires. There was no extraordinary power here, merely a lineage. Should he replicate it? Martin hesitated. Truth be told, he did not think highly of this bloodline, yet it represented a dream. Moreover, it was rumored that being bitten would invoke an exquisite sensation. Hiss. Well, look at you. With so many ineffectual abilities, one more would hardly matter. Martin suddenly decided to replicate. Martin Horn. Abilities, ability copying, phoenix power. Force field control, self-healing, energy control, energy absorption, mental abilities, diamond form, instant movement, teleportation, transformation, cloning, super speed, weather control, healing, life devouring, plant creation, interstellar perception, flight. Bloodline of the vampires, corrosive saliva, powerful sound waves, speed physiology, environmental survival, beastly senses, body enhancement, system control. There was no reaction whatsoever, as if a droplet had fallen into the vast ocean. Any sanguine desire was entirely absent from Martin's perception. To put it plainly, vampires drink blood for life energy, and their unique lineage necessitates that they derive sustenance from fresh blood, hence their sanguinary nature. But discussing energy with Martin? This ability might simply serve to enrich his existence and fulfill a long-held fantasy. The bloodline he acquired was distinct from other vampires. Theirs originated from the progenitor, while Martin's was a direct replication, rendering him the progenitor of his own lineage. With a crisp crack, Martin exerted force upon his captive, who did not perish. To eradicate such beings, one must destroy their hearts, expose them to sunlight, or use holy water. As he caught up the blade, Martin observed his actions and spoke. At this moment, the still youthful blade had yet to develop the cold demeanor he would later possess. Noticing Martin's misguided method of dealing with a vampire, he took it upon himself to enlighten Martin. Thank you, Martin replied succinctly, disregarding Blade's advice. With a surge of energy manifesting in his hand, he gripped the vampire's neck, and after a piercing scream, the creature disintegrated into ashes. It seems I was overly concerned, Blade remarked. No, I genuinely appreciate your guidance on the correct approach. However, I have my own unique methods, Martin asserted. Indeed, Blade mused. Who claims that the current Blade is devoid of ruthlessness? A 10-minute demonstration of the Rasengan would suffice. Well then, good night, Martin bid farewell. Indeed. Blade acknowledged with a nod before turning to leave. Martin found himself amused by the decisiveness of this individual. Where did you go? Upon returning to the bedroom, Sheen, still drowsy, inquired. I just stepped out for a bit. It's nothing. Go back to sleep, Martin replied. Sheen opened her eyes in surprise. You went out at this hour? I encountered something quite entertaining, he said, and seeing her fully awake, he decided to elaborate. Martin's abilities were no longer a secret within the confines of their home. So, you've become a vampire again? Sheen asked curiously. Not quite. I remain human. Merely exhibiting certain characteristics, Martin explained, parting his lips to reveal his elongated canines. Hiss. The primal fear of beasts surged within Sheen, causing her to draw a sharp breath. You must never kiss me again. With a mischievous grin, Martin leaned closer to her. Please, no. The adjacent Byron, barely managing to sleep, opened her eyes and sighed in resignation, pulling the covers tightly around herself. Martin was merely teasing Sheen and had no intention of actually biting her. Reflecting on how she had curled up in fear, he found her reaction rather endearing. Yet, he refrained from further frightening her and, after soothing her for a while, succumbed to sleep. Upon waking the next morning, both Martin and Sheen were in good spirits, while Byron yawned incessantly, having awoken quite late. Upon exiting the room, she glanced at the two seated in the living room, rolling her eyes at their exuberance. You are truly raucous. Huh? Sheen responded, momentarily puzzled. Oh, I forgot. This isn't home, and the soundproofing here is inadequate. Their playful antics in the room had indeed disturbed her. Apologies, Byron could only offer. Reclining on the sofa and glaring at Martin. It's all his fault, she thought, directing her ire at him rather than Sheen, who was too delightful to blame. Martin shrugged, feigning innocence as he felt unjustly accused by both. I'll go change. After both had donned their attire, they emerged from the bedroom to find Byron half reclining on the sofa, fast asleep. Let us go, Sheen whispered. She had initially intended to bid her farewell but decided against it. Indeed, they quietly departed, careful not to disturb the slumbering figure on the couch. In the fleeting moment following the closing of the door, the two individuals found themselves in their residence in New York. Chapter 97. Transformation of the Bloodline Descendants. Earlier, Martin had once again noticed the delicate curve of Byjian's neck, and a sudden craving for blood surged within him. To avoid alarming her, he hastily departed with Sheen. Reflecting on the experience of attending the alumni gathering, he regretted not encountering that peculiar character, the Black Egg. It was not that Martin held any particular fondness for this persona. Rather, he had been deeply influenced by fan fiction, which had colored his perception unfavorably. In fact, he found aliens more appealing than Earthlings. Then there was that woman, who incessantly proclaimed her commitment to justice, as if the universe itself would falter without her presence. Furthermore, during their movie outing, her voice was always strained, leaving him to wonder if it was a natural trait or a deliberate affectation. Regardless, it was exceedingly irritating. Should he encounter her again, Martin would contemplate the notion of draining her dry. After all, he was a villain free to indulge in his whims. His true disappointment lay in not having met Nick Fury during this era. From the Marvel film featuring Captain Marvel, it was evident that the young Black Egg possessed a humorous demeanor, and Martin yearned for the opportunity to witness it firsthand. To his knowledge, this year he would be appointed as the deputy director in Boggett, and it would not be until 1995 that he would ascend to the role of director of S.H.I.E.L.D. At this point in time, Nick Fury was yet to be acquainted with Alexander Pierce. After a prolonged period of seclusion, venturing out felt rather refreshing. In the future, he could take the ladies out for leisure and relaxation. His misfortune was evident. After so long, he had not traveled anywhere, remaining at home to accompany the pregnant Raven, while also needing to make amends with the others. He had indeed favored Raven excessively over the past few months, causing neglect towards the rest. Was Emma not resting today? Upon returning to the living room, he found everyone present, except for Emma. She's in the study, Wendy replied. Martin nodded, moving to Raven's side to plant a kiss on her. How are you feeling? Everything is normal. That's good. After exchanging affectionate kisses with the others, Martin ascended the stairs to the study. Pushing the door open, he discovered Emma seated near the floor-to-ceiling windows, engrossed in paperwork. The view is splendid here, with the outside scenery visible at a glance. Quietly approaching, Martin glanced at the documents, merely trivial matters. He chose to sit in silence alongside her for a while. But noting her persistent focus, he affectionately stroked her hair. Would you like to take a break? I'm fine. I'm almost done. Observing the ever-beautiful Emma, Martin suddenly bent down to lift her up. Once seated in the chair, he positioned her on his lap. I want to hold you. Emma offered no resistance, finding a comfortable position as she returned to her company duties. Martin was not adept at handling such matters, while Emma placed significant importance on her work, even surpassing her commitment to the Hellfire Club, as she viewed the company as her true calling. Thus, he could only accompany her in his own way. Wrapping his arms around her waist, resting his head on her shoulder, and gazing through her hair at the earnest expression in her eyes. Truly enchanting, Martin reflected silently, leaning in to plant a gentle kiss on her cheek. Emma, still engrossed in her tasks, leaned her face against his, breathing in her fragrant hair. Martin chose not to disturb her further. After a while, Emma straightened up, stretching lazily as she declared, It's finally done. Darling, you've worked hard. Not at all. I relish the life I have now. With purpose, I feel so fulfilled, unlike before when I constantly worried about losing everything. Martin tightened his embrace and reassured her. With me, you shall never lose anything. Emma, lazily resting against Martin, replied, I know. Martin inquired, once the child is born, how about I take you both out for some fun? Sounds great. She responded. You don't even want to ask where we're going? Martin chuckled. Anywhere is fine as long as I'm with you. Feigning deep thought, Martin leaned closer and whispered, I wish to go too. Ha. I don't want to go. Then we shall stay here. Emma suddenly recoiled, spotting Martin's fangs. It was a natural reaction. Thankfully, as a White Queen, she was well acquainted with the unusual. How did you become a blood clan? She asked, opting for the gentler term instead of the harsher vampire. Martin explained the events of the previous night. After listening, Emma nodded in understanding and relaxed her neck. I'm not afraid? No. I know you would never harm me. Indeed. Just a moment, I want to become a vampire too, will I? Emma asked. Not unless you desire to. I wish to be with you, forever, she whispered softly, only to suddenly feel a sharp pain in her neck. The blood, which should have had a slight metallic taste, felt oddly delightful to Martin, influenced by his blood clan lineage. Martin had welcomed his first blood clan progeny, under the influence of the blood clan essence. Emma's skin appeared even more porcelain-like, reflecting light as if she were luminescent. Her delicate features, complemented by her newfound fangs, emanated an alluring charm. It is worth mentioning that Emma has always been the first. She was the first woman to stir Martin's heart, though initially hesitant. She became utterly devoted once he conquered her heart. Now, she was the first to transform into his blood clan progeny. She was deserving of his utmost affection. In the animal kingdom, felines often express their love by nipping at each other's necks, and Martin and Emma now resembled a pair of such creatures, albeit one being a cat and the other a tiger. Moreover, this feline had fangs. Transforming Emma felt akin to a playful game between them. Whatever delightful experiences they encountered, they wished to share with one another. Others, unless they wished to partake in such a game, had no need for transformation. For mutants, their lifespans were already extensive. There was no necessity to become blood clans unless they too desired to engage in this playful affair. Upon leaving the study and entering the living room, the other women immediately noticed Emma's transformation. After a curious inquiry, they learned that Emma had been turned by Martin. Sheen, having shared the events of the previous day, was not overly surprised. However, Martin was taken aback to discover that they also yearned to be transformed, the reason being that their skin would improve. Even Shane, who had initially felt a twinge of apprehension, cast aside her reservations. Thus, after a period of time, apart from the pregnant Raven, the others had all become Martin's bloodline descendants. Could it be that the bloodline of the vampires truly possessed such effects? One by one, they transformed into enchanting beings. They were all delightful. Could it be attributed to love? Each of them conducted an experiment and found that the things vampires feared, along with certain shortcomings, were absent in them. Martin could only attribute it to his own formidable strength. Chapter 98. The Eldest Son, Austin on August 24, 1989. Martin's home was filled with many guests. Besides Martin's family, there were also Logan and his wife, who brought along their son Dakin, as well as Charlie and his wife. While Nina's siblings had gone to school, that morning, as usual, everyone went about their routines after waking up. With the due date approaching in the next couple of days, Martin and his family had long been prepared. The family doctor was in residence, and all necessary preparations had been made. They were simply awaiting the moment to arrive. Around noon, Raven began to feel a bit unwell, prompting Dr. Felia, who had been staying at the house for the past 2 days, to examine her, confirming that today was indeed the day. The process went smoothly, with no unexpected occurrences, thanks to Raven's robust physical condition and the thorough preparations. "It's a boy, congratulations," Felia exclaimed, cradling the newborn and smiling. Martin stood beside her, holding Raven's hand, gently wiping the sweat from her forehead. "You've done well." Raven, at this moment, only wished to see her child. Felia brought the baby over to Raven for them to gaze upon the little one. "He is a bit unattractive," Martin jested. At that moment, he truly felt a sense of relief. Although he appeared calm during the process, only he and Raven, whose hand he held, knew how anxious Martin had been. Upon hearing Martin's jest, Raven shot him a glare. "Then don't look. Go outside. Don't be upset. You know I'm joking." "He is quite adorable," Martin replied with a broad smile, gently poking the baby's small face. "Newborns often look like this," Felia remarked with a smile. "Mr. Horn, could you step outside for a moment? We need to clean up mother and child." "Of course." Martin stood up and kissed Raven on the forehead. "I'll step out for a bit and return shortly." "Okay." Upon exiting the bedroom, everyone outside turned to look at him. "It's a boy." Everything went smoothly. Martin happily announced the good news. Smiles adorned the faces of all present. Emma inquired, "Can I go in to see?" "The nurses are currently cleaning. You can go in shortly." "All right." Logan chimed in, "Congratulations." "Thank you." The arrival of new life is always filled with joy. They're the continuation of life, the future of the family, and a testament to love. Once the cleaning was completed, the guests entered the freshly prepared bedroom, taking a moment to admire the pristine newborn. "It indeed looks much better now. Have you chosen a name for the child?" Logan inquired, gazing at the infant peacefully sleeping with his eyes closed. The little Dakin in his arms widened his eyes, staring at his brother. Martin turned to Raven, seeking her opinion. "You are the child's father," Raven chuckled. "Well," Martin pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Austin, meaning noble birth. What do you think?" Raven replied, "I thought you would prefer a name like Jack. Although Jack is quite a lovely name, it is far too common. Moreover, Jack signifies a gift from God, yet none of us adhere to such beliefs. The Horn family is entirely secular. If one must have a faith, Martin would be a far superior choice over this so-called God. At least Martin is present, capable of safeguarding our home. Then it shall be Austin, Austin Horn, my son." Raven smiled as she lovingly called her son, though regrettably, he was yet to respond to his mother's affection. Perhaps it was Martin's imagination, but Austin possessed an abundance of energy. Just a few hours of sleep would leave him restless for the entire night. Well, as Martin lay down, he heard the cries emanating from the nearby crib. And with a resigned sigh, he turned over once more. Exhaustion washed over him, not from physical fatigue, but from emotional strain. He had already risen several times that night. Raven, observing Martin's distress, stifled a quiet laugh. "I was so naive," Martin murmured, cradling his son gently and softly speaking to him. He had only desired a child, neglecting to consider the commotion that came with it. Reflecting further, he realized that as Austin grew older, mischief would accompany the noise. The couple fell silent, careful not to disturb the baby. Martin continued to soothe the child while discreetly checking if he needed a change. It surely wasn't tea hunger. He had just been fed. "Bring him over," Raven whispered. Martin carried the baby to the bedside, placing him beside Raven. "You little rascal," Martin grumbled, somewhat disgruntled that after soothing the baby for so long, he only quieted once nestled next to Raven. It felt as though there was a bias against him. Such ungratefulness. Raven beamed triumphantly and gestured for Martin to join them for some rest. In the stillness of the night, Austin lay between his parents, quickly falling asleep under his mother's gentle reassurance. For the remainder of the night, he remained tranquil. 2 months later, in October, Austin thrived, demonstrating remarkable liveliness. Much like his father, he adored being cradled by beautiful women. When rougher men like Martin or Logan held him, he would wail incessantly. Yet, his favorite was undoubtedly his mother, Raven. Smack. Martin handed the displeased baby over to Raven, playfully swatting his little bottom to express his dissatisfaction. Wow. Raven received the child, nudging Martin with her foot. He faked it. I barely touched him, Martin retorted indignantly. Regardless, you made our son cry, Raven replied, cradling Austin on the sofa, soothing him. Martin, sitting beside her, wrapped his arms around her and lamented, Darling, you've changed. You never treated me this way before. Indeed. At this moment, my son holds paramount importance, and you occupy a distant second place, Raven remarked with a smile. Ah, I hope the next child will be a girl. Then you must strive for that. We must both put in the effort. How beautiful the thought. Martin embraced his partner and child, expressing his desire to take them out for some leisure time. This was a promise he had made to Emma and the others, vowing to take them on an outing once the child was born. However, with the arrival of their newborn just 2 months ago, it was not appropriate to venture out. Now, Austin was healthy, and as October approached, the weather gradually turned cooler, making it a perfect time for outings, unlike the oppressive heat of before. Where shall we go? Martin raised his hand, pointing towards the sky. Just for a little fun? Yes, indeed. With such a small child in tow, Martin certainly couldn't take on work as he had last time. Nonetheless, it mattered little. Even the weakest among them, Wendy, could crush the skull of any ill-intentioned individual. Raven suddenly recalled something and asked, Are you planning to visit your old flame? Who? That dazzling Aisha, of course. If you delay much longer, her temperament may prompt her to send a fleet in search of you, Raven teased. Martin nodded, acknowledging, I should indeed pay her a visit. It has been a year. Chapter 99, Preparations for Travel That Shouldn't Be Necessary. After all, she is my woman, and I ought to spend time with her, Martin stated. So it's settled? We shall first visit Sovlan Star, enjoy a few days there, and then take them to some of the places we previously visited. Sounds good, but does Emma have time? She is perpetually busy with company matters. I'll check on that. Very well. Perhaps it was a matter of becoming accustomed. The women at home no longer exhibited any signs of jealousy. Even Raven, who had previously shown envy during their last visit to Sovlan Star, displayed no negative feelings at the mention of Aisha this time. Dressed and ready, Martin left for the company, gradually shifting his focus towards others since the birth of the child. In the past month, his visits to the company had matched the frequency of all previous times combined. Most of the women at home were now at the office, except for Wendy and Raven. The former office building had been acquired by the Horn Group as the company expanded. Now, this towering edifice of over 20 stories belonged entirely to the Horn Group. Besides the basic office spaces, more than half of the floors were dedicated to research laboratories, all established and organized under the leadership of Emma and others in management. As with all major corporations, the top 2 floors were reserved for executive offices. The penthouse level housed just 5 offices, those of Emma and her 3 associates, along with Martin's chairman's office, which was seldom occupied. Raven was also on maternity leave. Amid the greetings from the staff, Martin took the elevator to the top floor, reaching Emma's office. Well, look who it is, a rare visitor, Emma jested, as little Emma beside her flashed a playful smile. Don't be ridiculous. You were just here a few days ago, Martin replied while walking over to embrace her and gently kiss her. What are you looking at? Turning to glance at little Emma, Martin jested, Shall I steal a kiss from you as well? Sure, if you dare, little Emma replied without a hint of embarrassment. Their familiarity rendered her completely unafraid of Martin, especially with her supportive sister Emma by her side. Out. I need to have a private chat with my darling, Martin urged impatiently, showing no subtlety. Little Emma shot him a glare before stepping outside. Her office was downstairs. Should anyone seek Emma, she would first attend to them before bringing them up. As he watched her sashay out of the office, Martin turned to find Emma's gaze upon him. I was merely observing. Indeed, we are well acquainted, and you have undoubtedly lost the novelty after all these years, she mused, especially since she grew up right beside me. Don't be silly. Martin gently tapped her forehead. You are my diamond girl, now and forever. Remembering that little Emma shared this unique quality, he added, the one and only. Furthermore, Martin reached out to wipe a faint lipstick mark from her face. How could I ever compete with you? Just ensure you clean up properly. The hue of that mark mirrored little Emma's precisely, and there were reasons she had not sought a boyfriend over the years. This understanding lingered unspoken between them, never brought into the light. Emma smiled sweetly and planted a kiss on Martin's cheek. I love you. Martin suddenly recalled something. Have you ever considered the possibility of her becoming pregnant? How could that be? Emma exclaimed. Martin said nothing, only smirked mischievously. Oh, I see. That's a splendid idea. We should explore it when the opportunity arises, Emma replied with a laugh. It's fine, just consider it a loan from you. Emma had only Martin as her man, thus the odds were slim, yet not entirely absent. And how will you repay me? You know how. Emma murmured softly, leaning against Martin. Martin felt satisfied with her demeanor, yet couldn't shake a peculiar sensation. It's merely an illusion, undoubtedly an illusion. If we both fell into a river, whom would you save first? Martin posed this critical question. You, without a doubt, Emma answered without hesitation. She made no mention of Martin's capabilities, knowing precisely what her beloved wished to hear. Such a good girl, love you. After a moment of intimacy, Emma inquired, is there something on your mind? You promised to take me out for a day of fun, he reminded her. Really? Emma asked, her eyes lighting up with joy. Yes. Arrange your responsibilities at the company in the next couple of days. The company is in good hands. The key personnel are trustworthy, she assured him. With her telepathic abilities, she could discern those who were reliable from those with ulterior motives, leaving no secrets hidden from her. That's wonderful. Martin spent the day at the company, visiting various offices, before finally leaving work alongside several others. They rarely visited the nearby houses anymore, a remnant from the company's early days when convenience dictated their purchase. Now, it has essentially become little Emma's home, and Emma occasionally stays over. I'm stepping out and want to be back tonight. I wonder if it's related to what was said during the day. Emma, who was supposed to take a shower and go to bed, suddenly changed her clothes and left the house with an awkward gait. Martin had no choice but to retreat to Wendy's bedroom to experience a brawl. Emma hurriedly made her way to where little Emma resided. Upon entering, she called out, Emma, are you asleep? Little Emma, still drowsy, emerged from her bedroom, asking, what brings you here? Emma had never visited at such an hour. As a thought crossed her mind, her sleepiness dissipated, and she angrily inquired, did that jerk bully you? Yes, he bullies me every day, Emma replied while removing her shoes. After donning her slippers, Emma approached with a smile, lifting her chin and saying, and don't call him a jerk. Come inside. I have something important to discuss. With that, she pulled her back indoors to discuss their significant matters. Little Emma, feeling wronged, followed Emma, inwardly cursing Martin and slightly lamenting Emma's unfairness. At this moment, the blissful Emma was completely oblivious to the punishment she would face tomorrow for leaving Martin alone. A few days later, everyone at home had made all necessary preparations for their outing. Given the presence of children, they had packed a multitude of items for Austin that might come in handy: food, drinks, and necessities, attending to every detail. This time, they were far better prepared than during their previous hasty departure. Still, they worried they might not be adequately equipped. After all, they were venturing into a universe entirely different from Earth, where obtaining supplies would be impossible. Raven was aware that Earth's currency could not be used in the universe, which prompted her to raise this concern. Chapter 100, The Birth of Amazing Andy. Do not worry. You are only responsible for having fun. I will take care of the rest. Since returning last time, Martin had sent a clone into the universe. After such a long period of development, although the Horn team still consisted solely of him, its reputation had begun to rise. He felt as though he had returned to decades ago when he lived as a professional assassin on Earth, spending each day amidst various commissions. Yet, it was far from tedious. For him, this lifestyle was a form of enjoyment. The joy of earning was indeed a joy. And he could also witness many things he had never seen before. When the clone departed, it did not board a spaceship. Instead, it utilized physical capabilities for teleportation or flight. He had even employed his shape-shifting ability to don a combat uniform emblazoned with the Horn team's insignia. Notably, the Horn Group's logo on Earth was the same. During this time, he had undertaken dozens of commissions of varying sizes, all completed flawlessly. Clients were highly satisfied and left glowing reviews. If he encountered someone he found agreeable, Martin would go above and beyond in his efforts. Conversely, if he met someone displeasing, it was simple. He would ensure a favorable review for himself and then swiftly collect his payment. If they refused, well, mind control was not to be trifled with. With everything in place, Martin sought out Charlie, who was managing affairs in the residential area. I intend to take my family out for a while. During this period, you will have full authority to manage affairs at the farm. If any issues arise that you cannot resolve, simply set them aside until my return. Understood? Charlie nodded earnestly in agreement. If something is particularly urgent, you may approach Emma's assistant at the company, the other lady named Emma, or consult with Logan. Together, you can find a solution. Rest assured, we will handle everything proficiently. So, how are things progressing here? Martin inquired, observing the crowd at the residential office. Charlie replied with a smile, everything is proceeding smoothly. Thanks to the esteemed name of the Horn Group, we have received numerous applications for residency. However, we need to be selective as we must reserve some accommodations for future companions. What about those few individuals? Martin referred to the recent recruits. Most of them are homeless, with some recently released from prison. They are the type of individuals who are willing to fight for their place. Yet their backgrounds make it challenging to secure suitable employment in society. Gaining complete trust will require time. That's commendable. We have not encountered anyone with ulterior motives. There may be individuals attempting to infiltrate our ranks, but Martin remains unconcerned unless they are committed to fully integrating into the farm. Very well. Let it be as it is. You shall toil a bit more. Not at all, Charlie replied with a grin. Although last year did not constitute a full year, Martin's compensation, including bonuses, surpassed his salary. Additionally, the farm had no income last year due to ongoing construction, resulting in expenditures. This year will be better, as certain crops have been planted in their appropriate seasons and harvests have been reaped. The first year was experimental, involving both cultivation and some livestock management, all of which Charlie has been overseeing. Martin plans to purchase a few fine horses next year for family enjoyment. Logan has already confirmed arrangements, so there is no need to revisit that. The 4 puppies at home are still quite young, and Martin and the others do not intend to take them along. They will be fostered at Logan's residence. Charlie's family will ensure they are well cared for. I wish to hear your thoughts on a matter, Charlie suddenly remarked. Certainly, Martin replied, attentively listening to the overseer of his farm. As the population here continues to grow, we currently lack shopping and dining establishments. Thus, I would like to ask for your opinion. Should we create our own services, or should we consider bringing in external options? Martin looked at Charlie and asked, Is Ruby still working at that restaurant? Indeed, she is. Let's build our own facilities. We can handle whatever is necessary. The restaurant and supermarket will be funded by the farm, with operational rights granted to you as a gift from me. Ruby need not continue working there. She can return and earn for herself. Of course, you may discuss this with Ruby. If she is unwilling, you can decide how to proceed. She will certainly be inclined to accept, Charlie joyfully responded. No chef would wish to forego the opportunity to own their restaurant. Moreover, with last year's income, their family's financial situation has significantly improved. Now, with the establishment of a restaurant and supermarket here, the future only promises to get brighter. How could Ruby possibly be unwilling? Very well, let the expansion proceed as planned. The service venues must open as required. The restaurant and supermarket are yours, while for the others, it is preferable to seek out individuals from our own circle to manage them. Martin intends to establish this area as his domain, albeit with adherence to American regulations. However, in this nation, his wealth and influence are considerable. Should the residential area prove insufficient, further expansion will ensue, and acquiring additional land will be a straightforward task. Understood. Upon returning home and ensuring that all matters have been adequately addressed, the family boarded the spacecraft. Martin entrusted the control of the vessel to Hibiki, as she possesses greater expertise compared to him. Weak artificial intelligence lacks self-awareness, yet its capacity for processing commands is remarkably proficient. The spacecraft can autonomously manage all operations. Once the shape-shifting vessel was activated, it ascended straight towards the moon, where the Phoenix One awaited underground. There was no attempt at concealment. It boldly soared skyward. Upon receiving news of this, some could only helplessly disregard it, instructing others to seal the documents. Such is the advantage of power. As Martin's family retrieved the Phoenix One from the moon and ventured deeper into the cosmos, another spacecraft from a distant planet approached Earth, utilizing counter-detection technology that went unnoticed by anyone on the planet. 2 days later, Dr. Wendy Lawson, the head of the Pegasus Project, tragically perished in an accident, alongside pilot Carol Danvers. This was the official account. However, confidential documents revealed that Carol Danvers was not dead, but rather missing. The Pegasus Project aimed to harness the cosmic cube to develop a new type of interstellar drive engine, potentially achieving light-speed travel. Under Dr. Wendy Lawson's guidance, significant progress had been made. Simultaneously, the research findings regarding the Pegasus engine were obliterated following Dr. Lawson's demise. With her loss, SHIELD's research on the cosmic cube ground to a halt, and the Pegasus Project was inevitably suspended. Some harbored suspicions that this might be an act orchestrated by Martin. His departure coincided with the unfolding of these events, which seemed rather coincidental. Yet, no one dared to voice such thoughts.